In the brutal Wasteland world, the story's protagonist begins his journey trapped in the lowest fate, becoming a miner slave struggling to survive in dark mines. However, by a stroke of luck, he awakens a super divine talent known as Everything Cuts. Even with only a long knife crudely welded from scrap iron in his hand, it transforms into an indestructible divine weapon. With this power, he fights his way out of the monster-infested mine. Just when he thinks he can finally breathe the air of freedom and seek his own survival, an even more despairing truth reveals itself as he looks up. The entire world he inhabits is merely a grand arena for higher dimensional gods to entertain themselves. Humans live and die in ignorance, parasitized, while there are as many as 20 so-called chosen ones, all proud children from the upper realm. The goal of these chosen ones is the core that sustains this world, the world spirit. The world spirit grants local residents the ability to cultivate their panels, powerful professions, and the capacity to elevate their realms through killing. However, once the world spirit is taken away, the entire world and all living beings within it will be obliterated. From a miner slave to a warrior who knows the cruel truth, his targets of rebellion shift from the monsters beneath the ground to the lofty gods above. Chapter 1. Death Street. Brother Chiong, is this kid dead? Boss Fong said the fifth family seems to be quite a remarkable family. The skinny monkey, with sunken cheeks, leaned close to the boy on the ground and said, "Huh." The bald man adjusted his collar, the heavy gold chain clinking. "What kind of family?" "Just a dog without a home." He spat, looking up at the drizzling sky. "Let's go. Boss Fong is hosting distinguished guests, bringing in a batch of noble ladies from the upper city. If we're lucky, we might snag a couple of leftovers. You can't find such smooth skin down here in the lower city." The skinny monkey, who initially intended to check the boy's pulse, suddenly stopped, his eyes gleaming as he tilted his head and asked, "Really?" Brother Chiong glanced at the dense pinpricks on his arm, like mosquito bites. "Give you a woman, and you'll end up like this kid, not living long." The skinny monkey licked his lips. "I'm 36, that's already quite old. Dying is still dying." Jean Quan was awakened by a burning pain, his skin filled with a prickling heat. He suddenly opened his eyes. Instinctively struggling, he climbed up from the ground and quickly scanned his surroundings. The filthy ground exuded a stench of urine and decay, and the distant, mottled neon lights flickered different colors in the rain and mist. I shouldn't be dead, right? He was well aware of the fate that awaited him as a human meat coordinate. It was equivalent to a hydrogen bomb with a yield of millions of tons. Then the stinging pain on his body struck again. He touched his reddened skin and looked up at the sky, raindrops immediately hitting his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his eyes, and his lips tasted extremely bitter. This is acid rain, such corrosive acid rain. He quickly crawled toward the corner of the wall, but the acid rain carried by the wind made the slightly protruding eaves unable to shield him from the slanting downpour. Lightning arced across the sky, followed by a tremendous thunder. "No, it's getting more painful. I need to find a place to take shelter from the rain." Covering his head with his gray jacket, he dashed out of the small dark alley. This was a fairly wide street, but at that moment, it was completely deserted and all the shops were tightly shuttered. Aside from the plastered advertisements and graffiti, there wasn't even a sunshade. Jean Quan became anxious. He was sure that if he soaked in this level of acid rain for a night, his bones would start bubbling. Continuing to walk briskly, he passed through one quiet alley after another. The city was large, yet it felt like a dead city at that moment. Just as Jean Quan was thinking about smashing a shutter, a long beam of light like a sharp cone cut through the entire alley, emitting a smoky glow in the rain. Jean Quan suddenly felt a surge of joy. This kind of light only appeared when indoor lighting shone out from a half-open door. Sure enough, after running a short distance, he discovered a small arched door slightly ajar, and the soft yellow light added a touch of warmth to the cold night. Finally, he wouldn't have to spend the night in this burning acid rain. "Is anyone there?" Jean Quan urgently pushed open the half-closed door. But just as he intended to step closer to take shelter from the rain and talk to the owner, a vague figure rushed towards him. The figure was burly. He saw Jean Quan's face full of shock and unwillingness, leaving no time for either of them to react before they collided head-on. In that instant, Jean Quan felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. His whole body was hurled out of the doorway, crashing back into the alley's center in a parabolic arc, muddy water splattering everywhere. Jean Quan gritted his teeth against the pain. looking up in shock at the doorway. The burly man, who had just stopped after colliding with him, had his head explode in an instant. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, splattering all over the doorway. "Brother." Just as the middle-aged man died, a mournful female voice came from Jean Quan's side. Jean Quan quickly turned his head, but the street was empty except for the pouring rain. It seemed that the earlier mournful scream was just his hallucination. Enduring the pain, he struggled to prop himself up. Then his expression changed as he raised his already corroded and decayed hand. A small square box appeared in his hand. It was only about the size of a matchbox, intricately designed in metal, appearing extremely mysterious. The blood that had merged with the rainwater extended from the box all the way to the headless corpse. "What is this thing?" But he didn't have time to think further. He quickly got up and ran towards the source of the earlier voice. That it was because when he was knocked away, he saw what had blown the burly man's head off. It was a piece of paper, or rather, a talisman covered in inscriptions, which was rapidly stuck to the back of the burly man's head before his entire head exploded. If it had been a sniper rifle that blew off his head, he wouldn't have fled in such panic. Perhaps he could have used his professional knowledge to take cover. But what he saw was a talisman, an unknown weapon beyond all his knowledge accumulated over more than a decade of military service. Despite the pain all over his body, he still ran frantically in the rain. He sprinted out several dozen meters, then turned back to see two figures at the doorway, both clad in pitch-black robes and wearing stark white skull masks. There are indeed rats daring to come out and steal things in the dark rainy season. A chilling voice filled the entire street. He raised his hand, and a green light flickered as a gigantic scythe, about 2 meters long, appeared out of thin air, its robe billowing as if it were the Grim Reaper collecting souls. Jean Quan merely glanced at it and felt the hair on his body stand on end. Damn it, the King of Hell takes one, and the Grim Reaper wants to take another? Adrenaline surged, and his running speed increased again. Just as the figure in the skull mask burst out of the doorway, the headless corpse on the ground suddenly emitted a red glow. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, bricks and stones flying everywhere. The masked figure was directly thrown back by the blast. And it was this explosion that gave Jean Quan enough time to reach the alley where the voice had come from. Sound travels differently from different angles. Discerning sound and position is a necessary skill for any soldier in urban combat, and the earlier voice had come from the surface. "Upwards! Help me, or your brother will die for nothing." Jean Quan nearly slipped as he knelt in the rain, knocking on the manhole cover on the ground and whispering. But the manhole cover in front of him didn't budge at all. Jean Quan turned around, and the sound of footsteps splashing through the street water was getting closer. It was as if the next moment, someone would appear around the corner, ready to slice off his head with the scythe. Shaking the rain off his hands, he pulled out the strange box from his jacket pocket, gasping for breath as he said, "This box is something your brother risked his life to get. I'll count to 3, and if you don't open it, I'll throw it away." The black-robed pursuer claimed that the burly man was a thief, and the box had conveniently fallen from his hands right in front of him, so it was likely the treasure the man had. Stolen at great risk. Point 3. Jean Quan tried to calm himself and steady his voice. 2. Jean Quan's eyes narrowed, and his grip on the box turned slightly white. In the next moment, the sound of gears turning came from beneath the manhole cover. Bang! The manhole cover quickly popped open. As the cover opened, Jean Quan exhaled the breath he had been holding in, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. He immediately bent down and slipped through the opening. Compared to the death that was chasing him, this negotiation with leverage was clearly more in his interest. The shaft was deep but very dry, resembling a dugout tunnel rather than a sewage drain, and he quickly descended, grabbing the rivets embedded in the walls. Soon, Jean Quan reached the bottom, but the moment his feet touched the ground, he slowly raised his hands above his head that a silver revolver was pressed against the back of his head. "We're in the same boat now, and there are many things we can discuss," Jean Quan quickly said. After a while, a somewhat hoarse female voice came from behind him. "Who are you? Which faction are you from? Why did you stop my brother?" Jean Quan blinked hard to relieve the sting in his eyes. "My name is Jean Quan." He then shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm really sorry for stopping your brother. I just want a place to avoid the rain." But as soon as he finished speaking, the revolver at the back of his head pressed closer. Jean Quan had to raise his hands even higher. "You might not believe me, but I woke up lying on the street above. I have no idea where this is, and I have no faction." "What about the box?" The hoarse voice spoke again after a moment's pause. It's in my arms. Take off your clothes." Without any hesitation, Jean Quan moved his shoulders and slowly took off his jacket. As he trembled, the rainwater on him dripped onto the ground, making a ticking sound, and the entire underground felt extremely quiet. Just as he was about to take off the jacket, boom, slash, a loud noise came from above, accompanied by the sound of metal being cut. At the moment the sound appeared, Jean Quan felt a chilling coldness at the back of his head, a danger instinct honed from years on the battlefield. Almost instinctively, he suddenly turned his head, and a flash of fire passed before his eyes as he grabbed the wrist of the person behind him. Then, with a swift shoulder throw, he twisted away the opponent's handgun, pressing a knee against their chest, muscles tensed as he swung his fist down. But just as his fist was about to hit the person's face, he suddenly pulled back. The throw was too light. Even a rookie practicing this gun-snatching move for the first time wouldn't have thrown it so easily under the cooperation of a veteran. Above, the manhole cover was sliced open by the skull-masked man, and a faint light spilled down from above it. It was a young, dirty face of a girl, her bright eyes glistening with tears. For Jean Quan, who had long been in various dangerous areas, it had been a long time since he had seen a face of such age, probably only before he enlisted, when he passed by a middle school campus through the bus window. From her perspective, he might be the villain who killed her brother. He glanced up at the manhole cover above, and with another slicing sound, accompanied by the sparks of metal cutting, the cover was torn open again, creating a long gash. Light shone down, seeming like a white cross that saved from suffering as he grabbed the girl's wrist. Your brother knew he couldn't stop the people above. He had a time bomb inside him. He never intended to survive. The explosion is to give you time to escape. If I don't block it, he will also self-detonate and die at this manhole. Jean Quan stared intently into the girl's eyes, so he must have a way for you to escape. Tell me, and we can leave here alive. Chapter 2. Job change and talent. The girl's tears flowed more heavily, like water running down behind her ears. My brother is gone. I can't survive if I leave here. The people here will eat people. Her eyes were filled with despair, like a refugee displaced by war, without support. Jean Quan was too familiar with that look. The women he rescued from dungeons had the same gaze. Women with that look felt no joy in being rescued because their country was gone, their home was gone, and their support was gone. Frontline soldiers had no financial security or facilities. Going out was just falling into the hands of different people who would torment them repeatedly. He knew what such people lacked, and quickly took the box out of his pocket. I don't know what this is, nor do I want to know what it is. Child, you can consider me a mercenary. Your brother gave this to me. He hired me to protect you, and I will protect you like your brother did. Don't be afraid. In that moment, the girl's eyes trembled. He looked at the bloodstained box and carefully observed Jean Quan's outline hidden in the shadows. Jean Quan could feel her body was no longer so stiff. He held her wrist and slowly pulled her up. At the same time, he casually picked up the revolver from the ground and tucked it into his waistband. The girl was very short, probably around 1.4 meters tall, wearing a fluffy raincoat, but still looking very thin, the kind of malnourished, bony figure. Clearly, Jean Quan's words had an effect, and the originally weak girl showed a surge of determination on her face. She quickly turned and ran into the darkness, and Jean Quan followed. At a corner of the tunnel, the girl exerted herself to push a large stone. Jean Quan quickly stepped forward, lifting an edge of the stone and heaving it aside, revealing a hole underneath. The girl was the first to go down the hole. It was very narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, sloping down like a slide, and the two slid down quickly. As they slid, Jean Quan noticed that the tunnel was connected to a long wire, tightly nailed to the earthen wall with wooden wedges. They slid down for nearly 10 minutes before a glimmer of light finally appeared in the darkness. Jean Quan emerged from the hole and quickly scanned the surroundings. It was a small dugout. There were shovels and pickaxes, as well as a small bamboo bed, on which an old flashlight emitted a dim yellow light, barely illuminating the small cave. The girl picked up the pickaxe and dug through a pile of yellow dirt, revealing a T-shaped handle buried beneath. My brother buried the explosives. We can blow up the tunnel. Can we hide? Jean Quan looked around. If they detonated it directly with the design of this tunnel, the tunnel would behave like a cannon, and the explosion's pressure would crush them both. He saw the little girl lift the bamboo bed, revealing another hole underneath. Jean Quan relaxed, allowing the girl to enter the hole again, then took the explosive device from the dirt and followed her into the cave. This cave was evidently more complex, with curves and many dead ends. The reserved wire was very long, indicating that the person who dug this cave was also an expert in explosives. Such arrangements could greatly reduce the impact of the explosion. Just as the wires on the detonator reached their limit, Jean Quan did not hesitate and detonated the bomb in the tunnel. Boom! 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 The explosions were continuous, shaking the entire ground violently, likely extending directly to the surface. About 5 minutes later, Jean Quan climbed up from the ground, covered in dirt. He should have felt grateful to have escaped, but what greeted him was a sobbing voice. You can't survive. Jean Quan shook his head to clear his mind, and the flashlight's beam illuminated his surroundings, dust swirling around him. The adrenaline surge from the life-and-death moment had prevented him from noticing anything unusual, but now that he was temporarily safe, he began to assess his condition. He was missing large patches of skin. A sharp burning pain filled his nerves instantly. It felt like his skin had been peeled away, with parts even charred and scabbed over. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it the acid rain outside?" Seeing his miserable state, the girl couldn't help but say, "This is dark rain. It's different. You can survive for a while in regular rain because the acid is diluted. The acid in dark rain will turn into concentrated acid once the rain stops. Is there any water? I want to wash up," Jean Quan gasped. The girl shook her head. "Here, water is sometimes more precious than life." Jean Quan slowly leaned against the cave wall, calming his emotions, and shook his head with a smile. This must be a strange dream. "What's your name?" The girl looked at his expression and knew he had accepted his fate. "My name is Linine. Where are you from? What is this place? How can there still be people with immortal techniques?" Jean Quan had no other thoughts right now. Skin, as the largest organ of the body, was as important as the heart. Once it was gone, the body became a breeding ground for bacteria. He just wanted to understand this bizarre dream that had lasted less than an hour. Linine pointed to the underground passage. "I come from the number 3 dead city. Just now, that was the lower city, Redstone City. I don't know what immortal techniques are, but that skeleton-masked man is an enforcer from the lower city. A practitioner." Practitioner? Jean Quan's pupils dilated slightly. Could he have crossed over? What year is it now? What is the name of this country? Linine looked a bit puzzled, but answered him considering he was on the verge of death. This year happens to be the 1000th year of Starscar. The country should belong to the Flying Eagle Empire. Jean Quan swallowed hard, then felt a wave of despair wash over him. He hadn't expected to really live again. Only it seems too short. He could already feel the air he exhaled through his nose becoming hot. His throat was dry, and his body was starting to heat up. He reached into his pocket and threw a box to the girl, apologetically smiling. "Sorry, little girl, I couldn't fulfill your brother's wish, so here's your reward back." Linine hurriedly caught the box, looked at it, and asked, "You're not from the dead city?" Jean Quan had already closed his eyes and shook his head. "That you're not from the lower city?" Jean Quan continued shaking his head. "Are you from the upper city?" This time, Jean Quan made no movement. He only wanted to wait for death, thinking perhaps he could cross over again. Seeing Jean Quan no longer paying attention to her, Linine sat down beside him, hugging her knees in a corner. Time slowly passed, and there was no sound in the entire cave. Jean Quan felt himself becoming increasingly drowsy. He opened his eyes. His vision was a bit hazy, but he saw Linine still there. With some effort, he said, "It's safe now. Why don't you leave? My corpse will smell terrible after I die." Lin Yin's gaze dimmed as she softly replied, "It's the safest here." Jean Quan was somewhat stunned. He had no concept of this worldview, but felt powerless. However, he still suggested, "You have a gun. Be ruthless, and it should be fine." The girl shook her head. "There are practitioners among the forces in the dead city. A handgun won't work. My brother is an ammunition expert, and I'm just an ordinary person." After saying this, she curled up tighter. "You're so afraid of practitioners. How do they come about? Is there an exam?" Having heard the term practitioner from her several times, even Jean Quan, who was nearly asleep, couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, the little girl who had been curled up in the corner shuddered at his words. "Little sister, tomorrow I need to go out. If all goes well, you could become a practitioner too." The words from yesterday flooded her mind. Her brother was dead, and the person in front of her who said he would protect her was also about to die. Despair shackled her mind. "Yes, I could become a practitioner." A spark of light flashed in her eyes. She quickly took out the box Jean Quan had thrown to her earlier, gently twisted it, and the sound of gears turning echoed as it popped open. My brother really did it. She looked inside the box, and tears once again uncontrollably flowed. A round emblem lay quietly inside the box. Without any hesitation, she took the emblem out. It was extremely cold to the touch, like a smooth piece of obsidian. The front of the emblem depicted a long sword plunged into a skull, while the back showed a fierce demon with two horns. Black emblem? She appeared very puzzled. This professional emblem was completely different from what her brother had described. The emblem's color didn't seem to be black. After some hesitation, but with no other options, she pressed the emblem to her forehead. A ghostly light flickered. The emblem pulsed as if it were breathing, and after about a minute, it suddenly broke, flying out her hand. Her face turned pale, and the last glimmer of hope for her life vanished. This emblem had rejected her. Rejection could only mean two things. Point one was a physical rejection, and the other was that she had no potential to become a practitioner. The former was acceptable. There were other professional emblems to try. If it was the latter, it would mean she could only remain an ordinary person. In an instant, she covered her face and sobbed, feeling utterly useless. The emblem her brother had fought hard to retrieve for her ultimately could not be matched for a job change. Half closing his eyes, Jean Quan looked at the emblem that had flown into his arms and weakly asked, "What is this?" Lenin quickly wiped away her tears. After all, this was her brother's last keepsake. She took 2 steps forward, bent down, and picked up the emblem from Jean Quan's abdomen. Their distance was very close, and at that moment, the corrosion on Jean Quan had become increasingly severe. His entire face looked as if it had endured the punishment of skinning, quietly leaning against the wall, appearing exceptionally tragic. Holding the emblem, Lin Yin looked at Jean Quan, who had closed his eyes, and then glanced at the emblem in her hand. In the next moment, she pressed it against Jean Quan's forehead. In an instant, a ghostly light burst forth, as if it were going to swallow all the light around in a spiral. Lin Yin quickly retreated, and the emblem quietly stuck to Jean Quan's forehead. Then it began to melt like wax, gradually drilling into Jean Quan's mind. Ping. Job change successful. Demon Swordsman. True Soul Talent Awakening. True Soul Talent 1. Underworld Flame Statue. Level. SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Nuclear Domain. Xinghe. Level. Unknown. Almost fallen into a deep slumber, Jean Quan was jolted awake by the electronic-like voice. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the cave with Lin Yin, but on a battlefield filled with the chaos of war. A giant clad in enchanted armor, surrounded by ghostly blue flames, wielded a heavy sword in a way that seemed to split the heavens, striking down a dragon's head with one blow. Blood cascading down like a waterfall, instantly evaporating in a mist upon hitting the flames. As the scene shifted, Jean Quan's expression changed slightly as he saw himself executing his final mission. Beneath the polar glaciers, he stared at a massive monster motherworm. A swarm of white worms rushing towards him, but a nuclear explosion erupted right in the middle of him. A ripple spreading out as if everything had come to a standstill. Then, all things disintegrated and vanished like sand blown away by a breeze. Chapter 3. Panel. The scene faded away, and that dim cave reappeared, while within his line of sight, a panel flickered with fluorescence. Name: 5th Jean Quan. Occupation: Demon Swordsman. Rank: Level 0, 0th rank. Exclusive skill: Demon Swordsmanship. You are proficient in using various sword weapons and can learn sword techniques beyond your current level, transforming sword techniques into demon swordsmanship. Dark Insight. You possess keen perception abilities, allowing you to distinguish malicious intent and observe the basic information of your target. Demon Physique. You have a powerful demon constitution, with higher life and stamina than other professions, and a certain resistance to negative states. True Soul Talent. True Soul Talent 1. Hellfire Statue. Level. SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain. Xing. Level. Unknown. Jean Quan slightly expanded his body, producing crackling sounds from his bones, then stood up, scratching his face and shedding a layer of dead skin. After acquiring the professional skill Demon Physique, the previous acid rain corrosion had fully recovered. Is this the rule of this world? There's even a panel. Before Jean Quan could think further, he saw Linning approach with a face full of joy. You become a professional. Looking at the girl who barely reached his chest, Jean Quan smiled and nodded. Thank you. Linning immediately shook off her previous gloom. I'm also trying to survive. How do we leave here? Jin Chuan's stomach growled. Demon physique had restored his body, but also taken away a lot of his energy. Follow me. With Jin Chuan's rebirth, it seemed he had helped her find support. They quickly walked along the complex tunnel, with Jin Quan trailing behind. Soon, they saw a wooden board, which, when lifted, revealed a blue acrylic board. She slowly pushed up one corner of the acrylic board and stepped out. This turned out to be a shop, about 50 square meters in size, with shelves stacked full of mechanical parts. Jin Quan turned back to look at the thin membrane they had just crossed. Body surface repair, remove wear and scratches 100 copper coins. Joint maintenance, 150 copper coins. Nervous system calibration, 2 silver coins. Internal chip replacement, starting from 3 gold coins, depending on chip type and complexity. Regular weapon maintenance, 80 copper coins. High-tech weapon troubleshooting, 10 silver coins. He glanced at the price list facing the rolling shutter door. The shop's main entrance faced the price list, and behind the price list was a passage leading to the surface. Jin Quan couldn't help but smile. It really has that Shawshank vibe. Just then, the rolling shutter door made a loud, clanking noise, shaking the iron sheet, causing dust to fall from the walls of the dilapidated little shop. Turning to look at Lining, he saw her quickly remove her raincoat and hide it, pointing under the counter. Hide first. Jin Quan didn't understand why, but followed her advice. After all, she was the master of this place and knew the situation best. Lining checked her hair and body to ensure there were no water droplets and pressed a switch next to the door. With a buzzing sound, the rolling shutter door slowly opened. What are you doing? Why did it take so long to open the door? A tall man in a red uniform spat on the ground and asked fiercely. With a full beard, he raised his right hand to his mouth to take a drag from a cigarette, exhaling a puff that filled the shop with the smell of cheap tobacco. Notably, his right hand, holding the cigarette, glimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly a well-maintained prosthetic limb. He entered the shop with 2 bald men. Lining trembled at his loud voice, retreating while bowing in fear. Sorry, I just fell asleep. The men didn't even look at Lining, walking around the shelves, picking up a rusty mechanical hand and cursing. Damn it. Not even a finished product, just garbage. He then tossed the mechanical hand onto the ground and scrutinized Lining from top to bottom. Lining, wearing a patched and faded short sleeve, shrank back like a bamboo pole. He looked at her with disdain. To sell someone like you, I don't even know if it's worth the feed money. Did your brother tell you anything? Lining looked at the bearded man in confusion. The man helplessly pointed at his red uniform and asked, Don't you recognize me? I do. I've seen the governor. Lining nodded repeatedly. The man pulled Lin Ying's collar, yanking her outward, causing her to hurriedly cover her chest in terror. But he merely twisted the worn, clean collar, flicking his cigarette. Take her away. Instantly, the 2 bald men behind him grabbed Lin Ying from either side and lifted her up like a chick. Sir, I also pay the head tax. Don't catch me, governor. Lin Ying's face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted. But the bearded governor was completely unmoved. Just then, the shop lights suddenly went out. With the sound of a metal part rolling, the rolling shutter door slowly began to close. The entire shop was plunged into darkness. Who's there? The 2 bald men dropped Lin Ying and quickly drew their guns from their waists. The bearded man looked curiously at the counter. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and with a click, a flame burst from his fingertip. The suddenly lit cigarette became the only source of light in the shop. Which expert is it? He asked with a hint of mockery. You seem like a good person. Jin Quan slowly stood up from the darkness. As his voice echoed, the 2 bald men quickly stepped forward, blocking the governor. The governor patted the shoulders of the 2 in front of him, and they instantly stepped aside. He exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. The term good person is rare in the Dead City. So, does Lining have any special last words she wants you to tell me? Jin Chuan's gaze flickered. He knew nothing about the person in front of him or the entire world, and standing out at this moment was extremely unwise. However, his professional skill Dark Insight did not detect any malicious intent from this person, even though he had just been pulling Lin Ying's collar. Governor, may I ask what the price will be to redeem this girl? Jin Quan cautiously asked after a moment of contemplation. Redeem? The governor took a few steps forward, resting his hand on the counter. The room was dark, and taking a deep drag from a cigarette, the dancing red light outlined Jin Chuan's silhouette. It seems Lin Ying believes you can survive pit number 1. He tapped the counter with his fingers, seemingly pondering something, and after a while, he looked at Lin Ying sitting on the ground. What a pleasant surprise. I thought it would be a small deal, but it seems I can make another profit. His fingers stopped, and the metal mechanical arm suddenly clenched into a fist with blue and purple arcs of electricity crackling in the darkness. Take this punch, and she can have 2 meals of feed a day. Saying that, he directly swung at Jin Xuan's face. The punch created a loud explosion, instantly illuminating the room with a bright light, the dense current spreading across the mechanical arm. Not to mention the roaring punch, just the plasma surge alone was enough to severely injure any ordinary person. Lin Ying's face changed drastically. She knew that these governors were all seasoned professionals, with some even being second-tier professionals. But she merely leaned forward, and immediately one bald man stepped on her calf. Don't. Chapter 4: The Talent of Bugs Boom. The sound of a crash exploded within the shop, causing the entire store to shake violently. Shelves around the room toppled one after another, and countless screws and parts bounced and rolled on the floor, creating a jingling noise. The noise lasted for quite a while, but then suddenly stopped. Lin Ying, with tears in her eyes, stared in shock ahead, where Jean Quan was holding a broken table leg, bracing it against the jumping electric arc of an iron fist. Real soul talent, are you from the upper city? This bearded general was clearly astonished, and the cigarette in his mouth fell onto the counter. In front of him, Jean Quan was enveloped by an illusory blue figure, which also held a phantom table leg, resisting his fist together. Flames danced along its surface, causing the entire space to shimmer with a breathing light and shadow. I don't know if I can survive in the so-called pit number 1 you mentioned, Jean Quan asked in a deep voice. Although it was only a few words, he roughly inferred the direction of events. Lin Ying's brother, Lin Ho, knew he was going to die. He must have had a deal with the general before him, and the content of that deal was to take his sister, Lin Ying, away. However, Lin Ying, being an ordinary person, had no value, and would probably not live long in the hands of this general. So he risked his life to steal a badge, hoping to make his sister a professional, thus providing her with a better chance of survival. The reason Lin Ho was driven to steal the badge was likely related to what this general referred to as pit number 1. He chuckled. A rookie below the first rank thinks he can survive in pit number 1. He is far from it. He retracted his arm and picked up the fallen cigarette from the counter. However, I never suffer losses. Taking a puff from the cigarette, he looked at Jean Quan and said, "There's a vengeful mother spider in pit number 1, and after it dies, its body will bloom a flower of grievance. Take that flower to the police station on Xiangxie Street in the lower city, Wangming." After saying this, he laughed heartily and waved his hand. "The little girl's clothes are well washed. Take her away." The roll-up door slowly opened, and dim light shone onto Lin Ying's face from outside. She looked somewhat lost, as she was once again restrained by the 2 bald men. Then turned to look at Jean Quan. Jean Quan nodded at her, meeting her gaze. "Wait for me to come back." General Wang Ming had already walked out of the shop door, then suddenly slapped his head. "Oh right, I almost forgot the important matter." His expression suddenly turned serious as he turned to Jean Quan. "Tomorrow morning at 8, all men over 16 in the abandoned city number 3 must go to pit no. 1. Those who do not arrive on time." He threw the cigarette on the ground, crushed it with his foot, and spat out a word mixed with smoke: "Die." Jean Quan's eyelids twitched as he watched Wang Ming's figure disappear around the corner ahead, his strength dissipating, and he suddenly began to cough violently. He stumbled to the roll-up door, pressed the switch, and the door slowly fell again. Rubbing his right arm, he tried to quickly alleviate the numbness. He searched around the shop and finally found 2 boxes of food resembling sakama in a small room that looked like a warehouse. He took a bite, and a meaty flavor filled his mouth. Raising it to the light for a closer look, it was dried earthworms pressed together. He frowned slightly, but expressionlessly continued to eat. The skill of searching for protein in nature was also a required course in his previous life. His physique had greatly enhanced, at least 10 times more than his normal self. Instead, his stomach was writhing violently, wanting to consume more food. After finishing both boxes of earthworms, the hunger in his stomach was slightly alleviated. He closed his eyes to rest, and in his mind, 2 glowing orbs, one blue and one red, flickered as they breathed. The Ignition God statue. This talent is somewhat similar to the legendary Dharmakaya. However, I am too weak now and can only summon a small soldier that is less than 2 meters tall. Then he sensed the other orb in his mind. This orb was a bright red, like a sun. In an instant, it activated, and in a moment, his right hand turned gray. Looking at his gray hand, Jean Quan plunged the table leg into the ground, and instantly, the hard concrete seemed to offer no resistance, as his palm penetrated without any obstruction. Jean Quan's eyelids twitched. This talent even has a garbled panel, and the level is unknown. The scene at the moment of awakening was like a nuclear bomb explosion. He picked up the table leg again and activated this garbled talent. In an instant, the previously red-painted table leg turned gray, confirming that this talent could extend through wielding a weapon. Jean Quan raised his hand and slowly waved it at the counter. Suddenly, the table leg penetrated the counter from top to bottom. Clang! The counter was split in half. Jean Quan watched the counter divide, his throat swallowing repeatedly. Then he suddenly turned his head, and the table leg swiftly swept across the scattered metal parts on the ground, instantly cleaving all the metal that it touched in half. He looked at the ordinary wooden table leg in his hand, somewhat incredulous, because he never felt any resistance while holding the table leg. It was no different than swinging it through the air. This can't be a glitch, right? Jean Quan murmured to himself as he looked up at a mirror on the wall, about the size of a basin, reflecting a tender, fair-skinned young face. Jean Quan quickly stepped forward to look at himself in the mirror, touching his face. This isn't me. A soldier doesn't have such fair skin. Only then did he belatedly glance at his own panel. Name: 5th Jean Quan. No, my surname is Jean and my name is Quan. But this panel shows the compound surname 5th and the name Jean Quan. Jean Quan gazed at himself in the mirror, pondering slightly. I'm a soul transfer. The first talent must belong to this body. The second garbled talent is mine. It appeared due to a bug when merging with this world, hence it is unknown. If my talent comes from a hydrogen bomb, and this world has inexplicably altered it, what remains should be. Looking again at the parts that have been severed. Penetration? A ray that penetrates all life. Compared to the rays of a nuclear bomb, this penetration has been somewhat altered by the world, feeling like forcibly prying open the gaps between atoms. Thinking of this, Jean Quan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The terror of Pit No. One could be felt from Lin Ho's death, but now with such a bug-like talent, the pressure has greatly lessened. This talent, I need a knife. Looking around the shop, there were cutting machines, angle grinders, an argon arc welding machine, and a small laser welding machine. I don't need sharpness or sturdiness. I just need a long knife. Jean Quan quickly searched for parts on the ground, finding scraps of steel plates. He aligned them on the ground to form a long strip, sparks flying as the welding machine fused all the pieces together. Picking up the angle grinder, he began to cut, slowly revealing the shape of the knife. The grinder polished all the weld points, and the metallic sheen gradually brightened. With a bug-like garbled talent, his knife didn't need power. It just needed to be fast. If the speed of his swing was fast enough, he could easily slice through all opponents. The blade was long like seedlings, hence the name seedling knife, usable with one hand or two. Jean Quan tied the handle with a piece of hemp rope, lifting the seedling knife with one hand. Just then, the swordsmanship mastery on his panel flickered, and instantly, a unique muscle memory surged throughout his body. Whoosh! A sound of wind echoed as the counter was sliced into 4 pieces, the speed of his strike far surpassing that of the table leg, now enhanced by his profession. Is the rule of this world that swords and knives are one? The demon swordsman is not limited to wielding only a double-edged sword. He can also wield a single-edged sword, which is a knife. Not wanting to make a sheath, he directly used a tablecloth to wrap it up and held it in his hand. Jean Quan found a hood and put on an oil-stained mask. He slowly opened the shop's roll-up door. Chapter 5, We Are Feed Chaos. This was Jean Quan's first perception upon stepping into the underground city. Dim lights flickered on the damp walls, the air thick with the acrid smell of chemical agents, stale oil, and decaying garbage, making it suffocating. Beggars with old mechanical prosthetics groaned against the walls, and the place was plastered with chaotic graffiti, advertisements for drugs, and sex work. Jean Quan tugged at his hood and walked towards the loudest street. It was a bar. Initially, he just wanted to take a look and understand the situation in this world. But everyone he saw was dispirited and listless. He felt like a sane person in a mental hospital, so out of place. He ended up here purely because of the words "free today" written on the bar's chalkboard. Stepping over the threshold, deafening electronic music hammered against his heart, the rhythm chaotic and frenzied. Smoke swirled, and people twisted their bodies to the beat of the music, like puppets controlled by electricity. Some collapsed from overstimulation, trampled ruthlessly, yet no one cared. Jean Quan swept aside the broken bottles and discarded syringes littering the floor with his foot. Men and women were everywhere, dripping with hormones. There was no order, no ethics, and people swayed freely. On sofas, at the bar, on stage, it was all the same. He squeezed into a corner of the bar, trying to find a normal person. But there was none. Just as Jean Quan was about to leave, a glass filled with crimson whiskey was pushed in front of him. "Free!" The bartender shouted, barely overpowering the pounding music. He was a bartender with a slick-back hairstyle, wearing a fitted vest, pristine white shirt, and an elegant bow tie that radiated professionalism and elegance. The moment he appeared, Jean Quan felt transported back to a bar from his past life. Yet he seemed so out of place compared to this one. Jean Quan took the glass and muttered a thank you. His voice was insignificant under the bar's music, but the bartender turned back in surprise. Jean Quan stared at the crimson liquid in the glass, but hesitated to drink. His mind racing with questions. What is the first pit? If it's a fight, can these people really handle it? As a professional soldier, he looked down on such undisciplined groups. Those who couldn't control their desires would only gather on the battlefield, and dealing with them would only require a single 155mm howitzer shell. After pondering without conclusion, he pushed the drink back towards the bar and prepared to leave. But the bartender approached him again, this time holding an unopened bottle of wine, quickly wiping the bottle with a white cloth. The cloth was carelessly dropped on the bar, revealing clumps of black dirt that showed how long the bottle had been stored. "You seem uninterested in our morphine whiskey. Isn't pain relief and euphoria good?" With a pop, the cork was pulled out. This ancient wine could only soothe the throat, lacking any passion. He slid a goblet in front of Jean Quan. The jewel-like red wine flowed in like a delicate silk ribbon. The rich fruit aroma and the scent of oak barrels spread out, instantly clearing the heavy smell of liquor and drugs in the air. "Need money?" Jean Quan glanced at the label on the wine bottle, which was too blurry to read. "Today it's all free," the bartender shrugged. Jean Quan smiled and lifted the goblet for a sip. The intense fruit flavor instantly blossomed in his mouth, perfectly blending with the oak's taste, while the presence of tannins brought a subtle dryness, like fine sandpaper gently rubbing his tongue. "Very good wine." Jean Quan gave a thumbs up to the bartender. "Just trash no one drinks." The bartender shook his head. Jean Quan took another sip and remarked to the bartender, "It's a pity it's in the wrong place. Otherwise, it would be priceless." The bartender paused his hand, wiping the table at Jean Quan's words. Jean Quan then picked up the bottle of red wine and invited, "Shall we have a drink together?" The bartender wiped his hands with the cloth, smiled slightly, and sat down opposite Jean Quan. This time it was Jean Quan's turn to pour him wine, casually asking, "What is your name?" "No need for titles, it's G. Ran." Jean Quan raised his eyebrows. That was an easy name to remember. In that case, he lifted his glass to clink with G. Rance. "Are you going to the first pit as well?" "What else?" G. Ran smiled, lifting his glass for a sip. "Do you have confidence in surviving?" "Do you?" "I don't know." At this point, both fell silent for a moment, and after taking 2 more sips of wine, Jean Quan continued to ask, "What exactly is the first pit?" "It's just a mine." "So we're going to mine?" G. Ran shook his head. "We don't have the qualifications to mine. That's the work of the lower city people." "Then what are we going to do?" Jean Quan shook his goblet, looking at the liquid inside as he said, "There's a bug in the pit called the sand-eating worm. Once it has its fill of flesh and blood, it will dig and build its nest. The lower city miners call the process of the sand-eating worm digging and building nests loosening the soil. Mines that have been loosened are easier to excavate, and the efficiency is high." Hearing this, Jean Quan's pupils constricted. "So what we are?" His words caught in his throat. G. Ran finished his drink and took over his words. "Feed." Jean Quan put down his glass, looking at the frenzied crowd in the bar. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there no way out?" "Of course there is. Just wait until the miners come in. If we follow them to dig through a mine during a dark, rainy season, we can return to the lower city as miners and become lower city miners. There are miners in the dead city, but they're called mine slaves. Regardless, in the end, they all become feed. After we leave, the next batch of dead slaves will come here, taking over the women and children breeding here for 15 years, and then discarded as feed, repeating this cycle. There won't be anyone over 30 here. Letting out a gentle breath, Jean Quan lifted his goblet again, seemingly to ease his mood as he asked with a smile, "What made you think of treating me to wine? Here, no one has qualms about drugs, and you won't hear anyone say thank you." After saying this, Ji Ran pointed at the hand holding Jean Quan's goblet and continued. "They drink beer mugs with thick walls and whiskey glasses. No one would lift a goblet like this. Such fragile glasses are considered inferior products here. Is this a test?" Jean Quan finished his drink. Ji Ran nodded, not denying it. "So what's the conclusion? Etiquette and restraint are what the upper city people talk about. No matter what your reason for coming to the dead city, it's still better than us frogs at the bottom of the well." He replaced the cork back in the wine bottle and pushed it towards Jean Quan. "If this bottle of Eagle Estate red wine, which can only be drunk by the nobles in the upper city, can exchange for a chance to survive, I think I'd still take the risk." Jean Quan reached out to take the half-full bottle of red wine and smiled. "To maintain one's order in a chaotic world, you are also an anomaly." "My name is Jean Quan." He stood up and waved his hand at him. "See you tomorrow morning." Chapter 6 Investigation. Jean Quan returned to the shop smoothly. Even in the chaotic underground city, no one was causing trouble today. Everyone was focused on enjoyment. By the time he got back to the store, it was already 10 p.m. He ultimately chose to dismantle the round tube on the shelf, flattening it out to make a poorly fitting sheath for his knife. With the knife sheathed, he drew it out, the blade flashing within the shop. Feed, what a cruel world it is. Jean Quan quickly reviewed the cold weapon combat techniques from his past life in the store. Slashing, chopping, thrusting, stabbing, until a twinge of hunger appeared in his stomach, prompting him to stop practicing. He pulled the cork from a bottle and took a swig of red wine, then fell asleep from exhaustion. Lower City. Wang Meng was frantically doing chest expansions at the butterfly machine in the gym, the weights clanging rhythmically. Suddenly, a bald man hurried in and said, "Captain, there's an emergency meeting at the patrol office. All the governors of the dead cities must attend." The stretching stopped immediately as Wang Meng looked at the bald man and asked, "What's the meeting about at this late hour?" The bald man shook his head. "Just said those who don't go can go work as miners." Wang Meng frowned, suddenly loosening his grip, causing the heavy weights to crash to the ground with a loud bang. Who is so bold as to say all the governors of the dead cities should go work as miners? He stood up, took off his soaked tank top, and tossed it to Lin Yin, who was quietly standing beside him. "Prepare my vehicle." After saying that, he walked into the shower room. The streets during the dark, rainy season were devoid of pedestrians, but tonight was unusually lively, with car lights crisscrossing the intersecting streets, and many rusted, dilapidated cars gathering towards the patrol office. Old Wang, a short, plump middle-aged man holding an umbrella, greeted Wang Meng. Wang Meng also put away his umbrella and shook off the rainwater. "Wipe the lipstick off your face if you don't want to get scolded when you go in." He, the plump man, chuckled nervously as he hurriedly wiped his face. The two walked side by side towards the conference room. "Do you know anything? I just got back from the dead city." The plump man, Zhou Yang, rubbed his belly and shook his head. "There was quite a ruckus. They said something was lost." "What? Did the Lord of Zhou City get robbed?" Wang Meng was somewhat annoyed that such trivial matters were delaying his workout. "Sure, keep it down. It seems the Lord was scolded." Wang Meng slowed his pace and whispered to the plump man, "Is it someone from the upper city?" "Yeah, it seems to be someone from the Vanguard Consortium." The two silently pushed open the door to the conference room. "You filthy, worthless bugs, where's the thing? Where is it?" The moment they opened the door, they were met with an angry roar, accompanied by the sound of furious pounding on the conference table. The table was already surrounded by people, and Wang Meng, Zhou Yang, and a group of governors of the dead cities could only stand quietly at the back. At the front was a young man in casual formal wear with a pale complexion. His once handsome face now looked extremely sinister. "You speak." He pointed vigorously at a middle-aged man sitting at the side of the conference table. This middle-aged man, with graying hair at the temples, was Zhou Xinyang, the lord of the Redstone Lower City. "Young Master Li, we are working hard to excavate the passage over there, but it's the dark, rainy season, and it may take some time to break through." Upon hearing Zhou Xinyang's words, the young man became even angrier. "Excavate? Excavate, excavate. Still talking about excavating. You old fool think I don't know what you're doing? My thing was stolen. He pointed at two enforcers in black robes and masks beside him. They saw it. It was a gang operation, one responsible for stealing and the other for escaping. I need you to catch the culprits, not dig me a sewer. At this moment, a one-eyed man in a patrol office uniform stepped forward towards the young man at the conference table. Young Masterly. The criminal who was shot dead is no longer identifiable, and there is no other evidence at the scene to prove his identity. As for the fleeing suspect, he escaped through the underground sewer and then blew up the passage after escaping. We have secured all the manhole covers in Redstone City to ensure no one has escaped from the surface since the incident. Therefore, we deduce that the perpetrator may still be underground. As long as we continue to dig, we will eventually recover your lost item. The young man began to calm down slightly, tugging at his collar. Give me a timeline. No later than 3 days, I want to return to the upper city. As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man from the patrol office and Lord Zhou Xinyang exchanged glances and continued. The entire underground sewer of Redstone City is extremely complex. And since it is currently the dark rainy season, the sewer is not operable. To investigate, we may have to wait for the rainy season to pass, which could take about 3 months. 3 months. The young man's eyes widened. Do you know what was lost? It was an unknown profession emblem. And it's not mine. It belongs to the Vanguard Consortium. Are you sure you can handle the wrath of the Vanguard Consortium? He stepped forward to poke the one-eyed man in the head. Do you know what unknown means? It signifies a new profession. If it's a rare living profession, it represents wealth that you worthless lowlifes can never imagine. 100 lower cities wouldn't be enough. Even a mudman has 3 points of anger. The blonde-haired young man's insults made everyone present uneasy, yet no one dared to react. This was because the Vanguard Consortium was an enormous organization in the upper city, controlled by the Li family, and this young man, Li Hongyu, was one of them. With just a little pressure, an entire lower city could easily collapse. However, the leading lord still asked, since it is such a valuable item, why didn't young Masterly carry it personally? Where were you when the thief struck? This question seemed to hit a nerve, and Li Hongyu suddenly erupted, pointing at Zhou Xinyang and angrily shouting, You lowly person, what right do you have to pry into my affairs? A garbage lower city lord has given you the audacity to speak to me. Seeing Li Hongyu's furious and embarrassed demeanor, Zhou Xinyang's lips curled slightly as he said sternly, Young Masterly, the questioning is only for the sake of the case. I suspect this matter may not be so simple. To clarify the entire situation, we only need to focus on one question. Why did the item you carried leave your attention? And who made you take such actions? As soon as he said this, Li Hongyu's expression changed. Old Fong? Yesterday, Old Fong had messaged him saying he had some good stuff in the upper city and wanted to play together in the lower city. Old Fong was a longtime friend, and he had played this way dozens of times without any problems. Impossible, he thought, but he couldn't stop doubting. It must be said that Zhou Xinyang was indeed an old fox. What was originally a conflict between Li Hongyu and his side instantly turned into suspicion towards the young man's friend. As long as the young man couldn't provide an answer, they wouldn't be at fault. There was a long silence in the room. Li Hongyu finally turned to the two enforcers. You were at the scene. Why were you there? Suddenly realizing something, he asked if the governors managed the dead city. Then the enforcers are the means to supervise the lower city from the upper city. Suddenly, the enforcer wearing a skull mask bowed to Li Hongyu. Young Masterly, it was you who asked us to follow. Me? I, a 4th-tier swordsman, need your protection? Li Hongyu frowned as he recalled that in the past, merchants coming down from the upper city would directly request protection from the enforcers, but he clearly did not need that. Ahem. Young Masterly, it's not protection. It's about carrying people. Hearing the enforcer mention carrying people, Li Hongyu then pinched his brow and remembered that he indeed had someone bring 2 girls back to his residence. At this point, the enforcer turned to look at the city lord, Zhou Xinyang, and said, City Lord Zhou, I was one of the people at the crime scene. I chased all the way to the manhole cover, which had undergone special mechanical modifications inside and could not be opened from the outside. Shortly after I pried open the manhole cover, a violent explosion occurred underground. It was an explosive, continuous, progressive sound, clearly audible, ranging from deep to intense. This indicates that the explosion occurred at a significant depth, estimated to be at least several hundred meters. In normal criminal activities, one would not dig such a deep tunnel and use so much explosives, as the geological conditions are different, and any collapse could easily trap someone underground. Unless, at a depth of several hundred meters, there is an exit. Chapter 7. Scavenger B2. After the enforcer finished speaking, the expressions of all the fallen city commanders present changed. Li Hongyu also noticed the change in the atmosphere and looked at the enforcer, asking, "The underground exit, what does that mean?" The enforcer explained to Li Hongyu, "Redstone City is a mining city, severely lacking in personnel, so criminals and refugees from various places are sent here to work as mine slaves. They create vast underground cities, allowing the guilty and the displaced to breed below to meet mining demands. They call this prison city the Fallen City." Li Hongyu's eyes lit up as he said, "You mean that the thief escaped to the underground prison? That depends on what Lord Zhou has to say." Zhou Xinyang looked at the enforcer with some surprise. But since he was wearing a mask, his expression was unreadable. He then said, "There are 27 fallen cities built around the mines underground, each with nearly 200,000 to 400,000 people, and the population is extremely mixed. If young Masterly wants to search, I can assist you." So many people? Li Hongyu felt a bit overwhelmed. He paced quickly around the conference table twice and then slammed his fist down, saying, "Find them. No matter what, we must find them." At this moment, the one-eyed man from the patrol office asked, "I don't know how young Masterly intends to search. The professional emblem is only the size of a coin. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, what if someone has already used the professional emblem?" Li Hongyu's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he said, "Then kill them. Ask one, kill one. How ridiculous that a bunch of filthy scum think they can match an unknown emblem." The one-eyed man from the patrol office wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Zhou Xinyang, who said, "Then let's do it young Master Li's way." Just as they were about to arrange a plan to wipe out all the fallen cities, Wang Ming, who was standing at the back, raised his hand and said, "Lord, tomorrow from the 1st to the 5th fallen city, they need to enter pit number 1. If we delay and can't deliver enough bloodstone, the Falcon Corps will hold us accountable." Falcon Corps? The mines below are related to the Falcon Corps? Li Hongyu's expression turned astonished, while Zhou Xinyang remained silent. This silence seemed to tell Li Hongyu that he could continue to act recklessly, and it would depend on whether the Vanguard Consortium could overshadow the Falcon Corps. The old fox was still sharp, continuing to shift the contradictions he faced outward. Li Hongyu's expression turned red and pale, clearly contemplating whether he could bear the consequences of offending the Falcon Corps. "Young Master Li, the Fong family's business is an energy, and the professional emblem has a psychic response. As long as you ask young Master Fong for a detection device, it can probe all objects with psychic energy," the enforcer suggested quietly. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a win-win method, avoiding offending the Falcon Corps while greatly increasing the chances of searching the entire underground city. He then turned to Wang Ming, who had just spoken, and directly ordered, "Go to the mine pit. Everyone needs to be checked." After saying that, he didn't greet the people in the meeting and quickly opened the conference room door and left. In the central area of the lower city stood a building interwoven with steel and neon lights. At the top of the building, where luxurious penthouses and exclusive clubs were located, a blond young man gazed down at the rain-soaked city through a large floor-to-ceiling window. Holding a mobile phone, he spoke in a very somber tone. The appearance of a thief was unexpected, but there is still room for maneuvering. It just takes some time. I've already sealed off the entire Redstone City. When Li Hongyu comes back to find me, I will search through Redstone City inch by inch. Don't worry." At this point, the blond young man's voice softened as he asked, "Is tomorrow the time for a Yan's talent awakening?" "Yes. Take him to his grandmother's grave to pay respects. I hope he can awaken a talent of S level or above. So there won't be too many limitations in choosing a profession, and there's a high probability of fusing with rare professional emblems." "All right, the elevator's ringing. I'm hanging up." With a crisp ding, Li Hongyu walked in quickly and hurriedly asked the young man sitting on the sofa, "Fong Huai, is your scavenger in this lower city?" "There is no sunrise here, nor the crowing of roosters or chirping of birds. What awakens the entire lower city is the dense ringing of electric bells. It is 6 a.m. Jean Quan had actually been awake for a while, having been roused by hunger, and the entire shop was already out of food. Forced to drink a few more sips of red wine, he poured the remaining wine into a military water bottle. He then tucked the revolver left by Lin Yin into his waist and fashioned a heart guard from tiles and a repair manual, sewing it into his clothes before heading out. Everyone was awake, and Jean Quan followed the flow of people forward. Excluding children and women, there were over 100,000 people gathering from all around. Eventually, they all boarded the platform, clattering as a train, black and covered in cold dust, slowly approached. This train, similar to those from his past life used to transport coal, had each car as a huge bin, and everyone obediently climbed into the open-air cars. No one sat or lay down. It was as if the cars were filled with densely packed piglets. The number of people on the platform gradually decreased, and, at this moment, a group of uniformed personnel rushed onto the platform. The leader was Li Hongyu, whose neat and clean suit contrasted sharply with this world. "Check everyone. Are all the people here?" He instructed a group of commanders while lighting a thin cigarette. "Young Master Li, let's check directly. Check the men on the train, and check the women and children in the city. That will cover everything," one of the commanders replied. Li Hongyu nodded. "Then hurry up and bring the things up." Before long, a mechanical creature resembling a spider with 6 legs slowly crawled up. This was Scavenger B2, capable of detecting psychic energy items the best. "Surround it wherever it goes. If an alarm goes off, open the car," Li Hongyu commanded. The members of the patrol group responded loudly, and the scavenger began to move slowly from the front of the train. It had a mechanical arm on top, connected to a white panel similar to a radar. As the panel approached, the car emitted a low humming sound. It seemed slow, but this Scavenger B2 was actually very fast, requiring less than 3 seconds for a single car. However, with nearly 1 million people across 5 fallen cities, it would still take about an hour to complete the search. Jean Quan managed to board the train quickly, finding a corner of the car to stand quietly. The triangular position was filled with thick, main steel beams, making it much safer than the center in case of an attack. As the train moved, the airflow would bring a breeze, but now, in the stillness, after a long wait, everyone was sweating profusely for being packed together. The height of the car made it impossible to see outside, and the crowd began to grow restless. Those with strong physiques desperately pushed for more space, causing the weaker ones to be squeezed further. "Just die already, why are you pushing?" Someone couldn't help but shout. But no one listened. They continued to push and shove for space. Jean Quan could see a short young man completely submerged in the crowd, desperately trying to raise his head for a breath of air, but the pressure was slowly crushing his chest, and within 10 minutes, the man's head drooped. Yet his body continued to sway, and few noticed that he had already died. Suddenly, Jean Quan's brow furrowed as he sensed a surge of malevolence rising rapidly in the darkness. His gaze quickly scanned the area and saw a tattooed man with a hood murmuring something. The next moment, the 6 people around him clutched their necks tightly, their faces turning red rapidly, and then they all collapsed at the same time. 6 fallen corpses formed a circle, instantly creating a vacuum around the hooded tattooed man, who slowly raised the corners of his mouth as he looked at the bodies. Just then, a sharp alarm sounded outside the carriage, resembling the sirens of the police chasing a criminal. In an instant, the entire carriage was filled with footsteps, and several fully armed guards jumped onto the edge of the carriage, aiming their rifles at everyone inside. The carriage fell silent, accompanied by a creaking sound as the wall on the side of the platform crashed to the ground. "Don't move!" Angry shouts echoed from all around. A large number of firearms were aimed at this carriage. Li Hongyu's anxious emotions eased immediately as he waved his hand behind him, and someone quickly brought over a chair. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. This young master lost a precious item in the lower city yesterday. Whoever took it can bring it out now. Chapter 8. Arriving at pit number 1, the carriage suddenly buzzed with whispers, while Jean Quan's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, something was lost, and he strongly suspected that the person in front of him was looking for the emblem that Lin Ho had stolen. After waiting for a while with no one coming out, Li Hongyu sneered. "Interesting." He held a cigarette in his hand and said maliciously, "One of you, remember, it won't be easy to die." One by one, come down and stand next to this machine. Those without issues can wait outside the yellow line." Wang Ming's expression was somewhat grim. This carriage belonged to the number 3 Dead City, which he was in charge of. If the lost item belonged to someone in his jurisdiction, he would inevitably have to bear responsibility. He casually pointed at Jin Quan. "You start first, come across horizontally." Originally, he was just seeking safety in the corner, but when the wall next to him collapsed, he became the first in the front row. Rows of black gun muzzles and those newly modified mechanical guards made Jin Quan helpless as he stepped out of the carriage. He glanced at Li Hongyu beside him, who leaned back with his eyes closed, his fingers tapping on the armrest of the chair, as if everything was under his control. Jin Quan stood in front of a machine that looked like a spider, feeling somewhat uneasy at the sight of it. He didn't know if this machine could detect the career emblem he had already merged with. Fortunately, years of professional experience had given him strong control over facial expressions and heart rate. The scavenger detector's eyes rotated and emitted a green light that swept over Jin Quan. The scene fell silent, and Jin Quan seemed to be awaiting judgment. Beep. With a light sound, Jin Quan's muscles tensed up, and the long knife in his hand began to tilt, ready at the best angle to draw it. But then he saw 2 blank characters appear in the eyes of the scavenger B2. Jin Quan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Wang Ming called out, "Wait outside the yellow line." Jin Quan smiled at Wang Ming and was about to turn to leave. "Wait." Li Hongyu opened his eyes and looked at Jin Quan. "Open up what you have in your hand." Jin Quan was somewhat surprised, thinking it was a weapon check, so he quickly pulled out his knife. When everyone saw the long knife made of welded parts, someone immediately laughed out loud. Li Hongyu, also somewhat impatient, pointed at the water bottle in his hand. "Open it." Jin Quan then realized that this person wanted to see his water bottle. He promptly unscrewed the bottle and handed it over to Li Hongyu. Li Hongyu glanced at the military water bottle, which was chipped and stained with oil, and with a disdainful expression, waved his hand. Such a waste. Wang Ming pointed again at the yellow line and shouted loudly, "Next." Breathing a sigh of relief, Jin Quan retreated to the yellow line, thinking that if nothing unexpected happened, he should have passed this round. After that, one by one, people were scanned by the scavenger. The number of people in this carriage decreased, while the number of people next to Jin Quan increased. Just when Jin Quan thought it was about to end, ding, 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 the scavenger made a completely different sound, followed by an electronic synthesized voice sounding from its abdomen. Energy detected. Almost instantly, Li Hongyu, sitting in his chair, shot up like lightning, a purple glowing pattern flashing across his right wrist, and a silver long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a thud, the man standing in front of the scavenger B2 was pinned to the ground by the long sword. "It's him." Jin Quan was astonished to see the method of summoning a weapon empty-handed and was surprised by the man pinned to the ground, as he was the hooded tattooed man who had directly killed 6 people earlier with strange methods. At this moment, the tattooed man groaned in pain, trying to pull the sword from his abdomen, but the sword seemed to be welded to the ground, not moving an inch no matter how he struggled. "Finally found you. Where's the item?" Li Hongyu squatted down and patted his face. Enduring the pain, the hooded man looked pleadingly at Li Hongyu. "Young master, I've been in the Dead City and never left. I really didn't steal your things." So tough-mouthed, Li Hongyu didn't waste any more time, directly reaching into his clothes and quickly withdrawing his hand. A red crystal appeared in his hand. Cursed crystal. Damn. His expression darkened as he threw the crystal to the ground. He pulled out the long sword again. Scan again. Instantly, the eyes of Scavenger B2 emitted green light again, sweeping over the tattooed, hooded man lying on the ground. This time, the spider did not issue a warning. Li Hongyu's expression was very grim as he kicked the tattooed man's head, which immediately exploded like a watermelon. Brain matter and blood spreading on the ground in a fan shape. Roaring, he shouted, "Next carriage." The Scavenger B2 began to move slowly, extending its mechanical arm to continue scanning the next carriage. Wang Ming glanced at the cursed crystal on the ground and pointed at the crowd. "The bodies in that carriage and this one are all hung outside the carriage. Get on the train." Perhaps the earlier man's powerful strength and brutal methods instilled fear, as there was no more commotion for a long time after entering the carriage. With several sounds of wailing, the carriage began to vibrate, and a cool breeze started to sweep down from above. The train was moving. There were no major setbacks along the way. Jean Quan could only look up at the rocky tunnel ceiling repeatedly passing by. He stood like this for 4 hours, and the gray space was suddenly replaced by a dark red. The carriage began to stir again. At this point, some people started to move. Jean Quan watched as several people, showing no restraint in displaying their extraordinary strength, quickly leaped onto the carriage and jumped out. The train had not yet stopped, and others began to climb the carriage and jump out one after another. Jean Quan reached out to grab a big man who was about to climb and asked, "The train is still moving. Why jump off now?" The big man glanced at Jean Quan, completely uninterested in answering, and was about to let go and continue climbing. But Jean Quan's gaze suddenly turned fierce, and he applied sudden force with his hand. The skills of being a professional in a demon body made his physique much stronger than an ordinary person. Instantly, the sound of cracking bones was heard, and the man turned pale, looking at Jean Quan with some fear. "The red light is coming. It means we've entered pit No. 1. The patrol guards have already jumped off, and now no one is in charge. The train goes directly to the depths of the mine, and the deeper one goes, the more monsters there are." After speaking, he looked pitifully at his wrist being held. Jean Quan released his grip, made a slight leap, and jumped to the edge of the carriage, observing his surroundings. He was somewhat surprised. This was nothing like the mine he had in mind, but rather an underground world filled with red light. Looking up, the cave ceiling was extremely high, with hanging stalactites covered in crystals that emitted red light. Occasionally, water droplets fell from above, making a crisp sound. It felt like a jungle, only the trees had turned into rocks. He saw people jumping down from the seemingly endless train one after another, disappearing behind the rocks. After observing for a moment, Jean Quan finally followed suit and jumped down. These people had been to other mines and had much more experience than him, a novice. At around 40 miles per hour, the speed of the train didn't even cause him to stagger. With so many people placed here, it was the most deadly when there were no tasks from the requesting party. Chapter 9 bugs and levels the train whizzed by, leaving only the quiet tracks and Jean Quan. There was no news. It seemed I still needed a guide. Glancing at a distant stone pillar, Jean Quan quickly jumped over various rocks. Just as he was speeding forward, a strange wave of magical energy suddenly surged from the stone pillar ahead. Immediately, a stone spike shot up from beneath Jin Chuan's feet. He merely smiled slightly. The guide had arrived. He stomped the ground hard, twisting in midair to evade the stone spike, and leaped to the side of the pillar in an instant. The curly-haired man's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Jin Chuan's reaction speed to be so fast. Nor did he anticipate such terrifying jumping ability, almost leaping 10 meters in a moment. However, he reacted quickly as well, muttering incantations. Suddenly, a stone wall surged up in front of him, separating him from Jean Quan. But the next moment, a flash of a blade cut through, a strange long knife full of welding marks resting on his shoulder. "Shall we chat?" As Jean Quan spoke, the stone wall in front of him crumbled like tofu, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The two locked eyes. The curly-haired man swallowed hard, quickly raising his arm, fearfully saying, "Please don't kill me, my lord." "Name?" "Chung Xiao." His nose was sweating, trembling as he replied. "What profession?" "I'm a mage, my lord. I am a mage." "Why ambush me?" Chung Xiao's lips moved, but he dared not speak. Jean Quan pressed the knife against his neck again, and only then did he panic and whisper, "I was hungry." "How did you become a professional?" "With the citywide search triggered by the loss of a badge this morning. Professional badges should be quite rare. Having fallen into other pits. We were scouting those pits. Sometimes they would discard unwanted ordinary professional badges. If lucky, one could sneakily pick up a fusion." "And how do professional badges come about?" Jean Quan asked, frowning. Chung Xiao looked at Jean Quan with some confusion and said, "Killing monsters has a certain probability of obtaining them, but it's very rare. If you happen to encounter young masters and ladies from the upper city come into play, it's the easiest to get. They basically don't want these things. But they're also hard to serve, very few survive, using us as bait to lure monsters for entertainment. That's a key feature of the cultural tourism project here. Unless you have great luck and meet kind-hearted people." As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Jean Quan frowned slightly. This rule resembled monster drops in online games from his past life. He then asked, Is there any strategy to survive in this pit? Cheng Xiao sighed bitterly and shook his head. I played too late last night and woke up early to hear that important figures are coming to check on thieves. No one knows what to check for, so most professionals discarded everything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought to ambush you to find something to eat. He glanced at Jin Quan's expression, saw no change, and continued, I lost my weapon too. Even at level 5, I still can't beat a single bug. What strategy is there? Maybe find a cave to hide in if you can last 15 days. You might run into miners or rich young masters and ladies coming to play. But if you can't beat the bugs, you're destined to starve here. Upon hearing him mention levels, Jin Quan asked again, how do you level up? Go kill bugs. His expression darkened as he said this. If I were in other pits, I would be confident in killing a lone bug, but unfortunately, this is pit number 1. Here, the bugs are at least level 11. We're just fertilizer. Seeing Cheng Xiao's dejected appearance, Jin Chuan's ears twitched, a prickly sensation faintly stirring in his back. This was the warning from his professional skill, dark insight. Without hesitation, Jin Quan exerted force in his legs, stomping hard on the nearby stone pillar, and his body flew sideways, quickly stepping on several large rocks to jump away. Just as Cheng Xiao looked on in confusion at the already departing Jin Quan, a buzzing sound echoed, and a shadow flashed past. When he looked down again, he found a long mouth part piercing through his chest from the front to the back. No! Cheng Xiao let out a piercing scream. A creature the size of a motorcycle hovered in front of him, its dense compound eyes flashing red light, and with the pulsation of its abdomen. Cheng Xiao's body visibly shriveled. Red blood mosquito, level 19, tier 1. A string of text suddenly appeared in Jin Chuan's eyes. This was the information provided by Dark Insight. It has wings so fast. Moreover, it was a high level 19. Jin Quan shrank back behind the rock, quickly escaping through a gap. I just came down for a bit, and I've already encountered a bug. It seems the density of bugs here is unusually high. After running for a while, he quickly dove into a tunnel. These bugs, which had control of the airspace and were extremely fast, could only be dealt with effectively by relying on the terrain. But he had only taken a few steps when he slowly halted, the tunnel rustling. A beetle the size of a water buffalo approached slowly, its entire body covered in a hard crystalline mineral shell, reflecting the weak light in the tunnel. Its mouth parts glistened like 2 curved knives, flashing sharp light. Crystal Mine Bug, level 15, tier 1. The moment Jin Quan saw this beetle, his eyes brightened and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. High defense, clumsy. This is just my type. He drew his long knife, standing still at the opposite end of the tunnel. This action instantly enraged the Crystal Mine Bug, its 6 slender legs kicking wildly, sending sand and gravel flying as it charged at Jin Quan like a car stepping on the gas. Holding his breath, blue flames suddenly erupted around him, twisting as a phantom figure coalesced behind him. Under the enhancement of the infernal flame body, his strength and defense increased exponentially. Similarly, as he pushed off the ground, he seemed to become a blue streak of light, charging towards the Crystal Mine Bug. As the distance closed and it was about to collide, gray particle light quickly adhered to the long knife. Jin Quan shouted, his body tilting sharply to evade, twisting his waist, and spinning 360 degrees to the side of the charging Crystal Mine Bug. Swing the knife. The gray blade light swept past, and the entire tunnel seemed to freeze. In the next instant, the lower half of the Crystal Mine Bug continued to charge forward, while its upper half fell to the ground, sliding slowly to a stop, leaving behind a greenish liquid. Jin Quan sheathed his knife, exhaling deeply. Even in death, this beetle could hardly fathom that its proud defensive talent had been cleaved in half by this carnivore in a single strike. The moment he killed the Crystal Mine Bug, a massive and unknown energy erupted from within him. Jin Quan felt his bones crackle, and even his height increased a few centimeters, from 175 to 180 in an instant. You exceed level 15 and killed Crystal Mine Bug. Effectiveness ratio 100. Looking at the panel again. Name, 5th Jin Quan. Profession, Demon Swordsman level, level 6, Junior Swordsman. Instantly leveled up by 6 levels. The rules of this world were very similar to those of online games. If that's the case, he quickly walked toward the lower half of the bug that had charged out several dozen meters, kicking it away. Sure enough, There, on the bug's abdomen, a glowing green tattoo slowly coalesced. Jean Quan touched the tattoo, and the patterns began to peel away, revealing a green hexagonal badge quietly appearing in his hand. Chapter 10, Equipment Emblem. This emblem has a metallic texture. The back resembles a crystal mining insect, while the front displays a piece of armor. Dark inside, and in an instant, a piece of information appeared. Equipment Emblem. Crystal mining heavy armor, green. Equipment level. First order sturdiness, 3 stars beetle power. Increases the wearer's melee attack power by 5. Sturdy shell. When receiving normal attacks, there is a 10 chance to reduce damage by 20. This is not a class emblem, but rather an equipment emblem. How is this thing used? Suddenly recalling how Lin Yin had pressed the class emblem to his forehead, he looked at the icon of the heavy armor. He pressed the emblem to his chest, and in an instant, a string of text appeared in Jean Quan's eyes. Level insufficient, unable to equip. His current level is 6. While this equipment is first order, he put it into his pocket. Jean Quan looked at the cross-section of the insect, took a knife, and chopped off a section of its leg. He split the insect leg open, revealing the translucent white flesh. He had a lighter, but this mine didn't even have a single stick of firewood. He poured a bit of red wine onto the insect leg meat and put it in his mouth, and Jean Quan's eyes lit up. It has a bit of that Chaozhou seafood flavor. Earlier, during his conversation with Cheng Xiao, he had mentioned that those who couldn't even defeat insects were doomed to starve, proving that insect meat had definitely been tested and was edible. The 6 insect legs, longer than a beef leg, dipped in wine, provided a unique delicacy on the tongue. It's a shame there are no seasonings or cooking utensils. Otherwise, this place feels quite nice. The nature of living beings includes migration and reproduction. If a place is unsuitable for survival, they migrate and flee. If it's suitable, they settle and reproduce. In contrast, the undead city survives on eating earthworms. Here, eating delicious raw marinated insect meat is more suitable for him to reside in. After filling his stomach, Jean Quan twisted his body, feeling filled with explosive power. He wondered how many types of insect there were in this mine, and what level the vengeful spider mother insect Wang Meng mentioned was, but this crystal mining insect was definitely the most suitable insect for him to grind levels. He picked up his long knife and continued deeper into the tunnel. Jean Quan used the mouth parts of the crystal mining insect to compare with the tunnel walls. The patterns on the tunnel ceiling matched perfectly with the mouth parts, proving that it must have been dug out by them. The further he went in, the darker it became, until he reached the innermost part, where a glow suddenly appeared. Slowing his pace, he poked his head out of the tunnel and inside. Over a dozen crystal mining insects were gnawing on the green, or the middle area was very clean, as if swept with a broom. And a few young crystal mining insects were tumbling and playing. It really was a nest. After surveying the surroundings, Jean Quan slowly retreated. Charging in would definitely result in being attacked from all sides, watching them easily gnawing on the ore with their mouth parts, even after reaching level 6. He wasn't sure he could take a hit without dying. He retreated about 100 meters to assess the tunnel, which was wide enough for 2 crystal mining insects to pass through. After a brief contemplation, Jean Quan drew out his long knife, and with his nuclear energy talent attached to it, he began cutting through the tunnel as if slicing through tofu. In no time, he had cut out an entrance just big enough for him to enter. He picked up a fist-sized rock and headed back to the cave, this time striding confidently, completely unconcerned about the sound of his footsteps. Arriving at the nest entrance, Jean Quan twisted his waist and forcefully tossed the rock he held, the wind howling. Crack! It hit one of the young crystal mining insects squarely on the head, instantly sending debris flying and knocking the entire insect onto the ground, rolling a few times. But that young insect merely shook its head, as if nothing had happened, and stood up. Jean Quan couldn't help but curse. This insane defense. And level 6 strength couldn't even break through the defense of a young insect. Accompanied by continuous shrill cries, Jean Quan turned and ran. The echoing sounds of the tunnel reverberated as he ran. Keeping an eye on what was behind him, 3 crystal mining insects charged at him madly. He dashed to the hole he had dug beforehand and quickly burrowed inside. Gray particles swirled around the blade as he extended the knife outward. The heavy body couldn't stop immediately, and in an instant, it charged past Jean Quan's knife. This time, it wasn't cut in half. It was sliced through a bit more than half, but even so, it was lethal. The two crystal mining insects struggled for a moment before falling silent. Conversely, the adjacent crystal mining insect, due to the knife being too short, suffered no damage whatsoever. Rage filled the brain of the crystal mining insect, and it quickly turned around and charged toward the cave entrance where Jean Quan was, causing rubble to explode against him. But its body was too wide. Only its mouth parts and head could enter, while the rest of its body was completely stuck outside. Jean Quan horizontally sliced down at the mouth parts that were trying to devour the rubble. Then, he thrust the long knife vertically, piercing into the brain of this crystal mining insect, and with a quick upward motion, he split its head open. This crystal mining insect, which did not die from the ancient zither plan, merely twitched its body for a moment before collapsing to the ground, motionless. You have surpassed level 9 and killed crystal mining insect, effectiveness percentage 100. You have surpassed level 6 and killed crystal mining insect, effectiveness percentage 100. You have surpassed level 5 and killed crystal mining insect, effectiveness percentage 100. 3 lines of text crossed his vision, and that unknown energy erupted from within him again. His muscles twitched, bones cracking, his height increased once more, now nearing 185 centimeters, and his pants and clothes became significantly tighter. Jean Quan raised his hand. The jacket that was already too tight was now constricting. How tall does this demon body want me to grow? He was genuinely a bit afraid. If this trend continued, he would probably turn into a Titan giant, and what would be the difference from becoming a eunuch? He wondered if there were female giants in this world. Retrieving his chaotic thoughts, he looked at his panel. Name, 5th Jean Quan class, Demon Swordsman level 10, 0 tier. Advancement conditions, Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 effectiveness in killing first-tier monsters 10, Monster Lord 1. What is the Swordsmanship Emblem? Jean Quan was somewhat puzzled. Killing first-tier monsters posed no difficulty for him, but he had no idea what this Swordsmanship Emblem was. With a forceful kick, he sent the crystal mining insect blocking the cave entrance flying, rummaging through the 3 corpses, and finally found a round green emblem beneath the first corpse that died. This is a class emblem. Class emblem, Beetle Knight Green, a knight who rides beetles, possessing high defense and survival ability. Jean Quan's mind flashed with an image of riding a dung beetle, and he suddenly felt a headache. Stuffing the class emblem into his pants pocket, he didn't need it, but it should be useful for trading, with both equipment and class emblems. It seemed that the swordsmanship emblem should also be able to drop. Jean Quan let out a breath of relief. He was just worried that these things were monopolized by the upper city. If so, advancing would become extremely difficult for him. After clearing the entrance, he hid the corpses around the corner and continued his hunt for crystal mining insects. He picked up another basketball-sized piece of ore and returned to the entrance of the crystal mining insect nest, twisting his waist and throwing it with all his might. Reaching level 10, his strength nearly doubling. This stone struck the head of that young crystal mining insect again. Bang! Debris flew along with green brain matter, directly blowing the young insect's head apart. Chapter 11, The Explosion. You really think you're something, kid. After a quick complaint, Jean Quan started a sprint for his life, this time directly pursued by 6 mine crystal worms. 2 pairs made 3 pairs in total, with the same formula. As the mine crystal worms approached Jean Quan, he quickly sidestepped and flashed in, his long knife wrapped in gray particles extending outward. 3 mine crystal worms were neatly sliced open from head to tail, while the remaining 3 howled in madness, crashing against the cave entrance where Jean Quan was hiding. He struck each of their foreheads with a single knife, and they all collapsed, twitching on the ground. Once everything was silent, Jean Quan emerged to search their corpses. None of the 6 dropped anything. After checking several times, he confirmed that there were indeed no emblems. The first one dropped equipment, the second one dropped a profession, the third one didn't, and neither did these 6. Jean Quan recalled the hint about defeating enemies of a higher level. Could it be that the drop rate is related to the level of the enemy defeated? The higher the level of the defeated enemy, the higher the drop rate. He cleared the corpses to the corner as usual, thinking there should still be 5 left. aiming to clear them all in one go. Inside the nest, the remaining young worm wandered curiously around the headless body of its sibling, seemingly pondering how to get up and continue playing. In the next moment, the righteous Jean-Quan used a stone nearly the size of a bucket to help it find its friend again. Just as he felt a bit smug, a six-mine crystal worm emerged behind the five, larger than the others and shimmering with blue patterns. Is this a boss? Jean-Quan's expression changed slightly as he used his insight. Crystal Mine Worm King, level 25, second stage. He quickly dashed into the tunnel. But the Worm King let out a strange sound. Under his dark perception, Jean-Quan felt a prickling warning in his groin and rear. Without hesitation, he tightened his legs and leaped up quickly. The next moment, a multitude of stone spikes erupted from the ground. He flipped in midair, drew his knife, and sliced through one of them, landing smoothly on the smooth surface of the stone spikes. Looking at the spikes all over the ground, Jean-Quan felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. This is troublesome. Looking back, the entire passage was blocked by dense stone spikes. At this moment, the five little mine crystal worms launched a deadly charge towards Jean-Quan's position. With his back against the cave wall and mine crystal worms charging from the front and both sides, it was a complete deadlock. After a brief observation, Jean-Quan suddenly leaped, drawing his long knife and stabbing into the wall, quickly retracting his nuclear energy talent and wrapping it around the sheath on his left hand. The sheath instantly transformed into the sharpest weapon in the world, effortlessly piercing into the wall. Thus, with one knife in each hand, he climbed rapidly up the wall. Boom! The five worms crashed together like five trucks, causing the cave wall to shake and debris to scatter. Jean-Quan looked down and was immediately delighted to see the five mine crystal worms tangled together, their antennae broken, with two of them flipped over, legs in the air. Without any hesitation, Jean-Quan swiftly drew his long knife and dropped straight down, landing on the back of one mine crystal worm. The three worms squeezed together, and he jumped repeatedly, swinging three knives, each effortlessly splitting their heads open. At this moment, the overturned mine crystal worm was still shaking its body like a weeble, trying to flip itself over. Stepping on the broken stone spikes, Jean-Quan moved closer, slashing twice, causing the worm to stop shaking instantly. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his dark perception sent a sharp warning, and he quickly rolled underneath the tangled bodies of the three mine crystal worms. Blue flames coalesced, enveloping him in a majestic blue figure. Three stone spears shot out, directly piercing through the three mine crystal worm corpses, producing a loud bang that sent Jean-Quan, hiding behind the worm corpses, crashing against the wall. He swung his knife, severing the stone spikes, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly, he jumped onto the abdomen of the fallen corpse. The ground trembled, and more stone spikes erupted from the ground. They pushed both the corpse and Jean-Quan into the air. Jean-Quan wiped the corner of his mouth and looked down at the distant crystal mine Worm King. The little ones are the tanks, and this Worm King is actually a mage. He has to get close. Jean-Quan surveyed his surroundings again and glanced down at the mine crystal worm beneath him. Surprisingly, the ground spikes and T pierced through the worm's carapace. This means the ground spikes have a wide range but low damage, while the stone spears have high damage but a small range. He quickly swung his knife at the corpse beneath him, slicing around its belly, then stepped hard on the edge of the worm's corpse, causing it to roll down quickly, spilling its innards. Without its innards, the body became much lighter. Holding the corpse like a pot in one hand and his knife in the other, he rushed towards the Worm King, with his mind extremely focused. As he entered within 50 meters of the mine crystal Worm King, the blue light on its carapace flashed, and Jean-Quan immediately sensed danger. Three stone spears quickly formed in the air. The spears were fast, but Jean-Quan was already prepared. He swiftly rolled to the side, avoiding the attack. The ground shook violently, and Jean-Quan quickly lunged forward, diving into the massive pot-like carcass of the worm. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground, but with the protection of the mine crystal worm shell, he was once again pushed into the air. Looking at the dim blue patterns on the back of the mine crystal Worm King, Jean-Quan laughed heartily. "Ha! You've unleashed so many skills. Can you unleash more?" Jean-Quan was now within 20 meters. Sure enough, the next moment, the Worm King's carapace opened up, and 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings sprang out. With a whoosh, the Worm King leaped into the air, its front legs emitting blue light like 2 charged greatswords, aiming to chop Jin Quan into pieces. Seeing this, Jin Quan was not frightened, but rather delighted. So you can fight in close combat too, haha. Just as its front legs came crashing down, Jin Quan executed an upward thrust, splitting the entire leg in half like cutting sugarcane, and the momentum continued, slicing through the Worm King's lower jaw. A miserable scream erupted as it frantically tried to stab Jin Quan with its other legs. But Jin Quan's knife light flickered, limbs flying everywhere, and the Worm King's wings could only hover momentarily before it fell. Jin Quan quickly retreated, bringing both hands down in a splitting motion. The Mind Crystal Worm King's head was instantly cleaved in two. Gasping heavily, Jin Quan touched his chest. That last strike had shaken his insides, and he now felt a slight pain in his lungs. After steadying himself with his long knife, he looked at the corpse of the Mind Crystal Worm King and was immediately astonished. 2 purple and 1 blue patterns slowly emerged on the Worm King's carapace. 2 hexagonal emblems and 1 triangular emblem. Jin Quan first picked up the purple triangular emblem. Skill emblem, Earth Split Slash, purple, class, swordsman skill level. First stage skill description. The swordsman leaps high and strikes the ground forcefully with their weapon, triggering a strong shockwave that deals significant damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead and briefly slows them down. The heavier the weapon, the higher the damage. Chapter 12. Advance. The exclusive skill of the demon's swordsmanship allowed him to learn sword skills across levels without any obstacles. A unique knowledge of swordsmanship flooded into his mind, and all the knowledge converged into an inexplicable muscle memory. Jin Quan raised his hand, feeling that with just a slight movement, his muscles could leap out 20 meters and unleash a slash. As soon as he learned this skill, all his advancement requirements were met. Advance, he silently thought. Instantly, he felt as if his whole body was evolving, his entire being rising again, with green inscription patterns flickering on the surface of his body, quickly drilling into him. His pupils flickered, and the dimness of the cave began to clear. Jin Quan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his hand as he looked at the panel. Name, 5th Jin Quan class, Demon Swordsman level, level 11, first tier, exclusive skills, Demon Swordsmanship 1. You are proficient in using various sword weapons. Able to learn sword skills across levels, transforming swordsmanship into a demon swordsmanship that surpasses 1 tier. Dark Insight 1. Your vision ignores darkness, possessing sharp perception, able to distinguish malicious intent, and observe the basic information of targets. Demon Body 1. You possess a strong demonic physique and have certain resistance to negative states. Your bodily functions will recover faster. Class skills, Troll Ground Split, Orange skill level. First tier skill description. The demon swordsman leaps high, channeling the power of trolls to strike the ground with the sword, causing a strong shockwave that deals massive damage to enemies in a circular area around him, briefly immobilizing them. The heavier the weapon, the higher the damage. Epic, Body of Dominance, True Soul Talent, True Soul Talent 1. Infernal Flame Idol, level, SSS. True Soul Talent 2. Core Domain, level, unknown. After reading the panel, Jin Quan was even more surprised. He didn't expect that after advancing, the exclusive skill would directly evolve. The originally purple ground split directly transformed into the orange troll ground split under the evolution of demon swordsmanship, greatly enhancing its power. The fan-shaped attack range turned into a circular area, and the slow effect became immobilization. Touching his skin, which was as tight as cowhide, he felt a tremendous increase in defense and strength, thinking he could easily crush his pre-advanced self with a single punch. He wasn't sure what level the Demon Swordsman class was, but judging by these 3 exclusive skills that could be advanced, it should be quite advanced. Adapting to his body, he looked at the short-bladed sword in his hand and swung it. It felt a bit short. This sword was crafted for a body size of 175 centimeters. But now his height was 195 centimeters, and his arm span had also increased significantly. What was originally a 2-handed sword now felt somewhat small in one hand. He wondered if tying the scabbard to the hilt still counted as a sword, because his exclusive skill, Demon Swordsmanship, provided attack speed and technique bonuses for wielding sword weapons. It felt a bit regrettable to abandon this passive effect. Then he looked at the other 2 hexagonal emblems. Equipment emblem, crystal staff, purple, equipment level, 2nd tier intelligence, 8 stars energy storage crystal. The staff can store some mana. Mana return. When releasing a skill, there is a 15 chance to return 30 of the mana cost of that skill. After reading the attributes of this emblem, Jean Quan sighed. No wonder this Crystal Bug King can continuously cast so many skills. This equipment must be a small masterpiece. It can deal sustained damage and explosive damage. But unfortunately, it's not a sword type. He put away the emblem and picked up the last blue equipment emblem. Equipment emblem, Bug's Leap, blue, equipment level, 2nd tier equipment type, shoes agility, 5 stars bug resilience, reduces the slowing effects received by 30. Nimble leap. When jumping again in the air, you can glide forward for an additional distance. Unfortunately, it's only a 2nd tier emblem. If he could wear this emblem now, he wouldn't have to fear the red-blooded mosquitoes outside. The nimble leap could change direction in midair, paired with dark insight to effectively dodge and attack. Jean Quan then began to search the other crystal bug corpses, but he couldn't find a single emblem. Perhaps the drop rate really is related to the level of the monsters killed across tiers. He was level 11 and killed this boss, resulting in 3 drops. After that, Jean Quan started to clean the nest. The nest was quite large, estimated to be about the size of 2 indoor basketball courts. He removed all the edible parts of the crystal bug corpses and piled them in a corner, then began to clear the tunnel entrance. The stone spikes were easy to cut through, but moving them was a bit laborious. Luckily, now that he had advanced to the 1st tier, his physical strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. In less than half an hour, the tunnel exit was cleared. There were still 9 corpses inside the tunnel. He cleaned them all up and dragged them back into the cave, then lay down to chew on some bug leg meat and rest. In 15 days, the miners would come, and he could work with them. After completing the task, there would be a chance to go to the lower city. This was inferred from the words of Xiong Cheng and Wang Meng. Now that he had this nest, plus food, if he could find a water source, he could survive here for the next 15 days without any other changes. He just needed to redeem Lin Yin. The death of the Lin monkey was somewhat related to him, and Lin Yin had saved his life by making him a professional. Either way, it was enough to make him go all out to complete this redemption task. After stuffing the last piece of bug leg meat into his mouth, Jean Quan performed a carp jump and stood up. He kicked the long knife into his hand and pressed the green equipment emblem against his chest. The green emblem directly merged into his chest, and an illusory armor appeared on him. Then the armor disappeared, transforming into a tattoo engraved on his chest. As the equipment integrated into his body, Jean Quan felt his entire skin starting to toughen. This was the equipment emblem. The 3-star toughness attribute significantly enhanced his defense. He struck his chest hard, and the illusory armor instantly appeared with a dull sound. This world didn't have datization, only these star levels. And 3 stars. He didn't know how much damage it could withstand. The next moment, flames erupted all over him, and a tall blue flame giant appeared around him. Jean Quan glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. The flame giant was already 3 meters tall, emitting a scorching high temperature, and the originally bare upper body was now clad in armor, resembling the crystal-heavy armor. The power of the SSS talent was just beginning to manifest. An equipment piece could be worn twice, once by his body and once by his infernal flame idol. With his upgraded demon body, combined with the infernal flame idol and dual crystal-heavy armor, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed instantly. After speaking, a gray light flickered in his hand, countless gray particles swirling, yet still appearing the same as before. This talent, hasn't it gotten stronger? He felt puzzled because its manifestation seemed no different from before. After swinging the sword twice, Jean Quan walked out of the nest into the outside world. The red-blooded mosquito was nowhere to be seen, and the surroundings were filled with repeating stone pillars. He searched around but didn't find any other crystal bug caves. Following the iron tracks, he walked deeper into the mine. Along the way, he discovered several groups of people. They were alert to their surroundings, using stones to build fortifications, trenches, and stone forts. Appearing to be in a defensive posture, Jean Quan shook his head. If the bugs were all like the crystal bugs, Then doing this construction was purely a waste of energy. As he moved forward, the red light in the mine grew more intense, casting a blood-like hue over the entire cave. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and quickly turned around, swinging his sword down. Kill level 11, Vampire Bat. Effectiveness ratio 100. Jean Quan glanced down at the fist-sized corpse split in half on the ground. Level 11. He looked up at the ceiling, where 3 vampire bats were hanging from a stone pillar. Sheathing his knife, he whistled at the 3 vampire bats with a provocative stance. The 3 blood bats immediately let out a sharp scream and rushed towards Jean Quan. In the blink of an eye, they were close, opening their mouse-like mouths, ready to sink their dagger-like fangs into him. Jean Quan crossed his arms over his chest, showing no signs of attack, as blue flames gathered, and a 3-meter-tall armored giant appeared. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 vampire bats crashed into what felt like a layer of hard bulletproof glass, instantly bleeding and falling to the ground. As they hit the ground, blue flames ignited on their bodies, and they rolled around on the ground, screaming. Jean Quan looked at his upgraded Hellfire statue. 3 meters tall, and this flame could also cause damage now. He stepped on the 3 vampire bats to extinguish the flames on them, kicked them, and said, "Go, gather a full set of Tier 1 equipment for me, including your whole family." Chapter 13. Toasting an acquaintance the vampire bat couldn't understand, but its biological instincts told it to flee quickly. Flapping its dirt-covered wings, it fled in a panic. Jean Quan hung back, and when they rested, he rushed forward to scare them with a few shouts. About 20 minutes later, the bats flew into a long, flat rock crevice. Climbing up, the gap was very small, and Jean Quan leaned his head in. His head could fit, but his muscular chest could not. In the end, he could only carve out the entrance little by little with a knife to widen it. Slowly, he squeezed in, but just as he was about to enter the inner nest, he paused. He heard a chaotic sound of bats crashing against the walls, which did not resemble a peaceful resting place. Moving more delicately, he slowly peeled away the last rock slab and looked inside. The vampire bat nest was in complete disarray, with bats swirling around in the cave. Occasionally, one would accelerate and crash into a corner wall. Suddenly, there were several muffled thuds, and a bat quickly fell to the ground. Jean Quan looked closer and noticed a burnt smell. It was one of the 3 bats he had just tormented. Is this a silencer? His past life had made him too familiar with the sounds of firearms. Quickly assessing the situation, his dark vision gradually zoomed in, eventually spotting a gun barrel protruding from the rock wall in a corner. There are indeed smart people. It's a great position. The wall was solid, with only a hole in the middle for the barrel to stick out. But wait, how does he aim? With only a barrel sticking out, there was no line of sight for aiming. Jean Quan pondered how he could shoot the injured bat among so many others with just the barrel exposed. He glanced around the crevice entrance he was in and silently acknowledged the skill involved. The crevice was narrow and hundreds of meters long, as if someone had cut a slit in the cliff face with a small camera positioned about 70 meters away, aimed at the cave. Shooting from the east and aiming to the west requires some technique. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Jean Quan deduced that this person was likely about to level up soon. Just as he was thinking about destroying the camera to steal the kill, 2 bats with wingspans over 3 meters burst out of the bat swarm, 1 blue and 1 red. Insight flashed, and the information about the 2 bats instantly appeared. Vampire Blue Bat King, level 19, Tier 1. Vampire Red Bat King, level 19, Tier 1. 2 bosses. Jean Quan was somewhat surprised. The Blue Bat King quickly flew to the rock wall, its body glowing blue with a pulsing light. It opened its mouth, and a sharp sound wave surged out wildly. Countless cracks spread across the rock wall, making even Jean Quan cover his ears. Then, the Red Bat King swiftly flew past, its large wings spread wide, a red light flashing across them, slashing through the cave like a crescent moon and crashing down on the rock wall, hiding the entrance. The wall rumbled, and a large gash several meters long was directly cut into it, revealing the hollow space behind. A young man in a suit was sitting in the cave, looking somewhat disheveled, his head shaking continuously, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Clearly, the Blue Bat King sound wave attack had dealt him significant damage. The Red Bat King continued to fly up, stirring a fierce wind as its claws reached toward the man inside. At the critical moment, The man regained his senses, raised a strangely shaped sniper rifle, and without aiming, fired it fiercely. Bang! The gunshot startled Jean Quan slightly, for what flew out was not a bullet, but an ice arrow. The arrow spiraled with snowflakes, hitting the Red Bat King's claws, which exploded into countless ice shards, instantly frosting the Red Bat King, causing it to fall along the wall. The man tried to retreat, but a large rock that the Red Bat King had just slashed down had pinned one of his legs. He struggled to lift the stone, but at that moment, the Blue Bat King flew back in. The blue light flickered on its body, and its mouth opened wide. This was the prelude to a sound wave attack. Seeing this scene, the man's face turned pale as he took out a medallion, his eyes flashing with pain and struggle. Just as he was about to press the medallion to his forehead, slap! A loud sound like a giant hand echoed through the cave. A tattered knife sheath was thrown directly at the bat's face, and the immense force knocked the Blue Bat King against the rock wall. The man looked down in surprise, realizing what had happened. A tall figure brushed off the dust from his body and pulled out a wine flask, saying to him, "They say the free things are the most expensive. Cheers." The person on the rock wall was none other than Giron, the bartender from the bar, who had given Jean Quan a bottle of good red wine during his hardest times. Giron smiled at his words, his pale face pointing to the top of the rock wall, where a mass of red eyes was hanging upside down. Earlier, even while shooting, he hadn't noticed the enemy, and there were still many hanging there resting. Now, with Jean Quan entering the cave, all the vampire bats woke up. He quickly waved his hand, signaling Jean Quan to retreat. But Jean Quan looked dazed and raised his head to examine the bats hanging from the cave ceiling. With so many, even if the drop rate is low, something should come out. He pushed off with his legs, shooting toward the frozen red blood bat king on the ground. But as soon as the blue bat king reacted to the hit, it let out an incredibly angry scream, and the bats hanging above surged toward Jean Quan like a torrential rain. Jean Quan completely ignored them. Giron above was also filled with confusion, his gaze trembling. Some people who cared for him deeply ended up plotting against him, while others he had only met once shared toast, and exchanged a bottle of wine, were willing to risk their lives to save him. He knocked on his chest. The heart that had already sunk into the city of the dead felt as if it had been reignited at this moment. Taking out the medallion again, it was a circular occupational medallion, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, featuring a large gun that shimmered with golden light. It was somewhat unsatisfactory not to match his talent with the profession. He smiled down at Jean Quan. "Let me save you, my friend." The next moment, he saw Jean Quan's body radiating yellow light. "Drink!" His leg muscles swelled, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, he leaped into the air, the yellow light outlining his body. This was the body of dominance. How could he release the body of dominance skill without being at least here for? Giron's eyes showed a look of shock. Chapter 14. The wall of the Empire. Jean Quan jumped, directly crossing half of the lair, and at the highest point in the air, a twisted and menacing demon shadow appeared on the blade. Only then did the Red Bat King break free from the freezing, flapping its wings to take off. But Jean Quan fell like a meteor and slashed down on its back. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, instantly freezing the blood-sucking bats within the wave, while those outside were directly blown away, falling like raindrops from the sky. Even the Green Bat King was shaken down as well. Jean Quan gasped violently. Why does this skill consume so much stamina? After using this one skill, he felt more exhausted than emptying the entire crystal mine. Before he could rest much, the group of blood-sucking bats that had just dodged him rushed towards him like a swarm of gray arrows, trying to tear this evildoer apart. Jean Quan calmly swung his sword, and the falling Green Bat King immediately followed the path of the Red Bat King, splitting in two. When the swarm of blood-sucking bats rushed in, blue flames erupted from his body, quickly solidifying into a towering armored figure over 3 meters tall that protected him in the center. The dense swarm of bats crashed into it, making a loud, cracking noise as if eggs hit a rock and blood splattered everywhere. Even those that didn't get hurt were stained with blue flames. The bats that were touched by the flames immediately thrashed around in pain, turning into fireflies that flew around the cave. This, no wonder. The Apocalypse Empire's army had wiped out this family, leaving only the women. But there were still descendants? Jiren looked at the blue-armored giant protecting Jin Quan, his brow furrowed, suddenly understanding but also somewhat puzzled. What followed was Jin Chuan's individual harvesting time. In less than half an hour, there wasn't a single intact, blood-sucking bat left in the entire cave. He glanced at his panel. Level 15, Tier 1. It seemed that leveling up was starting to slow down. It took 2 bosses and several hundred bats to level up 4 times. He then looked up at Jiren and asked, "Can you come down?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large stone rolled down from the cliff, and Jiren gasped for breath and laughed. No problem. A climbing rope was thrown down from above, slowly sliding down from the cave ceiling. When it landed, he couldn't stand on his legs and directly fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, Jin Quan approached to check his left leg, touched it, and frowned. "Your kneecap is shattered. You'll be a cripple from now on." "Ha ha ha," Jiren laughed dismissively. "As long as I'm alive, who cares if I'm a cripple?" Jin Quan got up and used insight to glance at Jiren lying on the ground. Puzzled. "You're actually an ordinary person." "Yes, I used to be a professional, but someone betrayed me, and now I'm just an ordinary person," Jiren said casually and with a smile. "You can actually turn a professional into an ordinary person? Such a method is invincible." This time it was Jin Chuan's turn to be surprised. "It's not as easy as you think. Haha, I might be the only one still alive who has achieved this." "How so?" Jin Quan became interested. Powerful professionals generally have very high resistances, and there are also other healing professionals, so it's hard for poison to kill instantly. Jiren's eyes narrowed slightly. "But in the abyss, there's a poison called the God of Death Flower. Its lethal method is to pollute the professional's emblem, causing their power to degrade to that of an ordinary person, and then the abyssal poison erupts. Instantly killing a highly resistant professional is difficult, but killing an ordinary person is too easy. Even the most powerful healing professional cannot save someone who dies instantly." As he said this, he laughed again. "I'm the only one in my family who hasn't awakened a talent, but I'm the eldest son, so according to ancestral rules, I inherited a powerful professional emblem. So I managed to do okay with that profession. It's just that human hearts are hard to measure." Jin Quan looked at the gradually despondent expression in his eyes and teased. "From your few words, I can imagine a drama of 9 sons vying for succession. And you are the prince who's been pushed down." Indeed, after Jin Quan finished speaking, Jiren touched his hair and laughed indifferently. "Look who's talking. You don't even have a drama of vying for succession. We're both 50 steps laughing 100 steps, just the same kind of people." He grinned and supported himself to sit up. "I thought your family was extinct. I didn't expect there's still you, as the only seedling. I can imagine how the Apocalypse Empire will react when they see you. Haha." Upon hearing this, Jin Quan raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "Do you know me?" "To be honest, since arriving in this world, I don't even recognize myself. Talents can be passed down through bloodlines once they reach level 9. Over 1,000 years ago, during the Wasteland pioneering period, a pioneer awakened an extremely rare SSS-level talent, and he also obtained the legendary profession of Holy Light Knight, with super high defense and strength bonuses, as well as continuous flame burns, combined with the strong healing and defense of the Holy Light Knight." Jiren shook his head and sighed. Regardless of whether it's professionals or monsters, encountering him must be a headache. He was one of the founding elders of the Apocalypse Empire, known as the Wall of the Empire. Saying this, he looked at Jin Quan and said, "That person was called 5th Qingxian, and his awakened talent was called God of Death Flame Statue." Jin Quan fell silent. This was the first time he had heard about his identity, and he didn't expect it to be so significant. But thinking of how he lay on the street in a sorry state, he still asked in confusion, "What do you mean by extinct?" "You don't know?" Jiren, who was rummaging through his backpack for 2 splints, turned his head in surprise. Jin Quan helplessly touched his nose. "Now that we're chatting, I agree with you that we are the same kind of people. I also didn't die. You lost your profession, and it seems I've lost many memories." Jiren looked Jin Quan up and down. "I won't even mention the Apocalypse Empire. It's your family that has been disappointing, not being able to awaken even one S-level statue in hundreds of years, and the clan leader only has an S-level statue." He shook his head. "In this world, weakness is the original sin. There are weak people with such high status, consuming so many resources. He placed a splint on his knee and began to wrap it with bandages bit by bit. There should still be some people helping internally. Many women fled to the elemental holy city. Jin Quan didn't comment much. He knew nothing about this family from his memories, unsure whether they were good or evil. If fate brings them together, he would see. With a trace of inexplicable emotion, Jin Quan walked up to the two Bat Kings he had split open. Killing them at level 8, each Bat King had a blue pattern on them. Reaching out to touch them, he condensed two blue equipment emblems. Equipment emblem, Blade of the Bat King embroidered knife, blue, equipment level, tier 1 equipment type, weapon strength, 5-star shadow dash, and shadow areas. Movement speed and attack speed are increased by 20. Wrath of the Bat King, 25 chance to trigger on attack, increasing the damage of the next attack by 50. When Jin Quan saw this emblem, his eyes lit up. Swordsman equipment. Without any hesitation, he pressed it onto his right wrist, and in an instant blue light flashed, transforming into a tattoo hidden beneath his skin. Chapter 16 Abyss, Scythe, Rat with a Thought. A flash of blue light passed through his hand, and a red long knife appeared. Jin Quan examined the knife in his hand. The end of the hilt was adorned with a bat sculpture, and the red blade was chilling as if it had been tempered in blood. This embroidered knife felt similar to the Xiuquan knife, but it was a bit longer, with a blade measuring 2 meters. Swinging, it brought a howling wind, and with a 20 attack speed boost in the shadow area, it moved as agilely as a bat. Damage didn't matter. It was either heavy or fast. The heavier it was, the higher the damage, complementing its troll earth split skill. He then picked up another emblem, a triangular one. Skill emblem, soul-shaking sound wave, blue, class, mage skill level. First tier skill description. The mage concentrates and releases powerful sound wave energy, dealing damage and a knockback effect to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front. This was the skill of the blue Bat King. It had damage and control effects, which felt nice, but unfortunately, it was a mage skill. The drops from the two bosses exceeded his expectations, as he had already obtained a long knife that increased attack speed. Straightening the bent scabbard, he sheathed the previous knife and began searching through the small bats. One must admit that the drop rate for emblems in this world was truly low. After searching thoroughly, he found only 2 equipment emblems. Tattered leather armor, white, equipment level, first tier equipment type, upper garment effect, provides some basic protection. This simple introduction made Jin Quan shake his head, stuffing it into his pants pocket and looking at the other one. Swift belt, green, equipment level, first tier equipment quality, green equipment type, belt constitution, 2 stars effect, movement speed, 5, attack speed, 3-0. This is a good item. For someone with a nuclear energy talent that allows cutting through anything, attack speed was the primary choice. He pressed the emblem onto his waist, and with a flash of green light, it entered his body. At this moment, Ji-Ren also finished bandaging his leg and stood up. Looking at the 2 split Bat King corpses, he said to Jin Quan, continuing deeper into the cave, "There's a pit where a monster called the Big Mouth Bug resides, which has a chance of dropping spatial equipment. We can collect materials from these corpses. They can sell for quite a bit of money." Jin Quan kicked the small bats, nodded, and then took out 3 emblems, saying, "Do you want these? There's a Beetle Knight class emblem here. Becoming a classer might help your leg heal faster. Everyone has ambitions. You do, and so do I." Ji-Ren smiled and shook his head. "You want to live long like this," Jin Quan said bluntly. Ji-Ren limped a couple of steps towards him, becoming somewhat serious as he said, "So I want to make a deal with you." "What?" Jin Quan glanced at him, waiting for his next words. Children in the upper city usually awaken their talents at the age of 12 using awakening stones. Once a talent is awakened, they can choose their class emblem based on the talent's effects. I didn't awaken a talent at 12, and in desperation, I chose a class, thinking the class emblem could awaken a talent, but unfortunately, that didn't work either. I wasn't poisoned to death by the Death God Flower because when I reverted to an ordinary person, I fortuitously awakened my talent, granting me immunity to the abyssal venom. After speaking, he took out a golden class emblem from his pocket and said, "This is a legendary class emblem, heavy artillery controller. It is also a very rare long-range sniping class. If you want to establish a legion in the future, to explore that vast wasteland world. The most indispensable thing in your team is long-range sniping, and this class is top-notch in both fire coverage and single-target sniping. Looking at the emblem before him, which was more splendid and noble than any emblem on him, Jean Quan was somewhat shocked. Legendary? Jiran nodded. According to existing records, all emblems have 8 levels, corresponding to white inferior, gray ordinary, green good, blue fine, purple excellent, orange epic, gold legendary, and red mythic. Using this legendary class emblem, I'll trade it for your help. Jean Quan looked into his eyes, not rushing to confirm, but instead smiling. Aren't you afraid I'll take it from you? If I draw my knife now, your head will separate from your body immediately. Jiran did not avoid it and met Jean Quan's gaze. I said, we're the same kind of people. He took out a piece of cowhide paper from his pocket, unfolded it, revealing a very detailed map. If anyone knows this now, one pit better, it should be me. The developer of this mine was my family, which later sold it to the Flying Eagle Legion. With my guidance, you can rise to Tier 3 in this mine with minimal risk. With Tier 3 strength, you won't have to fear anyone when you go to the lower city. Hearing this, Jean Quan was somewhat tempted. This mine had diverse monsters and unknown skills, so he could only explore bit by bit. As his level increased, the pace of improvement would surely slow down. Let us hear it, he finally said. Upon hearing Jean Quan's response, Jiran seemed to relax a lot, staggering as he sat down and spread the map on the ground. According to family records, an abyss scythe rat was once seen in this number 1 pit. This abyss scythe rat is extremely rare and weak, not good at attacking. However, weak creatures can still survive in the harsh abyss, evolving in 2 possible directions. One is a special feeding method, and the other is an extraordinary ability to escape. The abyss scythe rat possesses an extraordinary escape ability, including stealth and teleportation, as well as a natural ability to perceive and open abyssal rifts, allowing it to traverse between the abyss and the real world. As long as you can get it to open an abyssal rift, the deal will be done. After thinking for a moment, Jean Quan asked, how can we get it to open a spatial rift? However, Jiran did not directly answer this question, but began to describe some basic knowledge for classers. The learning of skills is limited. Low-tier classers cannot learn skills that exceed their constitution or mental power. Most classers can learn white skills at Tier 0, gray skills at Tier 1, green skills at Tier 2, blue skills at Tier 3, and so on. The higher the level of the skill, the higher the requirements for constitution or intelligence. Of course, powerful classers and talented individuals can learn across tiers. But in all research, classers below Tier 4 who have not undergone a breakthrough can only learn purple skills at most. Jean Quan's eyelids twitched. He was completely unfamiliar with these rules. He had just happened to drop a purple swordsman skill book and learned it. Due to the demonic swordsmanship, the earth split became the troll earth split, and its color changed from purple to orange. It seemed to have exceeded all their research. Do you see the red light in the mine outside? This is the aurora produced by spatial overlap. We call this special space generated by overlap dimensions. Because it is not a complete world, it often has many restrictions. The number 1 pit repels high-tier classers. So the monsters or classers that can enter this mine do not exceed Tier 4. He looked at the expanding cracks on the ground from the shockwave strike. The body of dominance is an attribute that can only appear in epic skills. If you reach Tier 3 with this skill, you can warn of danger from the abyss scythe rat and thus open the abyssal space to escape. Chapter 17. Big-mouthed Bug Jean Quan pondered over his words and realized that he seemed to have nothing to lose in this deal. His goal was to level up and then return to the lower city to redeem Linine. Chi-Jin's approach was merely to hitch a ride, and it seemed he was also an all-knowing navigator. Suddenly, he asked, do you know where the mother spider of the grudge spider in pit number 1 is? The mother spider of grudge? What do you want with it? Chi-Jin was a bit surprised. I need a clear grudge flower. Has someone been cursed? Jean Quan shook his head and didn't say more. Do you know why our family wants to sell pit number 1? First, it's extremely difficult to collect the red blood or without relying on the sand-eating bugs. Second, the existence of the mother spider of grudge makes pit number 1 semi-wild. Chi-Jin pointed to a corner of the map on the ground, where a huge cross was marked, and said, do you see this mining distribution? This area is prohibited. The Redstone cultural tourism doesn't allow children from the upper city to come here to play. a level 39 boss at Tier 3. Even if there are many people below Tier 4, they are merely food for it. Jean Quan frowned upon hearing that the Grudge Spider Mother was a boss. He couldn't help but doubt whether Wang Meng really wanted the clear grudge flower or was just playing him. Did a commander of a fallen city need something like this? Whether you truly want it or not, I will fulfill my promise. If you don't comply. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and the murderous aura from the battlefield briefly flickered. I will turn the entire lower city upside down. He then looked at Qi Jian and nodded. I can agree to help you find the abyssal side mouse. But I also want all the information on the Grudge Spider Mother in this map. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jian handed over the map without any hesitation. I've looked at this map countless times. He watched as Jean Quan took the map and repeatedly examined the distribution of the Grudge Spider Mother's nest. We're losing big here. If you can kill this Grudge Spider Mother, it means the dimensional exploration is complete and that area has grudge sand. Saying this, he shook his head and smiled, as if he just remembered he was no longer the prince of the family. If we get lucky and obtain the dimensional crystal and the Legion Order, then we'll be set. Jean Quan put down the map. Is there a limit on the number of skills? While Qi Jian packed his belongings, he said, Do you know why the upper city can long dominate so many lower cities? Because each tier can only learn 2 skills. People in the lower city consider survival and often have to learn skills at levels 1 to 2 to cope with survival and leveling up. At that time, their physique is only slightly stronger than ordinary people, so the skills they learn can only be white common and gray inferior skills, and they are often mismatched. But people from the upper city don't have to worry about that. They have various resources that allow them to level up to level 10 without skills, which gives them a higher physique and allows them to learn green and even blue skills. They have already won over countless lower-tier practitioners from the start. So don't learn skills carelessly. It's best to develop a systematic combo to the limit. He stood up again. Let us go. I need some herbs to treat my leg pain. Ignoring the bat corpses, they crawled out along the path Jean Quan had taken. Outside, it was still quiet. Qi Jian pointed in a direction. This way leads to the pit. It's the area where the big-mouthed bugs are distributed. Can we walk? Jean Quan glanced at his leg. Barely. Jean Quan smiled, grabbed him by the collar, and directly lifted him onto his shoulder, then quickly dashed in the direction he indicated. Compared to the previous stretch of giant rocks and stone pillars, the terrain here began to flatten out, resembling a deserted plain. The ground was soft, made up of a layer of gray, sandy soil. Scattered across this small plain were a few half-buried human skeletons. Watch your step. There are steel-tailed scorpions here. Level 18 monsters, capable of burrowing and adept at ambushing with their tails. Almost as soon as Qi Jian finished speaking, the sandy ground erupted, and a silver scorpion tail, resembling a chain, shot up from the ground, aiming directly at Jean Quan's back. Behind, Qi Jian shouted, but Jean Quan didn't turn around. A blue light flickered in his hand, and the blade of the bat king instantly appeared. Gray particles of light instantly wrapped around it. With a backward strike, a shrill scream echoed, followed by a scorpion tail rolling to the side. Qi Jian looked at the fallen scorpion tail, then at Jean Quan's long knife. The long knife was still that blue-quality long knife. His eyes were filled with shock. A blue-quality long knife could so easily sever the famed steel hardtail of the steel-tailed scorpion. He slightly opened his mouth, but didn't ask. Just as Jean Quan didn't ask what he wanted to do when he agreed to help him find the abyssal scythe mouse. Instead, he quickly said, These burrowing monsters are hard to fight. Let us rush out of this gray sandy area. Jean Quan merely glanced at the slightly raised sandy ground and quickly dashed away, realizing that killing these steel-tailed scorpions was a pure waste of time. As they made their way, the steel-tailed scorpions lurked like hunters, their tails attacking from various positions. However, with dark perception and Qi Jian's reminders, they ultimately turned into tailless scorpions. After passing through this sandy area, the terrain began to descend. They arrived at a sunken sand pit. Jean Quan's eyes brightened. This was the first time he discovered that there were still plants in this cave. It started to get humid below, with irregular small clusters of lichens, their colors dim, intertwined to form a mottled carpet. Above them were ferns taller than a person, their leaves curled and glowing, becoming one of the few signs of life in this desolate pit. All right, Put me down. I need to mix some medicine. Isn't there any danger here? Jean Quan hesitated, as the contrast between the desolation and life warned him to stay away. There is. Do you see those lichens on the ground? Those are the big-mouthed bugs. Level 21. Although they are Tier 2, they are parasitic monsters with fragile lives. Activate your talent. They can't parasitize you. You can use skills to kill a large group, making it perfect for leveling up. I have to say, Qi was indeed a former seasoned practitioner. Just from seeing Jean Quan make a move once in the bloodbat nest, he immediately tailored the most suitable monster-killing strategy for him. Jean Quan didn't have to rely on feelings and random exploration. He set Qi down and looked forward into the pit that resembled an oasis. Suddenly, Jean Quan's legs exerted force, and he jumped high. Blue flames gathered around him, and a 3-meter-tall fire-armored giant appeared behind him. It really works. This was the first time he released a skill and activated his talent. The blue flame giant was mixed with hints of yellow light, and like Jean Quan, it raised its longer blue flame long knife and smashed down with immense force. Troll Earth Splitter. Boom! The entire pit trembled. A wave of air carrying blue flames spread in all directions, and the lichens instantly ignited and were blown away. He cleared a 30-meter radius, with cracks in the ground spreading outwards. You've killed Big-Mouthed Bug X8 at level 7, efficiency rate 100. Almost as soon as this prompt popped up, a surge of energy boiled up within him, and his originally fatigued body instantly recovered. Level 16, such easy-to-kill Tier 2 monsters. He felt fortunate again for bringing Qi along. Sitting at the edge of the pit, Qi was also shocked, watching the commotion caused by Jean Quan. Is this still a first-tier practitioner? Even with an SSS-level talent, an ordinary swordsman's physique could never unleash such a powerful skill. Chapter 18. Storage Equipment Emblem. At the moment of physical recovery, Jean Quan leaped again, the mighty blue giant crashing down like a meteor. Boom! Another loud sound echoed as a patch of moss on the ground ignited into flames, and a kill notification flashed before his eyes. This time, there was no level up. Jean Quan's chest heaved violently. This skill drained most of his stamina with just one use, and if he used it again, he feared he would collapse on the spot. Meanwhile, the moss at the edges began to curl and merge slowly, eventually forming green bugs with large, trumpet-like mouths. All right, they have given up on parasitism. We can just fight normally, but be careful of the green spikes they spit out. Almost as soon as Ran finished speaking, sharp spikes shot toward Jean Quan. It was a Tier 2 attack. Jean Quan, however, suddenly halted, and in the next moment, 7 or 8 green spikes struck him instantly. He chuckled, is that all? At this point, those green spikes were firmly lodged in the armor of the underworld flame statue. They couldn't even break through my first layer of defense. In the next moment, Jean Quan dashed towards those large-mouthed bugs, twisting his body to deliver a crescent slash, instantly cutting the bugs in half. Jean Quan forcefully flicked the green blood off his blade and turned back, asking, any more? Ran pinched his brow, somewhat confused. Is it really 1 slash per bug? How'd you do that? But he still reminded, those ferns behind you are level 25 lords with strong regeneration. Even if their bodies are shattered, they can recover by merging. You need to strike the purple crystal on their backs. Jean Quan turned to see the ferns twisting and gathering like vines. And in the blink of an eye, a bug over 2 meters long, resembling a grasshopper, appeared. Almost instantly, the large grasshopper leaped directly onto Jean Quan's head, its head blooming like a flower bud, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, as if it intended to swallow Jean Quan whole. Jean Quan instinctively jumped back while simultaneously slashing upward. With a ripping sound, the grasshopper's head split from its body, leaving only the purple crystal at its rear, still shimmering with light. The grasshopper, now half-cut, lay on the ground like a pair of scissors, gradually becoming silent after twitching for a moment. Until a notification popped up, you have killed Flowermouth Bug King at level 9, efficiency 100. 2 bursts of energy surged through him, leveling him up to level 18. Jean Quan, puzzled, said, doesn't this mean it won't recover? Ran was equally bewildered. His data recorded that this grasshopper had rapid regeneration and could quickly recover even if its head was cut off. If those smaller monsters weren't cleared, it would be like an undead creature. He leaned forward, but accidentally tumbled down. Fortunately, this pit was surrounded by sand like a crescent spring. Gritting through the pain, he crawled a couple of steps forward, looking at the wound on the flower-mouth bug, where thick green liquid flowed around. The tissue inside the wound melted and fused like cheese. Is this damage? Following Jean Quan all this way, he had become somewhat shocked and numb. But seeing the property of damage still gave him a ghostly illusion. What damage? Jean Quan also crouched down to examine the wound. No, damage is a spiritual attribute. He tilted his head to look at Jean Quan, as if seeing a monster. Observing the melted tissue inside the wound, Jean Quan furrowed his brow. The wounds he had previously inflicted didn't look like this. He got up, walked to a nearby rock, and slashed at it. Upon closer inspection, the rock was smooth and flat, with no other anomalies. Looking at Jean Quan's expression, he said, damage is an effect on living beings. In short, it suppresses healing and recovery. At that moment, Jean Quan suddenly realized that his first talent, the underworld flame statue, had grown larger upon entering the first tier and now had a burning effect. Conversely, his second talent, the garbled nuclear energy talent, had not changed. Now he was struck with clarity. If my talent comes from that nuclear explosion, then this extra ability resembles radiation decay. The penetration of rays, the damage of radiation. Jean Quan glanced at his blade, beginning to fear how the world's rules had altered his talents. What if in the future, one slash could unleash the equivalent of a hydrogen bomb? Who would die first, the enemy or himself? Scratching his head, he walked to the back of the flower-mouth bug, where he condensed a blue and a purple emblem at the purple crystal at its tail. Equipment emblem, flower-mouth ring, purple, equipment level, tier 2 equipment type, ring constitution, 8 stars intelligence, 8 stars healing effect enhancement, 15 special attribute, flower healing, active skill. Instantly heals the target and leaves a seed of healing within the target's body, continuously restoring injuries thereafter. Flower-mouth bug's stomach has a storage space of 10 meters. As G. Rand said, this is indeed a storage equipment. It seems that reaching tier 2 might heal your leg. Jean Quan tossed the emblem. G. Rand only glanced at it before resuming to crush some blue moss on a stone slab. If you were a priest, it would be useful, but as a swordsman, your intelligence and spirit can't release it twice, and the healing effect won't be good. Jean Quan looked puzzled and asked, how can I know my other attributes and values? I've only seen these on the equipment emblems, but they don't appear on my own panel. Do you take this as a game developed by the Upper City S Entertainment? Jean Quan was momentarily stunned. After learning that killing monsters could raise his level and drop equipment, he had treated the world's rules like an online game. Have you ever tried to remove the equipment emblem? Jean Quan shook his head. When you remove the equipment emblem, it will dissipate into the heavens and earth, unable to be traded or transferred. Only when you die might you condense the emblem again. An elder at home once told me not to regard the emblem as mere equipment. It is part of your body's power, part of your cultivation. Strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, resilience, constitution. When you become a practitioner, these star levels represent your growth in the Wasteland. You will continually innovate, grow stronger, and gain a clearer understanding of the vastness of this world. Try to feel the surge of power within you when you equip it. Jean Quan was somewhat confused, but still nodded, looking at another emblem in his hand. Skill emblem, spell, Holy Radiance, blue, class, pre-skill level, tier 2 skill description. The priest channels holy power to rain down a dazzling radiance in the target area. Friendly units within the radiance are immediately healed. At the same time, the target units covered by the radiance receive the effect of holy protection, reducing the damage they take. A priest's skill. Not particularly useful. Jean Quan promptly pocketed it. He then began searching for those largemouth bugs, but only obtained 2 gray emblems. Is the probability of getting emblems from killing these monsters so low? G. Ren crushed the blue moss and scattered fern leaves on a stone slab. Shaking his head in frustration, a lord drops 1 exceptional item and 1 fine item. Isn't that low? If you weren't killing at such a high level, and with 100 efficiency, coming up empty-handed would be the norm. Chapter 19, one cut, he spread the herbs on his broken kneecap, and then gritted his teeth to tighten the bandage. After taking a deep breath, he asked, what level are you now? Level 18. Is your ability always available? What? Jean Quan asked in confusion. Jiran looked at his knife and said, "It's that kind of sharpness, as if it can cut through anything." Jean Quan hesitated for a moment and replied cautiously, "Only when necessary." "Then there's no need in this area. Let's head directly north to the lava lake on the map. There's a solo level 3 lava giant lord there. Its defense is incredibly high, and it has immense strength, plus it usually sleeps. If your sharpness can be used on it, it would be like picking up a level 3 domain lord for free. I also need the lava fruit from there. It's the favorite food of abyss scythe rats." The effect of the concocted medicine looked good. After being tied up for a while, he stood up and felt much steadier than before. Jean Quan took out the map, glanced at it, confirmed the direction, and moved forward along the pit. The terrain gradually sloped down, the gray sandy soil turning into reddish-brown rocks, and the temperature increased. Possibly due to the high temperature here, scattered monsters were rare, and in the end, this area felt like a dead zone. When the lava spread everywhere, Jean Quan stopped. A wave of intense heat hit him. The entire cave was shrouded in dark red light, with lava flowing like a rolling red river, slowly and dangerously moving, occasionally bursting with huge bubbles that popped loudly and then exploded, splattering countless sparks. A few scattered black boulders jutted out, providing spots to land. In the center of the cave was a massive island made of black rock, glowing from the intense heat. On the island sat a gigantic rock monster, curled up with its legs hugged, its entire body pitch black with a metallic sheen, occasionally splashed with lava but seemingly unaware. The crackling of flames and a rhythmic snoring echoed throughout the space. Although this monster was not a boss, it was still a formidable level 39, making it the strongest domain lord apart from the boss-level Wraith Spider Queen, due to its unique geographical location. First and third-tier practitioners could hardly endure the heat of the lava, and even the early pioneers had no way to deal with this monster. Ultimately, they gave up due to the lack of continuously yielding or veins in this place. If you can kill this lava giant, you can directly reach level 2. After hearing Ji Ran's words, Jean Quan looked at the distant lava giant and said, "This monster looks like it's sleeping. How's its perception?" Ji Ran smiled and said, "That's why I brought you here. The lava giant's defense is so high that ordinary practitioners can't break through it, making it very lethargic. To wake it up, you need to break its defense." After looking around, Jean Quan raised his knife and threw a basketball-sized rock to the side. As he reached to catch it, he swiftly turned and hurled the rock like a cannonball. The stone crashed into the lava giant's head with tremendous impact, instantly shattering and scattering into countless fragments that fell into the lava lake. Despite such a loud attack, the lava giant seemed oblivious, continuing to snore like thunder. Confirming this, Jean Quan stomped the ground and quickly jumped on the black lava rocks, approaching the center island. As he got closer, his leg muscles burst with the aura of the berserker state. The rocks beneath him shattered, and he leaped high into the air. The red bat king blade enveloped in a circle of gray particles, and the image of the infernal flame god instantly appeared. The powerful wind pressure propelled Jean Quan downwards, crashing onto the lava giant's head like a meteor. Instead of the sound of metal clashing, it produced a sound like tearing cloth. Under the nuclear energy talent, the entire head and body of the lava giant were sliced in half from top to bottom in an instant. The force of the blow continued until it passed through the lava giant's body and landed on the island, creating a thunderous roar that shook the entire island, pushing the lava giant slowly aside. Boom! Boom! The once soundly sleeping lava giant was suddenly split in two, dark red hot lava gushing out from its body. You are now level 21 after killing Lava Giant Domain Lord. Efficiency 100. This once formidable obstacle that had stopped countless practitioners was cut in half while it slept. Ji Ran sat by the lava lake, staring blankly at this shocking scene. You really did it. Level 18 took down a level 39 domain lord in one cut. He let out a breath, his eyes flashing with light. This pit number 1 had been discovered for 20 years, and it had been 300 years since then, with only this lava giant and the Wraith Spider Queen being original species. The others were all derived species. Moreover, it was defeated at level 21. He looked at the split lava giant's corpse in the distance and saw purple glowing patterns gathering above, forming 3 purple insignias. 3 purple excellence? He frowned but continued to watch. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply as he saw inscriptions flashing on the lava giant's body again, this time glowing a deep orange. Level 3 Orange Epic Equipment Insignia. There really is such a thing. G-Ran found it hard to believe. Orange Epic Equipment meant having epic attributes at lower tiers, which would be an absolute crushing advantage against enemies. Jean Quan took a brief rest before quickly heading towards the insignias forming on the lava giant's corpse. He raised his hand and swept it, and 4 insignias appeared in his palm. The first one he looked at was the splendid orange hexagonal insignia. Equipment insignia, Lava Judgment, Orange, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Type, Weapon Heavy Blade Strength, 45 stars Constitution, 35 stars Lava Roar, 25 chance to trigger Infernal Roar when attacking, dealing fire damage to enemies in a cone-shaped area in front and causing them to enter a burning state. Lava Power. Each time you successfully hit an enemy, you gain the Lava Power effect, increasing strength by 10, stackable up to 10 layers, and the next hit will unleash a Lava Impact. Lava Impact. Transform into a meteor and crash in a designated direction, causing an explosion and dealing massive damage. Lava Resonance. If equipped with a set of Lava Series equipment, you gain additional attribute bonuses. Strength 15 stars, Constitution 15 stars, Toughness 15 stars. Epic. Berserker. While in Berserker state, you are immune to control effects, and damage taken is reduced by 20. With 45 stars of Strength and 35 stars of Constitution, compared to my 5 stars back King Blade, it completely crushes it. Moreover, it also has an Epic Berserker attribute. It's a pity it's Tier 3. This heavy blade is very compatible with my skills. His Troll Earth Splitter skill has an attribute that the heavier the weapon, the higher the damage, making this heavy blade even more suitable. However, it deviates somewhat from my nuclear energy talent. For a moment, he was unsure how to choose. The dagger had a faster attack speed, while the heavy blade had a wider attack range. He put away this insignia and looked at the other 3 purple insignias. Then his eyes lit up slightly. This turned out to be a set. Chapter 20, Professional Schools Equipment Emblem. Equipment Name, Lava Chestplate. Heavy Armor Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality. Purple Equipment Type, Chestplate Constitution, 18 stars Tenacity, 15 stars Lava Shield, 15 chance to trigger Lava Shield when attacked, gaining a shield that absorbs damage. While the shield exists, it deals fire damage to surrounding enemies. Lava Marsh, 12 chance to trigger Lava Marsh when attacking, slowing down enemies. Equipment Emblem, Equipment Name, Lava Helm, Heavy Armor Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Helmet Constitution, 15 stars Tenacity, 12 stars Lava Insight, increases personal hit rate by 10. Lava Evasion, triggers Lava Shield when the enemy evades. Equipment Emblem, Equipment Name, Lava Pauldrons, Heavy Armor Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Pauldrons Constitution, 16 stars Tenacity, 13 stars Lava Rebound, 10 chance to trigger Lava Rebound when attacked, rebounding 30 of the damage taken to the attacker and dealing fire damage to them. Lava Charge. After successfully hitting an enemy 3 times, store a layer of lava power. After 3 layers, gain a shield that absorbs damage. Lava Set. Obtain the title of Lava Lord, 60 fire resistance, and 15 increase to all attributes. Triggers Lava Shield Enhancement, doubling the shield absorption amount and reducing damage taken by 30. Attack speed -15. This set, Jean Quan was taken aback. Even though he still had a limited understanding of the rules of this world, he knew that this set was definitely invincible within Tier 4. A pure defensive set. Shields triggered by attacks, shields triggered by being attacked, and shields triggered by evasion. As long as luck was good, one could potentially dash back and forth among enemies. Unfortunately, attack speed was reduced by 15. Jean Quan clenched his fist, feeling the vigorous power rising within him, and looked at his panel. Name, 5th Jean Quan. Profession, Demon Swordsman. Rank, Level 20, Tier 1. Advancement Requirement, Swordsmanship Emblem 1, 100 Effectiveness in killing Tier 2 monsters 10, Tier 2 Monster Lord 1. He frowned slightly. Another swordsmanship emblem is needed. Compared to killing monsters, this swordsmanship emblem is extremely rare. Ever since he obtained the Mage's Soul Shockwave and the Priest's Holy Radiant skill emblems, he knew that any profession could potentially drop skill emblems. Getting the Swordsmanship Earth Splitter before was definitely a stroke of luck. Turning his head to look at the corpse of the lava behemoth, he noticed a bright red fruit growing in the spot where he had curled up earlier, with no flowers or leaves, just a solitary branch hanging. He took a couple of steps forward to pick it, then quickly jumped over the rocks, returning to the shore of the lava lake. He casually tossed the fruit and said, "Let's see if it's this one." Ji-Ren quickly raised his hand to catch it, glanced at it with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lava fruit, formed from burning flames, with a surface pattern resembling flowing magma. The patterns are raised and emit a yellow light. "It really is, thanks." Jean Quan then asked him, "Do you know if there are swordsmanship profession emblems dropped in pit number 1? I am already level 20, and I need a swordsmanship emblem to advance. Otherwise, I can't level up." Ji-Ren put away the lava fruit, looking at Jean Quan. Noticing that he seemed to have grown a bit taller, his muscles bulging, making that piece of clothing extremely ill-fitting. There are quite a few monsters that drop swordsmanship emblems, but the drop probability is too low. At least killing monsters above level 5 can increase the probability a bit. "What kind of swordsmanship skills do you prefer?" Jean Quan asked curiously. "Is there any difference? Shouldn't it just be enough to meet the advancement requirement?" Ji-Ren smiled and said, "Skill emblems cannot be unequipped. Once you learn them, they accompany you for life. The same profession, paired with different skills and equipment, can present different professional effects. The existing swordsman schools are just agility-based, strength-based, and intelligence-based. The former focuses on agility for fast attack speed and evasion, ambushes. The strength-based has high burst damage, while the intelligence-based trains in sword formations, capable of both offense and support." Jean Quan pinched his brow and pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to follow his previous thought. "Then I choose the agility-based style. How should the skills be paired? Are there agility-based swordsmanship skills in pit number 1? After hearing Jean Quan's words, Ji-Ren looked again at the split lava behemoth on the island of the lava lake, hesitatingly said, "Are you sure you want to go with agility-based swordsman?" Following his gaze, Jean Quan also looked at the lava behemoth and said, "Otherwise, is there a better choice? The temperature here is extremely high." Ji-Ren was already soaked in sweat. He waved and limped outward. In fact, after the 5th Qing Xian, many SSS-level gifted professionals appeared one after another. But there are very few who can establish an empire in this wasteland. The main reason is that he has lived long enough. Others either died from scheming for benefits or perished in monster floods. The body of the Holy Light Knight can block endless waves of monsters. The only thing lacking is offensive means. However, there is also the Storm Mage Russell. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, opened up a place to survive, which is the Apocalypse Empire. He turned back with a limp and asked, "What do you think is the perfect professional attribute?" Without waiting for Jean Quan to answer, Ji-Ren replied himself, "In the Wasteland, living is the best attribute for eternity. How to live long is the path of choice, but where is the perfect balance? To reach the extreme, one must be extreme. This is the truth learned from thousands of years in the Wasteland. Those who seek perfect balance by learning a bit of everything ultimately disappear in the Wasteland." Thus, the concept of legions emerged, taking the strengths of others to make up for one's own shortcomings. He stopped and looked at Jean Quan. "I think you might consider going as a constitution and tenacity-based swordsman, a school that has been proven to fail." "A failed school?" Jean Quan was somewhat taken aback. Other professions rely on mental power to release skills, unlike swordsmen, knights, and warriors, who rely on physical strength. Constitution-based swordsmen do not defend as well as knights who can equip shields, nor output as well as agile high-damage assassins. Even if they can frequently release skills due to high constitution, the damage remains pitifully low, making it quite useless. But you are different. A profession that can learn epic skills from Tier 1 represents a very high constitution growth potential, with the dual armor defense of the SSS-level gifted Infernal God statue, as well as that peculiar attack method. Therefore, as long as you choose skills that focus on quick ambush attacks, you can make up for the lack of agility. Thus, you would be an almost perfect profession. Chapter 21 Skill Emblem Route Jean Quan pondered for a moment, then glanced at the set of lava battle armor in his hands. It seemed that this set of equipment was indeed suitable for him. He had originally thought that the slower attack speed would prevent him from utilizing his nuclear energy talent. However, after listening to G-Ran, he realized that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. If future opponents were to duel him one-on-one, then an agile swordsman might be the most efficient choice. But what if it was a group like the swarm of vampire bats they had previously exterminated? The key to success would be the defense of the underworld flame statue. Without dual armor protection, no matter how high the damage of his nuclear blade was, he would ultimately drown in the swarm of bats. Jean Quan looked at G-Ran, clearly understanding that this guy's knowledge of professions far exceeded his own. So what do you suggest I choose? You already have an epic skill at the first level. The most perfect method would be to have every subsequent skill be an epic swordsmanship emblem, G-Ran said, shaking his head afterwards. Unfortunately, this first pit can only yield purple excellent skills at most. Jean Quan was taken aback. His epic skill was granted by his professional talent, the demon's swordsmanship, evolving from purple directly to orange. He had no intention of revealing any thoughts about his profession and instead said, "Without skill emblems, I can't level up, and that might not help you find the abyss side mouse." G-Ran said seriously, "Although we have known each other for a short time, it has been quite comfortable. I'm just telling you that your current strength can completely allow you to survive until the miners come in, and then you can go out. The requirements for epic skills below the third level are too high for constitution and intelligence, exceeding all professional limits. They are rare, but quite useless. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. The fifth family should have some foundation. Once you go out and find your family, they will definitely spare no effort in training you. If that's the case, your future will be much better than if you choose the purple excellent skill. And what about you? Even if the wasted prince is still a bigger camel than a horse, scheming as an ordinary person until now, are you going to give up?" Jean Quan teased with a smile. G-Ran shrugged indifferently, then took out a lava fruit and weighed it in his hand. "With this, my success rate increases by at least 20%. If I succeed, I break free from fate. If not, I accept my destiny." The two exited the underground lava lake, the temperature gradually cooling down and feeling particularly refreshing. Jean Quan simply found a stone to sit down and said, "Actually, since I lost my memory, I have only known two people. One saved my life when I was dying, but was captured, needing that clear grievance flower to redeem him. The other is you. I have recognized that person, so I must obtain the clear grievance flower. As for you, I don't know you well yet, but I don't mind giving you a ride." G-Ran leaned back, propping himself against the stone, staring at the red glowing ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he said, "You've lost a lot. Others can't learn it, but you have given up the chance to have 6 epic skill emblems. You should know that even a 9th level powerhouse can only have purple skill emblems at most for their first 3 levels. If you had 6 epic skill emblems, you might have walked a path that has never been walked before." Jean Quan stretched lazily, the small clothing on him crackling as he did so. "All right, let us talk about where the next location is. The purple swordsmanship emblem." G-Ran pressed his fingers against his forehead, casually drawing a square on the stone wall, then pointing to 3 places. "From the map I gave you at the Broken Water Mine source, there's a swarm of rhinoceros beetles. A broken army blade emblem once dropped there with a fierce rapid charge, and the great sword can deal high damage while also knocking enemies back. In Ghostwood Valley, there's a split blade mantis. There's an emblem called 3-stage slash that allows you to slide towards the target direction and strike the enemy, moving a distance while dealing damage. At the train station's terminus, there's the lair of the sand-eating mother worm, where there are numerous sand-eating worms, and a skill emblem for swordsmanship frenzy has dropped there before. It consumes a lot of stamina, but increases your burst, movement speed, and attack speed. To level up a profession, you only need 1 skill emblem of that profession. If you manage to defeat all 3 of these, it's enough to reach the 3rd level. As for the 4th level, it requires a professional breakthrough, which can't be achieved in this first pit." At this point, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Jean Quan, saying, "Can I take a look at the equipment emblems you dropped from the lava behemoth? If you want to obtain that emblem by defeating the sand-eating mother worm, with your current equipment, you will likely soon be overwhelmed by the sandworms." Without saying a word, Jean Quan directly tossed over the 4 emblems. Ji Ran received them and leaned them against his strange firearm. After a moment, his eyelids twitched. So that's how it is. No wonder you couldn't tee past the grievance spider motherworm no matter what. It turns out to be like this. A low-level orange weapon with built-in epic attribute of invulnerability. Then he looked at the 3 purple lava sets, gasping slightly, and returned the emblems to Jean Quan, somewhat sighing. There's always a higher sky. Originally, I didn't believe you could kill the grievance spider motherworm, but now I do. The report from back then recorded that everyone was controlled to death by the dense web attacks, almost unsolvable. But with your orange weapon that has built-in invulnerability, every attack cannot be interrupted, and with this 3-fold probability shield of a lava set, honestly, I can't even fathom how you could possibly fail. In the lower city, a flying teacup smashed hard onto the ground, shattering porcelain fragments flying everywhere. No, you Redstone City better say it again. There's nothing. All of you will accompany me to the grave. Li Hongyu's nearly roaring voice echoed in the conference room. The Flying Eagle Legion only cared about the red blood mine in the first pit. What did Redstone City even count as? What do you count as? The Pioneer Consortium can still ensure the normal output of the red blood mine after taking over here. This time, after opening, it will take 20 years for the first pit to reopen. He took out a delicate cigar from his coat pocket, and with a crisp sound, a metal lighter shot out a yellow-blue flame. The unique fragrance instantly overpowered the inferior tobacco smell of the lower city. Those things that could breed just by being fed to bugs, just put them in a pig pen to breed. His face flushed slightly as he loosened his collar, then spoke coldly. There will always be fearless outlaws, thinking they are well hidden. I will replace everyone in the entire dead city, and then let the scavengers clean it inch by inch. No one would believe that the replacement Li Hongyu mentioned would be a true replacement. What he wanted was to kill millions without letting a single person go. As for where the people would come from, that would depend on his means. When Li Biao, the one-eyed man from the patrol security office, was about to say something, he directly caught the gaze of the city lord, Zhou Xinyang. After so many years of working together, that look from Zhou Xinyang made Li Biao let out a slight sigh. Chapter 22. Visitors from the upper city after a moment of silence in the space. Zhou Xinyang cleared his throat. Young Master Li, the plan is feasible. If it were normal times, everything would be easy to discuss, but the short cycles and low difficulties of other pits have made us somewhat negligent. Beat no. One opens once every 20 years, and it produces lower-tier purple skills. On my way here, I received several calls, saying that a group of young masters from the upper city want to enter early. Someone should have gone to the Wasteland city to select bait by now. Li Hongyu immediately exploded with rage, his eyes wide as he pointed at Zhou Xinyang with his cigar. No one can go in. No one can enter without my order. His eyes trembled slightly because he knew that if those people went in, it meant that the thief would likely make contact with them. In that case, pursuing the matter further would render his identity as a young master from the upper city completely useless. Once that group returned to the upper city, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Seeing Li Hongyu's panic as he shouted, Zhou Xinyang helplessly said, "Young Master Li, I'm just a small city lord from the lower city." Li Hongyu paced back and forth, losing his rationality, no matter what method you use. Whether it's natural disasters or man-made calamities, drive them all out. After I clean up the Wasteland city, I will let them enter pit number 1. Zhou Xinyang once again forced a smile and repeated his previous statement. Young Master Li, I'm just a small city lord from the lower city. It will be better for you to step in. I believe with your position in the Vanguard Consortium, they would negotiate better with you. Li Hongyu's expression darkened even further. He currently controlled these leaders from the lower city with threats using the Vanguard Consortium, but once the young masters and young ladies from the upper city arrived, these people could easily turn like reeds in the wind. Zhou Xinyang's words had cornered him. A cleanup would undoubtedly imply that the Wasteland City had problems. If it were known that there was an unknown emblem in the Wasteland City, it would mean that everyone in the upper city would know, and, at that time, the Falcon Legion would directly seal off pit number 1. He sighed, realizing he had no other choice. Just then, a crisp ringing sound echoed, and when he looked at the caller ID, his face suddenly turned pale. He quickly left the conference room and entered a private restroom. Hello, second uncle. Where's the item? A low voice came from the other end of the line. Li Hongyu patted his chest, pretending to be casual. Second uncle, it's in my possession. A friend of mine is celebrating his birthday in a few days, and he insisted that I come over to have some fun. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. But just as he finished speaking cheerfully, he heard the sound of a lighter clicking, but there was no response on the other end. The phone was eerily quiet, and Li Hongyu's forced smile slowly faded away as he swallowed nervously. If you don't get it back, you don't need to come back. Only that light remark came through before the sound of disconnection followed. Li Hongyu felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He grabbed the nearby sink, his knuckles turning white. He turned on the faucet and quickly washed his face, staring at his somewhat pale complexion. He took out his phone again and dialed another number. Old Fong, help me intercept that group from the upper city. What are you thinking? Do you think the Falcon Empire is my family? Yes? 3 members of the Falcon Legion are already here, and the Mechanized Legion has someone too, along with several other consortiums. Pit number 1, which opens once every 20 years, has long been under surveillance. The voice on the phone was somewhat serious. Old Fong, although you and I are childhood friends, and I trust you, this thing was lost on the way you invited me. I won't feel good going back, and I can only shove the reason for the loss onto you. Li Hongyu clearly had a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water attitude. Silence fell on the line again. Li Hongyu, if I explain, it would only show that I'm scared. I, Fong Huai, am acting justly. If you or the Vanguard Consortium want to investigate me, be my guest. Go take a look at Cross Street. I've dug down 70 meters, and over 1,000 people have rotted into skeletal remains due to the dark rain. The explosion passage is still below, and there are no passages around. It's basically certain that the people are in the Wasteland City. Grabbing a couple of paper towels from beside the sink, Li Hongyu dried his face. Isn't your scavenger fake? I've already searched through the Wasteland City. Scavengers can only detect spiritual items, but what if that person has a storage emblem? If the emblem enters the body and becomes equipment, scavengers won't be able to detect it. Impossible. You and I both know the rarity of lower-tier storage attribute emblems. Not only do they need to be accessories, but they also must be of superior quality to open up space. I don't even have one. How could the beggars and criminals in the Wasteland City have one? Li Hongyu's face flushed, clearly reluctant to believe this reason. Li Hongyu, if you still believe that thief is a beggar from the Wasteland City, then you deserve to go home and die. With Fong Huai's statement, Li Hongyu's mind exploded with realization. What do you mean? Nothing much. Don't you find this matter very coincidental? The item was stolen. Pit number 1 opened. Visitors from the upper city arrived, the training ended, and the visitors left with the item changing hands. This is clearly a clever plan. And the most crucial link responsible for the theft. You still think he is a beggar or a slave miner? Li Hongyu exhaled slowly. The item is in pit number 1? Pretty much, Fong Huai replied on the phone. And I believe that person will soon make contact with that group from the upper city, leaving you with not even a sliver of opportunity. So do you know what to do now? Fong Huai clarifica. What had originally been a deadlock seemed to have a glimmer of light. I can't help you much. I still have some people in this lower city. They have my people selecting bait in the Wasteland City. Consider it a favor for a friend. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone. Looking at the darkened phone screen, Li Hongyu showed a hint of struggle, but ultimately, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In that case, let them all disappear in pit number 1. Fong Huai casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and stood in front of the large glass window on the rooftop, looking at the rain-soaked glass. Old Joe, do you think we can get the item back? As he finished his question, the light in the shadowy part of the room twisted, and a figure draped in a black cloak emerged. This person had a slightly hunched back, and their face was completely hidden in the darkness. The head of the family always says that if you do it, it will succeed. Since the young master is trying his best, it will eventually succeed. But looking at the current situation, the chances are pitifully small. A yin might not be able to wait that long. Old Joe fell silent. The head of the family has already gone to the elemental holy city, saying that there is also an unknown emblem there. Young master, Yin is destined for good fortune. Chapter 23. The Blade of Destruction. Outside the platform of pit number 1, there was a brand new train. Inside, it was clean and tidy, with a faint scent of ylang-ylang perfume that seemed to bring in the summer sunshine. The seats faced each other in pairs, resembling a restaurant booth, and the table in front was filled with fruits and pastries, resembling a luxurious tourist train. Didn't pit number 1 open very early yesterday? Why are we only allowed in now? A young man with a slick hairstyle said impatiently. Haha, what do you expect? It's just to keep the sandworm swarm calm. You don't really think your level 21 strength can handle the wilderness, do you? Zhao Lu Bai turned to look at the speaker and snorted. Isn't that Li Xiao with broken legs? I wonder who it was. I heard that Ji Ling is coming this time too. Why not try your luck again? Haha. Hearing this, Li Hongbin's expression darkened. The incident where he teased Ji Ling and got his legs broken by his brother had been suppressed. But now it was brought up again, leaving him no face. You're just a lowly Zhao family kid, a B-level talent trash. Besides talking big, what else can you do? With a nonchalant expression, Zhao Lu Bai crossed his legs and touched his temples, saying, even with a B-level talent, I'm still the heir of the Tianhe Consortium. What about you, an S-level talent? Where are you now, just a side character? It's an honor for you to sit in the same carriage as me. You can brag a lot in the future. Li Hongbin's face turned cold, and the apple in his hand was suddenly crushed, juice splattering everywhere. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Other consortiums had their share of open and covert struggles, but the Zhao family of the Tianhe Consortium had been passed down for 3 generations, firmly securing the heir's position, making it completely unwise to offend them. As the atmosphere in the carriage grew silent, the train doors opened, and 3 people boarded. 2 middle-aged men dressed in black with sunglasses, tall and strong, with thick and powerful hands. They scanned the interior as they boarded, always protecting a young girl in the middle, clearly experienced security professionals. The girl was extremely exquisite, with a delicate nose and willow-like eyebrows. Her tight jeans showcased her long, beautiful legs. She looked around and noticed Li Hongbin's furrowed brow, then slowly walked to the booth beside Zhao Lu Bai. Zhao Lu Bai, seeing the girl approach, expressionless, picked up a wine glass and gazed out the window, taking a light sip of red wine. When the girl entered, the entire carriage fell silent for a moment. As she sat down, whispers began to circulate. G Machinery Core, Ji Ling an S-level mechanic with mechanical empowerment talent. So beautiful. Hey, she's a thorny rose. Her brother is the heir of the Ji family. After saying that, the speaker glanced at Li Hongbin, who was also looking out the window, and whispered, Did you see that? The 3rd son of the Li family. He wanted to tease her back then, and his legs were broken by her brother. He had nothing to say afterward. A few people cracked sunflower seeds and sighed. The Ji family really has many talents. Her brother seems to have an SS-level talent. I heard he has already gone to the Wasteland with the core, probably at level 4 now. At this moment, a boy with a rooster comb hairstyle leaned in closer, covering his mouth and saying, My family does logistics and escorting. Let me tell you a secret. The one who broke the 3rd son of the Li family's legs back then was not his current brother. What do you mean? As soon as the rooster comb boy spoke, the people in the corner became interested. As one of the 2 main core of the Eagle Empire, the Ji family was an existence that these small consortiums could only look up to. Ji Xiaoyao had 3 wives, 5 sons, and 2 daughters. The one who saved Ji Ling back then was the son of the first wife, her half-brother, but it seemed that this person had died later. I think I heard about that too. After the death of the first wife, this eldest son died soon after years ago. This seems to be known throughout the upper city. Feng Bao Chui, a remarkable woman, died too tragically, but I haven't heard about her son's death. It seemed that the news had been hidden. Now, the heir of the Ji Machinery Core was Ji Linger's biological brother. There are many secrets in these big families. Just as the rooster comb boy was about to continue, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Everyone immediately looked up to see a group of people walking into the carriage. Each of them wore black sunglasses, masks, and were tall and muscular, as if filled with explosive power. Leading them was a young man with a buzz cut, a gruesome scar running from the corner of his mouth to behind his ear. He scanned the room and coldly glanced at a pair in the middle, causing their faces to turn pale as they silently stood up and moved toward the back of the carriage. Fei Ying, the pioneer of the Ji Machinery Empire, a family of authority for 1,000 years, he said, walking slowly down the center of the carriage and surveying the situation. It seems almost everyone is here. I, Zhu Jinxiong, represent the Eagle Corps and state that those who are here to play around can get off the train now. This pit no. One has not belonged to the weak for 300 years. It is a continuation of the wilderness and a certification of strong. Anyone entering Pit No. 1 must contribute to the wilderness efforts. He continued according to the wilderness rules of the Corps, stating that all drops would be distributed according to efficiency ratios. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Of course, you can be weak, but if anyone tries to act behind the scenes, let's see if your family can withstand the war axe of the Eagle Corps. After finishing, he nodded to a uniformed staff member outside the train, and the next moment, the staff member whistled and called out twice via the intercom. The train doors closed, and the train slowly started moving. You kill the Horned Beetle King at level 9, efficiency ratio 100. With a mournful cry, the massive, rhinoceros-like 8-legged beetle was suddenly split in two. If you don't want this horn, you can give it to me. With this, my legs should recover quickly. Ji Ran shouted from a distant cave to Jin Quan. Jin Quan smiled and turned back, giving him an okay gesture. He then watched the body of the Horned Beetle King as a purple pattern slowly formed, revealing a triangular emblem. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, blade of destruction, purple, skill level, tier 2 skill effect. Launch a rapid charge with a fierce momentum, like a purple lightning bolt striking the target enemy. Upon approaching the target, strike upward with powerful force. The great sword releases a powerful sword energy, dealing extremely high damage to the target enemy. The struck enemy will be knocked back by the powerful impact, temporarily losing the ability to act in midair. Without saying a word, Jin Quan directly pressed the skill emblem onto his forehead. The demonic swordsmanship allowed him to learn skills one tier higher. A flash of purple light passed through, transforming into lines that drilled into his mind. Chapter 24. The tour group. He raised a knife in his hand, feeling an inexplicable muscle memory emerge. As long as he exerted a little effort, he could activate the Broken Army skill. After searching around several other horned beetle monsters, he only found a green equipment emblem, which turned out to be a mage's staff. He raised his hand and sliced off the Horned Beetle King's horn, tossing it to the approaching Ji Ran, casually saying, "I'm looking for one more second-tier monster, and then I'll level up." Ji Ran looked at Jin Quan in astonishment and asked, "You haven't leveled up yet? How is that possible? Leveling up from the 3rd tier isn't hard. Generally, a profession only needs to achieve 100 efficiency by killing one monster of the same level. And for priests, it's even easier with just 50 auxiliary efficiency. You've killed 10. Isn't that enough? On the same level?" Jin Quan also looked at his panel with confusion regarding his leveling conditions. Leveling conditions. Swordsmanship Emblem 1. 100 efficiency kill of 10 second-tier monsters. 1 second-tier monster Lord 1. Ji Ran glanced at his physique, seemingly trying to judge his profession based on his appearance. Logically, the higher the profession's tier, the stricter the leveling conditions. The required efficiency for killing monsters would also increase. The Golden Legend profession requires a 100 efficiency kill of 5 monsters to level up. Ji Ran's words instantly gave Jin Quan a strong comparative awareness of his profession. This demon swordsman profession actually requires a 100 efficiency kill of 10 second-tier monsters and a solo kill of a monster lord. He was taken aback, realizing that the preciousness of the profession emblem Lin Yin had given him far exceeded his expectations. Coming back to his senses, he said, "I just need one more." He didn't want to discuss his profession much, as it was stolen from Lin Monkey. If someone who knew the origin of his profession emblem found out, Lin Yin wouldn't be able to escape the lower city alive. Ji Ran didn't ask further. The two seemed to have an unspoken understanding to avoid discussing their privacy. Instead, pointing to the underground river below, there are monsters called bone-eating fish in there. They're hard to kill in the water, but if you use this Horned Beetle King's meat as bait, you should be able to lure 1 or 2 over. After saying that, he opened his backpack and handed Jin Quan a bundle of climbing rope. Jin Quan skillfully sliced off a few legs of the Horned Beetle King, peeled off the shell, and tied the pale yellow insect meat to the climbing rope before tossing it into the river. Being beast meat from a lord, the moment the insect meat was dropped, ripples began to form in the deep pool, and Jin Quan narrowed his eyes. At the moment the water's surface stirred, he suddenly pulled up the rope, and with a loud splash, a large fish with bluish scales burst out of the water. It was the size of an adult, with its mouth wide open, filled with sharp, barbed teeth, and it viciously bit down on the meat. Almost simultaneously, a flash of light from Jin Quan's knife cut through the entire fish, which then crashed back into the water, but its head remained tightly clamped onto the lump of insect meat. You have killed a bone-eating fish at level 5. With 100 efficiency. As the text flashed before him, Jin Quan's body crackled with energy, his height suddenly soaring, instantly tearing his clothes. Every muscle became well-defined and strong, as if he were the finest sculpture. Second tier. Looking at his shirt, which now resembled rags, he estimated his height to be around 2 meters. Name: 5th Jin Quan. Profession: Demon Swordsman. Level 21, second tier. Afterward, Jin Quan glanced at his panel and noticed that aside from the level change, the profession-specific skills remained unchanged, still at level 1. Level 0 to level 1 introduced a profession-specific skill, but there was none for the second tier, indicating that the profession-specific skill does not evolve with every tier. Tearing apart the rags on his body, Jin Quan slightly clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, shimmering with a bronze glow and exuding a powerful sense of strength. This new skill had indeed enhanced significantly. Skill emblem: Swordsmanship. Blade of Oblivion, orange. Skill level: second tier. Skill effect: lock onto a target, using a fierce momentum to execute a rapid charge. Like a purple lightning bolt striking the target enemy, dealing impact damage to enemies in its path and pushing them back. Upon nearing the target, strike upward with overwhelming force. The Great Sword releases a powerful obliteration sword energy, dealing extremely high damage to the target enemy. Those hit will be knocked back by the strong impact, losing the ability to act briefly in midair. Epic Obliteration transformed from a purple skill to an orange skill. It added locking capabilities and damage to enemies in its path, while also gaining an obliteration attribute. Obliteration is a high damage attribute and also has a relative property to invulnerability. If the strength exceeds that of the invulnerable target, obliteration will interrupt the invulnerability. Jin Quan removed the head of the bone-eating fish, tying a welded dagger to the climbing rope and swinging it hard, like a javelin sinking into the underground river's lower body. After pulling it up, he said to Jiran, "Let's take a break and cook a meal." Jiran was using a small knife to scrape horn beetle powder and smiled upon hearing this, putting away the horn beetle parts. Jin Quan also pressed the flower mouth ring and the beetle leap equipment emblems into his body. Instantly, he felt an additional surge of power within him. The 5-star agility made him lighter, the 8-star constitution increased his strength, and the 8-star intelligence made his thoughts clearer. This equipment was truly magical. A flash of light in Jin Quan's hand made the adult-sized fish disappear from the ground, and with a wave, the fish reappeared. The flower mouth ring came with 2 special effects. The stomach of the flower mouth bug. It possessed a storage space of 10-10-10m. When Ran walked over, Jin Quan's right hand flashed with purple light, and a beam of light shot into his broken leg. Flower healing, active skill, immediately heals the target, and leaves a healing seed within the target's body, continuously restoring injuries thereafter. Ran immediately showed an expression of enjoyment, then sighed, feeling his leg injury, and carefully took a few steps in place. Does this equipment actually add intelligence? The healing effect clearly exceeded his expectations. Yes, it adds 8-star intelligence. After saying this, he cast flower healing on Ran again, but right after he finished casting, he inexplicably yawned, feeling a bit fatigued. Based on your current physique, your swordsman profession likely has low intelligence and spirit growth, and your equipment doesn't have any spirit attributes. Use this skill less, otherwise you'll fall asleep soon. Jin Quan glanced at his half-naked body, the ring's pattern slowly sinking beneath his skin. I need to find some clothes, otherwise even my pants will rip. Their SA profession emblem called tailor. The clothes they make can avoid this situation, but those professions are generally quite wealthy and live in the upper city. Speaking of this, he thought for a moment and then said, people from the upper city should come soon. You can look for a warrior profession and steal a set from them. Since most warriors have exclusive beast transformation skills, they almost all have a set of tailor-made outerwear. Jin Quan nodded, pulling out the fish's innards, and the statue of the divine flame suddenly appeared, causing the fish to tumble twice in his palm. The fiery statue's flames crackled as they roasted the fish. Immediately, a delicious aroma wafted out. Jean Quan found a flat stone, wiped it down with the torn clothing, and placed the fish on top. Watching the golden-scaled, bone-eating fish roast, he called out to Ji Ran, "No seasoning, but it looks good. Come and try it." Ji Ran's leg, after being treated with the medicine and Jean Quan's healing, was already able to walk normally. He sat down without hesitation and tore off a piece of fish meat. This carnivorous fish was similar to tuna, with no other fine bones except for the main spine. Putting it in my mouth, the meat is incredibly elastic, releasing a rich and delicious flavor on the tip of my tongue. The roasting is really good, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, melting in your mouth. If you bring a tour group, your business should be pretty good. Jin Qian also stuffed 2 big bites in his mouth and chuckled, saying, "What can I say? Compared to the Wasteland, where all kinds of monsters exist, this dimension is the most suitable for young people to train in. There are often dedicated tour groups responsible for explanations and security. You are basically invincible in low-level secret realms now, and you also know good cooking skills, ensuring safety and satisfying curiosity." Jin Qian shrugged. "Without you, I might still be wandering around in some corner. To run a tour group, we can't do it without you as the guide." Ji Ran paused slightly while holding the meat, looking at Jin Qian. "If I make it out alive, starting a tour group together wouldn't be bad." Chapter 25, Flesh and Blood Mechanic. Jin Quan was also momentarily silent. The word travel was very unfamiliar to him. In his past life, he had traveled to many places and seen many magnificent sights of the world, but it was always just a hurried glance. Even until his demise, he had never given himself a moment of enjoyment. Is this world really that big? He couldn't help but ask. It is indeed vast. One could say that humanity has always been pioneering, and no one knows what the end of the world looks like. After losing my memory, I have no specific purpose. After saving that person, if I can survive with good order, being a worker wouldn't be bad either. Perhaps due to the haste of his past life. Jin Quan didn't have much ambition in this new life. Chiron spat out a fishbone and looked at Jin Quan in confusion, asking, "What do you mean by surviving with good order? Equality for everyone?" He then sneered. The moment the profession appeared, this world was destined to be survival of the fittest. It's laughable to expect strong individuals who have overcome countless hardships to use their conscience to protect a bunch of ordinary people with low productivity so they can enjoy life. Ordinary people who produce no benefits are like parasites. They consume resources constantly, and those resources come under the protection of the strong. The city of the dead you see is the best conscience. At least one can live to 30 years old. And there's at least a slim chance of becoming a professional to go down to the city and work as a miner. In our territory of Hengsha, 3 superpowers have emerged. The Eagle Empire, the Apocalypse Empire, and the Elemental Holy City, all of which are based on the supremacy of the strong. Jin Quan chewed on some fish meat and touched the wine flask at his waist. There were only a few shallow sips left. After taking a sip, he handed it to Chiron. Then survival is quite difficult here. Chiron took the flask, shook it a couple of times, and took a shallow sip, saying, very carefree, with a strong background. He burped and said with determination in his eyes, "Jin Quan, in this world, only by becoming strong can one be free. Everything else is dependent on others." Jin Quan frowned, but also understood somewhat. The values in this world were completely different from his past life. Without supernatural powers, regimes could be overthrown, so one must consider ordinary people. But here, the strong are eternally strong, and no matter how many ordinary people there are, they can never touch their rights. So, does that mean you, an ordinary person, have lost all value in your family? Chiron chuckled awkwardly, but didn't answer, implicitly agreeing. I don't understand the Eagle Empire. If I'm guessing correctly, the Eagle Empire at the time of its founding must be different from the current one, right? Jin Quan continued. Jin Chuan's words left Chiron silent for a moment. Just as he was about to pick up the flask for another sip, he found it empty and handed it back to Jin Quan. Times have changed. The current empire is no longer what it used to be. Everywhere is entangled in interests, and strength is gradually depleted in internal strife. The open wasteland needs people to guard it, and those frontier legions are perishing one by one, while the people in the upper city continue to vie for fame and fortune, indulging in debauchery. The empire's territory has gradually been reclaimed by monsters. Not just the Eagle Empire. The other two places are the same. Jin Quan chuckled softly. It seems that as long as there are people, it's the same in any world. If you disregard ordinary people, the entire Eagle Empire would be composed of professionals, and it would ultimately revert to the logic of an ordinary empire. The long history of 5,000 years in his past life told him that as long as human nature remains, the strong will not thrive. And this model is destined for destruction. What does it matter how strong one is? When the Eastern Han dynasty fell, there were still 1 million armored soldiers. Yet it ultimately split into 3 kingdoms that fought each other. He suddenly remembered that he was still at the bottom as a refugee. Once the empire collapses, the first to be crushed will be people like them. He quickly asked, "So how long do you think the current Eagle Empire can last?" Chiron shook his head with a wry smile. Long before I had any power, signs of a beast tide were already appearing at the borders. His gaze gradually became indifferent. I don't have high hopes for the current 3 major powers to withstand this beast tide. They will only engage in verbal blame in the council. But no one thinks of supporting the borders. Those border legions are now isolated islands in the beast tide. Therefore, ultimately, we will revert to an era of wandering filled with monster nests. A millennium of effort will ultimately be sacrificed by our generation. Sigh. This sigh seemed to carry a sense of regret for the empire. The actions of Jin Quan, chewing slowly, came to a halt. He didn't expect things to have reached such a stage. From his description, it seemed that the great edifice was on the verge of collapse. What would happen if we returned to the wandering era? What else could we do but hide and gather in nomadic tribes? Just as he spoke, suddenly a triangular venomous snake shot out of the water, heading straight for the back of his head. In an instant, a blue light flashed in Jin Chuan's hand, and the blade cut through, instantly severing the snake in two. Chiron merely glanced back and continued speaking. Just like this, we live in constant vigilance. After the two finished eating and rested for a while, they boiled a pot of water to take with them and left the waterless mine. With Chiron's guidance, they encountered far fewer monsters and reached their destination smoothly. The Ghostwood Valley was a valley formed by massive carbonized plants, still retaining the shape of plants. But it was completely dark and lifeless. Chiron stopped and took out the strange firearm from his back. The cracked blade mantis is an agile-type monster, level 25, but the Lord has reached level 31 of the 3rd tier. With your dual armor talent, you should be able to withstand its attacks. He handed Jin Quan a device that resembled a grenade. My previous profession was flesh and blood mechanic, a profession that combines mystery and technology. This thing is called Blood Shock Bomb. When detonated, it will grow blood threads in the air. The blood threads are adhesive and can greatly slow down the enemy's mobility. With your body dominant skill, you can break free and quickly kill that lord. Then he touched the strange rifle in his hand. After the mantis dies, a large number of iron wire parasites will surge out from its body. The parasites have low defense and are easy to kill. I hope to kill them alone. I want this gun to evolve. Jin Quan glanced at the gun, which was wrapped in blood vessels and muscles, and understood. No wonder you, an ordinary person, can kill those blood bats. It turns out weapons can also evolve through monster kills? Chiron shook his head. It's not a weapon. It was once my guardian. He died because of me, and I refined him into this ghostly blood gun. To be precise, he is still a professional. Professionals can gain spiritual energy and evolve by killing monsters. Jin Chuan's eyes widened as he recalled the ice arrows shot from the gun barrel in the Bloodbat Cave, turning professionals into weapons while inheriting their abilities. Your flesh and blood mechanic must be a top-tier profession. Just from the skill alone, this profession should be extremely abnormal. Having such a weapon in hand is equivalent to 2 professionals combined. If 3 or 4, or even an entire legion were equipped like this, it would be nearly invincible. Chiron didn't deny it and nodded, seemingly casually saying, "That was a red mythical professional emblem. Even without any talent, I can still hold my position as the young master of the family because I fused a professional emblem that had never been matched for hundreds of years." He sneered. Sadly, power ultimately blinds some people, leading them to forever lose this mythical profession. Chapter 26. The Blade Mantis King seeing his expression. Jin Quan turned and walked into the Ghostwood Valley. "Kill this thing if you can. I only need a 100 kill efficiency on that leader. That way, the chance of triggering skills will be very high." Not long after entering, a shadowy blade light flashed and slashed towards his throat. In an instant, blue flames erupted from Jin Quan, and the statue of the underworld flame appeared. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as a purple-black mantis blade struck the armor of the underworld flame statue, instantly causing sparks to fly. Almost simultaneously, Jin Quan raised his hand and flicked upwards, cutting the mantis blade, as hard as steel, into two segments. A painful screech came from the blade mantis, and the next moment, a long blade covered in gray particles swept across his head, splattering dark green juice everywhere. You kill the blade mantis at level 4. Efficiency ratio 100. Such high attack, the underworld flame statue was actually cut open. Jin Quan looked at the crack in the statue's armor, flames quickly spreading to heal it. Still not quite enough. Jin Quan then quickly retreated, and he heard the decapitated mantis's abdomen rapidly swell. With a bang, large numbers of iron wireworms, as thick as toothpicks, spread across the ground. This scene was extremely disgusting, as if countless hairs were writhing. But then Jin Quan heard a gunshot, and an ice bullet struck the mass of iron wireworms, instantly exploding, and in the blink of an eye, frost began to freeze over. The previously writhing and jumping iron wireworms instantly froze like winter frost. Then another gunshot rang out. This shot was a shotgun, and a large number of tiny steel pellets bombarded the frozen iron wireworms. In an instant, ice shards, along with broken segments of iron wireworms, flew in all directions. Jin Quan turned his head to take a look and saw Ji ran in the distance, aiming a rifle. The veins on the gun glowed red, and the muscles seemed to writhe as if they had come to life. After killing one, according to the experience with other monsters, they would usually swarm. But these mantises were different. They resembled assassin classes, all hiding their presence and lurking in the darkness. Jin Quan frowned and thought for a moment before quickly rushing into Ghostwood Valley, using himself as bait, weaving through all the shadows. This action undoubtedly revealed vulnerabilities. And sure enough, in the next moment, 3 mantis blades struck at him from different positions. Jin Quan replicated the same tactic, using the underworld flame statue to forcibly defend. Although he managed to block, the combined force of the 3 mantis blades made him stagger, and just as he was about to fall, he twisted his waist and drew out dual blades, swinging in a circular motion. Instantly, 3 mantises were cut in half. At the same time, he quickly rolled to the side, and the 3 mantises exploded, releasing a torrent of iron wireworms. He did not pay attention to these parasites, but instead dashed quickly through various corners of Ghostwood Valley again. His eyes sparkled with a glint. Under the inside of darkness, his vision gradually cleared. The blade mantis didn't completely turn invisible. It merely concealed itself using the shadows of the environment. Swiftly drawing his sword, he directly sliced towards the trunk of a carbonized plant, which had already transformed into coal. With this strike, it was as if cutting through tofu, swiftly traversing to the back. Another sound of slicing echoed, and the blade mantis that had been lurking behind for a sneak attack suddenly found its head severed. Jin Quan leaped over the fallen coal branch, a golden aura of dominance enveloping him. Giant demon earth splitter. Boom! The ground shattered, shockwaves radiated, and one blade mantis was split in half on the spot, while several others were stunned in place by the tremor. His dual blades danced rapidly, and with the sound of rending air, 5 blade mantises fell to the ground in an instant. Any melee monster that couldn't break his defense was merely a lamb to the slaughter in front of Jin Quan. Exploiting the bug in his core energy talent, he was granted limitless cutting damage. One strike meant death or severe injury, and even blocking was impossible. He continued to slaughter throughout Ghostwood Valley, while G-Rant's gunfire constantly cleared the ground of the crawling, twisted parasitic iron wireworms. Suddenly, a surge of power welled up within him, causing his body to pause slightly. High leveled up. Jin Quan glanced at his panel, now at level 22, but this brief pause was met with a sharp prickling sensation in his back, prompting him to lunge forward. However, it was still a moment too late. A scythe-like foreleg, several times larger than a normal mantis, struck his back like lightning. This scythe, glowing red, directly cut through the invulnerable underworld flame statue, crashing down onto him. A green light flickered on his body, and the perfectly intact crystal armor fully materialized. Clang! A spark flew as Jean Quan was sent flying. Blue light flickered on his legs, and a pair of shoes appeared, allowing him to take a step in midair and jump a second time, turning to face back. The Beetle Leap equipment emblem allowed him to slide forward an extra distance during a jump. As he turned, a yellow aura of dominance enveloped him, and he leapt off the ground, the giant demon earth splitter slicing down in a parabolic arc toward the mantis that had just attacked him. However, almost simultaneously, the crimson mantis glowed with red light, swiftly darting beneath him like a streak of light. This red light moved at high speed, instantly appearing at the spot where Jean Quan had just stood, violently slashing down with its mantis blade, while Jean Quan fell like a meteor onto the original position of the mantis. Another explosion rang out, and cracks spread densely around Jean Quan. It had dodged. Both sides held the same thought, yet they passed each other and swapped places. Jean Quan suddenly felt a chill breeze behind him. Thunder! At that moment, Ji Ran's voice echoed from a distance. Almost instantly, Jean Quan pressed the Bloodbud shock bomb. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, a wave of red energy surged outward, sending Jean Quan directly flying. In that brief moment, he saw the red mantis swing down hard at the spot where he had been standing. Sizzle! A deep gash appeared on the stone wall. This Bloodbud shock bomb was powerful. Only with his dual-armored statue could he withstand it. If Ji Ran had detonated it, he would likely have been obliterated. The red light on the mantis flashed again, transforming into a red streak charging toward Jean Quan. With 3 consecutive flashes of slashing strikes completed almost in an instant. This time, the Bloodbud shock bomb left behind blood threads resembling a spider web, instantly entangling its body, causing its speed to be nowhere near as sudden as the previous 2 times. It was precisely this deceleration that gave Jean Quan a chance to breathe and lock onto it, dragging his long sword on the ground. Red light of destruction ignited from his body. In the next moment, his figure vanished in an instant, and his speed surged several times, transforming into a red streak as he charged toward the red mantis like lightning. Destruction blood. In the dim Ghostwood Valley, 2 red streaks collided head-on, and in an instant, they separated. You kill the Blade Mantis King at level 10, efficiency ratio 100. Chapter 27. Demon Wing Triple / Jean Quan looked at the gaping wound on the chest of the Infernal Flame statue, as well as the fully manifested crystal armor, which also had a diagonal cut across its chest. He touched the slightly bleeding wound and let out a breath. The damage from this assassin monster was surprisingly high. It had broken through his 2 layers of defense. If it had gone in another inch, he might have met his end here. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of gunshots, the red mantis was cut into several pieces, and the iron wireworms that had surged out were instantly frozen. Another round of concentrated gunfire, and the wriggling iron wireworms on the ground disappeared. Looking at the wound on his chest, he noticed the cut skin was healing at a visible speed, and it was almost completely healed without even needing to use the ring's flower healing. The demon body was indeed impressive. He smiled lightly and slowly walked toward the red corpse still covered in white frost, where a purple triangular emblem began to coalesce above it. Jean Quan reached out to collect it. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, demon wing triple / purple, skill level, tier 3 skill effect. The user dashes forward at an extremely fast speed, executing 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as swift as the wind, dealing powerful damage to the enemy. The second slash is even stronger, with a slightly expanded range. The third slash is the most ferocious, shining with light, then charging forward with immense force to deliver a powerful slash. If the struck enemy's equipment level is lower than that of the user, there's a chance to enter a defense-breaking state. This was the skill just used by the mantis. A rapid change in direction, with each slash stronger than the last. This skill could be used for escaping, ambushing, or harassment. It was truly top-notch. Jean Quan pressed the emblem to his forehead and began to learn on the spot. From his conversation with Ji Ran, he knew that, to advance, he needed to ensure he had 1 professional skill for each tier. To advance to tier 3, he only needed to have 3 swordsman skills when he leveled up. On his panel, the demon's swordsmanship flashed, and the originally purple skill transformed into orange. Skill emblem, swordsmanship, demon wing triple slash, orange, skill level, tier 3 skill effect. The user grows wings behind them, flying at low altitude with extreme speed to execute 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash is as swift as the wind, dealing powerful damage to enemies directly in front. The second slash is even stronger, dealing substantial damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead. The third slash is the most ferocious, charging forward with immense force after gathering energy, delivering a powerful penetrating slash to enemies and those behind them. If struck, if the equipment level of the target is lower than that of the user, there is a chance to enter a defense-breaking state. Epic silence. It actually transformed directly into a sweeping slash. This meant greater speed and the ability to fly. All 3 single-target slashes had turned into area damage. Indeed, higher-tier skills were increasingly monstrous. He glanced at the epic attributes below. Unbreakable, annihilation, silence. For him, an uninterruptible body was more needed than the silence that interrupts the opponent. Silence requires a hit to trigger, and given his bug-like talent, hitting essentially meant killing. What use was silence then? He flipped through the other mantises and found that after killing only 4 levels, the drop rate was pitifully low, yielding only 2 gray equipment pieces that belonged to other professions. Ji-Ren slowly walked over at this time, glancing at the gun in his hand, noticing that the blood vessels were already wrapped inside muscle, and a thin membrane had grown over the muscle, resembling skin. Have you advanced? Jean-Quan asked. Yeah, Ji-Ren nodded. It's considered tier 1 now. He looked around to ensure there was nothing nearby before saying, skills are sufficient. Next, we just need to level up. Do you have any thoughts? Jean-Quan sheathed the broken blade and said, melee with high level but slow speed is best. He thought for a moment and added, forget it, any monster will do. He suddenly realized that he now had 3 skills for advancing, and ranged monsters didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Ji-Ren nodded. Try to avoid tier 3 monsters with high concealment and high burst. He pointed at the heavy armor on Jean-Quan and said, the equipment has manifested and cannot revert to the emblem, meaning it has reached its damage limit. If not repaired, a few more attacks will cause it to dissipate. Jean-Quan touched the gash on his chest armor. No wonder it couldn't be recalled no matter how he urged it. Without a blacksmith profession, there seemed to be nothing he could do. He shrugged helplessly. Jean-Quan didn't mind. This was the emblem from his first drop. With his level advancement and frequent tier jumps, it had clearly become outdated. Glancing at his panel, after killing the Mantis Lord, his level rose again to 23. He needed to level up to tier 3 as soon as possible so he could equip the lava set. Without defense, going to hunt sandworms isn't wise, Ji-Ren said, slinging the gun behind his back. After tier 1, my gun gained 2 additional skills, allowing me to draw aggro for you. But it will reduce your kill efficiency a bit. As his leg injury gradually healed, their pace quickened. The dimensional space of this pit was vast, resembling an underground world, and there were many types of monsters. After circling around, they arrived at a fluorescent plane. The fluorescence came from sharp crystal-like ores tilted left and right, and at a glance, it looked like a vast grassland, with those crystal ores resembling lush green grass. From a distance, there were many cow-like monsters on the plane, with long, sharp horns reaching for the sky. They lowered their heads and bit down on the crystal ores on the ground, slowly chewing. The sharp crystal cattle were relatively mild among monsters in the tier 3 group. As long as they weren't attacked, they had no strong desire to attack. However, if attacked, it would trigger a war stampede. No tier 2 army could withstand the impact of such a collective buff skill. He glanced at the cliff beside him and said, to deal with this external threat, it's best to use the terrain. Jean-Quan looked at the group of sharp crystal cattle and then at the cliff of the abyss, suddenly realizing this was similar to how he had dealt with the crystal worms before. Back then, the pioneers used earth mages to dig many trenches and traps, combined with the earth collapse skill to slow the charge of the cattle herd. We don't have those conditions. We can only carve out pits in the rock. However, these sharp crystal cattle have a skill called earth prison, which can instantly seal off the rocks. Therefore, to avoid the stampede of the cattle herd, we must immediately come out from a cave. Otherwise, with a large number of cattle casting spells, you would only be trapped to death inside. Jean Quan nodded to indicate understanding and quickly began to dig a pit in the rock. With each cut, as if slicing tofu, he soon dug out a tunnel in the rock wall, which included several exits. This was to ensure that if one was blocked, there would still be other paths to escape. Ji ran, shot, climbing ropes to the top of the rock wall, quickly climbing up and finding a protruding rock to stand on and set up his gun. With the sound of an explosive gunshot, the bullet arched through the air and accurately struck the eye of a sharp crystal cattle that was gnawing on the crystal or in the distance, instantly causing blood to splatter as it let out a painful roar. Chapter 28. Bloody Massacre. It quickly turned around, its only eye facing the direction of the gunfire, where Jean Quan stood alone. The sharp crystal bull immediately emitted a blue light from its two horns and let out a roar. In an instant, countless bull roars echoed across the plain, and a suffocating aura enveloped the entire area. The ground trembled, pebbles bounced on the surface, dust swirled up, and a massive herd of terrifying bulls, numbering in the hundreds, charged forward with overwhelming might. Jean Quan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was a united force. If he confronted them head-on, he could be torn apart in an instant. Just as the herd was about to crash into Jean Quan, he quickly retreated and dove into the tunnel dug into the cliff wall. Boom! Like a violent explosion, the entire cliff crumbled as if it were a pastry being crushed into cookies, and the previously dug tunnel was twisted and deformed, with countless stones falling. Outside, gunfire continued, and occasionally, bulls in the herd had their eyes explode, twisting their heads to search. It was precisely because of Ji Ran's disturbance that the herd didn't notice Jean Quan in the tunnel. He quickly swung his knife, cleaving open the blocked passage and moving swiftly along the distorted tunnel. Before long, Jean Quan emerged from the side entrance of the herd, without any hesitation. His body was enveloped in the divine image of infernal flame, and the golden light of his dominance shone brightly. Titanic earth cleave. This slash directly struck into the herd, splitting the lowest bull in half instantly, and the powerful shockwave stunned over a dozen bulls around it for a moment. Two knives swung rapidly, and the heads of these bulls fell in an instant. Just at that moment, the herd's eyes glowed brightly, and a large number of stone pillars appeared beneath Jean Quan's feet, closing in like a stone prison. If he couldn't escape in the next wave of charge, he would be crushed along with the stone prison. Blade of Destruction. Jean Quan was enveloped in a blade aura of destruction. With an upward thrust, the entire stone prison was cut open, and he flashed like a stream of light into the herd. After slicing off two bull heads in quick succession, the ground trembled once more. In the next moment, a pair of illusory, demonic wings sprouted from his back, lifting him into the air as he looked down at the herd below. Demonic wing, triple slash. The first slash struck like a gale, and Jean Quan soared above the backs of the bulls, cleaving all sharp crystal bull enemies in a straight line in half. The second slash turned to cut another straight line while the blade light flickered. With a powerful slash, the fan-shaped area before him was instantly filled with blade energy, and blood flowers erupted from all the bulls. The epic attribute Silence took effect immediately, and all the sharp crystal bulls attempting to cast the stone prison suddenly went silent, unable to release their skills. The third slash flashed to the rear end of the herd, both hands gripping the knife, radiating light as he charged up, then struck down with the force of thunder. A massive blade aura swept through, plowing a deep trench into the ground, and all sharp crystal bulls hit by this blade aura fell into silence. Underestimating this silence attribute, Jean Quan couldn't help but marvel. He initially thought the dominance was better, but at this moment, he was proven wrong. The monsters struck by the blade aura were all silenced. Jean Quan quickly descended, charging into the herd. The bull hides, shimmering like crystals, were all sliced in half by his gray particle-wrapped king of Bat's blade. Blood gushed forth, and with the beetle leap allowing for a second jump in the air, he spun and maneuvered through the herd, taking one down with each strike. Killing the level 31 third-tier sharp crystal bulls provided an immense amount of spiritual energy, and just as he finished using his skills in a wave, he leveled up instantly. His stamina surged, recovering to its peak, and the red light of destruction reappeared like a bulldozer, ignoring all obstructions. The light of the blade of destruction shredded all the bulls in a straight line. All the corpses were sent flying. As the herd charged again, a titanic earth cleave quickly jumped back, striking toward the end of the formation, causing a moment of shock and then a flurry of chaotic slashes. The earth's soil surged, and just as the bulls were about to cast their spells, Jean Quan's back sprouted demonic wings once more, executing the sky-cutting triple slash. The airborne strikes scattered the remaining bodies, and large portions of the herd were silenced. When he landed, his internal spiritual energy surged, his stamina recovered, and he leveled up again. Ji Ran, holding a gun, stared in shock at this scene. This sharp crystal bull herd, which originally required dozens of military regiments to take down, was being slaughtered by a single person. Epic, 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 3 skills, all epic skills. How is this possible? He felt the knowledge of the profession passed down through his 1,000-year-old family heritage crumble in Jean Quan's presence. The terrifying defense of the sharp crystal bulls was as fragile as paper before that strange long knife, and their formidable physique allowed them to unleash 3 epic skills continuously. Even during the pioneering phase, it took many regiments using pit traps to wear them down slowly. Yet Jean Quan had dodged the first wave of impact and chose to confront them head-on. 3 skills, totaling 5 phases of movement, he danced and flickered among the herd, leaving behind a trail of broken corpses wherever he passed. Ji Ran watched, quickly deducing in his mind, then muttered in shock, "Can't win. Even if I count my family's SS's level talent in my favor, combined with the mythic profession of flesh and blood mechanic, I still can't win. What monster?" He let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Time flew rapidly in the midst of the slaughter, and the hundreds of sharp crystal bulls fell one by one. Jean Quan's level had already risen to 29, but without the rewards for leveling up, his spiritual energy dropped significantly, making it impossible to reach level 30. He couldn't rely on leveling up to restore his stamina anymore, so he shut down the divine image of infernal flame, holding his breath as he continued to fight up close. As Jean Quan delivered the final blow, the bull's head fell to the ground, and he sat down on a bull corpse. Looking at his bare upper body, the crystal heavy armor had turned into a glowing mist, indicating that this piece of equipment was completely destroyed. He felt the knife handle slippery in his grip, his body drenched in blood that had begun to congeal. The stench overwhelming, and he gasped for air. The power within him surged even more. After taking down this wave of sharp crystal bulls, he leveled up 6 times. The sound of sliding ropes came from behind him, and Ji Ran gently landed on the ground. Stepping on the sticky ground, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You really killed them all. I originally thought I would use my gun to draw half of them away, but I didn't expect it to be unnecessary at all. Don't the sharp crystal bulls have a leader?" Jean Quan asked, panting. Ji Ran found a bull with its abdomen sliced open, reached inside, and said no if there were. It would just be another vengeful spider matriarch. With that, he pulled hard, and a golden, egg-like object appeared in his bloodied hand, delicate and shiny. "This is the sharp crystal bull's yellow, a great detoxification material." Jean Quan glanced at it, not very interested, as it was not much different from the cow bile of his previous life. Ji Ran smiled and said, "It's quite valuable." Looking at the fallen hundreds of corpses, Jean Quan's eyes lit up. "Isn't this a windfall?" Chapter 29 Arrival of the train. Ji Ran threw the cow bile to him. "You can sell it to the Tiana Consortium. They mainly deal with potions. Just this batch of crystal cow bile is enough for you to live quite well." Jean Quan immediately felt delighted. Money gives heroes courage. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't touched its currency. His physical strength had recovered considerably, and he quickly cut open the corpses, extracting the gallbladders to take the cow bile, storing them in his storage ring. He needed to move faster. The smell of blood was too strong here, and a large number of monsters would likely come soon. He was also helping to collect the cow bile. "I'm just 1 level away from advancing. The monsters will come just in time." However, Ji Ran frowned and said, "The monsters coming are not of the same type. There might be several different monster groups. Experienced professionals have a deep understanding. Do not mix fight with different types of monsters." The fundamental reason why humanity could establish such a vast empire is that humans can form legions by combining different professions, which ordinary monsters cannot do. Jean Quan thought for a moment and realized that if there were a few blade mantis kings hidden among the crystal cow herd just now, he might have already died. Let's head towards the center. One level of experience should be enough if we kill along the way. After quickly tidying up, Jean Quan looked at the more than 10 emblems in his hand as they left the plane. The drop rate for emblems wasn't very high. He hadn't gotten a single purple emblem. All were blue and green. Huh, what's this emblem? He took out a blue emblem. It was leaf-shaped with complex patterns and a potion bottle on it. Hearing Jean Quan's confusion, Ji Ran turned his head, raising his eyebrows. You're quite lucky. You actually dropped a blue potion recipe. Keep it. Potion recipes are basically monopolized by the upper city now. You can't sell it. But if you go to the Wasteland later, you can cultivate a potion maker. Jean Quan used insight to take a look. Blueprint emblem, detoxification potion, blue. Using this recipe will teach you how to make the detoxification potion. After consuming this antidote, it can quickly relieve various toxin statuses on the target, restore a certain amount of physical strength, and temporarily improve the target's resistance to toxins, reducing the chance of being poisoned again. It has healing and detoxifying effects. It looks pretty good. He then looked at the only emblem in his hand that he could use. Equipment emblem, equipment name, bison leggings, blue. Equipment level, tier 3 equipment quality, blue equipment type. Leggings physique, 7 stars bison charge, 5 chance to trigger bison charge. Quickly moving a short distance forward and knocking back enemies, increasing your movement speed by 10. Bison toughness, increases your toughness by 8 and reduces bleeding chance by 10. This is decent equipment. The bison charge effect is quite powerful. After equipping it, Jean Quan felt his physique had become significantly stronger. However, this chance to trigger, if uncontrolled, would undoubtedly be suicidal. Jean Quan experimented a bit, and then his eyes lit up. This chance to trigger was somewhat similar to a charge trigger. Once the probability was activated, the leggings would flash, and with a thought, he could charge a distance. This undoubtedly provided more autonomy. The area where the two were located was quite remote. After finding an underground river, they washed off the blood on their bodies and headed back towards the center. When the railway reappeared in their sight, human bones gradually came into view. Most of these bones were incomplete, showing signs of being gnawed at. Even the intact bodies had swollen bellies. Upon cutting open the abdomen, a thick mass of insect eggs slid out. As they walked further along the railway, the fallen bodies became denser, almost radiating from the center. Numerous incomplete corpses had faces filled with terror and despair. These were the parasitized dead, so flesh and blood could still be seen. If they went further in, it was likely there would be only bones left. Ji Ran expressionlessly crushed an insect egg underfoot, causing slime to splatter everywhere. Did nearly 1 million people die just like that? Even though he had participated in many wars in his past life, he had never seen 1 million deaths in such a short time. What else could it be? Given the 10 years it took to crawl from the dead city to the lower city, but not getting out, it was destined to be their mission and fate. Jean Quan shook his head, not wanting to argue his past life S values against this world S values, and sighed. So should we continue moving in? He had already seen the shadows of crawling insects all around, along with the dense, slimy, chewing sounds. The central area was the most densely populated with monsters, and their territories often changed, so it was unwise to go in directly. Let's head to a refuge. A refuge? Jean Quan tilted his head in confusion. Ji Ran picked up a piece of soil and rubbed it in his hand. Let's cross to the other side of the railway. The two crossed the railway, and Jean Quan grabbed a handful of dirt again to rub. There's a type of insect called silver thread silkworm, which lives in red earth caves. They have a habit of storing food and weave a huge cocoon underground as a food nest, locking away the food they catch inside. So, as long as they enter the food nest, they should be able to easily kill quite a few monsters. Because of this habit, many people used to hide in the nests until later when miners came in. Not far after crossing the railway, they noticed a significant change in the geology. Rocks became scarce, and it was all yellow mud. Ji Ran bent down and searched for something, pulling aside a bunch of grass-like plants. Flipping up the underside of the leaves, where a crystal-clear silk thread was stuck above. Just then, Jean Quan's ears twitched, and he turned to look at the railway, where a noticeable vibration frequency was coming from, and in the distance, the sound of steel clashing began to emerge. Isn't it supposed to be in 15 days? Why is a train coming now? Ji Ran pulled the silk thread, and turning back, he saw a luxurious train painted in shiny colors slowly approaching. Seeing this train, he sneered. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The luxury and flattery of the upper city have made these people lose their most basic judgment. On the train, amidst the clinking of glasses, it served as an important social occasion for small and large consortiums, with compliments flowing continuously. Young Master Zhu, it's an honor to be on the same train with you, and thank you for leading us to pit number 1. I am Lu Shi from the Jinshui group. Just call me Xiao Lu. My family is in construction. I'll drink this cup. You could do as you please. A young man in a black suit, with a face full of flattery, held up a cup and bowed to Zhu Jinxiong, then immediately drank the cup dry. After finishing, he tilted the cup to show it was completely empty. Zhu Jinxiong glanced at him, raised his cup, but did not drink, patting his shoulder instead. Our main task this time is to pioneer. Once this is done, everything else will be easy to discuss. Yes. Just a dimension of a mining pit that's already half developed. With young Master Zhu leading, it's not a problem at all. We're just here to be cheerleaders and watch young Master Zhu showcase his prowess. Lu Shi immediately beamed with pride, feeling honored. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinxiong's expression turned serious, and patting his belly, he said, "Oh, don't say that. Everyone here is a talent of my Flying Eagle Empire. There's no such thing as cheerleaders. We all need to work hard together to conquer this dimension and show them that the Flying Eagle Empire still relies on our generation of youth." That's right. Young Master Zhu is right. You are our leader, and we youths are the future of the empire. This seemed to resonate deeply with Zhu Jinxiong. He was the leader of the youth, and the youth were the future of the empire, which meant he was the future leader of the empire. Zhu Jinxiong suddenly laughed heartily, giving Lu Shi a heavy pat on the shoulder. You good, Jinshui group, right? I remember. The city wall in the north is being rebuilt, and I'll try to stuff you in there when the time comes. Lu Shi's lips were trembling. The reconstruction of the 1,000-year-old giant city wall was the largest project in the entire empire, and even a little involvement in it would amount to a considerable fortune. He hurriedly poured more wine and raised another toast, his face never ceasing to show flattery. The entire carriage was bustling, resembling a ballroom, with the most people gathered around being the Zhu family of the Flying Eagle Legion and the Ji family of the Mechanical Legion. Everyone was beaming with joy, fully showcasing the social nature of this tourist train. Chapter 30. Dar Priest in a corner by the window, Zhao Lu Bai, the young master of the Tianhe Consortium, propped his head on his hand and looked outside. As the most useless one among all the young masters and young ladies, fewer people came to flatter him. Even if someone did, they were blocked outside by his 2 bodyguards. He saw corpses littering the ground and heard extravagant laughter in his ears, sneering at it. He picked up a banana, peeled it, and took a bite as the scenery outside rushed by and the train's searchlight illuminated the surroundings. 2 figures appeared outside, one tall and one short. The taller one was bare-chested, with broad shoulders like a shield, thick and powerful, muscles bulging and lines sharp, resembling a perfect and majestic sculpture from the front. The other was shorter, with somewhat messy hair and a face stained with dust, dressed in a worn-out suit that seemed to tell the story of his past elegance. He looked a bit disheveled, but his eyes sparkled like stars. Both were staring at the train window, their gazes crossing with Zhao Liubai's. The moment he caught their eyes, Zhao Lubai suddenly stood up, knocking over the pastries and fruits on the table, but he remained oblivious, pressing his hands against the glass to look outside desperately. However, the train moved quickly, whistling by, and the 2 figures disappeared from his sight in an instant. Zhao Liubai's actions immediately drew the attention of those in the carriage. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent as everyone looked at the scattered food. Zhu Jinxiong frowned immediately. Zhao Lubai, what do you mean? But Zhao Lubai seemed not to hear him, his face pressed against the glass. Muttering to himself, he is not dead? That gaze too similar could be him. Zhu Jinxiong's face darkened at his dismissive behavior. Everyone is working together to tackle pit number 1. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off? The only reason you, a level 21 waste, are in this team is because of your father's face. Don't embarrass yourself here. Faking death. How could he be at pit number 1? And he looks more advanced than us. Zhao Lubai withdrew his gaze and glanced at Zhu Jinxiong, who was holding a wine glass with an air of self-importance, slowly raising his leg. A flash of purple light appeared on his foot, and a pair of embroidered boots adorned with flying cranes appeared, suddenly kicking forward. Bang! The train's glass shattered instantly, and the wind howled into the carriage, causing the curtains to fly and wine glasses and bottles to crash to the floor. Fool! He left behind a mocking remark and leaped out of the carriage. At the same time, his two bodyguards in black also jumped out after him. The carriage was left with only the sound of howling wind, and Zhu Jinxiong crushed the wine glass in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhao Lubai landed and quickly ran back, thinking it better to verify in person than to speculate. He wanted to find those two again, but when he arrived at the spot where they had just been, it was already empty. He quickly turned around, but found no trace of them. "Young Master Zhao, what happened?" asked a bewildered black-clothed bodyguard who had followed him. He did not answer but crouched down, closely examining the footprints on the ground, wiping his hand over the dirt. It was fresh. "I didn't see it wrong. Someone indeed stood here. He is not dead. Why hasn't he returned to the upper city?" "Ah, that guy in the carriage just now seemed to know you," Jin Quan said, shaking his head. You could sell the crystal cow bile to him. He is a rich man. He is one of those from the Tianhe Consortium." "Yes, the young master of the Tianhe Consortium, a dark priest pretending to be a priest," Ji Ran sneered. "In the entire upper city, there are only two mythical profession emblems. One is my former flesh and blood mechanic, and the other is the Thunder Beast Berserker of the Flying Eagle Legion. The Tianhe Consortium controls a large number of pharmacists and formulas, trading across the three major forces. Zhao Songming is the most concealed one, and his son is the same. No one knows their family has a third mythical profession, and it just so happens that one of their family members has matched it." Jin Quan swayed his body, intrigued. Is his mythical profession powerful? He only knew his own profession was a demon swordsman, but he never knew what tier it was. Having a comparison would be great. "Can heal, can fight, very comprehensive." After saying that, he also swayed his body. "Why are we still chatting like this? Hurry up and cut this cocoon open." The two of them were now wrapped in a large silkworm cocoon made of white silk, only their heads exposed, hanging upside down in an underground cave. He was fine, but Ji Ran, as an ordinary person, was already starting to show signs of facial congestion. Jin Quan smiled awkwardly at this. His arm was instantly wrapped in a layer of gray particles, and with a quick cut, a large gap opened in the cocoon wrapping him, and his body fell rapidly through the opening. He twisted at the waist and stood firmly. Then a blue light flashed in his hand, and a long knife slashed at the cocoon surrounding Ji Ran. "This silk is really fast. I didn't even react before being pulled into the cave." Ji Ran patted the dirt off his body, got up from the ground, and looked around the cave. The silver-lined silkworm specialty, it has no combat power itself. But this silkworm silk is incredibly tough, and setting traps is very fast. It's nearly impossible to break free without level 35 strength. After saying that, he pointed to the top of his head. "Do you see those big cocoons? They're all the silver-lined silkworm's food storage. If you deal with them and that silver-lined silkworm, you might be able to level up to 30. Above the cave, one by one, the cocoons hung like densely packed lanterns in the air, the silver-white silk reflecting sparkling points of light. These lanterns varied in size, containing both monsters and humans. But most had stopped moving. When the silver-lined silkworm returns to its nest, it will inject its prey with a hibernation toxin, allowing the prey to maintain life with minimal energy consumption. In this way, the silver-lined silkworm can feed on fresh food for a long time." Jin Quan walked towards the center of the cave, distinguishing for a moment there are more people than monsters. Then he stepped on the ground, leaping into the air, a pair of demon wings unfolding behind him, and he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly gliding down after flashing 3 times in the cave. "You leveled up by 6 levels by killing Poison Spike Beetle. Effectiveness ratio 100. You leveled up by 5 levels by killing Slime Worm. Effectiveness ratio 100. You leveled up by 6 levels by killing Burrowing Scorpion. Effectiveness ratio 100. Those cocoons wrapping monsters were all sliced open. A series of kill prompts flashed before him, and then Jin Quan used the beetle jump to leap again, cutting down those cocoons wrapping people, totaling over 100. Jean Quan approached and tried to tear one of the cocoons with his hands, finding it incredibly tough. With all his strength, he couldn't tear it open at all. Just as he was about to use his knife to cut them open, Ji Rant's voice floated over. If you want them to live, it's best not to damage the cocoons they are wrapped in. Jean Quan's hand holding the knife immediately stopped, and he turned his head to look at him. Why? The reason this place is called a refuge nest is that complete silver-lined silkworm silk is excellent sewing material. If this material is stained with blood and rot, its value will greatly decrease. So miners, if they discover the nest, often sell both the living people and the cocoons together. If you damage the cocoons, the people will lose their value, and you won't be able to protect them. They will ultimately die in pit number 1. Chapter 31. Silk Ring. Jean Quan was slightly taken aback by the words, but he slowly straightened up. So, they should be placed here? Jiren shook his head. If you want to save them, you should also kill that silver thread silkworm. Otherwise, when it returns to its nest and sees this, it will definitely eat all these people and then move its lair. How long will we have to wait? Jiren didn't respond, but walked to a hole in the cave, where there were some fine silks. He reached out and snapped each of these silks, then said, "These are its warning silks, meant to prevent anyone from invading its nest. If you sneak in and accidentally touch these, it will come back quickly." Sure enough, shortly after he spoke, Jean Quan heard a gurgling sound from the ground, like a catfish crawling in a swamp. Jiren reacted quickly and jumped away. Suddenly, a large amount of silver-white silk surged up from beneath Jin Chuan's feet, instantly wrapping him into a big ball. The next moment, a white, giant silkworm, over 5 meters long, burst out of the ground like a fish leaping from water. The yellow soil it encountered liquefied into mud, yet it swam through the mud without getting a speck of dirt on its body. The massive body curled up and enveloped the cocoon that was entangling Jean Quan, and a long black needle extended from its mouth, shimmering with a dark purple light, ready to stab down at the cocoon. "Just waiting for you." Jin Chuan's voice floated out from within the cocoon. In an instant, a burst of shattered sword energy erupted from within the cocoon, splitting the giant silkworm's body open in the center. Jean Quan shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the broken cocoon and the silkworm's body. With a flick of his hand, the Bat King's blade vanished from his grasp. "You have killed the silver thread silkworm. Lord at level 8, efficiency ratio 100. It turned out to be a lord? Jean Quan was somewhat surprised. Feeling the vigorous spiritual energy erupting within him, his level shot up to 30. Advancement conditions: 100 efficiency in killing 10 tier 3 monsters and 1 tier 3 monster lord. He already had 3 swordsman skills, and now he just needed to kill monsters to directly advance to tier 3. Jean Quan turned back towards the body of the silver thread silkworm, avoiding the sticky green liquid, and used the blade sheath to flip up its drooping head. A purple hexagonal emblem appeared on its forehead, and Jean Quan quickly grabbed it, the attributes of the emblem immediately appearing before his eyes. Equipment emblem, silk ring, purple, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, ring intelligence, 12-star spirit, 10-star special attributes, silk surge, shoot silk in a specified direction, rapidly pulling yourself towards the target location. Silk bind, actively consume spirit power to release silk bind, ensnaring the target enemy with silk. Seeing the silk surge skill, Jin Chuan's eyes lit up. Isn't this Spider-Man's ability? It's a bit of a pity that this seems to be a ring more suited for a mage class, with the 2 attributes being intelligence and spirit. However, just the silk surge alone greatly enhanced his mobility, confirming that there was nothing else. And looking at his level stuck at 30, Jean Quan decisively said, "Let us talk about your plan. I'm almost ready here. I just need 1 more tier 3 layer to advance." Jiren smiled at this and took out the lava fruit again. The Abyss Weasel has extremely keen perception, able to detect changes in the surrounding environment through sound, smell, and vibrations. They can accurately locate the position of their prey in the dark, making it difficult for stationary targets to escape their perception. Therefore, to injure an Abyss Weasel, it's best to attack from both sides and overwhelm it. The ideal place is the lairs of the Sand Eater and the Vengeful Spider Mother. Both of these monsters have a large number of minions, and once disturbed, they will definitely swarm out. With your intervention, it should be able to open the Abyss Passage. He approached the silver thread silkworm's body that Jean Quan had cut open. The skin of this silver thread silkworm, wrapped around you and buried in the ground, has strong concealment properties, allowing the abyss weasel to let its guard down. Jean Quan watched him struggle to tear at the silver thread silkworm skin, stepped forward, and quickly helped him cut and process it with the Bat King's blade. Once the entire skin was peeled off, Jiren smiled and said to Jean Quan, "The train that just passed was filled with second-generation elites, but they're all second-rate family members who can't rise to power. Yet they have some strength. Coming in so early, they're probably trying to make a name for themselves. After all, this snow, one pit has been untouched for 300 years. If they accomplish this feat, they could garner a lot of resources for their families by leveraging the fame. So their goal is clear. The last two native species, the lava behemoth and the vengeful spider mother." He picked up a piece of silk, stood in the center of the cave, watching the spider's silk flutter gently, pointed to a corner covered in silk nets, and walked while saying, "The lava behemoth is gone. So they will go looking for the vengeful spider mother. Although their strength isn't great, they should have some means of survival. If you can't eliminate them completely, it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in the Eagle Empire later on." He walked to the area with the silk nets, extended his palm to feel. "The ventilation hole is here." After saying this, he stepped aside, and without a word, Jean Quan swung his blade, instantly shattering the obstructing silk net, revealing a hole large enough for one person to crawl through. "Let's go directly to find the Sand Eater. Those self-proclaimed noble people won't venture into such a corpse-ridden area." The passage was quite narrow, and the two crawled almost the entire way out. Being pulled into the silk trap felt like swimming through mud, and it took them nearly an hour to crawl out. Once outside the cave, both of them couldn't help but sigh in relief. That was quite a detour. Jean Quan sat down on the ground, took a swig of water, and tossed the water bottle to Jiren. Jiren caught it, took a sip, and said somewhat nostalgically, "If we succeed, we'll part ways. I don't even know if I can survive in the abyss." He reached into his pocket and flicked his fingers, tossing the gleaming golden legendary class emblem in an arc, which Jean Quan caught in his hand. "Here is what I promised you." Jean Quan touched the smooth and mysterious emblem, looked up and smiled. "It seems the task isn't completed yet, and you're giving me the commission already?" Jiren shrugged nonchalantly. "If entering the abyss goes smoothly, this thing won't be needed. If it doesn't go smoothly, it won't be needed either, so I might as well give it to you." Jean Quan didn't hold back, rubbing the emblem on his leg and putting it into his storage ring. "Having spent time together, you're a smart person. I don't believe a clever person who has plotted for so long can die so easily." He stood up and twisted his neck. "Let's go. Let's wipe out another lair, and then I'll send you into the abyss." Chapter 32. Soul Link Zhao Lubai searched around, but found no one, so he left with 2 bodyguards. He had no intention of teaming up with that group at pit number 1. With a bit more investigation, they would definitely understand what a level 39 overlord represented. A group of less than tier 4 professionals dreaming of defeating such an overlord was simply delusional. The journey was extremely quiet. According to the data, he didn't see a single hidden monster ambushing them. Why were there no monsters on this path? A middle-aged man beside him scanned the area. Perhaps the mining slaves had fed them well, and they were too lazy to come out for food. Zhao Lubai frowned and turned to another middle-aged man, saying, "Old Joe, as a tier 3 level 39 hunter, didn't you sense anything?" Old Joe shook his head. "Everything seems normal. My hunter's perception hasn't picked up any movement." "We're approaching the pit," said another bodyguard in black. Zhao Lubai nodded. "Old Lee, you handle the big-mouthed worm from a distance. The Worm King's infinite regeneration is a bit troublesome. I'll cast a shadow curse on it, and Old Jew, you go down and burst it down in one hit." The 2 bodyguards nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, both of them were surrounded by purple light. A large bow and 2 daggers appeared in their hands. Zhu 15, a tier 3 level 39 assassin, stepped forward and instantly turned into a shadow, disappearing from sight. Zhou 16 pulled back his bowstring, and a flaming arrow slowly materialized, following him. Both had surpassed the peak of the tier 3 profession despite having no future prospects. But after decades of grinding in lower tiers, they had conquered many low-tier secret realms and dimensions for the Tiana Consortium. They were undoubtedly experienced lower-tier experts. Zhao Lubai also flipped his wrist, extending the purple light in his hand to reveal a staff adorned with a skull. However, before he took 2 steps, he saw Zhu 15's figure reappearing, walking back towards them with a serious expression. It's gone. The big-mouthed worms below have been cleared. What? Zhao Lubai and Zhou 16's expressions changed slightly. Are Zhu Jinxiong and the others here? Zhu 15 shook his head. The activity in the arena doesn't look like a large group fighting. It's all sword and knife wounds. The 3 quickly approached the pit and looked down, only to see that the area appeared as if it had undergone a violent bombing, with massive slashes spreading all around. All the big-mouthed worms were cut in half on the ground. Even the flower-mouthed worm king was killed in one strike. Sliding quickly down the sandy slope, Zhao Lubai bent down to touch one of the large slashes that resembled a meteor impact, with dense cracks spreading around. What a domineering sword technique, he said, looking at Zhu 15 beside him. What kind of conditions are needed to cause such damage? Zhu 15 stood up, measured the area with his leg, then kicked a corpse on the ground, hesitating as he said, "It wouldn't be difficult for me to kill a monster at level 20 like this. The prerequisite is to hit its weakness with a critical strike." After saying this, he looked around, incredulously sighing. But these flower-mouthed worm corpses are all cut in half. This means the power of the blade must completely crush the monster's defensive attributes, and the might continues to carve such large slashes into the ground. Perhaps it was a tier 3 level 39 legendary swordsman. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou 16, the hunter, swallowed hard, trembling as he pointed at the flower-mouthed worm king lying on the ground, saying, "Isn't this a problem?" The 2 turned their heads simultaneously, seeing Zhou 16's panic-stricken expression. They quickly approached him and looked at the split flower-mouthed worm king. They saw that the split wound melted and then fused back together, transforming from its original flesh and blood-like form into a completely dead tissue. "This is destruction," Zhao Lubai said in disbelief. "It does look very much like it. But destruction is an attached spiritual ability. A level 7 blood sacrificer?" Zhu 15 questioned, looking at Zhou 16. "The rules of dimensions absolutely wouldn't allow a level 7 powerhouse to enter. This person might have used some special professions means." Zhao Yobai's mind flashed back to seeing the 2 figures on the train earlier, their bright eyes like stars passing before him again. Special profession? Zhou 16 looked confused. In his impression, there was no profession that could possess high-tier attribute rules at lower tiers. After glancing at the crystal that had been pried off at the tail, Zhao Lubai stood up. "Let us go. Some professions might have abilities that no one knows about." After Zhao Lubai finished speaking, Zhou 16 and Zhu 15 exchanged glances, both somewhat shocked. "Mythical profession?" Zhao Lubai said nothing and quickly walked down towards the deep pit. Crossing this pit, the terrain gradually descended, and the sandy soil changed into charred rock, with the temperature rising rapidly. His purpose for coming to Pitno. One was to kill the lava giant beast of the lava lake. The Dark Priest's exclusive skill, Soul Link. Skill effect. The Dark Priest can establish a soul link with a target. Once the link is established, a certain percentage of the damage the priest receives will be transmitted to the target. If the target is an ally, the ally gains increased agility and strength, and while taking damage, will receive a temporary shield based on the priest's attributes. If the target is an enemy, in addition to taking the transmitted damage, they will also suffer additional shadow damage. During the linking period, the enemy's movement speed and attack speed will be reduced by a certain percentage, limiting their ability to act. Skills cast on the Soul Link target have a 300 effect. This is one of the core skills of the mythical profession Dark Priest. It seems to have no output damage performance, but if used well, this skill is simply an all-around existence. Whether facing an enemy's attack or needing to protect allies, it can easily cope. It is precisely because of this skill that he dared to challenge what is said to be the strongest defense in the entire dimension of Pitno, one with the 3 of them. "Once I cast the Soul Link, old Zhu, you output everything in me," Zhao Lubai said to Zhu 15, who was holding a dagger. As an assassin profession, high agility and high burst are their characteristics. But once faced with something like the lava giant beast, which has abnormal defense that cannot be breached, his output damage would only be superficial. However, With Zhao Liubai's Soul Link, he could directly output at Zhao Liubai, and the damage could bypass the lava giant beast's defensive attributes through the soul chain's transmitted damage. This is also why the three of them dared to challenge this 300-year-old native species. Old Zhou, you just focus on using ranged attacks to slow down the lava giant beast's speed. Don't let it get close and seriously injure me. His soul link would immediately break if the caster suffered a fatal injury. He had emptied several of his family's stores of potions for this. He took out several bottles of potions and drank 5 in a row. Layers of different colored lights appeared on him, enhancing various damage reductions and healing benefits. Slowly walking into the lava lake cave. Chapter 33. Once old friends, the lava lake was eerily quiet. Even the magma seemed to flow lazily, and the entire space felt a bit dimmer. As the three arrived at the edge of the lava lake, they all froze, staring blankly at the central island of the lava lake, as if they had been struck by a freezing spell. It wasn't until a bubble in the lava burst, making a sound like firecrackers, that the three were startled back to reality. Without saying a word, they leaped forward, quickly crossing the exposed rocks of the lava lake to reach the central island. In the center of the island, a colossal lava beast that resembled a giant had been split in two, its magma blood already dried up and turned into charred stone. And the ground of the island was cracked with dense fissures spreading outward. Zhou 16 spoke hoarsely. This is impossible. Zhu 15, holding a dagger, summoned a bright glow above, and a phantom scorpion tail emerged, stabbing fiercely into the body of the lava beast. The speed of the stab was incredibly fast. His arm almost vanished. And then there was a clang. The sound of metal resonated, and the immense recoil made Zhu 15 stagger back several steps. Even dead, it has such high defense. Looking at the mere scratch he had made on the black golden shell, he found it hard to believe. At this moment, Zhao Liubai asked old Zhu, what conditions are necessary to inflict such damage now? Zhu 15 let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. It's beyond my understanding. He then countered, do you think a mythical profession could achieve this? As a holder of a mythical profession, Zhao Liubai closed his eyes to calculate, then sighed. A 39-level domain lord with extremely high defense. He scanned the area around the lava lake. One hit kill. In the lower 3 tiers, even with a mythical profession. SSS level talent, full purple gear, 5 purple enhancement skills, and 1 purple high-damage sword technique, it would be impossible to achieve such a crushing kill. The domain lord had territorial bonuses, and the blood of this lava beast was tied to the entire lava lake. He glanced at the staff in his hand. Mythical professions need growth, and talents also need growth. His plan was to use soul links with the two to inflict damage, gradually draining the entire lava lake before delivering the final blow. From the scene, it was clear that the person who killed the lava beast had completely ignored its ability to recover through the magma. In fact, apart from that one strike, there were no signs of the lava beast retaliating at all. This meant that the 39-level domain lord, boosted by its territory, had been killed in its sleep without even reacting. Young master, this person might really be a 7th-tier blood sacrificer, Zhou 16 said with some fear. For your safety, we should leave this dimension quickly. However, Zhao Liubai shook his head. Since the world changed nearly 1,000 years ago, no one has been able to break the dimensional limits, not even 9th-tier elites. Zhou 16, touching the body of the lava beast, said helplessly, but is this really something that can be done in the lower 3 tiers? If we had seen the lava drying up, the ground collapsing, energy storms swirling, and spells being cast continuously, it would at least seem reasonable, indicating a large army had fought hard. We could only blame bad luck for arriving late. But the lava beast being killed instantly is simply too abnormal. What should we do next? Zhou 16 asked Zhao Liubai. The original main task was to kill the lava beast, but now someone had beaten them to it. At the same time, from the death of the lava beast, they realized that there was an existence in pit number 1 that they could not contend with, raising the danger level of the entire area. Zhu 15 put away his dagger and looked outside the cave. If this person is an extreme organization rebelling against the upper city, then everyone who entered this train might have to die. Someone who can easily kill the lava beast would find killing those ignorant second-generation people as easy as killing chicks. Young Master Zhao, the target has been lost. I think we should leave quickly. Staying here won't help. Zhao Lubai nodded, clearly agreeing with Zhu 15's suggestion. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall was a saying his father often repeated, and in the current situation, the best thing to do was to leave and then call for expert from his family to block the entrance. He looked at the massive body of the lava beast, pressed his palm against it, and purple light flickered on his wrist as a bracelet filled with inscriptions emerged. With a flash of light, the body of the lava beast vanished, clearly a rare storage item. Take it out and let the family see what is special about the person who made the move. The three quickly exited the pit, but Hunter Zhou 16 suddenly paused just as they emerged. The hunter's vision was extremely sharp, and he frowned at the stone wall beside them. Zhao Lubai also turned his head to look. At first glance, it seemed nothing was there, but upon closer inspection, he found that it had been wiped clean. Slowly approaching, Zhao Lubai traced the cleaning marks with his hand, slowly gesturing. It's a square. What does that mean? Zhou 16 pointed to the middle. There should be 3 small circles inside. Zhu 15's dagger appeared as he traced a circle along the marks, looking puzzled. A totem or a mark? Zhao Lubai shook his head. If it's a mark, why would it be deliberately wiped away? He then bent down to inspect further, and indeed, he could still see some scattered footprints on the ground. After looking around, his expression changed slightly. Old Zhu, can you tell how many people left these footprints? Zhu 15 crouched down. The footprints on the ground were very shallow and quite fragmented. After comparing them with his dagger, he said, 2 types of footprints. One person seems to be barefoot. Zhao Lubai stood up again, slightly tilting his body as if simulating something, and traced a square shape along the stone wall. Then he stopped, pinching his brow, as memories from the train flashed through his mind like a reverse sequence. The clinking of glasses in the carriage, the dim environment outside the window, and the spotlight sweeping by, revealing 2 figures slowly appearing outside the glass. The memory seemed to freeze for a moment, focusing instantly on the feet of a tall figure, barefoot without shoes. He gasped sharply, gripping his brow tightly, as if the memories just recalled had drained too much of his mental energy. You were here, you and that person were here. This was indeed your drawing. Huh. Zhao Lubai stood up, covering his face and laughing heartily. You didn't die, and you became stronger, didn't you? Of course, how could they really scheme to kill you? Ha ha. Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 exchanged glances, completely unsure why Zhao Lubai suddenly laughed, and dared not interrupt, just waiting quietly. Countless memories flashed instantly in his mind. Under the Xing'an Bridge, a young boy was using chalk to draw a world map on the concrete pillar beneath the bridge, explaining how the Legion cooperated, how to expand and integrate territories, and how to battle monsters. 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, sat upright on a few hollow bricks, quietly listening to the tale. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. As the sun began to set, the evening glow was like brocade, and the orange-yellow light gently filtered through the bridge arch, casting a golden glow over the boy and the children, as if draped in a layer of radiant light. A gentle breeze brushed by, night fell, and the distant, luxurious, and towering buildings gradually lit up, colorful and extravagant. Accompanied by the sound of children's songs, the dilapidated Xing'an Bridge slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 34. 100-star pattern. Zhao Lubai suddenly stood up, and with a flash of light from the storage ring on his wrist, a map appeared, which he pressed against a rock. The 3 marked dots corresponded to 3 locations: the Broken Water Mine, the Ghostwood Valley, and the nest of the sand-eating motherworm. Is this where you want to go? After a moment of thought, he put the map away and called to the 2. Let's go to the Broken Water Mine. The expressions of the 2 changed slightly, and then one of them said, Young Master, an unknown powerful being has appeared here. It would be better to leave. If we encounter such a strong opponent, we won't be able to protect you. They had already reached the extreme level of the entire first pit dimension, and the once foolproof security work now seemed extremely dangerous. Zhao Lubai rolled up the map and said, if it's really as I think, then the person who killed this lava giant beast poses no great danger to us. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, and then said, I am clear about my grievances. If it weren't for him back then, I wouldn't have been able to resonate with the mythic profession. After saying this, he quickly left the place, heading toward the Broken Water Mine. As the blade light of Jean Quan fell, a red giant earthworm with a severed head twisted madly on the ground. In an instant, Dust rolled up, looking around. There lay a number of such small earthworms in this yellow earth cavity. You have killed the red tumor worm king at level 3, effectiveness 100. Jean Quan casually brushed over the head of the fallen red giant earthworm, and a blue equipment emblem appeared in his hand. Equipment emblem, blue earthworm robe, blue. Equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Upper garment intelligence, 8 stars special attributes. Blue earthworm binding, 6 chance to trigger blue earthworm binding. Releasing blue earthworm-shaped energy from the robe to bind target enemies, reducing their movement speed by 25. Blue earthworm vitality, increases your own mental recovery speed by 10. Another piece of mage equipment. After storing in his ring, he couldn't help but sigh. The higher the level, the lower the drop rate indeed. If it's all like this, it would be really hard for ordinary professionals to grow. G-Ran looked at the easily cleared cave and smiled helplessly. Ordinary professionals wouldn't think of going out solo. They usually form groups of 3, 5, or even 10. The more you kill, the more you will drop something. After saying this, he got up to find the entrance of the cave and added, "This red tumor worm's tunnel can lead directly to the nest of the sand-eating worm. I'll scout it out, and you can adapt to the tier 3 power." Jean Quan nodded. Then with his left hand, he grabbed his right palm and tore outward. Blue light flickered, and the emblem of the Bat King's blade detached from his hand. Loosening his grip slightly, the entire emblem transformed into blue light points that dissipated in the air. Indeed, dismantling it destroys it. He could feel that as the equipment left, his power diminished somewhat. That was the power belonging to the emblem. Out with the old, in with the new. Smiling, he took out an orange emblem from the flower mouth ring. Judging from its color and texture, this orange equipment emblem far surpassed the others. Without any hesitation, he pressed it into the palm of his right hand. In the next moment, Jean Quan felt a surge of explosive power throughout his body, his blood racing rapidly. His originally bulging muscles began to compress, and even his bones started to crackle. His height, originally 2 meters, was forcibly compressed to 2 meters, and his body's pores closed, making him feel as if he were cast from bronze and iron. 2 blood patterns, one red and one green, circulated around him. The red turned into the fierce head of a tiger, letting out a ferocious roar that echoed throughout the cave before diving into his right arm. Forming a tiger head pattern, the green evolved into a majestic elephant with tusks raised and a long trunk swaying, transforming into an elephant pattern that similarly wrapped around his right arm. With a retraction of his back, his muscles tightened and made a creaking sound. G-Ran, who was originally detecting the passage, had his pupils shrink. 100 stars. 200 stars. Jean Quan clenched his fist. "I only equipped an orange weapon, and I feel like I've become several times stronger. Your professional physique and strength growth are too high. Reaching 100 stars at just tier 3 is remarkable." G-Ran shook his head. "In the future, when you encounter trouble outside, you can manifest your 100-star pattern. Those who are blind should quickly retreat. The tiger pattern represents strength, while the elephant pattern represents physique." Jean Quan's right hand glowed with orange light, and a massive long knife appeared, standing upright and as tall as he was. The blade displayed a deep red color, like flowing lava, with flickering flames on the surface, as if it could erupt with scorching magma at any moment. The blade's edge was even more vibrant, radiating an orange-red glow, resembling a freshly forged blade that had yet to be tempered. The handle was extremely long, ample for both hands. Jean Quan waved it slightly, leaving behind a blazing trajectory, as if tracing a burning flame in the air. At first glance, it felt incredibly heavy. Here are the attributes of this weapon. Lava Judgment, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Weapon heavy blade strength, 45 stars physique, 35 stars lava roar, 25 chance to trigger lava roar when attacking. Dealing fire damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front and putting them in a burning state. Lava power. Each successful hit on an enemy grants the lava power effect, increasing strength by 10, stackable up to 10 layers. The next strike will unleash a lava impact. Lava impact transforms into a meteor and strikes in a specified direction, causing an explosion that deals massive damage. Lava Resonance. If paired with Lava Series equipment to form a set, additional attribute bonuses are granted. Strength 15 stars, Physique 15 stars, Tenacity 15 stars. Epic. Domineering Body. While in domineering state, immune to control effects, and damage received is reduced by 20. With a strength of 45 stars and physique of 35 stars. He directly possessed the 100-star pattern. Jean Quan quickly equipped the Lava War Helmet, Lava Shoulder Pads, and Lava Chestplate, instantly forming the Lava set. At that moment, another beast roar emanated from Jean Quan's body, this time resembling a gray rhinoceros, its armor like an unbreakable wall. The rhinoceros pattern also transformed into a design that appeared on his right arm. His entire body shrank a little more, now standing at 1.9 meters, but his muscles shimmered like metal. The Lava Judgment in his hand merged with the 3 pieces of heavy armor. And all these pieces of equipment simultaneously displayed a flame emblem, like a product label. Lava War Helmet Heavy Armor, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Helmet Physique, 15 stars Tenacity, 12 stars Lava Insight, increases your own hit rate by 10. Lava Evasion. When the enemy evades, gain a shield that absorbs damage. Lava Shoulder Pads Heavy Armor, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Shoulder Pads Physique, 16 stars Tenacity, 13 stars Lava Rebound, 10 chance to trigger Lava Rebound when attacked, reflecting 30 of the damage taken back to the attacker, dealing fire damage. Lava Charging. After successfully hitting an enemy 3 times, store a layer of lava power. After 3 layers, gain a shield that absorbs damage. Lava Chestplate Heavy Armor, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Quality, Purple Equipment Type, Chestplate Constitution, 18 stars Tenacity, 15 stars Lava Shield, has a 10 chance to trigger Lava Shield when attacked, granting a shield that can absorb damage. While the shield exists, it deals fire damage to surrounding enemies. Lava Power has a 12 chance to trigger Lava Power when attacking, granting fire damage to the weapon. Lava Set. Acquire the title of Lava Lord. Fire Attribute Resistance 60. All attributes increase by 15. Triggers Lava Shield Enhancement, increasing shield absorption to twice the original amount and reducing damage taken by the character by 30. Lava Resonance appears with Strength 15 stars, Constitution 15 stars, Tenacity 15 stars. Attack Speed -15. The complete set of equipment emblems is embedded in the body by Jean Quan, giving him a feeling of soaring ecstasy. Now, even if a true dragon stands before him, he wants to strike it a couple of times. With another swing of the blade, flames flicker, and Jean Quan frowns slightly. The heavy sword is already heavy, and it reduces attack speed by 15. He then draws out the welded dagger from his waist, and with powerful strength, swings it again. A whistling wind follows, creating heavy afterimages. It seems he can't discard this knife. Its nuclear energy bug talent combined with the heavy sword's might and the dagger's speed is perfect. Looking at the special effects of the 3 pieces of heavy armor, Jean Quan can't help but marvel. There's a chance to trigger a shield when attacked, a chance to trigger a shield when an attack is dodged, and a shield is also triggered after striking 9 times. Coupled with the set's shield strength enhancement and 30 damage reduction. He pounded his chest, making a couple of bang-bang sounds. He really wants someone to hit him. Haha. From Jiran, he learned that rings can be worn in pairs. Jean Quan raised his hand, shooting a silk thread to the cave ceiling, and in the next moment, the silk thread suddenly shrank, sending him soaring. With the silk thread retracted, he swung again, using the silk thread to swing continuously at the cave ceiling like on a swing. Silk Ring, Purple, Equipment Level, Tier 3 Equipment Type, Ring Intelligence, 12 stars Spirit, 10 stars Special Effects, Silk Soar, shoot silk in a specified direction, quickly pulling oneself to the target location. Silk Bind, actively release Silk Bind, consuming spirit power to bind the target enemy with silk. It adds intelligence and spirit, leaning more towards mage-type professions, but the special effects greatly enhance agility. The last piece is Blue Leg Armor, dropped by a Crystal Bull, with 7 stars in Constitution, increasing some defense and movement speed. At this moment, he has reached his strongest state. Strength Emblem bonus 69 stars, Constitution bonus 112 stars, Tenacity bonus 46 stars, along with his own Hellfire Idol talent and the hidden attributes of the demon body. All three attributes have exceeded 100 stars. His Constitution is even more powerful. Jean Quan estimates that his Constitution has likely reached around 180 stars, making him feel like an indestructible tower. Chapter 35. Catching mice. Ji Ran crawled out of a tunnel, glanced at Jean Quan's arm, and felt a pang in his teeth. Another one, and you're only level 31. An orange glow flashed in Jean Quan's hand as the lava judgment transformed into a crest and entered his palm. He shook his wrist and said, "Let's go." The sand-eating worm nest you mentioned, I feel like I can unleash my ultimate move there. Ultimate move? Ji Ran asked, puzzled. Jean Quan scratched his nose. It basically means to charge in and kill. Ji Ran pointed at Jean Quan's ring and said, "We both need to wrap ourselves in silver silkworm skin. Otherwise, the Abyss Scythe Mouse won't appear. If we just charge in, with the timid nature of the Abyss Scythe Mouse, it will probably have run away long ago." The flower mouth ring flashed with purple light, and 2 pieces of worm skin were taken out, already cut to size, wrapping them from head to toe like cloaks. The tunnel of the red tumor earthworm was dense, and Ji Ran didn't know how he found this route leading to the sand-eating worm's nest. Ever since arriving at pit number 1, digging tunnels had become second nature, especially since his body had shrunk quite a bit. They crawled forward in the dim tunnel, unsure of how long it had been until they could hear the dense, chewing sounds from outside, waves of sound crashing continuously. As they advanced, a suffocating stench hit them, making it feel like they were in an unlicensed slaughterhouse, with a smell of blood mixed with feces fermented and then surged out. The tunnel's exit was hidden among some withered broadleaf plants. Jean Quan gently pushed aside some dry leaves, and their view suddenly tore open a small gap. The moment he saw outside, Jean Quan felt his scalp tingle, goosebumps rising all over his body, and his stomach began to cramp violently. In his 2 lifetimes, during his previous life in special operations, he had undergone rigorous training for battlefield stress and bloody endurance, thinking he had seen enough of the world. But now, he realized he had still underestimated it. Before him lay a living, breathing lion-camel ridge. Skeletons were piled like hills, bones were like forests. Human heads were flattened into mats, and human skin and flesh turned into dust. Human tendons were wrapped around trees, dried and shiny like silver. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, undeniably foul and unbearable. It perfectly replicated the scene before him, even surpassing it, because at this moment, in this vast valley cave, countless dense insects were tearing and chewing on these corpses. In the center, a train had derailed and crashed into a cliff, with numerous carriages piled together. It was quite clean there, with no insects around. Perhaps it was where the initial dense crowd had gathered, and one could imagine the scene of the first batch of sand-eating worms rushing to compete for the feast. Now it was empty, with countless gnawed white bones hanging and swaying, leaving only the blood-soaked carriages. We arrived a bit early. It would have been better to wait until they had eaten more, Ji Ran said as he leaned over to take a look. Jean Quan remained silent, quietly observing the horrific bloody scene before him. At that moment, he fully realized that he had entered a completely different world. Here, people had no compassion for life. Humanitarianism was meaningless. What's wrong? Ji Ran turned to see Jean Quan frowning. Do people become like this after living here for a long time? Become what? Become indifferent to innocent lives. Ji Ran paused for a moment and shook his head. The fallen city is just a breeding ground, like the silk chickens raised in the upper city. Would you care about silk chickens? Jean Quan opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. In his previous life, during missions, he had been educated the most about humanitarian protection, the bond between military and civilians, the Geneva Conventions, and all regulations protecting civilians and war victims. Here, it seemed unnecessary. Everything grew wildly and brutally. Seeing Jean Quan appear somewhat lost, Ji Ran patted his shoulder. "I'm going to release the fruit." After saying that, he took out a small insect resembling the sand-eating worm. But this one was half mechanical and half flesh. One part of its body had a metallic texture, with mechanical parts gleaming with a strange cold light. And intricate gears and circuits crisscrossed its surface. The other part was living flesh, with a dark red body slightly writhing, where blood vessels fused with circuits. Jiran placed the fruit on the back of this half-mechanical, half-flesh insect, and the blood-like hand on its back wriggled, wrapping the entire lava fruit. As Jiran set it down, the insect casually walked out of their tunnel. Its movements were unique and strange. The mechanical part gave it a stiff rhythm, while the flesh part endowed it with some flexibility. The metal limbs walked over the ground of flesh and mud, slowly climbing towards the pile of carriages that had crashed into the cliff. If the Abyss Scythe Mouse's favorite was the lava fruit, its second favorite was eyeballs. With so many humans dead here, it would surely want to come over for a share. But wouldn't he dare to compete with the sand-eating worms, and could only hope to pick up the scraps? Watching the blood-flesh mechanical insect slowly climb to the top of the piled carriages, its flesh slowly opened, revealing the lava fruit. The insect's front limbs took the fruit and then jabbed it forcefully. The fruit instantly burst like a ripe tomato, with orange-red droplets flowing out, glimmering like fireflies, appearing particularly bright. Then the insect flipped off the carriage, and there was no further movement. The Abyss Scythe Mouse was extremely cautious. It had to wait until the insect had eaten half before making a move. Jean Quan nodded, and the two lay still like they were fishing. Time passed slowly, and they lay there for nearly an hour, but the carriage across remained motionless, the lava fruit sitting there lonely and unattended. Just as Jean Quan was about to ask if something was wrong, Jiran suddenly made a gesture for silence. Jean Quan looked forward and saw on top of the carriage, beside the lava fruit, a purple-black mouse with golden patterns appearing out of nowhere. This mouse was larger than ordinary ones, closer to a weasel. It had materialized out of thin air, as if its invisibility had suddenly been lifted. Jean Quan clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, ready to spring into action. But then the Abyss Scythe Mouse suddenly vanished again. In the next moment, it appeared at the entrance of a large cave, sniffing around with its nose. After a moment, it disappeared again, moving to another track to sniff, then vanished once more. After a while, Jean Quan's eyelids twitched. The Abyss Scythe Mouse had directly appeared less than 3 meters in front of them, sniffing in their direction. Jean Quan could even see the fine hairs on its body. It hesitated here the longest, slowly pacing around before finally disappearing with some confusion. The two let out a sigh of relief. Tightening the worm's skin on themselves, they looked towards the distant carriage. Sure enough, the Abyss Scythe Mouse reappeared on top of the carriage, having followed the sand-eating worm below for so long to pick up eyeballs. It could now perfectly conceal itself to pick up scraps. Its explorations were to confirm whether there were things other than sand-eating worms. The Abyss Scythe Mouse's figure vanished again, but the lava fruit began to disappear little by little. It's eating it. The lava fruit would cause the creature that consumed it to accumulate fire elements around its body. Even while invisible, one could still observe the fire elements. Jiran lowered his voice to the minimum and transmitted it to Jean Quan's ear. Sure enough, just as half of the lava fruit disappeared, a ball of flame began to gather in the nearby open space. The outline of the flames resembling the shape of the Abyss Scythe Mouse. It could no longer remain invisible. Act now. Chapter 36. Abyss Commander Jiran let out a low shout, and Jean Quan had already rushed out of the cave. The lava judgment glimmered with firelight as blue flames surged up, solidifying in an instant to reveal a blue avatar clad in 5 meters of lava armor. The golden aura of the dominant's body surrounded him as he suddenly stomped the ground, shattering the rocky surface and leaping high into the air. Troll Earth Splitter. With both hands wielding the sword, he struck down like a meteor towards the top of the carriage. The 100-star patterns on his arms, representing the power and physique of 100 stars, emitted a dazzling light. Boom! The entire carriage area was flattened, the force penetrating down to the ground, causing the earth to shatter and triggering a lava roar. A fan-shaped surge of magma erupted from the ground, sending a wave of terrifying air pressure outward. Numerous sand eaters were tossed into the air, struggling and burning in the lava before slowly coming to a stop. At that moment, within a 50-meter radius of Jean Quan, the area was completely cleared, with a deep pit appearing in the center. Gone. Jean Quan quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of the Abyss Scythe Rat. Just then, an explosion sounded above his head, and the next moment he saw a white phosphorus grenade falling from the sky like fireworks, covering the entire valley. The damage from the white phosphorus grenade was not high, but for the sand eaters happily enjoying their food in the valley, it was an immense anger. This white phosphorus grenade seemed specially manufactured. The moment it hit the ground, all flesh and blood ignited, and the entire valley was filled with the smell of burning. The flames consumed their food. In an instant, all the sand eaters began to riot, densely packed and layered, spewing large amounts of blood sand from their mouths. The blood sand spread over the flames created by the white phosphorus grenade, instantly suppressing the fire. This blood sand, highly adhesive, was the signature skill of the sand eaters. If too much got stuck to them, it would slowly spread and crystallize into stones. With so many sand eaters swarming together, it would soon turn into a stone sculpture. Jean Quan quickly dodged to reduce the attachment of blood sand, but at that moment, he heard Jiren shout from a distance, "Find fire! Your great sword has the dominance property. As long as you attack, it can't control you." Jean Quan suddenly realized and fiercely swung his sword at a sand eater ahead, golden light bursting forth from him, causing all the blood sand to fall off instantly. Is the epic attribute on the weapon this powerful? He hacked wildly while looking around. As the flames generated by the white phosphorus grenade were gradually extinguished by the swarm of sand eaters. Only one flame was rapidly jumping left and right under the spray of the sand eaters. The number of sand eaters circling this flame increased, and a smile appeared on Jean Quan's face. He didn't know how that abyss scythe rat had escaped earlier, but this time, all the sand eaters were participating in the firefighting effort. It had nowhere to retreat. However, this creature was incredibly agile, even with so many sand eaters attacking. It still skillfully dodged through the gaps in their attacks. Seeing this, Jean Quan exerted strength in his legs, leaping high again for another troll or splitter. The flame clearly sensed the horror of Jean Quan's attack. With such a wide range, it could not evade with its agile movements. The flames trembled continuously, and just as Jean Quan's great sword came crashing down, the flames vanished in an instant. This time, Jean Quan paid close attention. He noticed a golden pattern appearing in the flames, and then the figure disappeared. As the sword fell, a terrifying shockwave instantly killed numerous sand eaters, sending air pressure sweeping through, leaving only a deep pit and no living creatures in sight. He quickly turned his head and saw the abyss scythe rat had already appeared over 100 meters away. Skill? Teleportation? Then he grinned savagely. "Come, let's test our stamina." The aura of dominance reappeared on him, and he executed another troll earth splitter, descending from the air. Cracks spread across the earth, a deep pit appeared, and the abyss scythe rat vanished again. Whether it was the shattering blade or the triple slash, their ranges were linear and fan-shaped. Only the troll earth splitter expanded in a circular pattern. The abyss scythe rat would skillfully dodge small-range skills, but once faced with such large area shock damage, it immediately chose to teleport. Continue. Jean Quan stomped on the ground again, leaping into the air, gripping the sword tightly for another heavy chop. The abyss scythe rat vanished once more. "Keep going." Jean Quan roared, jumping and slashing again. Time and again, Jean Quan's great sword nearly cleaved through the entire valley, causing a large number of sand eaters to die under his terrifying skills. 20 times, a full 20 repetitions of troll earth splitter, and Jean Quan began to breathe heavily. Even with his 180-star physique, he was starting to struggle to keep up with the high-intensity release of epic skills. However, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength for one last strike. As a great sword fell, Jean Quan glanced at the already teleported abyss scythe rat through the dust. His voice slowly emerged through the smoke. "Die rat, I'm waiting for an upgrade." "What are you waiting for?" Countless sand eaters had already died under his sword, and with that last slash, surging spiritual energy erupted from his body, instantly replenishing his stamina. The great sword, glowing red, appeared in the air once more, rapidly magnifying in the abyss scythe rat's pupils. Its body glimmered again, but soon dimmed, letting out a strange cry as the golden patterns on its body twisted, abruptly pulling upwards. It was as if a great door had been opened from flatness, with ghostly purple light flickering like waves within the door. The door was open. This was the Abyss Gate. After countless days and nights of scheming, willing to be a mining slave to open the Abyss Gate, it finally opened. But Jean Quan still focused on the rat. As he was in midair, the demonic wings unfurled behind him, and the heavy lava judgment transformed back into a sigil that drilled into his body. The heavy blade was for strong attacks, while the short blade was for speed. He forcibly canceled the troll earth splitter in midair. Triple slash. The descent of the earth splitter transformed into a diving slash of the triple slash, moving faster. But the door was right behind the Abyss Scythe rat. It only needed to take a step to return to the abyss. The Abyss Scythe rat bared its teeth at Jean Quan, as if mocking him for his underestimation, and turned a step away. But just as it was about to step into the Abyss Gate, numerous threads suddenly erupted around it. Layers upon layers of threads, wrapping it into a cocoon. The Abyss Scythe rat reacted quickly. Its claws glowed red, and with a slight tug, the silk wrapping skill, powered by merely 23-star intelligence, was torn apart like tattered cloth. But in that brief moment of stagnation, Jean Quan's sword light arrived. Blood spurted, and the headless corpse of the Abyss Scythe rat slowly fell. You have killed Abyss Scythe rat special at level 7, efficiency percentage 100. Just as he killed the Abyss Scythe rat, the open Abyss Gate began to tremble rapidly, as if it would close at any moment. I messed up. Jean Quan was startled. Jiren had only said to defeat the Abyss Scythe rat to open the door, but he had taken it upon himself to kill it. Just as Jean Quan was about to hurry to find Jiren, a pitch-black crow emitting black smoke fell from the sky. The crow's eyes glowed red, like two shining rubies. It landed directly on the Void Gate, and in an instant, the originally dissipating Void Gate stabilized once more. Jean Quan turned to look and saw Jiren slowly walking towards him. But unlike before, a dark totem pattern now appeared on his forehead, glowing faintly. Is this a talent? Jiren nodded. It seems your talent is related to the Abyss. Jiren nodded again. Without you, this would have been the most useless talent. He pointed at the crow standing on the Abyss Gate. My talent is called Abyss Commander, and this is my attendant. Chapter 37. Lord of the Sand Eaters SSS talent? Jiren shrugged. It's a talent only usable in the Abyss. SSS is just a decorative symbol. There is no need for the legendary class emblem in my hands. So are you going to the Abyss to find a class emblem? If there is hope, one always wants to reach higher. Jean Quan sheathed his sword. I still have to go out to redeem someone, so I want to accompany you. Ha! Jiren laughed heartily. Being able to help me this far has already surpassed the value of that class emblem for me. The path ahead, I can only walk by myself. No one can help me. Not wanting to be overly sentimental, Jean Quan glanced at the crow standing by the Abyss Gate and saw it flap its wings, causing ripples to spread through the Abyss Gate. It went smoothly. Jiren adjusted the backpack on his shoulders and was just about to step into the gate when he suddenly stopped, smiling as he said, If I come back alive and you finish your business, how about we organize a tour group? You can be the leader, and I'll handle the commentary. With no family or concerns, Jean Quan casually replied, Sure, I'll go out and look for some good spices to prepare. Jiren couldn't help but smile again as he stepped into the Abyss Gate. With Jiren's departure, the Abyss Gate dissipated and vanished in a flash. The swarm of sand-eating insects seemed to be frightened by Jean Quan's bombardment, only hissing outside, encircling but not attacking. Jean Quan felt relaxed. Picking up the corpse of Abyss Scythe rat from the ground, he took a look and his eyes twitched slightly. On the rat's forehead, a black four-leaf clover emblem slowly coalesced. This was a four-leaf clover emblem he had never seen before, but he had seen a black emblem once, which was from the failed fusion with Lin Yin, ejected into his arms. That was his current class emblem. Dark insight swept over this unique emblem. Lucky coin equipment level, none equipment quality, special equipment type, special accessory attribute effect, luck bonus, increases the character's luck attribute, enhancing the chances of high-quality equipment and items dropping from monsters. Lucky event trigger, within a 30-day natural interval, can actively trigger entry into a random dimension. Special equipment. Jean Quan glanced towards the direction of the earlier Abyss Gate, but Jiren had long since disappeared. With no one to ask, he carefully memorized the appearance of the emblem and finally pressed it against himself. With a flash of black light, the four-leaf clover actually drilled directly into his heart. After carefully feeling it, there were no attribute bonuses, as if he had just equipped a white quality emblem. Luck is also a part of strength. This saying applies in any world, since it increases the chances of high-quality equipment and items dropping from monsters. Let us see how you fare against my blade. He ignored the encroaching, sand-eating insects and raised his hand to flick above his head, his fingertips glowing with purple light as a thread flew out and firmly stuck to the cave ceiling, pulling him upward. He soared into the air, quickly gliding towards the large opening previously explored by the abyss scythe rat. Upon landing, a swarm of sand-eating insects attacked him. Jean Quan raised his hand and slashed 9 times at the dense mass of insects. Continuous triggers of lava roar caused large amounts of magma to erupt from the ground, burning the insects as they screeched and rolled wildly. At the same time, the lava charge triggered and a fiery lava shield emerged around him. Any sand-eating insect that got close to the shield was scorched, emitting crackling sounds of burning damage. Thus, Jean Quan withdrew the dark flame statue, completely ignoring blockages, advancing slowly while slashing. The dense attacks struck him, and at a 10 chance, the lava shield would trigger. Should a nimble, sand-eating insect evade, the lava shield would refresh. The attack and body properties of lava judgment left the swarming, sand-eating insects with no means to stop him. Killing refreshed the burning shield, while control had the body property to forcefully break free. Jean Quan perfectly illustrated the act of cutting through from the southern heavenly gate to the east road of Penglai, carving a path into the depths of the valley. Stepping into the cave, a sense of oppressive atmosphere rushed towards him. At the entrance, a layer of fine red sand had accumulated, and his steps felt soft like latex. The light was dim, with only the occasional flickering of mysterious fluorescent minerals emitting a weak glow. The walls of the cave were rough in texture, marked by the traces left by countless sand-eating insects digging and crawling over time. Occasionally, a viscous liquid seeped from the walls, emitting a pungent odor, which was the secretion of the sand-eating insects. A low buzzing echoed in the cave, and small sand-eating insects occasionally crawled out from the soft red sand on the ground, then climbed the walls to lick the secretions. Jean Quan used his large knife to clear some of the red sand beneath his feet, revealing black insect eggs. It seemed this was the insect nest. Scattered around were numerous various bones and old weapons, indicating how many lives had been buried here. Looking back, he found that the surrounding sand-eating insects had all halted, incessantly circling at the entrance, as if there was a restriction or strict command prohibiting them from entering this place. Whereas the insect king, apart from the young ones drinking from the walls, there was nothing else in the cave. Jean Quan cautiously moved toward the center of the cave, scanning the area above and below, still finding no trace of the insect king. However, his brow kept twitching, as dark insight provided a subtle warning. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from his body, enveloping him with a dark flame statue. Just as he activated the talent of the dark flame statue, all the red sand in the cave instantaneously wrapped around him like a dumpling skin. In the blink of an eye, he was encased in a massive sandball suspended in the air, while the ground sand exploded, and a flickering, ghostly tail of a snake instantly pierced into the sandball at supersonic speed. Boom! With a loud bang, Jean Quan was forcefully thrust out from the sandball, directly impaled against the cave wall. The wall cracked and collapsed like a spiderweb. The lava suit of the dark flame statue was directly penetrated, with a tail spine glowing green stopping just an inch from his chest. Instinctively, gray particles attached to his knife, and he swung it rapidly. But the snake tail reacted extremely quickly, retracting instantly and disappearing from sight. He immediately fell from the wall, adjusted his posture, bending his knees to absorb the impact as his long knife stabilized on the sand. Luckily, I'm tough enough. I almost got taken out in an instant. The flames on the statue quickly spread, with the pierced front of his chest gradually gathering and recovering to its original state. Jean Quan looked ahead to see a massive insect beast, a serpent god monster, coiled before him. This monster was enormous, measuring several dozen meters in length. Its upper body resembled a cockroach, with a huge and fierce head, eyes filled with a brutal red light, and a mouth lined with dense, sharp teeth. However, its lower body had a tail like a python, covered with a hard shell glimmering with red light, and the tip resembled a long sword, glistening with green venom. This structure, with a cockroach front and serpent back, allowed it to move swiftly on the sand, while also possessing climbing capabilities. Teeth, tail, body, legs, every part was a weapon for attack, resembling a war beast. His eyes flickered, and a piece of information materialized. Level 39. Lord of the Sand Eaters Domain Lord. Jean Quan's expression slightly tightened. Is this the domain Lord G. Rand spoke of? He glanced at the red sand beneath his feet, clearly realizing that this red sand was the domain of the Lord of the Sand Eaters, easily manipulated, achieving a perfect balance of offense and defense. Chapter 38. The Battle with the Sand Eater. The Sand Eater rose upright like a cobra, its lantern-like eyes gazing down at Jean Quan. In the next moment, its long tail lashed out with a sonic boom, striking horizontally. Jean Quan's gaze sharpened as he quickly drew his spear and countered. However, at that moment, the sand beneath him rose into a mound, causing his center of gravity to shift. The spear missed the snake tail and instead slammed heavily against his infernal idol. Boom! Another massive impact echoed, sending Jean Quan crashing into the cave wall. Embedded in the wall, he looked at the ground covered in red sand, his brow furrowing. He could control all the red sand on the ground, and standing on it would put him at a disadvantage. This ability to alter the terrain rendered even his berserk body ineffective. He sheathed the spear, and a flash of orange light appeared in his hand as the lava judgment reemerged. The Sand Eater was too fast. He had originally thought a lightweight spear would be better for combat, but he found the tail moved with the swiftness of a swordsman, completely overwhelming him. Speed was of no consequence. He forcefully struck the wall behind him with his elbow, pulling himself out. Stepping into the void, the golden light of his berserk body emerged as he leapt into the air, muscles bulging, gripping the sword with both hands as he emitted a scorching glow, swinging down with all his might. Titanic earth splitter. Just as he was about to strike the Sand Eater's head, a tall sand wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking his view. Boom! Like a meteor, the Blade's light crashed into the sand wall, causing it to dent and then explode into fragments. The entire cave was covered in red dust. Jean Quan quickly looked up, only to see the Sand Eater clinging to the cave ceiling, its snake tail darting toward his back. He raised his weapon without any defense, challenging the Sand Eater to clash with him head-on. But he miscalculated again. The red sand beneath him suddenly shifted like a carpet being pulled aside, causing his swing to go awry. The Sand Eater's tail viciously struck the shoulder of his infernal idol. By the time Jean Quan continued to swing his sword, the tail had already retracted to the ceiling. The Sand Eater emitted a strange, mocking sound, as if taunting Jean Quan, the insect. "Huh!" Jean Quan spat out a mouthful of sand, grinning fiercely. "You think you're so tough? You can't break my defense. You're the one who's going to die." After speaking, dark mist surged from his back, forming a pair of demonic wings, and he instantly floated into the air, shooting toward the Sand Eater like a red streak. Demonic wing triple slash. However, as he approached again, a massive wall of red sand stood in front of him. This time, though, Jean Quan smiled at the corner of his mouth. The demonic wings retracted, and purple blade light emerged, instantly piercing through the sand wall like a purple lightning bolt, making a sharp turn in midair to appear before the Sand Eater. A crescent-shaped upward sword energy erupted from the great sword, slicing through the Sand Eater. Crack! A tremendous scream filled the cave. It had initially used the sand wall for cover, but was now sent flying back to the ground. Sword technique. Blade of Annihilation. Orange. Skill effect. Lock onto the target and charge forward with overwhelming momentum, like a bolt of purple lightning rushing toward the enemy, dealing impact damage to enemies in its path and knocking them back. Upon nearing the target, deliver a powerful upward thrust. The great sword releases a potent annihilation sword energy, dealing extremely high damage to the target. Enemies hit will be knocked back, briefly losing the ability to act. The Blade of Annihilation is the shortest in terms of charging distance among the three skills, but it has a perverse attribute of locking onto targets within range. Even if the Sand Eater had evaded earlier without visibility, it would still be pursued in an arc. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic wings sprouted again from behind him, transforming into a streak of light that swept across the air. The Sand Eater's defense against Jin Quan was like tofu, but it was enormous. That last strike had cleaved off half of its cockroach body, and its damaged attributes were continuously burning and melting its wounds. It let out a cry towards the sky, and a mountain of Sand Eater bugs poured in from the cave entrance, each bursting forth with horrifying leaping power, spreading over the Sand Eater's body like a swarm of locusts. Jin Quan slashed down with his sword, causing a large number of Sand Eater bugs to fall. Then he flashed again with another strike, sending a fan-shaped attack imbued with the roar of lava toward the swarm. With a third strike, he delivered a powerful slash, cutting through the Sand Eater bugs and brutally striking the Sand Eater itself. Crash! The Sand Eater's back caved in, sparks flying, and blood gushed forth. Jin Quan's purple light flickered as he shot a thread into the cave ceiling, quietly hanging in the air. There were too many bugs. The gifted gray blade couldn't hit, relying solely on the blade energy from the demonic wing triple slash to barely break through. At this moment, the bugs piled up on the Sand Eater formed a small mountain, resembling an armor of insects. His empowered blade couldn't reach the Sand Eater's body at all. However, Jin Quan was not overly troubled. The heavier the monster, the more vulnerable it was in front of him. Just as he was about to charge into the insect mountain to cut through to the body, a burst of intense blood light erupted from within the insect mound, igniting like a fierce flame. In the next moment, Jin Quan saw the Sand Eater's tail reappear amidst the insect mountain, this time appearing in dozens, stabbing into his infernal idol at a speed that Jin Quan could hardly react to. Titanic Earth Splitter. Almost instantly, Jin Quan's berserk body manifested, and the dense attacks rained upon him like a machine gun. But with the properties of the berserk body, the terrifying attacks could not push him back. Withstanding the barrage of attacks, Jin Quan crashed into the insect mountain like a meteor, scattering countless Sand Eater bugs in all directions, while simultaneously, the gifted infernal idol was punctured into a sieve, exploding into a sky of blue flames and disappearing. As Jin Quan entered the insect mountain, he quickly slashed and dodged, triggering attacks and defenses, layers of lava shields appearing around him. In his berserk state, he was immune to control effects and received 20 less damage. The lava shield was enhanced. Its absorption increased to twice the original amount, reducing damage taken by 30. With a total of 50 damage reduction, combined with his 100-star tenacity attribute, Jin Quan swung wildly within the insect mountain. Under the boost of his nuclear talent, the originally orange flame great sword turned gray, splitting everything in its path in half. With each slash hitting an enemy, he gained lava power. After 10 slashes, Jin Quan was enveloped in a layer of lava. The lava erupted, and he transformed into a meteor, crashing into the insect mountain, followed by a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the scorched Sand Eater bugs rained down throughout the cave. With the enhancement of the red blood light, the Sand Eater's attack speed surged to a level Jin Quan could not even see, but he chose to ignore it, allowing it to wildly slash and poke at him. The lava shield on him continuously refreshed rapidly. He maintained his berserk state, unable to be pushed back, forcibly carving out a deep pit in the entire insect mountain. The so-called insect mountain armor was merely thicker tofu in front of him. After nearly 5 minutes of relentless hacking, Jin Quan finally spotted the Sand Eater curled up among the bugs. Lock on. Blade of Annihilation. The purple light flickered outward from the insect mountain. A soaring wave of annihilation, sword energy, splattering crimson blood across the cave ceiling, with bug corpses and debris raining down. You have leveled up by 7 levels and killed Sand Eater Domain Lord, achieving 100 effectiveness. Chapter 39 Legend Skill. Sword Demon Frenzy. The death of the Sand Devourer and the instant collapse of the insect mountain resembled monkeys scattering after a tree falls, hastily fleeing the cave in all directions. Jin Quan did not pursue, but instead glanced at his status panel. Level 33. Killing an unknown number of insects, along with the Domain Lord, only allowed him to level up twice. Why has leveling up become so slow at this stage? The days of jumping 5 or 6 levels with one strike seem to be gone forever. Looking at the Sand Devourer, split from its waist to its head, he slowly moved forward. Lucky gold coin, I hope you won't disappoint me. He kicked the huge corpse, which rolled over. Jean Quan inhaled sharply. 6 emblems appeared densely on this corpse. Among them were 2 orange emblems, 2 purple, and 2 blue, clustered together like a nest. Previously, when he killed the lava beast, he received 1 orange and 3 purple. This one had 2 orange, 2 purple, and additionally 2 blue emblems. He ran his hand over the patterns on the corpse, and the emblems slowly materialized. The first ones he checked were the 2 orange emblems, 1 triangular and 1 hexagonal, representing 1 for skills and 1 for equipment. Skill emblem, Swordsmanship Frenzy, orange, skill class, swordsman and classes using sword-type weapon skill description. When the Swordsmanship Frenzy skill is activated, the swordsman enters an extremely frenzied combat state, continuously evaporating their own blood, defense -50. The body is surrounded by intense blood energy, and the eyes flicker with a sharp light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power increase by 200. Epic, bleeding, continually loses health when attacked, and healing effects received are halved. Seeing this skill, Jean Quan was suddenly shocked. The frenzy skill mentioned by Ji Ran was supposed to be of purple grade. Then he felt the special equipment, the lucky gold coin, at his heart. Remarkably, if the appearance of this skill was due to the lucky gold coin, then the value of this special equipment must far exceed any equipment he currently possessed. It could be said to be a divine artifact. Without hesitation, he pressed this skill emblem onto his forehead. The emblem transformed into flowing light and entered his mind, with countless pieces of information regarding this skill emerging. At that moment, his class-specific skill, Swordsmanship Mastery, flickered violently. Originally orange, the Swordsmanship Frenzy skill slowly transformed into a golden legend. Sword Demon Frenzy, legend, gold, skill class, swordsman and classes using sword-type weapon skill description. When the Sword Demon Frenzy skill is activated, the swordsman enters a frenzied combat state, continuously burning their own blood, defense -80. The body is surrounded by intense blood flames, and the eyes flicker with a sharp light. In this state, the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and strength increase by 500. Legend. Lifesteal. When dealing damage to enemies, 30 of the damage dealt is converted into healing, restoring health and stamina. After reading this skill, Jean Quan swallowed hard. The upgrade to legend level did not add other effects, but was purely an explosion in numbers, trading more vitality and defense for 5 times the speed and strength. He then looked at the legendary attribute, Lifesteal. Just looking at the first half of this skill, which burns a lot of blood and reduces defense by 80, it seemed like a suicidal skill. However, with this Lifesteal attribute, as long as he continuously dealt damage to enemies, it should extend the skill's duration. Exhaling slightly, Jean Quan glanced at the 4 skills on his panel. 3 were mobility skills, and 1 was for accelerated output. All the skills arranged by Ji Ran had been acquired. How should he choose the next skill? Continue searching for mobility skills, or look for something else? Jean Quan felt that 3 mobility skills should be sufficient at this stage. He did not consider output. His mind suddenly recalled the infernal flame statue that was obliterated by the Sand Devourer. It was his first time that his talent could not be repaired in time and was directly destroyed. Ji Ran was right. Surviving longer is the strongest attribute. He had a rough idea in his mind. He looked at the hexagonal orange emblem in his hand. Sand Devouring Python orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type, belt vitality, 33 stars tenacity, 30 stars Sand Guardian, releases a sand shield, negating 1 attack, cooldown, 1 natural day. Sand Devouring Power, standing on ground grants the effect of Sand Devouring Power, increasing one's tenacity by 20. Sand Pythons Devour, attacking has a 15 chance to summon a Sand Python illusion, crashing down from the air, dealing damage to the enemy while petrifying them. Epic Resilience, reduces damage taken by 20 after receiving heavy injuries. After reading this belt, Jean Quan felt a surge of joy. The belt actually came with an invincibility skill, releasing a sand shield to negate 1 attack. Although it requires a day of cooldown, is still a very powerful life-saving skill. Moreover, it has a passive that increases his tenacity by 20, along with a 15 area petrification effect from Sandpython's Devour. Combined with a 25 chance to trigger Lava Roar from Lava Judgment, his attacks could be said to have a high probability of triggering effects. The Epic attribute, Resilience, is another damage reduction attribute, with the Lava Shield enhancing damage reduction by 30, Body of Steel reducing damage by 20, and Resilience, reducing damage by 20 after heavy injuries. It adds up to a total of 70 damage reduction. Jean Quan was certain that after all these effects were triggered, it would be nearly impossible to take him down in one hit. And if he couldn't be taken down, he might be able to strike back. Epic equipment truly provides a sense of security. Jean Quan reached for his waist, pulling out a green, good-quality Tier 1 rapid belt from within him. However, it only stayed in his hand for 2 seconds before disintegrating into countless starlights. He then pressed the epic orange emblem, Sand-Devouring Python, onto his waist, and it flashed with light, instantly entering his body. At the same time, a sound resembling an elephant echoed within Jean Quan again, and a green elephant illusion drilled in his right arm. Originally, only one elephant head was present on the 100-star pattern, but it twisted and grew another elephant head. Jean Quan raised his hand to take a look. 200 stars and vitality now. He felt a long-lasting energy within him with a slight fist clench. Vitality is the foundation of life, possessing strong endurance and recovery, providing solid support for offense and sword techniques. With 200 stars of vitality, Jean Quan could use epic skills for explosive attacks multiple times. As the 100-star pattern of vitality reappeared, Jean Quan's height slightly decreased again, and he no longer had that oppressive feeling of being covered in bulging muscles. Meanwhile, the 30-star tenacity boost made his defenses even more solid, with his skin emanating a metallic sheen. Chapter 40. The lair of the vengeful spider who mothered Jean Quan twisted his neck, the bones cracking. He then looked at the 2 purple emblems, which were skill emblems, but did not belong to his profession. Skill emblem, Abyss Infusion, purple, profession, summoner skill effect. The summoner concentrates, guiding power from the abyss, infusing this powerful force into the summoned creature through a special magical contract. The infused summoned creature will be enveloped in a layer of dark red light, enhancing its attack power and attack speed. A summoner skill, it seemed quite good. Skills without displayed enhancement values are generally related to the attributes of the profession itself. This skill is likely related to the intelligence of the summoner. The higher the intelligence, the greater the enhancement. The same goes for Jin Chuan's Troll Ground Split. The higher the strength, the greater the damage. He put away this emblem and looked at the other skill emblem. Skill emblem, Divine Protection, purple, skill profession, pre-skill effect. The priest calls upon divine power to cast a powerful protection barrier on teammates. This barrier can absorb a large amount of damage and provides ongoing healing effects to teammates within it. Additionally, the barrier has the ability to purify negative statuses, protecting teammates from enemy control and debuff effects. Jean Quan raised an eyebrow. This skill is essentially a bodyguard that can be cast on others, complete with healing and a shield. Both are good skills. He had already obtained 2 pre-skills, yet he was still a lone wolf, as his original teammate Juron had left. He stored the emblems in his flower mouth ring. Next were 2 blue equipment emblems, a blue automatic pistol and a 2-handed great axe. Both were things that Jean Quan had no use for, but according to Juron, these items could be traded for what he needed. He carefully stored them away and looked at the massive corpse of the Sand Eater Lord. Without Juron's guidance, he didn't know which items on this monster were valuable. After some contemplation, he chopped off the snake-like tail, which was the Sand Eater Lord's strongest attack method, sharp and poisoned. Jean Quan didn't leave the cave, but instead observed his surroundings. In a crevice of the rock wall, he saw a flickering glow. Upon closer inspection, he found a plant with blood-red flowers standing quietly in the crack. As expected, domain lords are usually accompanied by companion creatures. The lava behemoth had a lava fruit. What is this? He drew his machete, gray particles of light swirling around it, and cut through the rock wall as easily as slicing tofu. He then entered the cave and picked the flower. The plant was relatively short, with a slender but tough stem that was light gold in color. The flowers, the most eye-catching part, were trumpet-shaped and blood-red, flickering with a faint glow as if containing mysterious power. His eyes sparkled, and with dark insight, he immediately saw the basic information about this plant. Heart of Sandflower. The heart of Sandflower can be made into a precious potion with powerful healing effects. Whether for external or internal injuries, consuming a heart of Sandflower potion can accelerate wound healing and restore stamina. A type of medicinal material. He had not yet encountered the alchemist profession, but he heard from Jiran that all were raised by major forces in the upper city, making it a highly sought-after profession. He could only store it away. Noticing there were no other good items in the cave, he took out some fish meat and rested for a bit before exiting the cave. Outside, the scene was chaotic, filled with deep pits created by Jin Chuan's troll ground split. The soil overturned and obscuring the original bloody scene. The bugs had also cleaned up. After feeding, they would dig for redstone or grinding it into fine sand before taking it into the Sand Eater Lord's cave to lay their eggs in the fine sand. This is why the Sand Eater Lord's cave was covered with a layer of red fine sand. However, now that the Sand Eater Lord was dead, it was uncertain if these bugs would still follow their previous habits. With corpses scattered everywhere, Jin Quan flipped through a few but did not continue searching. The levels of these bugs range from 31 to 32, comparable to his level. After searching extensively, he only found a gray common equipment emblem with pitifully low attributes. He decided not to search any longer, but he did find a complete corpse. The corpse had a purplish hue and visible strangulation marks on the neck. It seemed the person had been killed in the carriage and discarded in a corner. Later, the violent impact of the train deformed the carriage, causing the corpse to be trapped within twisted metal. Thus, this person became the only intact corpse on the entire train. Jin Quan cut open the encasing metal and directly stripped the corpse of its clothing: a duckbill cap, sneakers, cargo pants, a tank top, and a loose baseball jacket. If only he had a big gold chain, he'd look just like a West Coast rapper. Finally, he could avoid being half naked. Jin Quan made a gesture resembling goat horns. He took out the map of Pit 1, looking at the corner marked with a red cross, and pointed at it with his middle finger. After defeating this vengeful spider mother, he could plan his exit. According to Jiran, the upper city controlled the channels for profession breakthroughs, so the people in the lower city were all at the third tier. With his current strength, he would be invincible in the lower city. After observing the route for a while and readying his weapon, Jin Quan set off alone towards the lair of the vengeful spider mother. The lair of the vengeful spider mother was located in the southwest corner of the entire map, where the geology was very unique. A cavernous space evolved from a mixture of nitrate-like minerals and water. From the outside, the entrance was covered with a thin layer of frost, exuding a cold and eerie aura. Upon stepping into the lair, a bone-chilling cold rushed at him. Inside the ice cavern, there were 6 passages leading to the deepest inner space. The ice walls were covered with twisted patterns crisscrossing each other, as if some creature had crawled there for a long time. The ground was covered with a thick layer of frost, making a crunching sound with each step. Looking up, he saw numerous sharp icicles hanging from the ceiling, each frozen with a creature, exuding a sense of death. The entire lair of the vengeful spider mother was a cold and terrifying world. Zhu Jinxiong lit a cigarette, surveying the surroundings, and couldn't help but chuckle. A lair of a mere level 39 monster is quite impressive. Behind him, Lu Shi stepped forward in agreement. Captain Zhu, you're right. I think these ice sculptures have quite an artistic flair. We could transport some to the upper city for an art exhibition by Zhu Xiao. I can act as the exhibition guide, discussing this battle and letting the kids in the upper city get to know the style of Captain Zhu. Zhu Jinxiong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Shi, unable to deny that this kid always hit the nail on the head. He chuckled. You little brat understand art? Lu Shi immediately puffed out his chest. My family is in construction, specializing in architectural design. Look at these frozen monsters as ice sculptures, each with a unique posture and expression. We could use the vengeful spider mother you killed as the centerpiece, with these little ice sculptures as decorations. Add some dry ice fog, and the entire space would be recreated. I'll explain how you fought and killed it, ensuring it will be a great hit. Chapter 41. Red Demon Core. Taking a deep drag on a cigarette, Zhu Jinxiong revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Just pay attention during the battle, and don't break everything. Just as he looked up at the frozen ice sculpture above, a clear female voice spoke up. This native species hasn't been killed in 300 years. Let's be a bit more cautious. The girl's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Beside her, two burly men guarded her, one holding a Gatling gun with 9 barrels, and the other carrying a large individual grenade launcher, one on each side. Zhu Jinxiong sneered. Why isn't your brother Ji Fei here? Ji Ling'er frowned, not accustomed to Zhu Jinxiong's tone. My brother has long since broken through to level 4. Why would he come? You know that. Mississippi Zhu Jinxiong continued to smile. This number 1 pit has been open for 20 years. Anyone a bit capable would have entered level 4 long ago. Who would come here? Only those at a lower level wouldn't even bother. Yet it's become legendary. After speaking, he glanced at the bald man beside him. The Ji family's double-headed wolf, over 50 years old, and still not retired? Can you still fight? The two men in suits turned to look at Zhu Jinxiong, and one of them spoke. Thank you for your concern, young Master Zhu. The lower third-level secret realm hasn't seen many failures in decades. That's good. Zhu Jinxiong nodded, turning to look at everyone. There were only about 40 men and women in the field, all dressed elegantly and exuding an extraordinary aura. I know you all have your own ideas about coming to the number 1 pit, whether to seek lower third-level purple skills, search for spiritual herbs and materials, or find those equipment emblems. But I hope we can discuss all of this after we finish off this vengeful spider motherworm together. He threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, where it made a sizzling sound upon contact with the icy surface. Bringing you here naturally has some ulterior motives. To be honest, I brought you here just to be witnesses. He pointed to the 5 young men he brought. Let me introduce you, the Red Demon Corps. You should all be familiar with them, the champions of the last Starlight Professional League. After he finished speaking, the 5 men immediately took off their masks and sunglasses, revealing their handsome faces, especially Zhu Jinxiong standing in the center, making the 5 men's looks even more outstanding. The crowd immediately erupted in exclamations, especially a few rich girls who screamed, Fu Iran, Xia Inja, Zurich, oh my god, I actually see them here, I'm going crazy. Originally standing back and hiding passively, they rushed forward. Shangwan God, can I have your autograph? Can we take a photo? Jean Mukin, I love you so much. My family is all your co-brands. You accompanied my growth, taught me how to be a person, made me strong, made me brave. You were the pillar of my life. I want to cry. In an instant, the scene became somewhat chaotic as both boys and girls gathered around, pulling out high-end smartphones, taking turns to take pictures. I have to say, the 5 members of the Red Demon Corps were quite professional. They pulled out markers from their pockets and signed on the girls' clothes one by one. Then they smiled for photos. Even Ji Ling'er frequently looked over, with her flowing silver hair, sparkling earrings, charming smile, and chiseled profile. Every movement was enough to mesmerize the girls. Once the crowd quieted down a bit, Zhu Jinxiong coughed, and the 5 members of the Red Demon Corps slowly stepped back from the crowd. The strength of the Red Demon Corps. I believe anyone here with a television should understand. All members are level 39 and all possess S-class talent as combat geniuses. He deliberately glanced at the double-headed wolf beside Ji Ling. They are not the losers who failed to break through professionally. They have repeatedly survived dire situations and competitions, turning dangers into opportunities, and are the pillars of the Empire's future. They came to this number 1 pit. To put it simply, they are here to perform for you. He raised his hands and clapped twice. All right, please give them a round of applause. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the venue became lively, with whistles and screams echoing. The silver-haired youth Jean Mukin, with purple light flashing, conjured a long dragon-patterned sword in his hand, waving it as the wind howled, causing his clothes to flutter and his bangs to fly. Autumn Moonling foam sword. Ah, Jean Mukin, please kill me. I want to be split by you. The tall youth with diamond earrings stepped forward, holding his hands out in front, and in the next moment, purple light flashed, revealing a large sniper rifle. His gaze was resolute as he aimed the gun on his shoulder like a soldier under command. Suddenly, someone began to cry. Shangwan Che, you are my guardian angel. Always will be. My heart, my soul are protected by you. The gray-haired boy made a rock gesture, raising his shoulder as a basketball-sized fireball appeared in his hand. Slightly bending over, the fireball bouncing under his hips, showcasing incredible elemental control. Rationality, rationality, where's the rationality? Brother, your smile is my poison, making me dizzy. Fooey ran. I want you to be my blue elf, proudly raising your lips to the world, soaring in the sky of love. The girls were breathing heavily, their faces flushed, looking as if they were about to faint at any moment. A burly youth in a black leather outfit, wearing half-finger gloves, wielded purple light with one hand, conjuring a large shield. He twisted the shield, causing it to spin rapidly, and in the center of the spinning shield appeared a large pink heart. Zurich, don't fall. Come what may, let us go together. Your efforts, we see with our eyes and remember in our hearts, defeat everything with our love. Following that, the last short mushroom-headed boy made a cat paw gesture, throwing a wink at the crowd, white light glowing as his hair flew, tightly gripping a pure white staff with both hands. Xiainjia, mommy loves you. Don't milk others, come into my arms, I'll milk you. The entire space no longer resembled a monster lair, but rather an ice and snow stage crafted by an artist. Zhu Jinxiong shouted behind him, release the bait. His voice echoed in the cold lair. And after a while, two middle-aged men escorted over 100 people slowly into the area. These individuals were almost completely naked, wearing only underwear. Their dark skin marked with numerous whip scars, some still oozing blood, while others bore old scars. Their eyes were vacant. Even though there were many beautiful women they had never seen in their lives, they couldn't even lift their eyelids. Their clothes had been stripped off for safety checks, and they walked barefoot on the ice, all shivering. The middle-aged man beside them swung his whip rapidly, striking 10 times in quick succession. Blood spattered immediately, and 10 fell to the ground, their faces showing extreme pain, yet not a single one let out a howl. Past experiences taught them that these wealthy young masters hated the sounds made by the bait overshadowing their voices. You 10, go into that hole, hurry. He swung his long whip forcefully, striking it against the ice, creating a deep crack in the surface. This crack seemed to tell the 10 people lying on the ground how merciful the whip was that struck them. The 10 bait trembled as they got up from the ground, following the direction of the whip marks, tremblingly moving forward. Under long-standing habits and culture, their understanding was thus. Their fathers and sons would do the same, adhering to their identity as bait. 6 passages, they walked towards a middle passage, and the 10 bait were thrown inside. Instantly quiet, the dark passage resembling an abyss that swallowed everything. About 10 minutes later, angry howls echoed from within the cave, immediately followed by continuous tragic wails. The sound of crawling came densely from the cave. Prepare, Zhu Jinxiong shouted loudly. Block the cave. Chapter 42. Handsome brothers, a large number of spiders surged out of the cave like a tide. Zurich, carrying a large shield, rushed forward quickly, sliding and slamming the shield, which emitted a radiant glow, harshly thrusting into the spiders. As he landed on the ground, he roared, and red light burst forth from his body. Taunt. As soon as this skill was activated, the spiders, which had initially planned to attack from behind, suddenly turned bloodshot and all charged towards his shield. Behind him, Fu Iran, with his gray middle-part hairstyle, hurled a fireball that arced through the air and smashed into the spider swarm, causing flames to explode and scattering the small spiders in all directions. Shangguan Che, armed with a gun, crazily fired at the flying spiders, and in an instant, slime and blood burst from the spiders' bodies. Jian Mukin moved swiftly, his thin sword flashing with extreme speed. Every strike was incredibly elegant, and any spider that managed to get past the front shield warrior was elegantly slain by him. Meanwhile, the mushroom-headed Xiainjia continuously cast spells with his staff, showering his teammates with shields and acceleration buffs. It must be said, the Red Demon Legion was indeed flashy, but had solid fundamental skills. With this cooperation, the wealthy young ladies on site had their eyes sparkling, each breathing rapidly. The shield warrior took damage, the priest healed. The fire mage and sniper recklessly collaborated from the back for violent output, while the swordsman moved around to slay and protect the entire team. In no time, this originally terrifying swarm of spiders was completely blocked at the entrance, being slaughtered mercilessly. Truly, the Red Demon Legion was so cool and powerful. A rich second-generation youth sighed. He had originally just come to see if he could find a few mini-lords and gamble on luck for a purple skill emblem, but was forcefully dragged here by Zhu Jinxiang. Initially feeling unlucky due to Zhu Jinxiang's influence, he now felt it was absolutely worth it. Not only seeing the legendary Legion on television, but also getting a front-row view of their conquest against the Dimension Lord. So many posts were bashing them, and I believed it. Another boy next to him lamented. This remark seemed to provoke the anger of the girl beside him. I don't know what those haters are thinking. My brother has worked so hard. Why do they have to bash them so fiercely? They are the champions of the Starlight Professional League. They are unique. Those ordinary people must be jealous of their brilliance. Another girl immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. My brothers work so hard. They sleep very little every day. Besides all the announcements, they also need to level up to ensure their strength. Their live streams have closed donations. They rely on their own efforts to earn money to update their equipment and emblems. Do you know how hard it is? Those who bash them are losers. The boy glanced at the aggressive girl who was about to spit on his face and nodded. Don't get so close. I'm switching to bashing mode. Such great teamwork, Ji Ling-er also said, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Meanwhile, the bodyguard next to her, known as the double-headed wolf, had a twitching expression and muttered softly, "Indeed, it's textbook-level performance." Ji Ling-er tilted her head. "Isn't it, Uncle Red Wolf?" Red Wolf was about to speak when Blue Wolf cut in. "The execution is very beautiful. The champions of the Starlight Professional League live up to their name." Red Wolf then looked up at the ceiling, choosing not to say more. Their protective task was to ensure the young lady's safety while making her happy, and clearly, just like other rich young ladies, she was quite happy at the moment. These small spiders, despite their large numbers, posed no threat to the 5-level 39 members of the Red Demon Legion, all equipped with purple weapons. Essentially, none of them were able to break through. They were all killed at the entrance. The dense pile of corpses formed a mountain, nearly blocking the entire cave entrance. At that moment, the ice surface began to tremble, and the bodies started to roll out. Haha, the vengeful mother spider is about to appear. If anyone is bored, you can join in. When the time comes, I'll leave your names in my art exhibit, Zhu Jinxiang said, gripping 2 axes that materialized in his hands. A very rare legendary class, known as the Frenzy Warrior. This class is characterized by being both tanky and dealing damage, with the key feature being that the heavier the wounds, the stronger the power, making it one of the professions that can turn the tide and counterattack. It was also the peak profession of the Flying Eagle Legion, which during the Empire's pioneering era led thousands in a frenzy, silencing gods and demons, and toppled countless monster nests. Just as he finished speaking, all the corpses at the cave entrance instantly froze, as if the ice pillars above had encased them. In the next moment, the ice mountain shattered, and a menacing spider, as white as jade, charged out of the cave. Its massive body was as large as a large truck, covered in a layer of crystalline ice armor. Its 8 long legs resembled sharp ice pillars, each leg adorned with tiny ice spikes. Moving at incredible speed, its long legs scraped along the ground, leaving deep gashes, and with a single point, it struck Zurich's large shield, sending him flying. As it appeared, it was still crazily chewing on a corpse, blood streaming from its mouth like a river, looking extremely menacing. As Zurich landed, he knelt on one leg, holding his shield, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his resolute profile facing the audience. He punched the ground in frustration, saying, "So this is the Dimension Lord? Strong enough, but..." He raised his head, gritting his teeth, his gaze extremely firm. "I'm stronger than you." He almost roared, suddenly stomping the ground, and his shield emitted a blue light. Blink strike, like a beam of light. He thrust his shield hard against the giant spider lord. The powerful impact caused the spider lord to stagger back several steps. It then roared again, red light flashing, and the taunt skill was activated once more. The spider was completely controlled by the skill and could only raise its legs to attack the shield. Meanwhile, the mushroom-headed Xia Ying's staff shone brightly, and a thick white shield enveloped him. The attack struck down, but this time he did not get knocked back. This cool and passionate scene immediately excited the girls in the audience, who cheered. Ah, as expected of the guardian god Zurich, so strong, he cannot be defeated. He really gives such a sense of security. With his control, Zhu Jinxiang charged ahead, his body glowing red, and with a surge of adrenaline. His speed increased dramatically as he rushed to the Spider Lord, swinging his dual axes and across and striking fiercely at the spider. He directly smashed the ice armor on the spider's leg, causing it to shatter and green blood to spurt out. The immense power once again forced the Spider Lord back. The others watching the scene gasped in surprise. Even Red Wolf couldn't help but exclaim, "Such high attributes, at least 5 pieces of purple gear. His strength must be nearing 100 stars. Blue Wolf, however, narrowed his gaze and said, "Wrong, this guy's fully equipped with 12 pieces, all purple gear." Chapter 43. The Mother Worm is intercepted. The Red Wolf looked shocked and turned to Zhu Jinxiong again. At this moment, Zhu Jinxiong and the Red Demon Legion had completely controlled the Spider Lord, with fireballs, bullets, and sword strikes coming in an unending barrage. But Zhu Jinxiong's damage was the highest, each strike breaking the ice armor and directly hitting the Spider Lord, causing green blood to spray everywhere. Just then, the Spider Lord raised its head and let out a sharp scream, and countless ice spikes began to gather in the air. Spread out in the back, Jiang Mukin shouted as he rolled backward. In the next moment, countless ice spikes fell like a torrential rain, pushing back the gunmen, priests, and mages in the rear. The shield warrior, Zurich, who had the slowest movement speed, was instantly covered by the ice spikes and turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. However, Zhu Jinxiong did not dodge at all. The moment the ice spikes fell on him, it indeed verified the Blue Wolf's statement. With the ice spike rain hitting him, Zhu Jinxiong's full set of heavy armor appeared, glowing with a ghostly purple light, covering his head, shoulders, chest, waist, legs, feet, necklace, bracelets, rings, and even gloves. Ignoring the Spider Lord's frenzied attacks, he swung his axe, creating afterimages. Finally, with a twist of his feet, the axe emitted a red glow, and he spun rapidly like a windmill. The axe blade sliced through the spider legs, causing green blood to spray, and 2 massive spider legs were directly chopped off. Truly worthy of being a top noble, the weapon in his hands was not a double axe, but a main weapon and a secondary weapon. The Red Wolf swallowed hard, feeling emotional. With such equipment, he didn't even have 100-star power. How could a 3-tier weapon under the 100-star pattern possess a stable power-boosting equipment slot other than the main and secondary weapons? The Blue Wolf protected Linger behind him, staying away from the Spider Lord's wide-area attack. Accessories were scarce, with random attributes. Even the Flying Eagle Legion would find it hard to gather a full set of power accessories. If they had any, they would have long given them to his brother Zhu Jintian. Even if everything was gathered, it would be difficult to achieve 100-star power unless it was a mythical class with power bonuses or an SSS True Soul talent that enhanced power. After chopping off the 2 spider legs, Zhu Jinxiong burst into laughter. "Priest, healing shield warrior, this vengeful spider mother worm is just like this. Pay attention to dodging skills." Priest Xia Inja quickly cast a white light that landed on the shield warrior, causing the ice sculpture to explode. But when he emerged, he was still trembling all over, his face somewhat pale. After casting another healing spell, Zurich slowly began to recover. He stood in front of the Spider Lord, his expression still resolute. "I am invincible." With another shield strike, he actually knocked the short-legged Spider Lord over. "Ha, well done." Zhu Jinxiong laughed madly. Frenzied slash. He saw his double axes rapidly gathering red light, and with a loud shout, he slashed forward, sending a massive axe light flying, viciously striking the abdomen. This blow seemed to hit the Spider Lord's weak point. The Spider Lord let out a painful howl and rolled over, a gaping wound opening up in its abdomen, with large amounts of tissue oozing out. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a massive web. This skill was instant, and the group had no time to react, instantly being enveloped. Then, with a forceful inhale, everyone was pulled closer. With another exhale, it unleashed an extreme cold wave from its mouth, catching everyone off guard and instantly freezing them into ice sculptures. Then it suddenly jumped back a step, and a series of ice blades began to gather in front of it. Oh no! The Red Wolf hesitated for no moment, raising his Gatling gun, and in an instant, flames spread along the barrel, unleashing countless bullets at the group of ice sculptures. The Blue Wolf also reacted quickly, aiming his cannon upward, and a grenade launcher directly roared toward the Spider Lord's eyes. Zhu Jinxiong, clad in full purple armor with high resilience, quickly broke free and leaped forward, landing heavily on the ground. But the other 5 members of the Red Demon Legion were not so lucky. Only the shield warrior Zurich managed to break free more quickly. This time, it wasn't so graceful, but rather somewhat panicked and terrified as he raised his shield. Iron barrier. Instantly, 2 illusory shields rose around his body, forming a shield wall with a shield to block the incoming ice blades. The ice blades shot in and immediately sent him flying back. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the 4 teammates behind him fell to the ground, each with blood holes pierced through them. He anxiously shouted, "Priest, is there still a priest?" But the monster was going mad, and everyone was somewhat afraid as they rushed forward. Only the 2-headed wolf duo, with 1 machine gun and 1 cannon, worked together to slowly push the spider back. The blue wolf's weapon flashed with light, and the grenade launcher transformed into a flamethrower. He crouched down, and the flames, like a tongue, licked the ice surface, directly burning towards the wound that Zhu Jinxiong had just cleaved open. The intense pain made the monster dart back and forth, while the red wolf shot at the spider's eyes, making it hard for it to discern direction as it continuously retreated to Zhu Jinxiong's side. "Cut it down!" the blue wolf shouted, and Zhu Jinxiong immediately felt a surge of determination. He leaped high, retracting his secondary weapon into a sigil, gripping the axe handle with both hands. The axe head trembled and actually grew a size larger. Frenzied blood decapitation. The axe light swept through, instantly piercing the Spider Lord's head, with juices splattering everywhere. The spider's body suddenly froze, then twitched a few times before crashing down. Zhu Jinxiong panted heavily, looking at the corpse before him, a wild smile spreading across his face. "What 300-year difficult situation? It's nothing like this. I am a first of the new generation." He violently shook the blood off the axe, exuding an imposing aura. Then he looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. They were quite lucky. The shield warrior could be considered to have lived up to the title of protector, as the ice blade did not pierce through his skull. He flicked his sleeve and tossed a potion to each person, generously saying, "4th-tier healing potions. They will heal you soon." Zurich thanked him and quickly began to pour it down his teammates' throats. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinxiong kicked away the spider leg blocking him and climbed onto the Spider Lord's back. 2 sigils slowly gathered, but upon seeing them, his face suddenly turned pale. Isn't it said that native species always drop good items? Why are there 2 blue sigils? Zhao Lubai quickly moved through the first pit with 2 others, his face showing excitement. Just now, after coming out of the Ghostwood Valley, he discovered a clue that confirmed his identity. That was the large amount of blood threads found on the fallen split knife Mantis King. These blood threads were very viscous, entangling the Mantis King's wings and limbs. And one could imagine that under such circumstances, the Mantis King's speed must have suffered a huge hindrance. He had seen such things before called blood shock bombs. This special grenade could only be made by one profession, the mythical class of flesh and blood mechanic. If the route was correct, then he must be in the sandworm nest now. Zhu 15's assassin figure moved quickly, suddenly lunging forward, delivering a backstab and throat cut that dealt an extremely high damage blow, instantly taking down a wandering sandworm. Why are there sandworms here? Aren't they supposed to be gathered in the valley? He had already encountered several along the way. He asked with some confusion. Zhou 16 glanced at the worm lying on the ground, observed it, but found nothing unusual. In a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. It's normal for a large number of worms to come out. Only Zhao Lubai smiled. Sandworms are social monsters. The only reason they would scatter like this is one. He looked toward the valley that was now in sight. That is, the entire group has undergone a major change. For example, the leader has died. Chapter 44 Clue Zhou Shirlu looked at Zhao Lubai with some astonishment. Young Master Zhao, that is a domain lord. According to the information from a master, a large number of water and ice mages were mobilized during the pioneering days to freeze the sandy cave into blocks of ice. And only after paying a heavy price were they able to kill that native species. Do you think Zhu Jinxiong and the others can kill it? The 3 of them were on high alert, and Zhao Lubai spoke as he walked. Who said Zhu Jinxiong killed it? Have you forgotten about that lava beast in the magma lake? It is also a domain lord. Zhu Shi and Zhou Shilu suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking at Zhao Lu Bai with a serious expression, "Young Master Zhao, the Master has repeatedly instructed us to protect your safety. But if the person ahead is indeed the one who killed the lava beast, we have no idea whether he is good or evil. We hope young Master Zhao prioritizes his own safety." Zhao Lu Bai waved his hand. "Let's go. If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it over a decade ago. He hasn't killed me, but has saved me several times." As they stepped into the valley, all three of them gasped. The entire valley was filled with large and small deep pits, as if it had experienced a massive meteor shower, followed by a great earthquake. Cracks, shattered stones, insect corpses, a burnt smell, and chaos were everywhere, with not a single living creature in sight. Was there a war here involving a professional breakthrough army? Zhu Shi muttered. Such terrifying destructive power on the battlefield could not possibly belong to low-tier professionals. Zhao Lu Bai moved swiftly into the lair of the Sand Eater Lord. Indeed, he was shocked. The corpse of the Domain Lord lay quietly on the ground, and some small Sand Eater larvae emerging from the sandy ground seemed to have found something tastier than the secretions on the wall. They all crawled onto the corpse of the Sand Eater Lord like ants. Once again, it was a case of killing without handling the territory. It was terrifying. Zhu Shi's legs trembled slightly. The sight of this gigantic, ferocious monster's corpse had a huge impact on him. But what shocked him even more was the person who killed this monster. The iron rule for professionals dealing with Domain Lords is to first destroy the Domain Lord's territory, preventing the Lord from using the power of the territory. Then they would gather in large groups to kill. Did they take the tail? Zhao Lu Bai walked around the corpse and noticed that the abdomen of the Sand Eater Lord was intact. He said to Zhu Shi, "Old Zhu, go open the abdomen of the corpse and see if the Sand Eater Pearl is still there." Zhu Shi looked at the abdomen and was immediately taken aback. The monster's abdomen was surprisingly intact. He quickly stepped forward, his dagger glowing with a purple light, and fiercely slashed at the Sand Eater Lord's belly, sparks flying. Such high defense. After merely cutting through a thin layer of skin, he swung the knife again and again at the same spot. Soon, blood gushed out. Zhu Shi disregarded the blood and reached into the abdomen of the Sand Eater Lord, feeling around before suddenly pulling out a glowing yellow pearl. He excitedly turned to Zhao Lu Bai. "It's really still here." Zhu Shi and Zhou Shilu gazed at the pearl in his hand with longing, but they suppressed their desire and handed the pearl to Zhao Lu Bai. Zhao Lu Bai stepped forward to take it, and couldn't he help but frown. What does this mean? Is he looking down on it? He then glanced at the severed tail of the Sand Eater Lord. But why would he want this tail? After thinking for a while, he walked toward the cut stone crevice. The accompanying creatures of the territory were taken away, but I wonder what kind of accompanying creature it was, bloodgrass or sandheart flower. Zhou Shilu sighed. If it's the sandheart flower, it could lead to a big business. The Fong family's Fong Huai has a bounty for the sandheart flower hanging at the army's task center. Zhao Lu Bai nodded. It seems that his younger brother has developed a strange illness, unable to integrate with ordinary profession emblems. His high-tier potion physique is too poor to use, so he can only use low-tier potions. The best healing effect among low-tier potion formulas now is the heart-reviving potion, and the sandheart flower is the main material for this potion. He then shook his head. I heard he is searching for unknown emblems everywhere. Indeed, once he becomes a professional, healing will be much more convenient. However, it is too uncertain. Unknown emblems are like mythical emblems, requiring fate. Some, even with SSS-level talent, cannot integrate, while others may require the fate of a fallen city prostitute to change professions. An unknown is just that. Unknown, it cannot be identified before changing professions. If luck is good, like Grandpa, changing to a spirit essence Dan Master could elevate the Zhao family from obscurity to the fifth major power. If luck is bad, it could just be a shepherd or a lumberjack, not much different from an ordinary person. Zhu Shi leaned closer to look in a crevice, clearly seeing the turned-over soil inside. Evidently, things had long been dug out. He wondered, since they know there's sandheart flowers here, why doesn't the Fong family come here to try? With the Fong family strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take down this Sand Eater Lord. Zhao Lu Bai patted the cave wall and then turned to walk outside. Pit number 1 has been opened every 20 years for the past 300 years. This Sand Eater Lord has been killed at least 10 times, But only the original species from the pioneering days had the sandheart flower as its accompanying creature. The other 9 times were all bloodgrass. So, this time it's highly likely to be bloodgrass again, rather than wasting manpower and resources to attack this sand-eater lair. It's better to search for more unknown emblems. After exiting the lair and returning to the valley, Zhao Lubai instructed, "You all look around for any clues. See if you can find the direction the person left." Zhu Shi and Zhou Shirlu executed the task quickly, swiftly patrolling the area. Soon, they saw Zhou Shirlu standing by the wreckage of a train, raising both hands high. "Young Master Zhao, over here," he shouted loudly. As Zhao Lubai rushed over, Zhou Shirlu pointed to the ground. "Everything in the area is covered in dust, except for these torn pants, which are on top of the dust. There are cut marks on this train car, and inside is a complete corpse." Zhao Lubai immediately stepped forward to examine the corpse. He did not recognize the face at all, except for the fact that the underwear had been stripped off, the skin was dark, and there were numerous whip marks. The fingers were thick and calloused. A mine slave. This obvious characteristic made it easy to determine his identity. Then he looked at the torn pants, which were jeans, with seams stretched open and worn holes. The original blue-gray color was now covered in yellow dirt. Upon seeing the pants, his pupils suddenly constricted. His memory was very good, with the ability to recall scenes vividly. Instantly, the scene of passing by someone tall on the train replayed in his mind. It was the tall person next to him. Chapter 45. Arrival at the lair of the vengeful spider mother. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Lubai quickly speculated about what had happened at the scene. A burly man, drenched in sweat and blood after killing the sand devourer lord, emerged from the cave barefoot and naked, wearing tattered pants. After surveying the area for a crest, he discovered the corpse in the carriage, then used a knife to cut it open and put the clothes on his own body. Old Jew. The ground had been struck so violently that it must have kicked up countless dust particles. The footprints in the dust are easy to trace. Let us see which direction they went. Without a word, Zhu 15 lay on the ground, tilting his head. There was a thin layer of dust on the ground, and on top of the evenly spread dust was a row of shoe prints leading out of the valley. Over here, he led the 2 out of the valley, and Zhu 15 crouched down again. Outside the valley, there was no dust, but the shoes were still dusty, with white powder-like dust pressed into the brown soil. This direction. He pointed again. This time, Zhao Lubai didn't move directly, but quickly took out a map. After confirming his position, he compared the direction of the footprints and extended a line across the map, finally stopping at a corner marked with a large red cross. This corner is marked as the lair of the vengeful spider mother. After a moment of thought, he understood. All the valuable monsters in Pit know what have been cleared by you, and the last vengeful spider mother should be no exception. Putting the map away, Zhao Lubai spoke. "Let us go to the vengeful spider lair." Zhu 15, who had been following the footprints, suddenly stopped and turned back. "Young master, Zhu Jinxiong and the others are attacking the vengeful spider mother. You offended him earlier. If we happen to encounter them after they finish, we might face an ambush from over 40 professionals." After he finished speaking, Zhou 16 also chimed in. "I observed Zhu Jinxiong earlier. He brought 7 people, 2 of whom I know, the blood fiends from the Eagle Legion, one a gunfighter and the other shield fighter, both extremely tough and troublesome. The other 5 are disguised. But judging by their aura, they're no less than level 35, and they seem to have a very high level of teamwork. They must be a well-coordinated troop." Hearing this, Zhao Lubai chuckled and retorted, "Have you 2 ever encountered a monster with the title of Overlord?" Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 exchanged glances, but both shook their heads. As 4th-tier gatekeepers, the strongest and most terrifying monsters they had encountered were domain lords, and they only assisted large groups. As for overlords, they had only heard of them but never encountered one. Their impression was that they were roughly similar to domain lords. Zhao Lubai took a breath and said, "Overlords possess the majesty of dominance, being the greatest leaders of a tribe. They already have their own tribal structure. Lords are the leaders of mountain-dwelling tribes. Domain lords are chieftains who establish their territories, while overlords are the leaders of a complete tribe." He smiled at the 2 and continued, "So do you know why no one has conquered this overlord's lair for 300 years? The vengeful spider mother has 6 domain lord generals, 36 lord guards, numerous elite leaders, and countless small soldiers. Previous records indicated that a fully equipped army of 3,000 barely managed to deal with those 4 domain lords of poison, ice, fire, and wood, yet they were all instantly killed upon seeing the vengeful Spider Mother. It cannot be conquered by sheer numbers. That is a dimensional crushing, like comparing earthworms to roosters or tigers to hamsters. Numbers are of no use except to feed them. Moreover, native species can devour professionals to strengthen themselves. After so many sacrifices, no one in the entire Eagle Empire dares to covet this vengeful Spider Mother anymore. Once there were 4 domain lords and 3,000 people could see the mother worm. Now it has evolved to 6, haha. Zhao Lubai continued along the route on the map. These are recognized facts among the upper echelons. And both the G family and the Zhu family have issued a ban on the cultural tourism group in pit number 1, prohibiting them from offering sacrifices. Because if this continues, the vengeful Spider Mother will keep expanding in pit number 1 until one day the entire pit number 1 becomes her territory. He then looked at Zhou 16 and said, "Those 5 people really need to disguise themselves. They're the big stars of the upper city. Have you heard of the Red Demon Legion?" The two immediately frowned. Is it the Champion Legion of the Starlight Professional League that has its posters all over the upper city? The Starlight Professional League has been around for quite a while. I've seen some clips, and they're indeed quite strong. Zhao Lubai turned his head and smiled at Zhu 15. "Old Zhu, do you want to be a champion?" Zhu 15 scratched his head. "I don't have that kind of strength." "Ha! As long as I control public opinion, control the opponents, and control the rules, I can make whoever I want win the championship. The Tiana Consortium has that kind of financial power." The two were momentarily taken aback, looking at Zhao Lubai with some confusion. Zhao Lubai, however, sneered, "Just a plaything for a rich woman." When Zhu Jinxiong brought this legion into pit number 1, I understood why the Eagle Legion didn't even give him a position in the Reserve Legion. He must be a rich young master. Other pits might let them play around, but this vengeful Spider Mother is likely to be a tough opponent. He glanced at the sand, devouring pearl in his hand, stored away, and moved forward. It's hard to say whether the others will survive, but Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linga must have life-saving items. Let us go. If we enter the arena at this time, we might even extort some. Pit number 1 operates day and night. And Jin Quan rushed to the lair of the vengeful Spider Mother without stopping, because he had heard from Ji Ran that a group of influential young people from the upper city had entered the worm's lair. If the mother worm were to be killed by that group in advance, redeeming Lin Yin would become extremely troublesome. As he stepped inside, the air felt refreshing, lacking the oppressive sensation of other places, almost as if he had arrived in a rural field. Upon entering the cave, the first thing he saw was a lush forest. The entire cave was filled with dense trees, resembling a secret realm of humanity hidden in the ground. So quiet. Jin Quan looked around and took out a map from his ring. The 4 domain lords of poison, ice, fire, and would each guard an entrance to the lair with 6 lord guards. Ji Ran's suggestion was to attack the wood and fire attributes first. The lava set completely counters them. Chapter 46. Domain Lord Wood Vine Spider. He retrieved the map into his ring. The trees were somewhat obstructing his view, so he circled along the edge of the cave until he spotted a passageway. Once a domain lord was killed, other domain lords would seal off other entrances and rush to support, so he had to act quickly. He aimed to take them down one by one. An orange light appeared in Jin Quan's hand as the lava judgment manifested. He continuously slashed at the trees in the cave, one cut after another, until the 7th slash caused a sudden eruption of intense light from the lava judgment. A 25 chance lava roar triggered, and Jin Quan jumped into the air. Troll Earth Splitter. The terrifying downward chop sounded like thunder, sweeping through the entire forest, uprooting numerous trees, with the sound of cracking branches echoing. The entire forest was in chaos. Immediately after, the ground in front of Jin Quan split open, like a volcanic eruption, releasing a large amount of lava, which ignited all the surrounding trees instantly. He quickly jumped back to the passage he had seen along the cave wall. The demonic flame statue condensed instantly from his body, and he stood firm at the front, like a single warrior guarding the pass. The sound of numerous creatures crawling in the cave grew louder, as many small green spiders rushed towards him like a stream. A few leaps later, Their sharp legs pierced into Jin Quan's demonic flame statue. The statue shook slightly but remained unharmed, while the flames on the statue burned the small spiders, making them sizzle. Before he could make any move, the lava shield instantly rose from him. When attacked, there was a 10 chance to trigger the lava shield, granting a shield that could absorb damage and dealing fire damage to surrounding enemies while it existed. There were too many small spiders, and Jin Quan paid them no mind. To the lava set, they were merely shield farming machines. Jin Quan glanced back at the burning forest. Can you really stay calm? Do you have to wait for your guardian lord to arrive? Just as he thought this, the movement in the cave became noticeably more intense, with the entire cave wall shaking violently, indicating that an even larger monster was approaching. Jin Quan was covered in numerous spiders, and the lava shield on him was continuously refreshing under the attacks. Countless spiders fell under the dual burning of the statue's flames and the shield's flames. While more spiders crawled up, he remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the darkness of the cave. Just as a gigantic green figure appeared in the passage, he narrowed his eyes. A purple light emanated from him, gray particles entwined around his large knife, and like a fleeting light, he vanished from his position. A crescent-shaped blade of destruction flashed through the passage. Destruction blade. The sky was filled with green slime like rain as the monster, which had yet to step into the light and had not even fully revealed its face, was cleaved in half and fell into the passage. Jin Quan ignored the fallen monster and rushed towards the next entrance. This tree nest also had 6 passageways. As Jin Quan killed one lord, the other 5 caves trembled simultaneously. He jumped forcefully from the ground, leaping into the air, focusing on another passage. In the next moment, a giant spider's head poked out from the passage. Simultaneously, the troll earth splitter came crashing down. The spider had merely popped its head out. In an instant, Jin Quan cleaved it into pieces, and a shockwave sent the spider's internal organs splattering across the cave walls. Without pausing, he spread the demonic wings on his back, transforming into a streak of light, darting from this passage to the next. The blade flashed, and the giant spider that had just emerged from the passage, unable to even let out a roar, was instantly decapitated. The demonic wings flickered sharply, and he streaked through the air again. Just as the Spider Lord's roar was halfway out, the bright blade light entered its mouth. With another flap of his wings, he moved even faster, gathering and compressing the blade light in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the side of the spider, and the gathered blade, energy, slashed down ferociously. A crescent blade light instantly cleaved the monster in half, continuing its momentum toward the final cave's monster. This spider seemed somewhat prepared, crossing its front legs to defend, but empowered by the 100 stars, its arms were instantly broken like branches, crashing heavily into its abdomen. The monster was flipped over, 6 of its 8 legs broken, its abdomen mostly sliced open, writhing on the ground. The third strike of the demonic wing's 3-stage slash, without the nuclear energy talent boost, did not completely kill it, but severely wounded it. Jin Quan quickly turned back and saw the cave beginning to tremble violently, with the ground in the center cracking open and trees being uprooted. A gigantic bulge rose from the center. Jin Quan smiled slightly. Is it coming? Peering ahead, a simple message appeared before him. Woodvine Spider Domain Lord. Level 39, he wouldn't foolishly wait for the Woodvine Spider's entrance animation, but jumped straight into action. Troll Earth Splitter. He aimed to bury it in the ground. With another thunderous crash, his large knife cleaved deep into the bulge, half of it sinking in. However, his expression changed slightly as he didn't see blood flowing out. The opening was filled with dense vines. As expected, the next moment, the entire mound rolled upward like a giant carnivorous flower, closing instantly. Jin Quan was trapped inside this mound. His vision suddenly darkened, but his profession's exclusive skill, dark insight, still allowed him to see clearly in the darkness. Countless vines surged from within, transforming into sharp, glimmering spikes that shot towards Jin Quan, as if to pierce him into a hedgehog. Jin Quan swung his knife and slashed 9 times at the vines, triggering the lava shield while the blade light and flames gathered, and he struck down again. The lava roar exploded within this closed mound. Under the attribute Restraint, All the vines burned fiercely, the spikes piercing into his demonic flame statue and lava shield, crackling and carbonizing as they fell. His lava set ensured that 9 slashes would definitely trigger the shield, and after 10 slashes, it would trigger lava impact, enveloping him in a large mass of lava, transforming him into a meteor with a 100 power boost, which erupted explosively. The carnivorous flower-like, closing vines scattered like countless burning rags flying in the air. The moment Jean Quan emerged, he saw beneath him the massive spider with its gaping mouth. Its body was a deep dark green, as if woven from tough vines and ancient wood, with a rough surface covered in crisscrossing patterns. Its 8 long legs resembled thick tree trunks, covered with a layer of thick wooden skin intertwined with dense vines. These vines occasionally wriggled, as if they had a life of their own. 2 enormous eyes glowed with a strange red light, and several flesh-like vines twisted rapidly to form long spears, aiming at the floating Jean Quan. But Jean Quan sneered. "You are much more foolish than that sand devourer." He narrowed his eyes, locking on. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light in the air. The blood and flesh wooden vine spear from the wood vine spider's mouth shot out like a cannonball. The red and purple collided in the air with a crack. The imposing vine spear shattered like bamboo, instantly splitting in 2 and shooting into the cave ceiling, disappearing into 2 deep holes. The purple light did not diminish, slicing from head to tail under the trembling gaze of the wood vine spider. The scene fell silent as Jean Quan lightly stepped forward and landed on one knee. Behind him, the massive wood vine spider's armor with orderly patterns suddenly became chaotic, sliding back and forth in a line. Then it suddenly split apart, and the giant spider's body fell apart like 2 halves of a watermelon. Chapter 47. Frost Guardian at the entrance of the ice cave. Zhu Jinxiong tightly gripped the 2 blue emblems in his hand, then suddenly threw them down onto the ice, causing them to slide far away with a crack. Damn it. What bullshit is this about the vengeful spider mother? These rumors are really fucking ridiculous. He jumped down from the spider, his expression dark, gritting his teeth as he said, "Preparatory core? By killing this vengeful spider mother." He clearly understood one thing. Without entering the power structure, just being a rich young master would always leave the world hazy. They concealed all the truths. And only when he reached the lair of the vengeful spider mother did he realize how vulnerable it actually was, yet it had been portrayed as a world-destroying monster. "I will tear the truth apart layer by layer and then tell those in the preparatory core that I am the one most qualified to enter." He clenched his fist and was about to order someone to drag away the corpse when Lu Shi suddenly raised his trembling hand and said, "Captain Zhu, what is it?" He felt somewhat irritable, his tone unfriendly. I am a priest with the insight skill. Insight and identification are 2 rare skills, both of purple rank. Insight allows one to view living information and pierce disguises, while identification allows one to check item information. Any profession that learns these 2 skills can thrive, especially the identification profession, as emblems for this skill are often snatched up at high prices. Once one has this skill, they can open an identification shop, with countless professionals coming to identify emblems and materials daily, without needing to fight monsters for survival anymore. Insight is also a necessary skill for a complete legion. With this skill, there is no need to carry a monster encyclopedia, which is not omnipotent. In the Wasteland, the unknown is the greatest fear, and having insight can significantly reduce risks. However, not only is this skill rare, but it is also a support skill. In the case of limited skill slots, combat professions in the Legion rarely learn insight and identification. Missing one skill could cause problems in the entire career path, and the missing part could very likely lead to death. Therefore, these skills are usually learned by support priests and scout rogues. In this lower tier 1 pit, neither these rich young masters and ladies nor their bodyguards possess the insight skill. "What's wrong?" Lu Shi said somewhat awkwardly. "My skill shows this monster is named Frost Guardian." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2-headed wolf beside Ji Linger suddenly narrowed its pupils, then exchanged glances. It suddenly grabbed Ji Linger's hand and quickly dashed back the way they came like it was carrying a chick. "Run!" Ji Linger, looking confused, shouted, "What's wrong, Uncle Wolf?" The red wolf quickly said, "Once a monster has the title Guardian, It means this monster must be a subordinate of a stronger monster. A guardian is already a lord, so its superior must be a domain lord. But at that moment, 5 openings simultaneously emitted hissing sounds, and 5 gigantic spiders, identical to the previously defeated lord, leapt out from the passage. One of them opened its mouth and exhaled. A frost hurricane swept through, instantly sealing the entire entrance with a thick layer of ice and snow. Accompanied by the roar, they slowly spread out as if pacing, encircling everyone in the center. Like roosters eyeing grains on the ground, everyone present began to panic and fear. 5 terrifying lords. How could there be so many vengeful spider mothers? It's over. I want to go back. Quick, contact the Redstone Cultural Tourism. Have them come pick us up. Contact what? There's no signal inside the cave. Didn't you complain about their rules, telling them to get lost? The Red Demon Corps can still fight. They are the strongest corps. Both the 2-headed wolf that wanted to leave earlier and Zhu Jinxiong were herded to the center like chickens. Zhu Jinxiong's lips trembled slightly, but he took a deep breath and said, "If you don't want to die, everyone pick up your weapons. We have over 40 people. We can fight while retreating. I will carve out an exit for us to escape together." He then glanced at the Red Demon Corps beside him. "Can you still fight?" Shield Warrior Zurich nodded. "I'm fine, but their injuries haven't fully healed, so their mobility might be affected." Although several teammates behind had stopped the bleeding, their wounds were still open, and their faces were very pale. Holding a gun, Shangguan Che looked around and trembled. "We understand some skills. We should be able to barely hold one, but we can't kill it." Zhu Jinxiong looked at the 2 who were originally restraining the bait. Blood Shield, Gunslayer. "What do you say?" The 2, one with red hair, one holding a spear and the other a large shield, turned to the 2-headed wolf beside Jilinger and said, "We can tank one. They can output. We should be able to take one down directly." After thinking for a moment, Zhu Jinxiong looked at the other bodyguards behind, all of whom were bodyguard for that group of rich second-generation kids, numbering 7, ranging from level 32 to 36. "You all block one." Ignoring their reactions, he directly ordered. Then he turned to Ji Ling and Li Hongbin. "The 3 of us will kill one. As for the last one, you 25 will handle it." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in chaos, and some girls even cried out, "I'm only level 20. I just came to travel, not to explore. Why do I have to fight? I want to go back." "Why? You brought us here, saying we were going to watch a show, and now that we can't fight, you want us to go? I want to go home. I don't want to die. I'm only 18. The Flying Eagle Corps is impressive, just bringing people here to die. The Flying Eagle Empire will eventually collapse under you incompetent people." "No, I'm not even a combat profession. Why do I have to fight monsters? Why?" In the face of death, they completely forgot the pressure brought by power earlier and no longer cared about Zhu Jinxiong's face, resulting in a chaotic scene. Ironically, the calmest ones in the crowd were the dozens of bait, who were shivering from the cold but showed no fear or sadness. Listening to these people's words, Zhu Jinxiong's expression darkened further. He remained coldly silent and instead turned to ask, "Is that settled? Any objections?" He was looking at Ji Ling and Li Hongbin. After all, these 2 were from the 5 major families, and he still needed to give them face. Ji Ling merely glanced at Li Hongbin out of the corner of her eye, a hint of disgust flashing across her face, but she still nodded. In the next moment, the entire team split into 5 groups. 4 groups charged forward voluntarily, while the young masters and ladies stood confusedly in place, unsure of what to do. However, fortunately, after a long time of being influenced, they quickly began to adjust their positions in a panic. The Red Demon Corps fought, as they had before, but without any deliberate showiness or fervor. How can they be so strong? As a priest, Xia Yingzhe's hand holding the staff trembled slightly. "We are clearly the strongest corps in the upper city. We have purple weapons. We have S-level talents. But why can't we even defeat a single lord?" Zurich turned back to look at him, opened his mouth, but did not continue. In the team, Xia Yingzhe was the youngest and the one most protected among the 4. "We have S-level talents, but we are from the lower city." Shangguan Che tightened his grip on the gun and finally said this. He patted Xia Yingzhe on the shoulder. "Just stay alive." Chapter 48. Team dispersal on the other side. The 2-headed wolf and blood fiend duo appeared to be much more seasoned. After watching Zhu Jinxiong fight once, They immediately understood the weaknesses of this boss. The shield warrior charged forward, using his defensive skills to absorb the boss's attacks, while the gunner quickly maneuvered behind and began stabbing at its rear, a humiliating tactic that quickly drew the boss's aggro. The Spider Lord roared in anger, attempting to attack its back, but as it turned to face the gunner, the shield warrior seized the moment, delivering a shield bash that struck its pivoting leg, causing the spider to stumble. At the same time, the blue wolf, acting as a gunner, fired a shell that exploded on the opposite side of the Spider Lord. The powerful explosion, combined with the spider's inability to regain its balance, sent it crashing to the ground. The gunner then leaped high into the air, positioning himself directly above the fallen spider. Falling eagle strike, with both hands gripping the gun, the barrel pointed down, he fell rapidly like a meteor, driving the weapon deep into the spider's abdomen. Blood splattered as the spider let out a wretched scream. The red wolf's machine gun bullets rained down in a near straight line, mercilessly spraying the spider's belly. The spider was armored all over, except for its abdomen resting against the icy ground, which it desperately protected. Now flipped over and taunted by the shield warrior, it was completely at the mercy of the gunner and the two gunners, who unleashed all their skills upon its exposed belly. The concentrated assault quickly turned the spider's flesh into a charred mess. All four of them were failures in their professional breakthroughs, forever stuck at level 40, but they had gained countless life-and-death experiences and combat awareness. Their movements weren't graceful. They rolled and crawled, but they effectively dodged the spider's attacks. Their brilliant teamwork, anticipation of each other's skills, and perfect timing far surpassed the flashy style of the Red Demon Legion. If the Red Demon Legion were actors seeking flashy skills and cool scenes, these four were true warriors, focused on efficiency. Unfortunately, the team was ultimately a temporary patchwork, and without any support, the shield warrior was clearly running low on stamina. The Frost Guardian broke free from control and roared, gathering a mass of frost above its head. "Down!" the red wolf shouted, and upon hearing this, the gunner rolled off the spider's belly. The next moment, frost rained down like blades, landing on the spider's abdomen. It didn't deal significant damage to the spider, but quickly froze the previously gaping wounds. Then it swiftly flipped over and, almost in an instant, spat out a net of ice, attempting to ensnare all four like the Red Demon Legion. But at that critical moment, a spinning stun grenade appeared among the four. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending them flying, while the ice net fell empty. Watch out for the net. Let's wear it down slowly. Among the 5 teams in the arena, the 3 with Zhu Jinxiong clearly had it the easiest. As the offspring of the 5 giants of the upper city, they were born lucky. Whether it was the two-headed wolf or the blood fiend duo, after struggling for half their lives, their main weapons were only purple gear, already belonging to the top tier of the lower 3 ranks. In contrast, these 3 each wore no less than 10 pieces of purple gear, exceeding the total of all others combined. They had no finesse, relying solely on attributes. Zhu Jinxiong wielded dual axes, his purple armor glowing throughout as he absorbed the spider's damage while dealing damage in return. Meanwhile, Li Hongbin waved his sword aura, drawing a large circle on the ground that enveloped the spider. The next moment, runes coiled within the circle, instantly forming a formation. The ice blocks in the formation turned into a thick swamp, pulling the Spider Lord down deeper with each movement. Li Hongbin was a sword fighter specializing in intelligence. A flick of his sword sent a beam of sword light toward Zhu Jinxiong, which struck him but caused no harm. Instead, the sword light transformed into a small sword floating above Zhu Jinxiong's head. Instantly, Zhu Jinxiong's attack speed surged, and a white light shield appeared around him. Jilinger was even more brutal, being a legendary class, armored mechanic, with an S-class talent and mechanical empowerment. When she waved a ring, a lightweight tank appeared on the ground, weighing only 15 tons with a 90mm cannon. She quickly jumped into the tank, the tracks rolling as the cannon roared to life. Boom! The ice armor on the Spider Lord shattered, leaving large burn marks on its body. The next moment, the cannon barrel turned blue, and another shot rang out, the terrifying armor-piercing round piercing through the spider's side. The spider roared as countless ice spikes fell from the sky, each one akin to an anti-material weapon. In such a confined space, The tank couldn't evade at the speed of the tracks, and in an instant, it was turned into a sieve. Ji Lingye, shielded, climbed out of the tank, somewhat disheveled. Despite her rough handling, she had still managed to severely injure the spider, showcasing the mechanic's might. However, this operation made all the professionals realize one thing. Poor players were not fit to play mechanics. The Spider Lord was already reddened from the 2 cannon shots, and a ring of frost suddenly froze Zhu Jianxiong in front, angrily charging at Ji Linger. In a moment of panic, she waved her hand toward the ground, and 3 small robots hopped toward the Spider Lord. These 3 robots suddenly jumped up mid-path, lunging at the Spider Lord before self-destructing. Flames engulfed the spider. Compared to the formidable classes and equipment of these 3, the young ladies and gentlemen who had come for a tour were clearly in a miserable state. At the start, defensive classes were at the front, agile classes on the sides, output classes in the middle, and support classes on the outer edges. Relying on their numbers and skills, they managed to control the Spider Lord for a while. However, their output damage was too low to break through the ice armor protecting the back of the spider, akin to mere scraping. As the ring of frost on the spider suddenly blossomed, the shield warriors and knights in the front row were instantly frozen. The next moment, the Spider Lord crossed through the front row like a hungry wolf breaking into a flock of sheep, its sharp, icy legs swinging rapidly. In an instant, 4 young men were skewered together like candied hawthorns. The spider raised its front legs, as if threading skewers, and stuffed the 4 helpless individuals into its mouth, crunching loudly as blood sprayed everywhere. This terrifying scene sent the entire team into chaos. The shimmering high-level weapons in their hands lost all their brilliance as they all attempted to retreat. Even the front row that had freed themselves from freezing began to back away. "I'm just an apothecary. I'm here to gather herbs," a young man shouted, bolting toward the exit. His sudden dash was like a starting gun at a 100-meter sprint, causing the formation to scatter instantly. Chapter 49. Domain Lord Ice Cold Spider. The Spider Lord raised its head and let out a roar. Countless ice blades condensed and instantly poured into the group of ingredients with their backs, turned to them like a torrential rain. The sound of piercing echoed continuously as ice blades struck flesh, and in an instant, the ice surface was littered with severed limbs and remains. Only Lu Shi, as a priest, had been at the back all along, preparing to flee while attacking. He rolled and crawled into the group of bait from the fallen city, no longer minding their foul odor, instead burying himself among them, trembling on the ice. This action surprisingly allowed him to escape with his life. The native monsters could evolve by devouring professionals, and their feeding order would definitely prioritize professionals first. Among this group of bait from the royal city, there were only ordinary people. The Spider Lord opened its mouth again, casting a massive web towards the distance, instantly covering all those who had narrowly escaped the ice blades. As the ice net retracted, over a dozen people were quickly ensnared into a large ball and pulled before the Spider Lord. A chill poured from its mouth, and all those caught were frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Its front legs moved like phantoms, shattering the ice and turning all those inside into fragments. The biggest difference between them and true pioneers was their lack of courage. Perhaps fighting to the last breath in the face of a strong enemy would be the optimal solution. With the annihilation of this team, the pressure in the arena instantly increased. No matter where this Spider Lord charged, it would surely be a one-sided situation. Fortunately, this spider seemed to be gluttonous and did not immediately advance, but instead began to chew on the corpses with its front legs. "How long until we can kill one?" Zhu Jianxiong shouted at the twin demons. "This lord can still use ice to heal." The gun demon only replied with this sentence. But the information was already clear to him. It would definitely be a protracted battle. "Li Hongbin, use your talent to resolve this monster as quickly as possible," he said quickly. However, Li Hongbin's expression changed slightly as he replied, "Why don't you use your talent?" His talent was S-level Intelligence Storm, which could instantly enhance a large amount of intelligence while increasing casting speed. If it were a higher tier, it would be fine, supported by substantial mental power. But as a lower tier professional, using this skill would quickly deplete his mental power. In the lightest case, he would be unable to continue casting skills. In the worst case, he might faint right there. This was tantamount to sending himself to death in this dangerous #1 pit. Zhu Jinxiong's hand flashed with light, and a vial of potion flew over. Awakening blue potion, he said, is enough for you to release your talent and recover quickly. Li Hongbin reached out to catch it, glanced at the potion in his hand, and looked somewhat surprised. The small blue glass vial had exquisite magical runes on its body, and the liquid flickered with a mysterious blue light. After use, it would immediately restore a certain amount of mental power, increase the character's mental recovery speed for a period, and temporarily enhance the character's magic resistance, reducing magic damage taken. This was a rare purple 4th-tier potion, extremely valuable, completely different from the potions thrown to the Red Demon Core earlier. In experiments, it could restore 40 mental power for 4th-tier professionals and 80 for 3rd-tier professionals. For lower-tier professionals, it was a life-saving trump card. Zhu Jinxiong continued, "This thing is useless to me. You need to use it now to quickly deal with this lord." Li Hongbin turned to look at the lord still chewing on the corpses scattered around. The next moment, he thrust the long sword in his hand fiercely into the ground, and a brilliant sword formation spread out around, instantly enveloping Ji Linger and Zhu Jinxiong. He then swung the long sword forward. An array of sword light flew past, splattering like ink over the Spider Lord. The flowing light rapidly formed a black formation on the Spider Lord, with numerous black chains shooting out from the center, quickly wrapping the Spider Lord like a zongzi. "Retreat!" Li Hongbin shouted, and Zhu Jinxiong charged away from the original spot, dodging out of the way. Suddenly, a spiral-marked seal appeared on Li Hongbin's forehead, and an intense magical fluctuation emanated from him. The formations and chains entwined around the Spider Lord emitted a blazing blue light. Explode. Instantly, the wrapped chains exploded with a thunderous sound, and a violent magical wave filled the entire cave, causing the explosion to melt the Spider Lord's icy armor little by little. As the blue light dissipated, all 8 legs of the spider disappeared, and the entire spider looked like a peeled shrimp. It was still not dead. Countless ice and snow elements gathered, forming ice crystals as if to reconstitute its icy armor and 8 long legs. Li Hongbin swayed unsteadily, his face pale, and quickly poured the awakening blue potion into his mouth, with blue starlight flickering around him as he began to recover his mental power. Weakly, he shouted, "Decapitate!" Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Jinxiong leaped out, raising his great axe, which swelled rapidly. Frenzied blood decapitation. The axe light swept across, instantly cleaving the Spider Lord's head, its fluids scattering, and the spider's body froze for a moment before crashing down. Just as he finished his strike, the twin-headed wolf shouted from the other side, "Decapitate over here!" The few of them turned their heads instantly to see that the twin-headed wolf and the blood demon had also broken through most of the Spider Lord's icy armor, with its head being shot to bleed green. Without any hesitation, Zhu Jinxiong quickly charged forward, closed the distance with a dash, then jumped again, delivering another decapitation strike. The entire head of the spider rolled away. Zhu Jinxiong fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ice, panting heavily. The continuous 2 frenzied decapitations almost drained all of his remaining stamina. There's hope to finish it off. He pulled out a bottle of yellow potion and stuffed it into his mouth. He quickly stood up, but what he saw were everyone's pale faces. He was somewhat confused. Having just forcefully killed 2 lords, why was no one excitedly cheering? He looked at the closest blue wolf, who had stopped, licking its trembling lips. Zhu Jinxiong realized that his forceful decapitation of 2 lords seemed to have triggered a terrifying taboo. He looked down at the entire ice surface, which began to tremble slightly, the vibrations growing stronger, with tiny cracks appearing and rapidly spreading. "Scatter!" He suddenly shouted towards the back. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. The ice surface shattered instantly, and countless ice chunks flew in all directions. As the frost dispersed, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, their bodies starting to stiffen and tremble. A gigantic frost spider burst forth from beneath the ice surface. Its body resembled a small ice mountain, covered in hard ice crystals as tough as iron. These ice crystals tightly fitting together to form an ice crystal armor. Its long legs were like massive ice columns, each leg adorned with sharp ice spikes. The piercing cold spread out, and the surrounding air quickly condensed into icy mist under its influence. Just this overwhelming presence almost made people lose their wits. Zhu Jinxiong swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and shouted loudly at Lu Shi, who was squatting among the bait. Lu Shi, is this monster the ice-cold Spider Mother? The reason he spotted Lu Shi at a glance was that he stood out too much among the group of bait. Out of dozens of people, he was the only one wearing clothes. Lu Shi looked up fearfully from the crowd. His face turned pale again as he said, "Ice-cold Spider Domain Lord." Chapter 50. The Death of Freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, the two-headed wolf almost immediately shouted at Ji Ling, "Miss, get off the ice." After saying that, they saw the terrifying ice crystal spider slowly raise its diamond-like front leg and gently tap the ice surface. In an instant, the entire cave shook with a loud rumble, and the ice surface suddenly cracked like bamboo in spring. Countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, indiscriminately piercing through all living beings in the area, including the 3 spider guards. The ice spider's cold blue eyes looked down with a chilling glare at the 3 frost guards pierced by the ice spikes, seemingly filled with immense rage at their incompetence for disturbing its sleep. Even with the warning from the two-headed wolf, it was still too late, and there was almost nowhere to hide as everyone desperately jumped. But the ice spikes were too fast. The once smooth ice surface now resembled a porcupine's quills, and everyone present was impaled and hung on the ice spikes. Fortunately, the warning came in time, and most people managed to quickly avoid critical hits, only getting pierced in the abdomen, thighs, and shoulders. However, the dozens of bait and Lu Shi were in a much more tragic state, most of them lying on the ground with almost no time to react. Their heads and hearts were directly pierced and exploded, dying on the spot, with only a few lucky ones escaping serious injury. The massive ice spider, with its 8 legs, slowly walked through this forest of ice spikes, as if it were a gentleman waking up for a meal. It opened its mouth and inhaled, a tragic sound echoing throughout the cave as the 6 bodyguards were directly sucked into the ice spider's mouth, their bones crushed and blood splattering everywhere. Clearly, these 6 individuals were far too insignificant compared to its massive form and did not satisfy its hunger, as it continued forward to the side of the Red Demon Corps, where all 5 members of the Corps were frozen and pierced by the chilling ice spikes. At this moment, seeing the ice spider approach, they all displayed expressions of despair. They still couldn't live properly. Shangguan Che glanced at the pierced and frozen abdomen and sighed. Fu Yiran also smiled. In the end, the people of the lower city will still return to the fate of lower city people, even if they look incredibly glamorous. Such a powerful monster should be gone. Zurich, on the other hand, appeared somewhat carefree. Jin Mukin placed his sword horizontally across his chest, as if in prayer. We've all wanted to escape fate, but in the end, we return to the starting point. Can we leave behind a spark? I want to see what our freedom looks like. Shangguan Che turned his head, the light in his eyes trembling slightly. Freedom. Freedom? Fu Yiran stopped smiling. The group fell silent. The ice spider drew closer, and time seemed to freeze. But in the next moment, the 4 suddenly roared. Freedom! A strong wave of spiritual energy erupted from everyone at once, and Fu Yiran, who was closest, moved first. A violent flame instantly enveloped his body, causing the ice spikes to melt away in an instant. S-grade talent, Flamingo. It unleashed a powerful affinity for fire elements, reducing mental energy consumption and allowing for continuous multicasting. Flamestorm. In an instant, a large explosion of flames erupted throughout the space, pushing away the surrounding ice spikes and freeing the 4 from their icy prison. The fire elements quickly condensed into a flaming tornado that charged toward the ice spider, but didn't end there. Fu Yiran crouched down, his hands pressed against the ice surface, and shouted repeatedly, "Firewall, firewall, firewall, firewall." The firewall spell originally would form a wall of fire at a specified location after casting, allowing the mage to use it to block the enemy's advance. However, Fu Yiran's firewall was different. The entire wall lay flat on the ground, forming a rectangle spread across the ice surface. The intense and frequent casting of the firewall made it spread out like a copy from beneath his feet, extending along the way, bright red, leading directly to the cave's exit. It resembled a beautiful red carpet. "Go!" he shouted, and once again a flame storm erupted around him, propelling them forward. He stood in the flames, watching them. Shangguan Che grabbed the somewhat incredulous Xiaoyinja and quickly stepped onto the flaming red carpet. The domain lord could control the territory, and the ice spider controlled the cold ice beneath it, while Fu Iran's firewall spell perfectly countered it, creating a path of fire that was beyond its control. On this red carpet, the group could only rush forward without time to mourn. Xiaoyinja turned back to see the figure slowly turning to ash in the flame storm, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Fu." But Shangguan Che grabbed his mushroom head, forcing him to look forward. The flame storm whipped against the ice spider, stirring up flurries of snowflakes, but couldn't break through the defense, instead provoking an angry roar from the ice spider. It lunged forward, its massive body creating a pressure wave. Although massive, it moved incredibly fast and caught up to the group in the blink of an eye. With a disdainful stomp, it aimed to skewer the food beneath it. Zurich slowed down, looking at the three in front of him. He exhaled deeply and turned. Shield smash. He transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the ice spider. The ice spider naturally noticed the ant at its feet and disdainfully swiped its leg, as if to crush him directly. "Big guy, I'm tough too." S-grade talent, Mountain Turtle. A layer of ancient stone-like patterns emerged around his body, as if he donned armor forged from solid rock, enhancing himself with the power of the earth. Zurich raised his large shield, and in an instant, a layer of solid stone armor covered him. His legs seemed to root into the ground, and he became completely petrified, resembling a finely crafted statue. Taunt. He cast a skill. The taunt skill could completely draw the monster's hatred to himself, causing a control effect. This was the core skill of shield warriors and an essential skill. However, if the defense was too weak, taunting would only lead to death. But with the S-grade talent boost, when the ice spider's leg came down, a dull sound echoed as it struck the large shield, which surprisingly blocked the attack. The ice spider's eyes turned red with rage, its legs moving like phantoms, attacking frantically. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The ice spider's attack speed was too fast, and its attributes were too high. In the next moment, debris flew, the shield shattered, an arm was severed, its head crushed, and its chest pierced, leaving only a small leg quietly standing on the ice surface. The ice spider turned its head to look at the fleeing insects in the distance, repeatedly blocked by them, and its anger surged. It opened its mouth, and ice elements rapidly gathered. But at that moment, S-grade talent, Silent Venom. A bullet from a pitch-black sniper rifle accurately struck the ice spider's mouth, causing the gathered ice elements to instantly dissipate. This consumed a large amount of stamina, and with the added Silent Venom talent, it released a lethal strike, causing high paralysis toxin damage. Shangguan Che also stopped, kneeling on one knee with the sniper rifle, gasping heavily. Such toxin damage was merely a minor inconvenience for the ice spider, which shook its head to dispel it. He turned to look back. The two had already reached the cave entrance. Then his vision suddenly spun, and his head rolled on the ground. Jian Mukin's sword sliced through the air, delivering a powerful strike against the ice wall, instantly creating a gap. Looking at the light outside the gap, he smiled and said, "Freedom is hard to come by. Xia, go leave the upper city and seek freedom." After saying that, he kicked Xiaoyinja out of the gap. "If you really find it one day, remember to tell the brothers what freedom is truly like." His figure began to blur, splitting into 2 identical silhouettes. S-grade talent, Twin-tailed fish. It split off a clone with half its own strength, consuming mental energy to replace its position with the clone. In fact, his talent was the most suitable for escape. If he had wanted to flee earlier, he might have already gotten away. Xiaoyinja clumsily crawled up outside the cave, looking back. In the next moment, a splash of bright red blood was thrown onto the ice wall in front of him, sliding down the surface and quickly solidifying. He was already in tears, covering his mouth and crying in pain. He was the youngest in the group. Ever since the people from the upper city took him away from the lower city, he had met these 4 older brothers. He thought everything was fine, and everyone was happy and sunny. But why did these brothers have to use their lives to send him out? Didn't you say that this world is survival of the fittest? But what does this count as? What is the freedom you desire? Clearly, they were stars, without worries about food and clothing, adored by countless people. Yet now, Xiaoyinja saw the immense pain on their forebodies. He saw that their attitude towards death was actually one of relief. Flamingo, rock turtle, silent leader snake, twin-tailed fish. Just like their talents, they were born to be in the wild, yet they ultimately died in captivity. Chapter 51. Spirit Sealing Talisman. It actually escaped. Zhu Jinxiong shook off the frozen ice spikes on his body and quickly downed a bottle of healing potion. Glancing around, there were only 9 living people left in the arena, 2 of whom were shivering bait. With the temporary delay provided by the Red Demon Legion, everyone slowly broke free. Gathering together, Li Hongbin suppressed the nausea from using his talent and waved his sword again, causing a large circle to appear on the ground, within which runes were inscribed. And flames suddenly burst forth. Everyone gritted their teeth and jumped into the fiery sword formation. Can this monster be defeated? Linger gasped and asked. The Red Wolf and Blue Wolf shook their heads as they looked at the grotesque, massive body at the exit. This was a domain lord, nearly invincible within its territory. Gunshaw looked at the fiery sword formation on the ground and, turning to the still pale Li Hongbin, asked, "How long can this sword formation hold? Young Masterly?" Li Hongbin's expression darkened as he glanced at Zhu Jinxiong. If I hadn't used my talent just now, it could have lasted longer. Now, 3 minutes. Everyone fell silent. Once this fiery sword formation disappears, in the next moment, the ice-cold spider only needs to think, and everyone will die. To get out, perhaps we can only rely on the 7 of us working together, Linger said. Clearly, she was somewhat inspired by the Red Demon Legion's desperate determination. But Li Hongbin sneered, "Then Miss G should go first and hold it off for us for a moment." Linger immediately shot him a disdainful glance. "Why don't you? A big man go first? Do you need a girl like me to help you block the monster?" As expected, he still hadn't changed his scumbag nature. Liungin shukla legally. I'm openly a scumbag. Some people are treacherous on the inside. Linger's expression changed slightly, and a purple light flickered in her hand as an automatic pistol appeared, pointing it at Li Hongbin. A piece of garbage thrown out of the upper city still has the nerve to talk. Do you think you're one of the Li families for young masters? Zhu Jinxiong grabbed Linger's wrist and said, "Stop arguing. We should be thinking about how to get out, not bickering here." He glanced at the ice-cold spider, which had finished devouring the corpse and was slowly turning around. "Since you don't want to cooperate, then let's rely on our own abilities." After saying that, a wolf head pattern appeared on his forehead, and his entire body began to grow fur, his physique swelling rapidly, transforming into a 3-meter-tall werewolf in an instant. But that wasn't all. He continued to roar, "Beast transformation." His body swelled again, reaching an astonishing 5 meters in height. With the S-grade talent wolf body and the beast transformation skill, Zhu Jinxiong's attributes surged. "Ergaway, charge out with me." He stomped his limbs on the ground and shot out like a giant wolf, moving at high speed and smashing through all the ice spikes in his path. Zhu Jinxiong may not have much, but he seemed confident enough in everything. He always believed he was the leader, always the first to charge ahead. Even facing a domain lord was no exception. His sudden action caught Linger's attention. She waved her hand, and a mountain vehicle appeared on the ground. In the next moment, the engine roared as it sped down the path, cleared by Zhu Jinxiong. The 2-headed wolves followed suit. Only Li Hongbin remained, frowning in thought for a moment before resolutely heading in the opposite direction. That was where the 6 guards had come from earlier. In his view, the area guarded by the 6 might have another passage. Rather than following to meet death, it was better to take a gamble. Compared to the exit, these 6 passages were clearly closer to him. He stepped into the passage and looked back. Suddenly, the ice-cold spider stood up and stomped the ground. In the next instant, the entire ice surface before it folded up like a book, seemingly trying to crush the few people inside completely. Just as it was about to close, Zhu Jinxiong, in his werewolf form, let out a roar, spreading his arms wide to hold it back. Boom! The closing ice surface suddenly stopped. Zhu Jinxiong's bones cracked, and blood surged from his mouth. "Ergaway!" The bloodshot Ergaway quickly dashed out, with the blood shield in front. Glancing back at Zhu Jinxiong, "Young master, I hope you can fulfill your promise. After saying that, they charged straight at the ice-cold spider's front leg. Taunt. Another taunt skill. The force of the originally closing ice blocks dissipated instantly, disrupted by him. Zhu Jianxiong's body suddenly shrank and landed on the ground, almost completely transforming back into wolf form, darting past the blood shield and quickly passing beneath the spider's abdomen. Seeing Zhu Jianxiong attempting to escape, Ji Linger became anxious. She then turned to the two-headed wolf and said gently, "Uncle Wolf, Xiaomei and Xiaoli are doing well at my family's manor." As soon as she said this, the expressions of the two-headed wolves changed completely, their eyes reddening with disbelief and struggle. Ji Linger's ring shimmered, and two metal round boxes, resembling wash basins, appeared in their hands. The two merely glanced at the items in their hands and sighed. "Thank you, young lady, for your care." Without saying another word, they rushed towards the ice-cold spider, holding the round boxes. The blood shield and Gunsha's talents were far inferior to Zurich's, and they were quickly trampled into meat paste. But soon, the two-headed wolves arrived. The red wolf and blue wolf exchanged glances and suddenly punched the round box. High-explosive anti-tank mines, specifically designed to deal with armored targets, detonated with a punch. The explosion even generated a small mushroom cloud, with powerful shockwaves and scorching flames causing the ice-cold spider's body to shift. A small robot symbol appeared on Ji Linger's forehead. S-grade talent, mechanical empowerment. Overload. Speed. The 6 wheels of the mountain vehicle she was driving spun rapidly. Emitting smoke, the engine exploded with a roar, and it zipped past the ice-cold spider towards the exit. However, they had underestimated the domain lord. Just as the two thought they were about to break free from the cave, the ice-cold spider didn't even look back. The entire ice surface suddenly pulled back like a tread, and the exit that was so close was instantly far away. Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger found themselves back in front of the frost spider. The explosion of the anti-tank mine had clearly caused some damage to the ice-cold spider, which had lost its playful mood. Its body flickered with blue light, and a terrifying blue halo spread from within it, turning everything in the area into ice crystals. In the next moment, 2 ice spears fell from above, accurately landing on Zhu Jinxiong and Ji Linger's heads. The terrifying, piercing damage smashed 2 deep pits into the ice surface. The frost spider looked down in confusion at the pits. Below, Zhu Jinxiong, who had reverted to human form, radiated golden light, resembling a golden statue, completely still. Meanwhile, in Ji Linger's location, there was only a palm-sized puppet left. Spirit Sealing Talisman allows practitioners to seal one of their skills within the talisman. Each profession skills have their own characteristics. To use another profession skill across the barrier, it must be inscribed on this Spirit Sealing Talisman. This is a very rare talisman crafted by the talisman master profession, and the higher the level of the talisman, the more valuable it is. The first pit couldn't utilize high-level skills. The talismans of the 2 before them were both 3rd-tier talismans, sealing 2 extremely rare life-saving skills, known as Purple Epic Skills, Undying Golden Body, and Substitute Puppet. This shows the depth of a prominent family. Ordinary practitioners might not even have her talismans, yet they carry life-saving ones with them. However, the skill's duration was too short, clearly just enough to evade the ice-cold spider for 1 skill cooldown. The golden body slowly faded, but at that moment, a grenade flashing with arcs slowly rolled to Zhu Jinxiong's feet. Ji bitch. Chapter 52. The Death of the Frost Spider. Zhu Jinxiong nearly roared out. The golden body had another attribute, which was the ability to quickly disengage from aggro after using skills, thereby reducing attention. He had a backup plan. His mental power was mostly unused, and the skills on his equipment could be used at least twice. He believed he could escape, but the moment the electric grenade appeared beneath his feet, everything changed. The electric grenade caused massive lightning damage to the surroundings and stunned the opponents. As the golden body disappeared, the grenade exploded, and a large amount of lightning engulfed Zhu Jianxiong, instantly paralyzing his body. At the same time, the lightning crawled up the body of the frost spider. This little electric damage was undoubtedly just a tickle for the massive frost spider, but it drew its attention to the stunned Zhu Jianxiong below. In an instant, the sharp spider leg pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the ice surface. The replacement puppet would transform into a doll when receiving a fatal attack, randomly displacing its main body a distance. Ji Ling-er was lucky. Her replacement puppet randomly displaced just over the frost spider and arrived at the exit. However, fearing that the frost spider would turn back to attack, she quickly threw an electric grenade at Zhu Jianxiong's feet. With Zhu Jianxiong drawing attention, she could escape quickly. As the paralysis passed, his entire body was pierced by the thick spider leg, already a meal in the frost spider's grasp, with no chance of recovery. But through the gaps between the spider legs, he saw Ji Ling-er preparing to leap out of the opening that Jian Yukin had just cleaved. A surge of overwhelming rage filled his body, and he once again swelled, transforming back into a werewolf. His right hand muscles bulged, and the large axe in his hand emitted a crimson glow. You die too. The warrior's skill, axe throw, allowed him to throw his weapon with his life at stake, dealing high damage and having a chance to trigger a shatter effect. This skill would lose the weapon and was a desperate measure, but it would penetrate armor and deal damage to the main body. Zhu Jianxiong's axe nearly grazed the ice surface, weaving under the frost spider's abdomen. An upward arc struck fiercely on Ji Ling-er's shoulder. Purple light flickered on her body, and her excellent equipment desperately blocked the axe's edge. Perhaps even heaven couldn't bear to watch. Zhu Jianxiong's axe triggered the shatter effect. In the next moment, her entire right arm was shattered at the shoulder. The powerful impact sent her flying through the ice wall outside the cave. The frost spider lifted its leg to shove Zhu Jianxiong into its mouth, then quickly turned back, ready to rush out of the cave to catch the fleeing food. Its long antennae trembled violently, as if the antenna had received a strong signal. In an instant, it suddenly turned and dashed into one of the passageways, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The entire ice cave fell into a dead silence. After a moment, a whispering sound came from within. Two naked figures stood on the ice surface, exchanging glances. Three survive. Which one is it? The one who spoke turned out to be two bait figures. But at this moment, they showed no signs of their earlier trembling. None of them looked like it. We haven't encountered anyone along the way. What now? Young Master Fong said to keep a close watch on all of them. One of them walked over to the fallen Frost Guardians, quickly picking up a few emblems. Then said, the Frost Spider suddenly left. It's likely that Li Hongbin did something in the cave. He should be dead for sure. Let us find the exit and escape. The priest is lightly injured, but has no combat power, and Ji Ling-er has already been heavily wounded with one arm disabled. We don't need to be too concerned. We'll split up and pursue. After saying that, the two quickly left the cave, observing the blood on the ground, and split up to chase outside. The wooden cave was in disarray, with once dense plants now toppled. Jean Quan kicked away the corpse of the woodvine spider, and two emblems, one orange and one purple, flickered above. Shaking his head, he exclaimed, it's surprisingly less. Previously, the Sand Devourer had two orange emblems, two purple, and two blue, while this one had only one orange and one purple. Picking it up for a closer look, Jean Quan was immediately taken aback. The emblem was leaf-shaped. Blueprint emblem. Holy Revival Potion. Orange. Instantly restores all health and mental power of the character. It increases the character's attack and defense by 50 for the next 30 seconds, while also granting a shield that immunizes against all negative states for 10 seconds. It turned out to be a potion formula, and an epic one at that. Unlike the blue detox potion he had obtained earlier, this entire leaf emblem was orange-yellow like autumn maple leaves, emitting tiny points of light, clearly more precious. Jean Quan was not an alchemist, so he could not use the emblem, nor could he see the formula materials. Then he looked at the purple emblem again, and was suddenly surprised. This emblem resembled a small hammer, flickering with purple light. Blueprint emblem, with spider shield, purple, under the dark insight. There was only this line of text, with no attributes listed. A hammer. Is it for a blacksmith? So this should be an equipment blueprint. Purple equipment blueprint. Orange potion blueprint. A glimmer of light flashed in Jean Quan's eyes. Am I about to get rich? Compared to general equipment that requires various life and death battles to drop from monsters, equipment that can be mass-produced according to blueprints is clearly the choice of many. Even if the attributes are slightly lower, it is still purple excellent equipment. Jean Quan jumped down from the woodvine spider's corpse and quickly approached the 6 spider guardians. After searching around, He pulled out 6 purple emblems again. The drop rate was decent. One lord yielded 1 purple emblem. Jean Quan glanced at his level. He was already level 34. If he leveled up a few more times, the buff for increased drop rates from higher level monsters would be gone. 6 emblems, 1 large bow, 3 pieces of leather armor, 1 trap skill, and 1 vine spell. Perhaps due to the wood vine spider's attributes, the drops were all biased towards wood attributes, either potions or suitable for hunters or shamans. Jean Quan did not enter any of the passageways but waited in the middle. According to G. Rant's statement, once a domain lord dies, the other 3 would rush over. Now that the wood vine spider was dead, he crouched down, pressing his ear to the ground, and the violent sounds of the ground began to emerge. His gaze shifted. 1, 2, 3. He pointed to 3 passageways. The ability to discern sound was still useful. Among the 6 passageways, 3 were obviously more intense. A smile appeared at the corner of Jean Quan's mouth as he chose the middle passageway. A silk thread shot out from his hand, wrapping around the top of the passageway, and with a strong pull, he hung upside down at the top of the passageway. Jean Quan held his breath, his brow furrowing as he felt the temperature in the passage continuously dropping, from a pleasant 25 or 6 degrees to a rapid decline. The cool breeze turned into a biting cold wind, almost instantaneously. The entire cave's black soil was instantly covered with ice crystals, and Jean Quan was also immediately enveloped in frost. In his line of sight, a giant white spider was rapidly rushing towards him, its body covered in ice crystals, surrounded by an aura of bone-chilling cold. As it passed, ice crystals burst forth from the walls of the passage like mushrooms sprouting from the ground. Domain Lord Frost Spider. Jean Quan held his breath. It was getting closer. In the instant it approached, the spider suddenly raised its legs, its eyes glowing with a ghostly light as it stared at Jean Quan. It had already noticed him. Its blood-stained mandibles continued to wriggle, as if sharpening its teeth in preparation for a meal. Perhaps having effortlessly slaughtered over a dozen ants earlier had made it arrogant, thinking this ant could also be easily devoured. In the next moment, a dazzling purple blade of light illuminated the entire cave. Jean Quan wielded the blade of destruction, instantly slicing through the top of the frost spider's head. The so-called icy crystal armor was like water before the blade covered in gray particles. As he passed by, the head, carapace, and thorax were all cleanly severed, and Jean Quan landed steadily. Wherever he passed, any organ or tissue was instantly split in 2. Even after falling to the ground, the frost spider's mandibles continued to twitch in a chewing motion. Chapter 53, Boots of Frost. Clearing the Lord, Jean Quan touched the lava judgment and thought, I didn't expect there to be something even more foolish. He leaped onto the corpse of the ice spider, his palm brushing over its back, revealing 2 emblems, 1 orange and 1 purple, in his hand. Jean Quan glanced at them and was instantly delighted. He could use this equipment. Equipment emblem, Boots of Frost, orange, equipment level, Tier 3 equipment type, shoes agility, 40 stars constitution, 25 stars frosty speed. After wearing these boots, movement speed increases by 30. There is a 15 chance to trigger the frosty speed effect during an attack, further increasing movement speed by 20 for the next 5 seconds. Frost armor. When hit by a slowing attack, triggers a frost shield that can absorb attacks up to double the user's strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Frosty kick. Active skill that launches a frosty kick at an enemy, instantly freezing them. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Epic. Quick step. Immune to ground slowing effects, without any hesitation. Jean Quan yanked off the beetle leap from his foot. This equipment's second jump was particularly useful, but unfortunately, it was blue gear with 2 low attributes. He pressed the Boots of Frost emblem onto his feet, and in an instant, he felt much lighter. With a swing of his great sword, he unleashed a fierce gust. The 40 points of agility not only increased his movement speed, but also significantly boosted his attack speed. As he stepped on the ground, he shot forward, glancing at the purple emblem. Another mage skill. Skill emblem. Spell. Ice Spear. Purple. Skill level. Tier 3 skill effect. Fires an ice spear formed from extreme cold energy, dealing high frost damage to a target. The ice spear has a certain penetrating ability, capable of passing through a number of enemies or obstacles. damaging multiple targets in a straight line. He wondered if this pit still had any swordsmanship skills. He stored the emblem in his ring. The moment he dashed out of the passage, a layer of frost shield suddenly enveloped him. Jean Quan looked down. The originally green grassy ground had disappeared, replaced by a purple marsh. This marsh immediately triggered his passive frost armor. The ground quickly outlined a circular flame formation. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky, exploding from the ground and engulfing Jean Quan in an instant. The infernal god statue appeared above him, shouldering the great sword, slowly walking out of the pillar of flames, the frost shield completely nullifying the damage. He lifted his gaze and saw two enormous spiders looming ahead of him. Domain Lord, Flame Spider, Domain Lord, Poison Marsh Spider. Beneath them, the ground was rapidly changing its properties, half gradually transforming into a green poison marsh, while the other half began shifting towards magma. Perhaps in a short time, this place would become a new territory belonging to them. Behind Jean Quan, 12 guardian lords were slowly approaching him. Jean Quan turned his head, his bones crackling. What a thrill! Being surrounded and beaten by 14 lords would make anyone despair. But Jean Quan was filled with battle intent. He stomped down hard, and his body shot out like a beam of light. The epic boots of frost gave him several times the agility, and he suddenly leaped forward. He initiated with a troller splitter. The golden body aura wrapped around him, directly cleaving towards the poison marsh spider while completely ignoring the flame spider. Even though the flame spider was a domain lord, its skills were destined to be ineffective against the lava set's effects. The Lava Lord title provided 60 fire resistance and a 15 boost to all attributes. Jean Quan's jumping slash was incredibly powerful. Even as a monster, the poison marsh spider still had a sense of danger. The marsh below rolled instantly, and the entire spider sank as if it were an eel, disappearing underground in an instant. Boom! The great sword fell, and the marsh beneath the poison marsh spider collapsed like a giant rock hitting water, with countless purple sludge splattering everywhere. However, the poison marsh spider vanished without a trace. The next moment, a fire tornado erupted beneath Jean Quan's feet, and the massive impact lifted him off the ground. The infernal god statue was inherently fire attribute, and combined with his over 100 stars of resilience and the lava set's fire resistance, the scorching flames raged around him, but he felt only a bit of heat. Moreover, amidst such a dense attack from the fire tornado, a thick lava shield instantly formed around him. Seeing Jean Quan controlled, the flame spider unleashed a rapid barrage of fire blades, each powerful enough to shatter his shield. However, the next moment, the fire tornado continued to swirl, and the lava shield rose again. Realizing that its fire skills were ineffective against Jean Quan, the flame spider roared in anger, and the magma beneath it erupted like a volcano, propelling its massive body upwards. Magma spread across its entire form, eventually gathering on one of its front spider legs. In an instant, that entire leg glowed red, first like a heated iron, and as more magma gathered, it emitted a scorching light, resembling a burning sun. This terrifying leap attack was aimed to completely melt Jean Quan. But Jean Quan, caught in the fire tornado, looked at the flame spider pressing down on him and smiled. What a fool. The gray particles on the lava judgment covered him, and he began to emit a destructive purple glow. Locking on, Destruction Blade. It could only restrict his movements, but not his skills. With a single body aura, he could break free from the fire tornado. He was merely waiting for the flame spider to deliver itself to him. Sure enough, the Destruction Blade transformed into a stream of light, piercing from the spider's jaw to its abdomen and then to its tail. Countless blood and entrails sprayed down from the air. Jean Quan fell from the sky, but just as he was about to land, the ground suddenly transformed into a muddy vortex, instantly pulling him underground. Countless toxic sludge quickly wrapped around him. Fortunately, supported by the infernal god statue, the poison marsh couldn't approach him, and the statue made a series of crackling sounds in the poison. Jean Quan opened his dark vision and saw the toxic marsh trapping him. Its color gradually changed from black-purple to purple, then slowly to purplish-red. As the color became more vibrant, the sound from the infernal god statue grew louder. This was a deadly poison, even through vision. He could tell it was becoming increasingly potent. If he couldn't break free, he would eventually be consumed by the toxic marsh. With a swing of his great sword, the marsh was instantly cut open, but the next moment, it returned to its original state. However, Jin Quan didn't stop. He continued to slash rapidly. As he struck the 10th blow, 10 layers of lava power gathered on him, and the lava impact with a 100% power bonus burst forth in an instant, followed by a violent explosion. The entire underground marsh expanded instantly, creating a massive space with toxic gas rising and crackling. But after the attack, the marsh quickly closed again, returning to its former state. Jin Quan frowned. The lava impact that had broken the woodvine spider's cage was completely useless against this poison marsh spider. Watching the infernal god statue gradually thin out, Jin Quan took a deep breath. He slashed continuously again, even as the great sword erupted with scorching light. He refrained from using the lava impact and continued to slash wildly. Perhaps his luck had run out. After dozens of strikes, the orange belt around his waist finally revealed itself, and a massive phantom burst forth, resembling the Sand Eater Lord. The Sand Eater Lord leaped from Jin Quan, plunging into the marsh like a carp leaping out of water. Just as the phantom entered the swamp, the muddy swamp began to dry up and eventually turned to stone rapidly. The sand python's bite. There is a 15 chance to summon a sand python illusion when attacking, which petrifies the enemy while dealing damage. Can't break the swamp, can't break the stone either. The lava impact exploded once again. It felt like an earthquake. With countless fragments flying, the ground in the cave split apart, and Jin Quan's figure quickly emerged from underground. A quick glance revealed that the poison swamp spider was oozing green slime from its mouth and was retreating rapidly. Clearly, it had taken some damage earlier. Jin Quan hesitated not for a moment, spreading his demon wings and turning into a streak of light across the sky. The demon wing triple slash. The poison swamp spider, seeing Jin Quan charging in, let out a sharp cry to the side. Suddenly, the 12 Lord Guardians that had been watching from the side rushed towards Jin Quan. Jin Quan sneered. You think you're clever, but you're foolish enough to let your subordinates engage me in close combat. The 3 consecutive slashes of lightning streaked across, instantly dismembering the 8 Lord Guardians in the path. This place was not his territory after all. Retreating here, the ground had not completely turned into swamp yet. It frantically jabbed its 8 legs into the ground, and the speed of the ground turning to swamp increased. Just as it was about to unleash the swamp domain to burrow underground, Jin Quan locked onto it amidst the scattered corpses in midair, softly uttering 2 words, lock on. Then his body transformed into a burst of light and severed the poison swamp spider's head with a single slash. As he landed and turned around, he looked at the remaining 4 spider guardians and sneered. Your leader is dead. Are you not coming to deliver yourselves? Chapter 54. Pursuit in the dimly lit pit. No. 1. Xiaoyinja was running quickly. He had no target and no idea where to go, only knowing that his brothers had told him to escape. His brothers had sacrificed their lives to let him flee, their vacant eyes wandering, thinking of the 4 brothers who had been with him day and night, all dismembered and dead before him. His heart ached indescribably. As a priest focused on intelligence and spirit, his speed wasn't very fast, likely because he was too close to the mother spider of revenge. There were no other monsters here, and he wandered blindly without any sense of direction. Boom! A sudden loud noise startled him. He quickly wiped his nose and hid behind a rock to observe, only to see that the sound was coming from a massive cave entrance. His eyelids jumped slightly at the sight. This entrance looked exactly like that of the ice-cold spider, except this one was not covered in white frost and ice, but was instead overgrown with twisting vines and greenery. Just as he was secretly observing, an even louder and deafening roar erupted from inside. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion inside was tremendous, rumbling and shaking as if high explosive bombs were going off continuously. Accompanying this were more than 10 terrifying roars, causing the stones on the ground to tremble violently. The beastly roars thoroughly awakened his previous fear, the grotesque, mountain-like ice crystal spider, and the tragic fate of his 4 brothers resurfaced in his mind. This place had those kinds of monsters. He didn't dare to take another step forward. His face turned pale, his body instinctively spasming and trembling, and he quickly rolled and crawled back the way he came, fleeing for his life. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Without a backbone, he felt surrounded by those terrifying monsters. He didn't know where to escape, but at that moment, a shadow of a running figure rushed toward him in his blurred vision. He quickly wiped away his tears and saw clearly that it was a man dressed only in shorts, bare-chested. Upon seeing Xiaoyinja, the man chuckled lightly. What a twist. You circled around and came back here. Xiaoyinja took a deep breath, suppressing the sadness in his heart, and looked the man up and down. A bait from the ruined city? To think he could survive. He was also quite shocked. The naked man grinned at him, showing his teeth. Where's the big star going? Xiaoyinja frowned slightly. He was not accustomed to the man's tone. Besides, people like him had never had the courage to speak to him before. What business is it of yours? He coldly replied, trying to intimidate the man. Oh, look at you, acting all star-like. The naked man smiled, but his expression suddenly turned cold as he asked, You've been running in circles. What are you looking for? Xiaoyinja had been very sad earlier, only remembering that he kept running without direction. Now that the man spoke up, he realized that he had been followed all along. Why should I tell you how to go? His tone was even colder. Although he was a priest with third-tier strength and a full set of gear, he could easily take down an ordinary person. The naked man shrugged, spreading his hands. Looks like you're still a child. I dare to question you. He stepped forward slowly. Just to let you know, I have you in my sights. In the next moment, the man's speed suddenly surged. A blue light flashing in his hand as a black dagger appeared. He quickly closed in on Xiaoyinja. Swish, swish, swish. The dagger struck rapidly 3 times at his chest. Xiaoyinja's pupils constricted, and he quickly rolled backward. Although his reaction was fast, the dagger still made a gash on his left arm, flesh torn open, blood trickling down his white shirt. You're not a bait, he exclaimed in shock, then chanted a spell. White light suddenly burst forth from his body, rapidly healing his earlier wound. The naked man was also somewhat surprised. Fast casting speed. He then looked at the rabbit pattern flashing on Xiaoyinja's forehead. A talent? No wonder you're from the upper city. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned invisible. Xiaoyinja reacted quickly, raising his staff, a burst of white light exploding above him, illuminating the area like a spotlight. The naked man's figure immediately revealed itself, and Xiaoyinja abruptly leaned back, a ghostly blue dagger light grazing his throat. Just as Xiaoyinja thought he had dodged a disaster, the naked man smiled at the corner of his mouth and suddenly slashed down with the dagger. Bone cleave. This skill was considered a lower-tier assassination skill in the assassin profession. It inflicted massive damage while putting the target in a bleeding state. With Xiaoyinja's defense and physique, a single strike would surely inflict severe injury. Xiaoyinja quickly uttered a syllable, and a white light shield suddenly burst forth. Holy shield. The dagger struck the shield, making a sound like metal clashing, and the tremendous force sent Xiaoyinja flying. Taking advantage of the moment, he was sent flying. He rolled on the ground and quickly ran back. However, his speed was too slow. The naked man, as an assassin, quickly closed the distance with a light step, twisting his waist to launch a rapid thrust. Backstab. Attacking from behind could deal significant weakness damage. The higher the agility, the greater the damage, and it could ignore a certain percentage of the target's defense. In the next moment, the shield on Xiaoyinja exploded into fragments. He displayed a look of terror and hurriedly uttered a syllable. The assassin did not stop. He quickly reversed the grip on his dagger, emitting a faint light. Blunt strike. This skill struck Xiaoyinja's neck, and in the next moment, his vision darkened and his mind began to feel hazy. But at the same time, a faint blue light sprinkled down from above him, sparkling like stars. Dispel. This was the skill he had just chanted. The light enveloped Xiaoyinja, and the dizziness caused by the blunt strike was instantly removed. The assassin swiftly struck twice, leaving a cross-shaped slash on Xiaoyinja's back. Blood flowed profusely. Xiaoyinja winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he turned and kicked fiercely at the assassin. This kick caught the naked man off guard. He had never expected that a priest would dare to counterattack when faced with an assassin. With a bang, despite the priest's power, even a direct kick should not have been able to break his defense. but this kick landed accurately on his lower right abdomen, causing blood to spurt forth. The earlier wound, pierced by the ice spider, split open again. He stumbled back in pain, clutching his wound, and angrily said, "Damn it, kid. I just wanted to catch you. Now I'm going to kill you. Chapter 55, come kill me." After saying this, he quickly covered his wound and chased after him. Xiaoyinja quickly cast 2 healing spells on himself, and the cut on his back rapidly healed. Glancing back at the approaching naked man, he uttered an incantation, and his staff emitted a dark glow, transforming into a spiritual snake that quickly slithered across the ground. In the blink of an eye, it coiled around the naked man's body, causing him to slow down significantly, as if he had suddenly aged to 80. The priest's attack skills were few. He only had one lower-tier skill, Judgment, and due to his long-term participation in professional matches in the upper city, with teammates to protect him, he never had to output damage. Therefore, his only offensive skill was the slow spell in front of him. With the control of the slowing skill, he quickly distanced himself, but the skill eventually had a time limit, and soon the naked man broke free. The naked man's name was Zhou Jun, a black hand who had long been mingling in the lower city, doing jobs for people from the upper city. He had killed many priests. For a fragile profession like this, being approached by an assassin basically meant death. His stride and frequency far exceeded Xiaoyinja's, and the distance he had created was gradually closing. But the next moment, another shadow of the ghostly snake wrapped around his legs. His speed dropped by more than half. Staring at Xiaoyinja's retreating figure, he shouted loudly, "Little priest, I can play with you." A priest foolish enough to compare stamina and agility with an assassin. "I'll play until your stamina runs out." Once the slowing effect disappeared, he stepped onto the ground, enduring the pain from his wound, and quickened his pace. "Where are you running? Tell me where you plan to hide." "In this pit. There is no escape for you. You will ultimately fall into my hands." Zhou Jun spoke with disdain, his voice gradually closing in on Xiaoyinja. Hearing this, Xiaoyinja felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He knew this was a psychological battle, but upon reflection, it was indeed true. He had nowhere to escape. No teammates, and he knew nothing about this pit. The priest profession was destined not to outrun an assassin. The lives you paid seemed meaningless. Xiaoyinja felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, he still wanted to understand before he died, and asked, "I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me upon meeting?" Zhou Jun sneered and replied, "Do you need a reason? What if I say I want to borrow your clothes to kill you? What can you do?" He essentially wanted to tell Xiaoyinja that surrendering and obeying was the only option, with no need for further talk. But upon hearing this, Xiaoyinja trembled slightly. He remembered his brother telling him that the essence of this world was the rule of the survival of the fittest. It hadn't registered before, but now it was so evident. Knowing he could no longer escape, his expression slowly calmed. "Come on. If you want to kill me, then do it." After saying this, his face gradually turned fierce as he shouted, "If you don't come, you're a coward, beast. Do you dare?" The figure running began to accelerate again, rounding a rock pillar, and suddenly the view opened up. "Come on!" Xiaoyinja shouted with red eyes at the naked man. "You worthless spawn, a bug from the garbage heap, a lower-class citizen from the lower city, fertilizer in the desert. Come here, you dead dog." He threw all the filthy insults he had received in childhood at Zhou Jun, wanting to infuriate him madly. But a person like Zhou Jun, who had been mingling in the black zones for years, knew very well the intention of this kid. Such a clumsy provocation. The running speed gradually slowed down, and his attention quickly shifted from Xiaoyinja to the surrounding environment. Upon looking, he was suddenly shocked. A huge circular doorway appeared on the steep cliff, covered in various green plants and vines. Looking around, he realized that aside from the difference between the vines and ice, everything else was identical to the entrance of the ice-cold spider's lair. Zhou Jun suddenly stomped on the ground, leaving a long skid mark under his feet. "Kid, I don't want to kill you." He lowered his voice, afraid of startling the monsters in the cave. But Xiaoyinja would no longer listen to him. He showed a mocking smile and said, "Come, if you have the guts, follow me, garbage." Then he took a deep breath, gave Zhou Jun the middle finger, and walked into the cave without any hesitation. "Damn!" Zhou Jun grunted in anger, kicking the sand on the ground. He anticipated that there would be a cave similar to the ice-cold spider as here. Nor did he expect that the person who had just narrowly escaped would so decisively choose to seek death. Perhaps only Xia Yinja knew that his brothers wanted him to be free, and freedom meant escaping control. Falling into Zhou Jun's hands would mean the end of his brother's wishes, and dying at the hands of monsters would at least mean he died for freedom. Just like his brothers, Xia Yinja suppressed the fear in his chest, held his breath, and slowly walked into the cave. But just as he stepped in and his vision expanded, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. His throat couldn't stop swallowing. He saw the cave in ruins, saw 4 monsters resembling small mountains like the ice-cold spider, and a previously killed guardian lord sprawled out in a large area. But they were all collapsed on the ground, unmoving. All the terrifying monsters in this cave were dead. Broken limbs lay everywhere. Xia Yinja's gaze was fixed on the white, ice-cold spider. It was dead. They were all dead. The monsters that killed his 4 brothers were all dead. Xia Yinja collapsed to his knees, covering his face and crying. At this moment, he would accept death. The silent cave echoed only with his cries. Suddenly, a sound rang out in front of him, making him tremble. He slowly raised his head, and what came into view was a pair of old sneakers. A branch sticking up from the ground where it had been stepped on. The sound just now was clearly caused by the owner of this foot stepping on the branch. A drop of grease fell onto his hand. It was warm and golden. "Why are you crying?" A subtly magnetic voice rang out above him. Xia Yinja quickly looked up and saw a young man in a baseball jacket with a handsome face. The young man held a large piece of roasted meat. Biting into it, and grease splattered onto his cheek. The enticing smell of roasted meat made Xia Yinja involuntarily lick his lips. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Jin Quan looked at the dazed expression on this young man's face and shook his head, slowly turning to leave. He had seen too many similar people in the bar of Jiran, whether from survival pressure or drug abuse. In this world, normal people were ultimately rare. This also reminded him that not only was it necessary to enhance one's strength, but maintaining a good mental state to avoid a mental breakdown was also an essential skill for survival in this world. Jin Quan looked at the 2 orange emblems in his hand, then frowned as he picked up a triangular emblem. This was the skill of the fire spider. Unexpectedly, it was a sword technique. The skill mechanism was very similar to the troll's earth split slash, also involving jumping and striking down. But this move was a high-damage, single-target attack. Skill emblem, Solar Judgment, Orange Epic. The swordsman stomps on the ground, causing lava to erupt, dealing burning damage and slowing nearby targets. Gathering the lava into the weapon and leaping into the air at high speed to perform an extremely powerful Solar Judgment on a single target, dealing massive damage. Epic, Burning. The target carries continuous damage and heightened pain sensation. He hesitated whether to learn this skill, having learned from Jiran that only 2 skills could be learned per tier. He already had 4 skills, leaving 2 more to learn. According to his original plan, he preferred to learn defensive sword techniques or skills with life-saving mechanisms. A high-damage single-target attack was ultimately too redundant for him. With his bug nuclear energy talent, any normal slash would max out his attack. The entire skill is divided into 2 phases. One is to erupt molten lava from the ground, and the other is to leap forward and slay the target. For me, the only difference from the troll's earth splitter is the additional phase at the front. He looked up at the passage ahead. The molten lava slowing effect should be considered a defensive skill against advances. As for a Dominator-level lord, who knows how many methods they have? In the end, Jin Quan pressed this skill against his forehead. Chapter 56, The Judgment of Elkis. Learning this skill serves 2 purposes. First, to prepare for the upcoming great battle, and second, to gamble on his exclusive skill as a demon swordsman, Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery can transform ordinary sword techniques into demon sword techniques and elevate them to level 1, which means he will welcome his second legendary skill. In an instant, Jin Quan's mind exploded with images. Darkness enveloped the earth, and all he could see was a massive execution platform with dim flames flickering around. Countless terrifying dark creatures surrounded it, devoutly gazing at the throne on the execution platform. Sitting on the throne was a tall figure, seemingly an immovable dark giant tower. The pure black heavy armor was covered with sharp barbs and mysterious dark runes, which occasionally flickered with a strange dark red light, resembling pulsating blood vessels. Jean Quan could not see his face, as if this person was inherently unviewable. Beside the throne lay a chilling, pitch-black, evil blade, its hilt adorned with a dragon head emitting an evil glow, roaring to the heavens, showcasing its former glory. I am Elkis, the Lord of the Evil Blade. Today, I will slay the 12-winged angels to proclaim my power. My blade shall cut through hypocrisy, and my life shall be the divine punishment. The voice echoed throughout the space, clouds receding, and crows of the underworld took flight. Then, a terrifying, illusory, great sword fell from the sky. The world fell silent, and a beautifully exquisite head flew into the air. The images faded, and Jean Quan suddenly jolted awake. What was that? This scene resembled the moment he awakened his talent. The Lord of the Evil Blade, Elkis, was it the background story of the skill? Jean Quan couldn't help but frown in contemplation. Or was it the background story of this world? After a moment of thought, he slapped his head and self-deprecatingly said, I've only been here a few days, and I'm already studying this? This was no different from starting to research the manufacturing of lithography machines right after working as a cleaner in a chip factory. Then he glanced at the skill panel, and upon seeing it, he was immediately shaken. The Judgment of Elkis, Legendary, Gold. The demon swordsman stomps the ground to summon the Judgment Platform of Elkis, imprisoning all targets within. Then, he unleashes an extremely powerful demon judgment on the targets within the range, dealing massive damage and having a certain chance to inflict an instant death effect. When a target dies, it causes great fear to those nearby. Legendary, Fear. Targets affected by fear will lose control of their actions, be unable to attack, lower their combat will, and attempt to flee from the source of fear. Jean Quan was shocked that this skill directly transformed from a displacement slash into a long-range execution. With two forms of control, the close-range imprisonment of the judgment platform and the fear inflicted after the long-range execution. Legends are stories passed down through countless ages, never fading away. It was the first time Jean Quan had seen a skill with a name. He could only say it was powerful in terms of skill alone. But when it came to damage, he had some doubts. Because it was a ranged attack, he could not apply his nuclear talent. And even if the skill had an instant death effect, it was an unstable probability. It was far less practical than simply delivering a slash himself. Jean Quan opened the second emblem. Equipment emblem, title staff, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Staff for priests, intelligence, 40 stars spirit, 35 stars title mark. Marks a target with a water pattern, enhancing healing and shield effects by 40 for subsequent releases. Toxic Splash triggers a toxic splash effect when releasing healing skills, dealing toxin damage to those nearby. Mana title. After a period of time, the priest gains a mental title effect, restoring a large amount of mental power. Epic healing. When the priest is severely injured, the healing effect of healing skills is increased by 30. Unexpectedly, the toxic spider dropped not output equipment, but rather rescue equipment. After equipping the emblem, he could see the shocked expression on the face of the calculating man when he saw him equipped with a tier 3 orange item, indicating that tier 3 orange equipment was absolutely top-notch, so rare that even he, a former prince, was astonished. Now, at level 35, the probability of dropping items from higher tier had greatly diminished, but fortunately, there were lucky coins to enhance the quality. After eating and drinking his fill, Jean Quan casually chopped off the legs of several domain lords and stored them in his storage ring, then tidied up his clothes and walked into the passage. These 6 passages would link to a circular passage, which in turn connected to the entrances of wood, fire, ice, and poison. And inside the circular passage was the lair of the vengeful Spider Queen. The cave was filled with numerous small spiders, and even a larger team would find it a long-term plan to clear them out. Jean Quan paid them no mind. His lava shield continued to refresh under the constant attacks of these small spiders. The magma shield emitted light, illuminating the entire passage. Alone, Jean Quan, with the glow of fire, gradually disappeared into the darkness. Xiaoyinja watched blankly as Jean Quan's distant figure faded away, observing him walk alone into the depths of the cave. After a long time, with his jaw dropped, he felt a soreness and closed it, swallowing hard. It suddenly dawned on him that this cave had only this one person. He, Xiaoyinja, shook his head in disbelief. He alone killed all the monsters. This realization made him tremble all over, feeling an indescribable sense of humility. We were so weak, the champion of the upper city, the invincible First Legion. It turned out we had always been a joke. He staggered to his feet and slowly approached the bodies of the fallen monsters. He examined their gruesome wounds. 1 slash. All of them were 1 slash. Xiaoyinja walked back and forth among the pile of corpses, finally sitting down on the ground again. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled everything from the past, gradually deducing why his brothers were sometimes so frustrated. We were merely pets raised for the entertainment of the upper city people. Such a person is the true strong one. Zhao Lubai had been following along, but before he could get close to the spider cave, he was drawn in by a strong smell of blood. Zhou Shirlu moved his nose slightly, then whispered, "Human blood. Fresh." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yobai's brow immediately furrowed. Given his journey from the sandworm lair, no miners should have made it this far. It shouldn't be a miner. Zhu Shi leaned closer to look at the rocks by the roadside and saw a series of fresh blood stains above. He continued walking for a while and found the blood to be continuous. If it were a miner with such a large amount of blood loss, they would have long since perished. He wiped some of the blood on the ground with his finger, rubbed it, then smelled it. It should be a Tier 3 professional, and they have been continuously using healing potions. He could sense a floral fragrance of regeneration in the blood. Should we go take a look? Zhou Shirlu suggested, glancing at the stone forest ahead. Chapter 57 Interrogation. Zhao Lubai thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head, looking in the direction of the blood trail. It seemed to lead to the motherworm's nest. He opened the map and said, "Ice-cold spider entrance." Then he pointed to another path and said, "But the person I'm looking for went through the wood vine spider entrance." Zhu 15 stood up and said, "Given the amount of blood lost, this person must have been injured in an artery, causing continuous bleeding. Moreover, this person," he scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled. "This person seems to lack knowledge of first aid and is purely relying on potions to hold on, which resulted in such a large amount of blood loss while still fleeing. Next time, those who don't understand first aid measures will be quite clear about it." Upon hearing Zhu 15's words, Zhao Lubai raised his eyebrows, clearly realizing this point as well. It seemed that Zhu Jinxiong and his group must have sustained injuries. Had their security arrangements completely collapsed? Otherwise, they wouldn't have anyone telling them to stop the bleeding before drinking the healing potions. "Let's go. I'm not interested in collecting corpses anymore. I originally thought I could extort a bit from them, but it seems I've arrived a bit too late." Just as he was about to leave, Zhou 16 suddenly looked into the distance, and his pupils emitted a faint yellow light. Eagle Eye, a necessary skill for hunters, expands the observation range and allows one to see farther while also increasing attack accuracy. "Someone's coming, and they don't look like a miner," he said solemnly. Zhao Lubai and Zhu 15 exchanged glances and nodded. Then Zhu 15 quickly became invisible, disappearing from sight. Zhou Fa and Zhou Jun were 2 brothers who had come to monitor which of the wealthy young masters would interact with the first batch of miners in Pit No. 1. Now, the damned ones were dead, leaving only the 2 of them to pursue the one survivor. Flowing so much blood and still running for so long. What a rich person, Zhou Fa thought as he touched his own abdomen, which had also been pierced. He hadn't hit any vital organs, but it still ached faintly. If only he had a healing potion, he could recover immediately. The thought made him feel a bit resentful. And she's a beauty. If she falls into my hands, everything will be mine. A delightful, lewd smile flashed across his lips. The girls from Upper City are truly wonderful. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, he heard a crunch underfoot. A round seed had been crushed beneath him, and at that moment, a mass of vines rapidly grew. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around his ankle like a large mouth, anchoring him to the ground as the roots of the seed dug deep into the earth, leaving him unable to move. Zhou Fa's expression changed drastically. A trap. A hunter. He quickly leaned back, trying to dodge the hunter's arrow attack, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his vision darkened. This was his last thought. He was all too familiar with this skill, a stun attack. It was a single control skill of the assassin class that caused a brief stun to the target when attacking from behind. For an assassin, known for their high burst damage and agility, even a short stun could be deadly. Sure enough, he soon felt a sharp pain in his back. A backstab cutting, and a flurry of dagger strikes came down on his cervical vertebrae. At the same time, a streak of light flew towards him. It was 3 consecutive arrows that accurately struck his chest. Instantly, an illusory layer of leather armor appeared around him, which then solidified before shattering into green light and dissipating into the air. The combined attack of the 2 shattered Zhou Fei's defensive equipment. Zhu 15 stepped closer, his dagger glowing red as he thrust it towards Zhou Fei's neck, intending to execute a finishing move and end his life. Wait! Zhu 15 suddenly halted his movement, giving Zhou Fei a kick in the back that sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhao Lubai stepped out from the side, looking down at Zhou Fei, who was covered in wounds and on the brink of death. He slowly crouched down, holding a bottle of glimmering red potion in front of Zhou Fei and shaking it. Do you want to live? Zhou Fei, suppressing the pain and spitting blood, looked up to see a familiar face before him. It's you. He was momentarily stunned. Then his pupils constricted as he suddenly realized he might have missed something crucial. Seeing Zhao Lubai now made everything clear. So it's you. He realized that the task instructed them to closely monitor all interactions between those entering pit number 1 and the miners, especially to watch for any potential trades. They, as bait, had no qualification to be in the same carriage as the wealthy, so they were completely unaware that Zhao Lubai had jumped off midway and had long since left their sight. I don't know what conditions you want, young Master Zhao, he said, trying to steady his breath and speak as clearly as possible. He had been watching that group of rich second-generation heirs for so long, but had forgotten about this person. It seemed that the person young Master Fong was looking for was indeed Zhao Lubai in front of him. The process of elimination proved that his task had already been completed. So much time had passed, and Zhao Lubai must have met everyone he needed to meet. All he had to do was survive and inform the outside world about this one person who was not in the group, and his task would be successfully concluded. However, the premise was that he had to live to get out. Zhao Lubai tossed the potion lightly and said, "It's very simple, the objective." Zhou Fei stared at the swirling red liquid in the vial and said in a low voice, "I'm from the Black Dragon Gang in Lower City. I heard that a group of Upper City people wanted to enter pit number 1, so I mixed in with a minor group with my brother, hoping to make some profit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lubai stopped shaking the potion in his hand, slowly stood up, and brushed off the wrinkles on his clothes. "Feed it to the worms." Zhou Fei shivered and coughed up a mouthful of blood, quickly saying, "Young Master Zhao, wait." Zhao Lubai turned his body slightly, looking down at him coldly. Zhou Fei felt a chill run down his spine from Zhao Liubai's gaze. He had all the information about the young masters and young ladies on the train. Zhao Lubai was the one he had overlooked the most, as this so-called rich young master from Upper City was only level 21 and had a B-grade talent according to the data, thanks to the advantage of being able to feed worms for level-ups. But now, seeing this person in reality, the aura he exuded made it difficult to look directly at him, and a sense of power over life and death left him gasping for breath. His presence far surpassed any second-generation air-chasing stars he had encountered in the cave. Zhou Fei thought to himself, "How can this person guarantee that I won T be killed? I, a lower city person, am worthless. I want to live, but if I die, it doesn't matter. At least my family can be safe." After weighing his options, he still wanted to try to appeal to his emotions. "Huh," Zhao Lubai sneered. "Gangsters? Aren't they all mixed breeds? You still have family? How rare." In the lower city, for gangsters, family was a huge weakness. That's why gangs often kept a group of women. Anyone could go in, have fun, and come out. The boys born from these women became gang members, while the girls continued to reproduce. No one knew who their father was. Zhou Jun swallowed hard, the rusty taste of blood filling his nostrils. He hadn't expected this rich young master from Upper City to understand the Lower City so well. With a stiff expression, he forced a smile and said, "It's my mother." Zhao Lubai then reached into his inner pocket and pulled out an old-fashioned antique pocket watch. The watch exuded the aura of time's passage. Its case was a dark bronze color, intricately carved with delicate rice ear patterns, the lines complex and exquisite. The chain of the pocket watch dangled from his fingers, swaying continuously. Having one hand holding the potion and the pocket watch seemed to hinder Zhao Lu by a bit, so he simply loosened his thumb, letting the potion drop onto the soft sand in front of Zhou Fa. I'm not interested in hearing this. He gently pressed, and with a ding, the watch cover opened. He huffed a breath onto the watch face and said, 1 minute. Give me an answer that satisfies me. Chapter 58. You can come find me. Zhou Fa looked at the potion right in front of him, realizing that the difficulty of dealing with this young master far exceeded his understanding. If he made any more excuses, there would be no hope of survival. He lowered his head. A big shot in the upper city asked me to keep an eye on all the rich young masters on the sightseeing train. Zhao Liubai's hand, which was wiping the watch face with a handkerchief, suddenly stopped. Then he snapped the watch cover shut and said, continue. I'm just a messenger. I only know that it's to prevent the rich young masters on the train from coming into contact with the first batch of mine slaves. And what if they do come into contact? Zhou Fa looked at Zhao Liubai strangely. It said that someone from the first batch of mine slaves will hand over an important item to the rich young masters from the upper city, and if discovered, the information should be reported. After putting the pocket watch back in his pocket, Zhao Liubai pondered for a moment before asking again, who asked you to do this? This question seemed to touch on Zhou Fa's difficulties, and he hesitated. Zhao Liubai simply folded the handkerchief he was using to wipe the watch slowly and didn't ask further. Turning to leave, Zhou Fa felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shouted, it's the Shengwei Consortium. It's the Shengwei Consortium. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he began to breathe heavily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dagger less than an inch from his temple, glinting with a chilling cold light. Zhao Liubai stopped in his tracks. The Fong family? He had just mentioned the Fong family to Zhu 15, and now he encountered it here. The item given was the sandheart flower? Zhao Liubai suddenly said. Perhaps the dagger from earlier had stunned Zhou Fa's mind. He appeared dazed, as if he hadn't heard clearly. That would be the unknown emblem. Almost as soon as Zhao Liubai finished speaking, Zhou Fa suddenly raised his head, his pupils trembling, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, as if he thought of something he instantly understood, it seemed that he had indeed guessed correctly. The one facilitating the handover with the first batch of mine slaves was none other than Zhao Liubai himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known this secret so quickly. Seeing Zhou Fa's reaction, Zhao Liubai smiled, kicked the potion on the ground, and it rolled to Zhou Fa's side. Drink it. At this point, Zhou Fa's vision was dimming, and his mind was heavy. This was a typical symptom of excessive blood loss. He didn't even think about whether the potion was poison. He picked it up, uncorked it, and drank it down. As the potion entered his body, it immediately began to produce blood wildly. His injury wasn't the kind of arterial wound that was wide open. The wound quickly coagulated, and he felt somewhat revitalized. He straightened up slightly and knelt properly in front of Zhao Liubai. Young Master Zhao, this is my task. If there are any lies, I will be cut into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Liubai nodded at Zhou 16, who then threw a palm-sized stone in front of Zhou Fa and said, whose blood is this? Zhou Fa looked up and saw dried blood dripping from the stone, then glanced around. It's from the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Zhou Liubai raised an eyebrow. Ji Lingye? Su Fa nodded. Who dared to hurt her like this? Zhao Liubai asked, somewhat surprised. What happened in the cave? At this point, Zhou Fa's face twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, young Master Zhu brought several celebrities to explore the Mother Spider's cave. Initially, it went quite smoothly. They suffered a few minor injuries and killed the Lord. They thought the exploration was complete, but then 5 identical lords came out at the same time. In the end, a giant spider lord appeared, as big as a small mountain. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly, and he licked his lips, saying, this giant spider lord is terrifying. It can control the ice in the entire cave. Just stepping on the ground caused everyone to be heavily injured. I shook my head, unwilling to elaborate further, and continued. Then, everyone died. Only 2 managed to escape. Zhao Liubai tilted his head to assess him. You. And her. No, I don't know why. But that last spider seemed to be in a hurry and left the cave quickly. I hid among the corpses of the bait. So I pretended to be dead and escaped the calamity. Nodding, Zhao Lubai deduced. So the ones who escaped were Zhu Jianxiong and Ji Ling. But Zhou Fa shook his head again. It was the eldest daughter of the Ji family and that celebrity priest. This answer completely caught Zhao Lubai off guard, and he said incredulously, Zhu Jianxiong is dead? Zhou Fa nodded, looking at the blood-stained stone on the ground. Both had many life-saving methods and were about to escape. But unexpectedly, this seemingly gentle Ji family eldest daughter turned out to be a ruthless character. A stun grenade made Zhu Jianxiong stay behind forever. He sneered. It really aligns with the truth of the Wasteland. You don't need to outrun the monster, just need to outrun your teammates. Zhao Liubai's brow furrowed slightly. You mean, Ji Ling killed Su Yangxiong? Zhou Fa had been watching Zhao Lubai from the corner of his eye and saw his previously indifferent expression turn serious. He didn't understand why, but still nodded in affirmation. Zhao Lubai looked at the direction where the blood was dripping, his fingers pinching his brow. He knew how severe the power struggles between the Ji family and the Zhu family had been in recent years, with various conspiracies and schemes emerging endlessly. The establishment of the Eagle Empire was due to the Zhu and Ji families. Years had passed, and the two families could still maintain a superficial relationship, entirely relying on the teachings of their ancestors. Now, a situation had arisen where the Ji family's direct descendant killed the Zhu family's direct descendant. If this matter were to come to light, it would likely become the catalyst for the division of the Eagle Empire. Zhao Lubai slowly paced around the area twice, while Zhou Fa knelt on the ground, motionless, quietly awaiting judgment. Suddenly, Zhao Liubai's footsteps came to a halt, and a purple light burst forth from his hand, revealing a staff about half a person's height. The staff glowed, and a pitch-black chain suddenly shot out from Zhao Liubai's body, wrapping around Zhou Fa's body like a swift serpent. This commotion frightened Zhou Fa so much that his whole body trembled violently. He quickly opened his mouth and shouted, Young Master Zhao, spare me. Everything I said is true. He knelt forward 2 steps quickly, waving his hands. If there's a lie, may my whole family perish, and may heaven strike me with 5 thunders. Young Master Zhao, believe me. His face was filled with terror and panic. But Zhao Lubai remained expressionless. With a wave of his staff, a pitch-black light shot up from beneath his feet, directly soaring over his head. At the same time, a more colorful blackness flowed down from Zhou Fa's head, sweeping over his entire body before finally drilling into the ground. As this dark energy passed, Zhou Fa's previously gaping wounds visibly healed at an astonishing speed, as if a zipper was slowly being pulled together. In an instant, Zhou Fa's body was completely restored. Even the wound from the ice-cold spider had vanished. Feeling his body fully healed, Zhou Fa stared blankly at Zhao Lubai. Only then did he realize that Zhao Lubai had saved him, and he quickly bowed his head. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for not killing me. Thank you, young Master Zhao, for not killing me. His head thudded against the sandy ground, making a loud sound. As the spell dissipated, the chain connecting the two turned into black mist, and the staff in Zhao Liubai's hand instantly shrank and disappeared into his palm. He clapped his hands and said, What you have seen, heard, guessed, and thought can all be reported to your master. After saying that, he turned and left, while Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 glanced at the kneeling Zhou Fa and silently followed. Watching Zhao Liubai's retreating figure, Zhou Fa, who had been kneeling upright, suddenly slumped down, sitting on the ground. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Just at that moment, Zhao Lubai in front suddenly stopped, turned around and said, Oh, right. Zhou Fa was jolted awake and immediately knelt up straight, as if to listen to a decree. Then he heard Zhao Liubai's voice slowly coming. By the way, tell him that if there's really no other way, he can come and find me. Chapter 59, Domain Lord Shadow Spider. Young Master, are we really just going to let him go? Zhu Shiwu asked with some confusion, thinking that the young master didn't seem like a kind person. Zhao Lubai glanced at him and smiled. What is the point of killing him? From his expression, he seems quite convinced that you are the one who contacted that miner. If he goes back, he will definitely say that you took the things. So what? What if he does? What if he doesn't? Zhao Lubai calmly replied. Isn't that just being wrong for no reason? Hee hee, the weak have no right to wrong the strong. Zhao Yobai's words immediately left Zhu Shiru speechless. Unsure how to retort, he turned back and smiled. But he is a witness, and also a vortex. It's better to keep him than to kill him. Both families will definitely send true speakers. Saying this, he shook his head and sighed. This empire is probably not stable anymore. Jean Quan had been walking in the tunnel for a long time, mainly because wherever he passed, countless small spiders attacked him. At this moment, a sea of spiders lay before him, blocking his entire view, forcing him to slash blindly, pushing forward against the small spiders. Fortunately, he had the lava impact. After slashing 10 times, he would turn into a fireball and charge forward for a bit, repeating this process. Until suddenly, he rushed forward and felt the ground beneath him disappear, causing him to fall weightlessly. This sudden change startled him. His body shook, and with a twist, he flung off all the small spiders clinging to him. His vision instantly opened up, and the wind whistled sharply in his ears, sounding like a demon roaring. He was falling downwards with countless small spiders. It was a huge pit. The walls of the pit were rugged, covered with countless spider silk, so dense that it looked like numerous white strips of cloth hanging down. Looking down, it resembled a looped passage leading to the underworld, waving white. As he got closer to the ground, it became brighter below, with a huge, bright zircon stone illuminating the entire space, casting a bright light on the ground. Just as he was about to land, Jean Quan took a deep breath, and in the next moment, black mist coalesced on his back, forming a pair of demon wings. With a powerful flap of the wings, he glided through the air, and at the same time, the force of his fall was instantly negated. Afterward, the wings dissipated, and Jean Quan landed steadily. However, the moment he touched the ground, his expression slightly changed as he quickly looked down. His feet could not lift at all, as if glued to the ground by some strong adhesive. Upon closer inspection, this was not the ground illuminated by the zircon stone, but rather endless spider silk. He was already a prey caught in the web. In the next moment, the white ground flipped over and merged instantly. Then, Jean Quan felt his whole body enveloped, accompanied by a swallowing sound, and he slid downwards. Had he been swallowed? Jean Quan didn't even notice what the monster looked like before he was already inside its belly. He tried to move slightly, but his entire body was stuck tightly. Even the most basic turn of his head was impossible, and breathing was extremely difficult, akin to the water torture of interrogation. Calming his emotions, it was no wonder that Jiran said entering the lair of the vengeful spider mother required utilizing the lava judgment's body attribute, constantly swinging the knife to prevent the spider silk from controlling you. At this moment, Jean Quan was clearly at a disadvantage. In such a situation, even if others were equipped with the lava set, they would be equally helpless. Just then, his arm wrapped around with gray particles, and with a sudden pull, the countless spider silks binding him were torn apart. Then, Jean Quan used his talent to cut through everything, gradually peeling off the spider silk from his body, and finally rolled over and climbed out. The moment he crawled out, a strong stench rushed towards him, making him feel nauseous. The surroundings were dark and damp. Jean Quan was fast enough not to have entered the stomach pouch yet. In his dark vision, he saw many other silk cocoons like his, all falling down the esophagus. Jean Quan quickly grabbed the fleshy wall of the esophagus and looked down at the stomach pouch. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Jean Quan couldn't help but feel relieved. The fleshy wall of the stomach pouch was constantly writhing, covered with tiny hairs that acted like tentacles, coating the spider cocoons with a layer of thick green liquid. This liquid contained strong corrosive properties, but had no effect on the spider's silk, slowly seeping into the silk cocoon. Then, Jean Quan visibly observed the spider silk cocoon shrinking at an extremely fast speed. Countless blood droplets leaked from the gaps in the spider silk. Occasionally, bubbles would rise from the blood and then burst, releasing an even more pungent odor. There were no bones, truly an unsolvable digestive ability. A flash of light passed through his eyes, and the next moment, a message appeared before him. Domain Lord Gluttonous Spider. It's not the vengeful spider mother. Jean Quan felt a bit disappointed. To be honest, if the inside of this belly was the vengeful spider mother, then his task would have been complete. It would also allow the monsters of this world to witness the old skills of the Baima when playing with the elder sister. Raising his hand, orange light gathered, and the lava judgment appeared in his hand. Jean Quan aimed slightly upwards toward the direction of the esophagus, and his body radiated purple light. Suddenly, he thrust the great sword upward. The obliteration blade, carrying Jean Quan's entire being, transformed into a stream of light and flew out, ignoring everything in its path. In an instant, the interior of the gluttonous spider was shredded. Flesh, tendons, membranes, and shells were all cut open. And Jean Quan shot out from the top of the gluttonous spider, landing steadily on its back. This spider was extremely large. In terms of size, the 4 corpses of domain lords outside piled together would probably only match it. A painful scream echoed from beneath him as the gluttonous spider twisted and convulsed violently. Moments later, the colossal creature beneath him suddenly went still. You have killed the domain lord gluttonous spider at level 4, with an effectiveness ratio of 100. This strike began from the abdominal cavity and exited through the head. Jean Quan furrowed his brows as he looked at this message. This was the new type of lord that Ji Ran had mentioned. He quickly scanned his surroundings and muttered, "No, there should be another one." Just as he finished speaking, his scalp suddenly tightened, and a violent howling rang out from his back. Almost instinctively, blue flames twisted and coalesced around him, forming a giant armor of blue flames that enveloped his entire body. Immediately afterward, a shadow with a ghostly glow precisely pierced into his back. The demon flame idol only blocked for a moment before being pierced through, and the lava chest armor immediately appeared. Boom! A sound like a drum echoed, and golden light burst forth from Jean Quan's body, activating his body of domination. The light of this body of domination completely blocked the powerful repelling effect of the arrow. Giant troll ground splitter. Jean Quan jumped back forcefully, suddenly turning in midair, gripping his sword with both hands, and struck down with great force. Boom! Rocks flew, and the ground was smashed into a massive pit with shock waves rolling. However, the target attacking him disappeared in an instant. Jean Quan only caught a glimpse of a shadow passing under his sword before it vanished. But shortly after, Jean Quan suddenly turned around and saw another ghostly arrow-like shadow rapidly shooting towards him. This time, Jean Quan was clearly prepared, directly placing the wide lava judgment horizontally across his chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparking a flurry of sparks. Jean Quan quickly stepped back. Then suddenly he turned his body to press his back against the wall of the deep pit. With his back fully covered, the mysterious creature seemed unable to find a better angle to attack, and its figure slowly became visible. If the gluttonous spider was a supersized monster, then the spider before him, pitch black as ink, was small enough to be considered pocket-sized. Jean Quan's dark insight flickered, and the name of the spider immediately appeared. Domain Lord Shadow Spider. The shadow spider's body is covered with a layer of pitch-black shell, matte and frosted, seemingly preventing any light from reflecting off it, allowing it to blend perfectly into the darkness. Its size is similar to that of a large dog, with 8 long and powerful spider legs covered in fine hair, moving quickly along the rock wall without making a sound. Notably, there is a row of backward-facing spines on its back resembling fish fins. Glancing down at the object he just knocked away, it looks exactly like the spines on the spider's back. This kind of monster is truly exhausting. Jean Quan pinched his brow. After continuously facing a bunch of meat shields, encountering such an agile and ranged monster is somewhat distressing. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he raised his head in an instant. His demonic wings spread wide, and he shot out, instantly creating 3 streaks of light as he rapidly executed a 3-slice attack. Lock on. D. Chapter 60. Illumination Technique. A purple light erupted from his body, and the destructive blade aura surged violently, striking like a purple lightning bolt. The gray greatsword slashed through in an instant, splitting the shadow spider in 2. But in the next moment, the cleaved shadow spider suddenly transformed into 2 clouds of black smoke and dissipated. A clone? Jean Quan was slightly startled and cursed inwardly, quickly turning around. He saw 3 barbed spikes streaking towards his chest and head like flowing light. The greatsword quickly crossed in front of his chest, while he drew the welded shabby knife from his waist and struck down fiercely. The gray blade instantly sliced through the barbed spikes in front of him. but the other two pierced through the infernal flame statue, directly crashing against his greatsword. This time, Jin Quan did not use his body enhancement skill, but instead leveraged the force of the impact, slamming his back tightly against the cave wall. The tremendous force caused dense cracks to appear in the rock behind him. It seemed this monster had a peculiar preference for targeting his back, and Jin Quan hung there against the rock wall, frowning slightly. The shadow spider's domain was darkness, allowing it to quickly hide and flee within shadows. It could even create clones from the shadows to evade the locking of the destructive blade. This was the first time he encountered such a troublesome lord. It seemed all its skills could be avoided. The key point was that this creature did not engage in melee combat. While he was pondering, 3 more ghostly lights shot towards him from different angles. The barbs were too fast and erratic. Jin Quan dared not roll away and could only concentrate on blocking. His left hand quickly slashed to form a knife net, while his right hand held the greatsword in front of his chest, but this time he did not block completely. One barb swiftly pierced through his knife net. It broke through his infernal flame statue and stabbed into his shoulder, causing the lava breastplate to appear in an instant, with the rhinoceros pattern of the 100 stars tenacity flickering. With a loud thud, Jin Quan was driven deeper into the wall, and the surrounding cracks widened significantly. The power was too high, and the speed too fast. Jin Quan grit his teeth against the pain radiating from his shoulder. Although the tenacity attribute mitigated most of the damage, the force of the impact still injured his physique. This was the first time a monster had broken through his 2 layers of defense since he donned the lava set. To break through 2 layers of defense and injure him proved that the bearing capacity of the equipment insignia had exceeded its limits. This meant that the seemingly small spider could completely blow up his lava breastplate by kiting him. Once he lost this defensive insignia, the set effect would vanish, and Jin Quan's attributes would plummet, equivalent to being severely injured. He couldn't just sit and wait. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found himself completely underground, with not a glimmer of light. After the shadow spider appeared, even the original Zircon had been shrouded in a layer of black mist. If he didn't have dark vision, he would be as blind as a bat. Looking up, he saw countless small spiders densely hanging from the thick webs above. Whether it was the sand-eating worms or these spider lords, it seemed that without their permission, these small monsters did not qualify to enter their domain. After a moment of thought, the demon wings on his back flapped, and he charged skyward with a 3-segment slash. Naturally, such a large movement immediately alerted the shadow spider. And just as Jin Quan halted in the 3rd segment, 3 barbed spikes arrived simultaneously. Jin Quan braced himself without any blocking action, relying purely on his own strength to withstand the impact, which sent him crashing into the dense spider web like a falling piece of fabric. The web tore apart, and he was once again slammed into the wall. Jin Quan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and wiped his mouth. Yet he smiled at the corner of his lips. Countless small spiders swarmed toward him as they noticed his arrival, and in the next moment, flames erupted from his body. A lava shield suddenly refreshed around him. Almost instantaneously, as the lava shield was being refreshed, the 3 flying spikes violently pierced into him. With a thunderous noise, debris flew everywhere. But at that moment, Jin Quan exhaled, glancing at the 3 barbs that had pierced through his infernal flame statue and lava shield. It did not touch him. Jin Quan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said, "You can't break my defense. In the end, you'll be the one to die." He quickly swung his knife at the small spiders, slashing 10 times in an instant, gathering the power of lava, which then exploded in a lava shockwave. The violent explosion ignited flames, destroying numerous spider webs above, causing a large number of small spiders to fall like raindrops. The entire cave quickly lit up, and Jin Quan instantly spotted the shadow spider's whereabouts, rapidly approaching with a 3-segment slash. However, the light from the lava shockwave ultimately dimmed, failing to illuminate the corners fully, which remained filled with shadows. Almost at the moment Jin Quan locked onto it, it left another shadow clone behind and vanished into the darkness. Jin Quan cursed inwardly and swiftly jumped back into the swarm of small spiders, swinging his knife rapidly. He slashed more than 10 times, radiating an orange glow from his waist. A serpent-like phantom surged toward the top of his head. then suddenly expanded into the shape of the Sand-Eater Lord. The Sand-Eater Lord leapt like a whale, diving towards the direction of the shadow spider. The light, like yellow sand, swept over, and everything began to petrify. Just as Jean Quan was searching to see if the shadow spider was also petrified, 3 more flying spikes accurately struck his back. The tremendous force directly lifting him and smashing him into the wall. Jean Quan brushed away the dust in front of him. This shadow spider was impossible to catch. How was he supposed to kill it? His brow furrowed deeply, and then he suddenly recalled Chiron's words. To kill a domain lord, one must first destroy its domain. However, as Jean Quan surveyed the pitch-black cave, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. The only thing that could disrupt the darkness was probably light. But the light from the recently exploded lava shockwave was insufficient to reveal the shadow spider's form. Looking at the small spiders that were still crazily attacking his infernal flame statue, his eyes suddenly brightened. He elbowed the wall and burst out of the pit. He swung the lava judgment horizontally. It slashed down as if swatting a badminton birdie, sending a large group of small spiders flying. The great sword swung continuously, sending the small spiders scattering in all directions. But the shadow spider was extremely cunning. Every time he swatted a small spider, spikes would fly out from various corners, knocking him back into the wall. Each time, Jean Quan crawled out again, continuing to swat away small spiders. Time and again, he was impaled back into the pit, only to crawl out again, making him look quite disheveled. Yet Jean Quan didn't care. As long as he scattered the small spiders throughout the cave, he could observe the direction of the flying spikes. He would then use Urk's judgment on the small spiders in that direction. Killing the small spiders would trigger widespread fear. As long as he could instill fear in the shadow spider, it would surely die. Just as Jean Quan was plodding away, a sudden chirping sound resonated through the darkness of the cave. The sound was deep and long, like a chant. After the sound, Jean Quan was left dumbfounded as he saw all the small spiders in the cave begin to hum lowly, then drop in clusters. Jean Quan picked one up and shook it vigorously, only to see its 8 legs droop limply. Dead? He quickly scanned around. All the small spiders were like this. It was as if they had been given a suicide command, and in an instant, they all perished. After enduring humiliation and suffering, he had been stabbed a dozen times for nothing, and now the shadow spider merely spoke, causing all the small spiders to commit suicide. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within him. Damn it, today I will fill this entire cave inch by inch with soil. Suddenly, he stomped the ground. The light of his body enhancement swirling around him, his entire power exploding as he gripped his sword with both hands. The giant troll-esque ground-splitting slash crashed down on the cave wall. In an instant, the wall was struck like it had been hit by a cannonball, rocks tumbling down like an avalanche. The gray particle-wrapped greatsword sliced through the cave like cutting tofu, shredding the entire cave into pieces. Jean Quan gasped heavily. He was just venting his anger. The Wraith Spider Mother was buried below this lord, which meant he would never see the Wraith Spider Mother again. He also couldn't obtain the cleansing flower. He was completely helpless against this shadow spider, and for a moment, the image of Jiran appeared in his mind. If that guy were here, he would know how to solve this. This was the first time this lone wolf felt the need for teammates. But just then, a pure white sphere fell above him, like a full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It descended rapidly through the passage it had just fallen from and exploded above Jean Quan's head. With this explosion, darkness vanished, and light guided the way. The entire cave was as bright as day. The light filled every corner, covering everything like a searchlight, with no shadows. Jean Quan suddenly turned his head and saw the shadow spider quietly crouched in a pit. The sudden light left it nowhere to hide. This time, you're really dead. The demon wings spread out, and the shadow spider quickly fled. In the direction it was escaping, 3 slashes quickly traced a Z shape in the air. Locked on, Jean Quan transformed into a purple line, thrusting upwards, and a shattered great sword sliced the shadow spider cleanly in half. Without the shadows, it could no longer form clones. Its innards were instantly scattered all over the ground. You have killed Domain Lord, Shadow Spider, at level 4, effectiveness rate 90. Ignoring the corpse, he quickly looked up and saw a trembling young boy standing at the edge of the cliff, tightly gripping his staff and looking back at him. Jean Quan waved and smiled, saying, "Hey, it turns out to be you, you fool." Chapter 61. Blade of Shadow. Xia Yinjia was filled with a sense of despair. There was no way out with Zhou Jun blocking the entrance. However, upon seeing Jean Quan, he sensed a glimmer of hope. This person did not mock him for his predicament, did not take advantage of him, and certainly did not think of killing him. Instead, he simply asked, "Why are you crying?" These two simple words were profound. In his view of humanity, encountering a helpless stranger crying in the wild and asking such a question could only mean that this person had a kind heart. Since he was bound to die anyway, why not give it a try? Jean Quan took away almost all the little spiders. Even if a few scattered ones remained, he could barely handle them. Following in Jean Quan's footsteps, Xia Yinjia walked for an unknown amount of time until he heard a tremendous rumbling sound. As he groped his way forward, he came upon a cliff or a massive pit. The intense and violent sounds below were enough to prove how fierce the battle was and how terrifying the power involved. Yet his vision was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see a figure flickering below in the dim light. Xia Yinjia did not know what was happening, but as a priest, he could clearly sense the large amount of dark elements lingering below. Every time the figure below used a powerful fire skill, some of the dark elements would dissipate, only to quickly reassemble afterward. Then he used the priest's signature skill, the illumination spell. The illumination spell released a special holy light that could dispel darkness and reveal hidden targets within a certain range, making them visible. Within the range of the light, any hidden characters would be unable to maintain their invisibility. Just as he borrowed the light to see clearly below, he saw that the person had swiftly approached a peculiar monster with lightning speed. Then a dazzling blade of light swept across, and the monster was instantly cut in half. The person looked up and waved at him, but Xia Yinjia could not hear what he said. Summoning his courage, Xia Yinjia shouted down, "Can I follow you?" However, the cave was too rugged, and the sound echoed and reflected, reaching Jean Quan's ears only as a series of incoherent noises. Unable to make out what the crying young man was saying, Jean Quan simply waved his hand and said, "Wait outside. I'll come find you in a bit." After saying this, he prepared to turn around and deal with the corpse of the shadow spider. But he did not realize that his voice also became a cacophony in the pit. Xia Yinjia could not hear clearly, but he saw Jean Quan's gesture, which seemed to indicate going down. A test? He glanced at the height of nearly 100 meters. Given his physique as a priest, he was very likely to die from a direct fall. Taking a deep breath, he did not hesitate and jumped down recklessly. "I won't be afraid." A series of terrified screams approached rapidly from above, and Jean Quan looked up again, immediately filled with confusion. Damn, he really is an idiot. He rushed forward, leaped against the cave wall for leverage, and then a strand of silk shot out from his hand, quickly adhering to a wall. He pulled himself up, grabbing Xia Yinjia by the back of his collar, and swung down to absorb the impact, landing steadily after a series of wall jumps. Jean Quan tossed him onto the ground and shrugged his shoulders, saying, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xia Yinjia sat on the ground, unable to look Jean Quan in the eye, and weakly replied, "Did you not tell me to jump?" "Me?" Jean Quan thought back to his earlier gesture, which did indeed resemble a motion of upward and downward. But there was no need to say anything, just jump. Jean Quan did not dwell on it further but frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Xia Yinjia quickly got up from the ground, knelt in front of Jean Quan, and said earnestly, "I want to follow you." "Follow me?" The superstition that kneeling before peers and elders would shorten one's life affected him, and he instinctively shifted to the side. He sized up Xia Yinjia, who appeared to be around 1.7 meters tall, thin, with a fair complexion, and an Adam's apple, yet had a more feminine appearance. "Do you say it's cool when you eat peaches?" He blurted out almost instinctively. Seeing Xia Yinjia's confused expression, Jean Quan then pointed to the cave entrance where the darkness receded, revealing the opening, and said, "Go in with me? Do you really want to die? You can't even handle the little spiders on the ground. Why would you want to go with me? Just wait here." After saying this, Jean Quan turned around and walked in front of the shadow spider's corpse, sweeping it aside. An orange emblem appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this orange emblem, Jean Quan was momentarily stunned. Earlier, the panel had displayed that his kill efficiency against the shadow spider was 90, with 10 attributed to this priest before him. Yet, this situation still produced an orange emblem. He touched his chest. Did the lucky coin work? Equipment emblem, Blade of Shadows, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Offhand weapon, short sword, strength, 35 stars agility, 30 stars attack speed, 50 shadow strike, when attacking with the Blade of Shadows. There is a 20 chance to trigger shadow strike, allowing the user to dash forward a short distance and deal significant damage to enemies in the path. Shadow concealment. If the user remains still for more than 3 seconds, they automatically enter shadow concealment, increasing their evasion rate by 30 and enhancing the agility and strength of the next attack by 50. Being attacked or moving will break the concealment state. Shadow Doppelganger. When activating the Shadow Doppelganger skill, the body gradually merges into the shadows, teleporting a short distance while creating a shadow doppelganger that resembles the user, which possesses 50 of a user's attributes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Epic, blindness. The vision range of characters attacked by the Blade of Shadows is reduced. It turned out to be an offhand weapon. Picking up the equipment emblem, he observed it carefully. It was also hexagonal, with a pattern of a single-handed short sword carved on top. Jian had talked to him about various positions equipment, accessories, offhand weapons, gloves, and capes, which were extremely rare. The Mage's Spell Book, the Mechanic's Mechanical Arm, the Shield Warrior's Short Sword, the Assassin's Dual Daggers, and the Knight's One-Handed Shield. All were significant enhancements for their respective classes. The reason offhand weapons and accessories were so rare was that they were universally applicable across all classes without side effects. Unlike armor types, which, once worn by a mage, would severely restrict movement speed and casting speed. A warrior could even equip a mechanical arm, provided they could tolerate the fact that all attributes would be mechanical enhancements. Both the short sword and the one-handed shield were suitable for me. Clenching his left hand, the orange emblem instantly sank into his palm. Almost the moment the emblem merged into his body, Jin Quan's whole body shook, and a cry of an eagle echoed from within him, revealing a new tattoo of a falcon on his wrist. Agility hit 100 stars. He felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body, and the lava judgment appeared in his hand as he prepared to swing the blade to test his speed. It's not about going there with you. It's about following you wherever you go. I'm not afraid of death. A voice that seemed filled with courage rang loudly behind him. Only then did Jin Quan remember there was still someone behind him. Turning around to look at Xia Inja, who was still kneeling, he swung his blade violently, the wind howling and stirring up a cloud of dust. You are too weak. Following me and there will be a death sentence. Chapter 62. Career breakthrough. If it were the kind of highly agile assassin monster from earlier, this little priest might not last a second. Hearing this, Xia Inja immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, I am useful. I am an epic level profession, a radiant priest. My talent is S-level Echo Rabbit, which can simplify the chanting syllables into one word and can repeatedly cast a spell to stack it. I am level 39 and can help you. His speech was very rapid, showing his urgent need for Jin Quan's acknowledgement. Jin Quan was somewhat surprised. He initially thought this young man was just a lucky escapee from the undead city mines. Unexpectedly, he was a high-level expert at level 39. Are you from the upper city? Xia Inja nodded, then shook his head. I was born in the lower city. I was selected by the upper city consortium after awakening my S-level talent and was chosen to go to the upper city. I have been there for 7 years. How old are you? 16. Jin Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Level 39 at just 16? My level was fed by worms. The consortium has a special beast farm. Level 40 requires a career breakthrough. You can't level up with worms anymore. Jin Quan nodded, thinking that indeed, powerful people often have the fastest shortcuts to power. Compared to other professionals who struggle to level up, the children of the privileged class might find it easy. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, what does career breakthrough mean? He had heard this term more than once. Even Ji Ran mentioned that this place could not complete a career breakthrough. Xia Inja looked at Jin Quan with some confusion. He couldn't believe that this strong person was asking him about career breakthroughs. After pondering for a moment, he replied, the human body is weak and cannot continuously elevate the career emblem to high levels, so we use altars to assimilate the power of monsters, thus making our profession stronger. The process of assimilating with monsters is a career breakthrough. At this point, he seemed a bit dejected. For people like us who rely on worms for nourishment, it's very difficult to survive the monster assimilation at the altar. The altar? Jin Quan frowned in confusion. Looking at Xia Yinja, who was still kneeling, Jin Quan took a couple of steps forward, grabbed him by the back of the neck, and lifted him up like a chick to continue asking, "What is the altar?" Xia Yinja shrank his neck and took a step back, slightly bowing. The altar is the totem of the Legion. Only the Legion possesses it, generally in the hands of large powers like legions and consortiums. The lower city does not have altars. After Xia Yinja finished speaking, his brows furrowed even tighter. So, to achieve a career breakthrough, one must join another power? You can also establish your own legion. Xia Yinja scratched his head and hesitated to say, "How to establish it?" Jin Quan raised his eyebrows. Even Ji ran. Such a person almost ended up dead, and if it weren't for being forced, he wouldn't want to step into such power struggles. By obtaining a Legion token. Teams without a Legion token are collectively referred to as Corps, while groups that obtain a Legion token can be called legions. Consortiums are also a type of legion, but teams are more inclined towards living professions. At this point, he shook his head. The Legion token is fundamental to a power. You could say it is extremely rare and valuable. In the entire Eagle Empire, managing such a vast territory, there are only 5 Legion tokens fundamentally. They are Eagle, Mechanism, Tianhe, Vanguard, and Shenwei. Other families that have obtained Legion tokens are also top-notch aristocrats. So, Xia Yinja did not continue. Jin Quan roughly understood the concept of a Legion token. It was somewhat similar to a guild token in an online game, which can form power. However, regarding the altar that enables professionals to advance, it also has the function of a career mentor. No wonder an empire could last 1,000 years. In the unified empire of his previous life, it hadn't escaped the cycle of doom after 300 years. Based on the rules of this world, the people of the upper city basically monopolized all promotion channels. After pondering for a while, he roughly understood why Ji Ran said the empire was now in turmoil. The fundamental reason might be that over the past 1,000 years, the number of Legion tokens had increased, leading to an overstuffed upper class and uneven power distribution. Shaking his head to dispel the increasingly distant thoughts, he patted Xia Yinja's shoulder. "You've been in both the upper and lower cities?" "Yes." Xia Yinja nodded vigorously, and Jin Quan squeezed his shoulder again. "What was the skill you just used?" "It looked pretty impressive." Xia Yinja smiled shyly and said, "It's called Radiant Illumination. It's not much different from other illumination spells, just more flamboyant." "Flamboyant is good. I thought the Pope of Light had come." "Quite impressive." After saying this, Jin Quan swung his large blade, cutting a wide crack in the ground. He then pointed to this crack. "Wait outside this line. If I come back, you will be my little brother." After saying that, he slung the large blade over his shoulder and walked towards the corpse of the devourer spider he had just killed. In any case, they were mutually using each other. Jin Quan wasn't interested in understanding why this young man was approaching him, but he said he had been in both the upper and lower cities. This was something he urgently needed because he ultimately had to escape from the undead city prison and enter the lower city. "Big brother, wait a minute." Jin Quanota. Frowning slightly, this person was really stubborn. Seeing Jin Quan's suddenly cold gaze, Xia Yinja's neck shrank. He then pointed to the corpse of the shadow spider on the ground. The corpse, the body of this monster. "What?" Jin Quan glanced at the split corpse, still quietly lying there. He knew that Xia Yinja's question about the career breakthrough was meant to understand better, so he added, "Career advancement means using monster corpses for fusion. Lord monsters are very valuable." Jin Quan walked back to the corpse of the shadow spider. Is career advancement really dependent on this? He frowned, despite killing so many lords. Ji Ran had never told him that the corpse had this use, and from his tone, it seemed to be used for eating. You can choose a certain part of the monster, and after fusion, the body will become monster-like, Xia Yinja explained. The more parts you fuse, the stronger you will be. It might look ugly, but it will indeed become more powerful. It was also because the Red Demon Corps was facing career breakthroughs that Xia Yinja had specifically learned about this, which was why he was so certain. Is this how to advance? Jin Quan glanced at the ugly spider on the ground, imagining himself becoming a monster Spider-Man, which was indeed a bit hard to accept. Seeing Jean Quan's awkward expression, Xiaoyinzhi realized he had said too much and hurriedly added, "Actually, there are ways not to become ugly. Some particularly powerful monsters, after death, have a certain chance of giving birth to spirit pearls within them. Using spirit pearls for career breakthroughs allows one to obtain the attributes of monsters while retaining human form. But those monsters, I have only heard of them. Even if a large legion intervenes, they would have to pay a great price. They are exclusive items for top noble geniuses." This was also the reason they agreed to come to pit number 1 with Zhu Jinxiong. Zhu Jinxiong promised to venture into pit No. 1 with him and would let the company leaders allocate spirit pearls to them when they came out. This way, they wouldn't have to become ugly. Unfortunately, everything was gone. Jean Quan hesitated for a moment, and with a flick of his left hand, an orange light flickered and a short sword appeared in his hand. With extreme speed, a flash of dark light passed, and the shadow pearl was sliced into fragments. Then, a pitch-black pearl quietly lay there. Ah, there really is one. Picking up the pearl from his hand, he tossed it lightly. With a glance of insight, he saw Shadow Pearl, a spirit pearl that gathers shadow elements. Yet Xiaoyinzhi swallowed hard. This spider monster, the size of a small dog, was actually the kind of creature that supposedly required a large army to eliminate. Jean Quan kicked the pieces of flesh on the ground and chuckled. It seems that Ji Ran doesn't think I would actually go and merge with the monster's body. Chapter 63. The terrifying, vengeful spider motherworm. He slapped his forehead and cursed under his breath. Before this, it seemed he had killed 5 domain lords and had only picked up spider legs and python tails. The short sword in his hand vanished, and he hefted the large knife. With a leap as agile as 100 stars, he seemed to have acquired lightness skills and landed directly on the gluttonous spider. Crouching down, an orange emblem appeared in his hand. Looking at the equipment's attributes, Jean Quan couldn't help but gasp. The gear was becoming increasingly outrageous. This equipment alone was more powerful than my lava judgment. But it turned out to be a sniper rifle. It wasn't a weapon he could currently use. So Jean Quan didn't even look at the attributes fully. After storing the emblem, he began to slash at the massive spider, eventually uncovering a green orb from its abdomen. He approached the last cave entrance. This entrance was located behind the gluttonous spider, which Jean Quan had noticed before it was quickly covered by shadows. Now that the shadow spider was dead, the entrance reappeared. Jean Quan looked down. It was pitch black, completely unclear in appearance. He took a step back, then jumped lightly, directly using the troll earth splitter. Golden light of dominance surrounded him, and the statue of the underworld flame covered him in an instant. He fell toward the cave like a streak of light. Just halfway down, Jean Quan suddenly became alert, seeing countless spider webs flying towards him. The strong stickiness stuck to him as if trying to wrap him up completely, but the dominance could not be interrupted, and the gray large knife in his hand was like a bamboo splitting through. Jean Quan had no idea how many layers of webs he had broken through. It seemed endless, until a bright light appeared in his vision, accompanied by a loud bang. Jean Quan's heavy strike fell, splashing countless droplets of water. Is there sky here? This was Jean Quan's first reaction upon arriving in this nest. He looked up and found that the entire ceiling of the cave was made of pure white jade, emitting a translucent light, as if enveloping the entire massive cave in a layer of sky. Looking down at his feet, there was shallow water up to his ankles. Under the reflection of the cave's ceiling, the water was a uniform pale color. This cave had no clutter, only white, a pure and clean white. Only Jean Quan appeared like a drop of ink in this pristine space. Human. A faint voice rang out from behind him. Jean Quan suddenly turned around, the water beneath his feet splashing loudly and creating ripples that spread across the entire space. Upon seeing the monster behind him, Jean Quan's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. There, before him, floated a woman on the water's surface. She only revealed her upper body, her curves exquisite, her body undeniably graceful. But this woman was too pale. Her skin was as white as jade, her silver hair moving without wind, her pupils and lips completely white. Exudinya shirinyoha. This strange appearance made Jean Quan feel no wicked thoughts at all. Instead, there was a sense of funeral horror. The woman opened her mouth clumsily, human. Her voice echoed ethereally throughout the space. As she finished speaking, the water beneath Jean Quan surged upwards, instantly enclosing him. The water formed a standard rectangular prism, transparent and clear, with the statue of the underworld flame motionless trapped in the middle, resembling an artfully sculpted amber. The woman, entirely pale, slowly rose from the lake's surface, creating a huge splash. Terrifyingly, her lower body was a pitch-black spider. This blackness was deeper than the previous shadows, as if it aimed to devour everything. The woman's upper body and the spider were tightly fused, the blackness spreading up to her waist, resembling a dark gown. Jean Quan attempted to activate the statue of the underworld flame, but it only emitted creaking sounds. He was completely locked down. He was sure that once he withdrew the statue, the water would directly seal him. Even though the statue was enclosed, Jean Quan's visual awareness remained exceptionally clear. From his perspective, the woman looked as if she had hatched from beneath the black spider. However, the hatching was not yet complete, leaving the woman stuck at her waist on the back of the black spider. Jean Quan's eyes flashed with a dark insight. Overlord Messenger Vengeful Spider Motherworm, Tier 4. Level 40. Seeing this brief introduction, Jean Quan's heart trembled. The information given by Ji Ran indicated that the vengeful spider motherworm was definitely not as it appeared. It was a massive motherworm capable of rapidly reproducing a large number of offspring and had the ability to control vengeful souls. Unless the offspring were completely destroyed, it could resurrect infinitely. A scene flashed in his mind of Ji Ran patiently explaining the map. He realized Ji Ran was wrong. The vengeful spider motherworm before him was not at all like what he had described. The claim that Tier 4 creatures could not appear in this pit no. One had also miscalculated with this vengeful spider motherworm. Moreover, what was his title of messenger? Jean Quan was still recalling the information about the motherworm when he saw the vengeful spider motherworm raise her hand. The water sealing the statue suddenly tightened, and the blue flames began to dim, violently trembling. It seemed that it would be crushed at any moment. Jean Quan's eyelids twitched, and in an instant, the large knife appeared, gray particles wrapping around it and directly cleaving an opening in the water prison. With purple light bursting forth, the destruction blade caused his entire body to transform into a streak of light, quickly opening the closing gap, and he rushed out. As he emerged, the statue of the underworld flame emitted a loud explosion, disappearing within the water prison. The moment he got out, he was surrounded by the light of dominance, and the troller's splitter was directed toward the top of the vengeful spider motherworm. The vengeful spider motherworm slowly raised her head, her pale eyes filled with indifference. This strike she did not dodge, as if she was sincerely welcoming a blessing. Boom! The water erupted, and the powerful impact smashed the water layer below into a vacuum, causing the submerged rocks to collapse into deep pits. The vengeful spider motherworm was directly split in two, but then Jean Quan felt a slight tremor throughout his body as he saw the split vengeful spider motherworm. The woman's face wore a mournful smile as she transformed into clear water, cascading down. Can't be killed? He quickly leaped, and a pair of demonic wings unfurled behind him. The three-segment slash transformed into three streaks of flowing light and shot vertically upward. Meanwhile, where he had just stood, a gigantic hand made of condensed water slammed down, shaking the entire space with a violent explosion. Water splashed everywhere, and countless water mists surrounded him. Jean Quan quickly shot out a silken thread that stuck to the ceiling of the cave. The unique jade top and the pale light made it somewhat difficult for him to adapt. He hung in the air, looking down at the massive hand. Jean Quan frona deeply. Water, he murmured to himself. This overlord also had a domain, which encompassed the entire shallow lake, and its use of the domain far exceeded that of other domain lords. Earlier, he had experienced a weakness of this nuclear energy talent when facing the toxic marsh spider. It was too tricky to deal with something that could seal inanimate objects. The previous water prison was small, and two strikes could briefly cut through the water. But the size of the hand made of condensed water below meant that the vengeful spider motherworm could control an even larger water prison to directly seal him. It seemed that having the ability to cut through anything was somewhat powerless here. Scanning around, the vengeful spider motherworm had already disappeared, leaving only the calm lake surface. He couldn't see the monster's true body. How could he fight? As long as it was a living organism, the damage inflicted by his talent could prevent it from healing. But now, all he could see was the calm water surface. Moments later, ripples spread across the water's surface, and a vengeful spider mother worm rose again from the water. She still looked up, indifferently gazing at Jean Quan, neither happy nor sad. Slowly raising her arm, her onion-like fingers intertwined. Snap! A finger snap echoed throughout the entirely snow-white cave. Jean Quan swallowed hard, and the next moment, he suddenly pulled the silken thread upwards. His entire body fell flat against the ceiling of the cave, and he unleashed his agility, wildly hacking at it. Countless white, jade-like stones were chopped up like tofu, falling in large chunks. He needed to dig a hole in the ceiling and run first. With the snap of the vengeful spider motherworm, the entire surface of the cave's water below seemed to erupt with countless springs, bubbling and churning. The water flow quickly coalesced, and a large number of different types of spiders began to rapidly gather, evolving into form. The first thing Jean Quan saw were 6 familiar old guests: the chilling ice, the twisted vines, the scorching flames, the viscous poisonous marsh, the gluttonous nest, and the ghostly shadows. The 6 domain lords all appear at once. Behind them was a large group of spider guardian lords and an endless number of small spiders. Heaven gives birth to water, and water gives birth to all things. A passage from the I Ching suddenly popped into Jin Chuan's mind. In an instant, his speed of swinging the knife increased, and when digging upwards, the effect of gravity meant he didn't need to clear the rubble. It all naturally fell. This vengeful spider mother worm could not fight her in the water. He quickly drilled upwards towards the tunnel he had cut. But just then that ethereal voice echoed again intermittently, "Cannot escape." Chapter 64. Kill again. A thick, sticky spider web quickly rushed towards him. As the web descended, Jean Quan swung his knife fiercely, forcing his body to resist the pulling. The shadow blade appeared in his left hand, slicing through the web. Then a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest, and a massive impact embedded him into the cave wall. He glanced at his chest, where 3 dark, flying spikes were blocked by the molten lava armor. A burning pain shot through his chest. Looking down at the water surface, he saw the shadow spider perched atop the gluttonous spider, gazing up at Jean Quan. But then Jean Quan saw countless tiny spiders stacking upon each other, surging up like a hill towards him. Jean Quan kept digging upwards, but in the next moment, an endless stream of tiny spiders burrowed into the hole. In that instant, Jean Quan let out a sigh of relief. Compared to facing a massive group below, dealing with the small spiders at this narrow hole posed the least risk. The infernal flame idol reappeared, with countless tiny spiders crawling onto it. The dense attacks caused the idol to ripple, and the lava shield on it quickly refreshed. As expected, it couldn't be broken. Jean Quan swiftly swung his knife at the swarm of tiny spiders, and they were instantly sliced apart, turning into a puddle of clear water. They were not living beings, but they could be killed. This outcome eased his tension slightly, inadvertently increasing his chances of escaping. However, the next moment, an ethereal voice transcended the cacophony of tiny spiders and directly entered his mind. "You cannot escape." After the voice appeared, Jean Quan swung his knife at the pristine jade stone above him. Splash! Countless water droplets flew up. Jean Quan suddenly felt a shift in gravity. He had been digging upwards, but now it felt as if he was digging downwards. The originally solid white jade had transformed entirely into clear water, and Jean Quan's expression changed as he quickly jumped back. He saw a colossal wave crashing towards him from behind, coming from all directions, incredibly heavy. Above him, a giant hand made of waves loomed down. In that moment, there was no way to escape. The giant wave fell rapidly, and Jean Quan's left hand flickered with orange light as the shadow blade appeared in his grasp. In the next instant, he felt as if ink had been splashed on him, rapidly spreading. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mass of pure darkness. The wave and hand crashed down, instantly engulfing the shadow. Shadow Clone. When the Shadow Clone skill is activated, the body gradually merges into the shadow, teleporting a short distance while creating a similar shadow clone at the original location. The clone possesses 50 of the user's attributes. Cooldown, 1 hour. In the next moment, Jin Quan appeared in midair, quickly scanning his surroundings before the demonic wings emerged from his back. He executed a triple slash, shooting silk from his palms to hang on the cave's ceiling once again. Jin Quan calmed his racing heartbeat and glanced at the large hole he had just created. It remained silently suspended above him. It was not a reversal of heaven and earth. In that brief moment, he felt the world shift, the sky instantly becoming water. It looked like a reflection of the moon in water. Then he suddenly pulled on the silk and swung his great knife downward at the white jade stone above. This time, he didn't use his nuclear energy talent. Instead, he channeled all his attributes into a powerful downward slash. Clang! Sparks flew as the white jade continued to emit a bright light, showing no sign of a cut. Jin Quan stared at the white jade above. This place should have been a cage from which one could never escape. Yet his nuclear energy talent had directly carved a hole through it. He quickly pondered, concluding 3 things from their brief encounter. First, do not be in the water. The mother worm has a strong water control ability. Second, those spiders formed from condensed water can be killed. If they suffer fatal damage, they will turn into clear water. Third, the jade in the sky might also be part of the vengeful spider motherworm's domain. As he contemplated, countless tiny spiders climbed up to the cave's ceiling like a tide, grouping together to pounce at him. Below, the venomous swamp spider opened its massive mouth, its abdomen swelling, and suddenly whipped its head to spit out a large mass of sticky swamp. The ice-cold spider raised its front legs high and stomped down. The cold air radiated, turning into white mist that wrapped around the swamp. The splashing swamp instantly froze, transforming into a highly toxic frozen soil blade that swept to attack. The woodvine spider's back sprouted numerous vines, spreading out like a dense forest of arrows. The flame spider exploded in a wave of fire, swirling like a tornado and engulfing the vines. In an instant, flames erupted, raining down like a storm of fiery arrows. The gluttonous spider's body was covered in dense spider silk, its previously gray-black exterior now resembling a mummy, as it opened its funnel-like mouth and suddenly inhaled. A vortex was directly sucked out of the air. The silk Jin Quan was hanging on is snapped tight, then with a pop, it broke. The gluttonous spider's gaping mouth resembled a black hole, while the shadow spider behind it charged up a long spear, dark as stone, with the surrounding light flickering unpredictably. I killed 2 quickly before. I didn't expect these 6 lords could still coordinate. The frozen soil blade from the ice-cold spider, the fiery rain from the wood and fire, the strong control from the gluttonous spider, and the lethal attack from the shadow spider. As he fell, he glanced at the position of the vengeful spider motherworm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I can kill you once. I can kill you a second time. Suddenly, a golden light surged from Jin Quan, and the intense pulling force dissipated. He executed a short-distance giant demon earth splitter to clash directly with the frozen soil curved blade. In an instant, Jin Quan's gray blade surged through. Then the destruction blade transformed into a purple stream of light, drilling into the swarm of tiny spiders. He emerged from the other side, now encased in a layer of molten lava shield. Countless fiery arrows rained down on him, but Jin Quan completely ignored them, thanks to the fire resistance from the infernal flame idol, shield, and lava suit. He braced himself against a massive area attack, focusing intently on the dark spear flickering with light behind the shadow spider. The great knife in his hand transformed back into light and returned to his palm. With another flash of orange, a pitch-black short sword appeared in his hand. The short sword meant faster speed. His alertness peaked. In an instant, it felt like a needle had pricked his brow. Here it comes. The dark spear almost appeared in front of him in a flash. A sense of deadly crisis flooded his nerves. Every muscle in his body tensed, and his mind was extremely alert. At the wrist he had not noticed. The powers of strength, constitution, tenacity, and agility fused together in an instant. A faint blue light appeared around him. At this moment, Jin Quan felt his mind clear. Every pore in his body opened as if he could breathe. With a gentle forward sweep, the gray blade of light cut through. The black spear slowly tore through his pupils. The severed spear whistled past his ears, creating a sonic boom that made his ears ring. Jin Quan grinned, This adrenaline rush feels truly wonderful. Then he dove down like an eagle, rapidly descending onto the water surface. The water receded like a tide, slowly withdrawing. Purple patterns unfurled like vines at his toes. A grid appeared, as if intricate tiles were being drawn on the ground. In the next moment, the ground suddenly rose, revealing a massive, illusory execution platform. As this platform appeared, all the lords enveloped in it seemed to hit the pause button, frozen like sculptures. I said before, if you live again, you will still die. Chapter 65. Blood packed in an instant, the short sword in his hand transformed into the lava judgment, and his demonic wings unfurled as he focused his energy. His figure blurred momentarily, becoming a streak of light as he dashed back and forth among the lords at high speed. From above, he could see Jin Quan drawing 5 Z-shaped streaks of light among the imprisoned lords. The continuous 3-segment slashes swept across all the lords' heads. Then, he watched as all the lords visibly transformed into streams of water. As the 3-segment slash came to a halt, Jin Quan suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto the distant wraith spider matriarch. He raised his great sword and plunged it into the ground. Judgment. As the words left his mouth, a spatial rift suddenly opened above the wraith spider matriarch, and a phantom great sword crashed down, piercing directly into her head. A wretched scream echoed through the cave. Can inflict damage. Hearing that scream, Jin Quan felt a surge of joy. However, he didn't make any moves to take her life. Instead, he executed another 3-segment slash with his demonic wings, soaring into the air. This was the first time he had used a legendary skill, and the continuous use of 3-segment slashes had nearly drained his stamina. His chest burned intensely, and his muscles began to ache. Flying to the top, he caught a silk thread, pulled hard, and dove back into the hole he had previously dug. Jin Quan's elkish judgment seemed to be able to directly judge the soul, causing the area below to fall silent. Yet, his panel still did not display any kill notifications. The blade light was continuous, and large chunks of white jade stone fell rapidly. As Jin Quan swung his sword, black stones began to drop. Jin Quan raised his eyebrows. He was outside, with wild slashes of his great sword. The stones above became noticeably looser. As the great sword struck down, a crack suddenly appeared. What came into view was Xia Yingzhi's face, filled with shock. He held a flower in each hand, one pitch black and the other covered in webs. Seeing Jin Quan, he proudly exclaimed, "Boss, look, I found the flowers." Without waiting for Jin Quan to respond, a furious voice erupted from below, shaking both of them. "Shell. My shell." Then, the world flipped upside down once more. This time, the water mirror, along with Xia Yingzhi, was reflected in silver, and the two instantly appeared in the nest. "Damn you!" Jin Quan gave Xia Yingzhi a sharp knock on the head. Then, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, he jumped up as a massive mouth opened quickly above the water surface. He swung the silk thread, sticking it to the edge of the giant mouth, and with a powerful tug, they both leaped onto the back of the giant mouth like a windmill. The moment they landed, Jin Quan thought to himself, "Oh no." Countless spider threads spread out beneath his feet, tightly binding their legs. Jin Quan looked up and saw that all the lords he had previously turned into water were now revived, and directly beneath him was the gluttonous spider. Fortunately, there were no subsequent attacks. Aside from the gluttonous spider, the wraith spider matriarch was crouched at the cave entrance. From the black spider abdomen beneath her lower half, a milky liquid was rapidly secreted, quickly solidifying into glowing jade stones. All the other lords hung upside down, surrounding the wraith spider matriarch in the center. "Shell." Jin Quan looked up at the entire sky and noticed that although it emitted a white light, there was a distinct curvature. It was an egg. No wonder ordinary attacks left no marks. The integrity of the entire egg must be extremely important to the wraith spider matriarch. His chest heaved rapidly as he sought to recover his stamina as quickly as possible. At that moment, golden electric sparks suddenly erupted from his body, filling him with a golden glow that made his hair stand on end. Jin Quan stared at his state in astonishment. Super Saiyan. In the next moment, he felt his stamina suddenly recover by a large margin. Quickly turning his head, he saw Xia Yingzhi, holding his staff, looking at him nervously. "What is this?" Why do you look so cool? Thunder. Thunder recovery spell. Xia, feeling somewhat self-conscious after being knocked on the head by Jin Quan, said weakly. He added, when we compete, skills should be a bit cooler. Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Jin Quan squeezed his shoulder. Coolness is not wrong. Coolness equals combat power. Jin Quan plunged his great sword down, instantly slaying the gluttonous spider, which turned into a puddle of clear water. Grabbing Xia by the scruff of his neck, he swung him around twice and launched him toward the cave's ceiling amid Xia's terrified screams. His demonic wings flickered, and he executed a 3-segment slash to catch him, using silk threads to suspend him at the top, with his sword slicing through like cutting tofu. He opened a large hole on this side and directly stuffed Xia inside. Give me the enhancement skills. After saying that, he dashed toward the Wraith Spider matriarch with a 3-segment slash while sticking to the cave ceiling. As he got closer, all the lords crawled rapidly toward him from the cave ceiling. Jin Quan suddenly roared, and a blood flame surged around him, his eyes glowing red like a demon descending upon the world. His once robust body shrank significantly, but his aura soared to the heavens. The blood flames emitted intense heat, distorting the very space around him. Sword Demon Fury. The swordsman entered a frenzied battle state, continuously burning his own blood. Defense -80, and the swordsman's attack speed, movement speed, and strength increased by 500. Troll Ground Splitter. Executing the Troll Ground Splitter backward, he performed a jumping slash toward the crowd of lords. The 500 power boost creating a terrifying shockwave that erupted among the spiders, except for the Wraith Spider matriarch, who burrowed into a hole to repair it. All the spiders were knocked down. Upon reaching the cave's ceiling, with agility over 500 stars, his speed was like a fleeting shadow. He stepped onto the ice-cold spider's head and used it for leverage. With 500 attack speed, he didn't even see how he struck, and the ice-cold spider's head instantly separated, splashing into water. His next step landed on the woodvine spider's head, gracefully slipping past. As the lords fell, Jin Quan jumped and darted through the air like lightning. Wherever he stepped, a lord transformed into water. By the time Jin Quan landed, it was as if a torrential rain had fallen. At this moment, he felt like skin over bones, his blood rapidly evaporating. In the next moment, several streaks of light fell upon him. These skills were incredibly flashy, and a healing fire erupted, causing his skin to swell. Keep going. Clearly, Xia's magic could not satisfy the terrifying blood loss from using Sword Demon Fury. Above, Xia spread his legs apart, his face somewhat pale. All his skills were cast using the repetition talent, with each skill being cast twice. Yet, he still couldn't keep up. But in the next moment, countless water splashes erupted, transforming into a massive spider monster. The moment Jin Quan saw this monster, the description of the Wraith Spider matriarch he had read instantly surfaced in his mind. Its body was as large as a mountain, unlike other spiders with armored shells. This monster's shell was covered in countless human faces, each adorned with strange and grotesque patterns, all crying out in agony, expressing the terror before them. The best defense is a good offense. Under the 80 defense reduction from Sword Demon Fury, this was an eternal truth. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, creating a vacuum beneath the water surface. Like a bloodline, he charged toward the massive monster. Above, Xia once again cast 2 stacked healing spells, shaking his head vigorously, feeling his vision blur. His energy was almost depleted, but he saw the monster's grotesque mandibles emit a strange series of syllables, a sound that was both mournful and pleading. In an instant, all the water in the cave converged towards him, revealing the hard rock beneath. A vertical eye form from the gathered water appeared on the forehead of the giant spider monster. The giant eye suddenly opened. A blue light beam shot forth, creating a sonic boom that reverberated through the space. Jin Quan's pupils contracted sharply. There was no way to dodge or defend against this move. But in the next moment, Jin Quan's speed surged even higher, his blood burning more intensely. The blue light beam pierced through Jin Quan. If this attack dealt damage, all of Jin Quan's defensive attributes combined would lead to his death. Furthermore, in his current enraged state, his defense was reduced by 80. But in the next moment, a ring of sand particles erupted around Jin Quan, instantly forming a circular shield that enveloped him. Sand Guardian releases a sand shield, negating one attack, cooldown, one natural day. As the sand particles exploded, Jin Quan dashed through the beam unhindered. He floated out in 3Z shapes, executing 3 consecutive slashes that instantly dismembered the giant monster. Jin Quan leaned on his sword, gasping for breath. He was nearly exhausted, while on the other side, the vengeful Spider Mother had already sealed most of the cave entrance. He suddenly looked up at Xia Yinjia and shouted, "Little priest, there's a saying in my hometown, blood binds us as allies. Don't you want to be my little brother? If you can endure this hardship, jump down, and I'll protect you from now on." Xia Yinjia hesitated at the sight of Jin Quan's terrifying state. But then he thought, we're all going to die anyway. He gritted his teeth and suddenly let go. "Big brother, I trust you." Jin Quan's great sword shimmered with gray particles of light. Legend, Life Steal. When dealing damage to enemies, can convert 30 of damage dealt into healing, restoring wounds and stamina. When a bug appears, countless others follow. 30 of the damage converted into healing. I want to know. He looked up at Xia Yinjia, who was falling from the sky. If my 1 slash counts as damage, how much would it be? A brilliant flash of sword light swept across, accompanied by Xia Yinjia's agonized cry, blood spraying, and an arm flying high into the air. Jin Quan's previously emaciated body was instantly restored to full health. This slash proved his damage was 999,9999. Suddenly, he stomped the ground. In a fit of rage, his 3 slashes approached the speed of teleportation, landing next to the vengeful Spider Mother. He stepped down hard on the cave ceiling, and the judgment throne of Urks instantly materialized, directly imprisoning the vengeful Spider Mother. "Since you love digging this pit so much, let's bury you in it." Judgment. A spatial rift opened up on the ground below, and under the influence of rage, an even more solid gigantic sword crashed down. The terrifying force shattered the entire solid jade cave ceiling, creating countless cracks like a parched earth. The vengeful Spider Mother's body, which was already on the verge of turning to water, was locked in place by this gigantic sword. Suddenly, a pitch-black lightning flashed atop the sword. With a loud boom, it struck her head. Urk's judgment triggered the instant death effect. Her pale face expressed resentment and unwillingness. "I was so close to becoming. You have killed the Overlord Envoy Vengeful Spider Mother at level 5 with an effectiveness ratio of 95. Chapter 66. Soul of the Vengeful Spider. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Jin Quan breathed a sigh of relief. The burning blood in his body suddenly stopped. He free fell from the air and thudded onto the already dried ground. His chest heaved violently, and, after a moment of gasping, he quickly turned his head to look at Xia Yinjia. He saw him lift his staff and cast a healing spell on himself. A dazzling light flashed by. But in the next moment, he was rolling on the ground in pain. Jin Quan quickly flipped over and ran over, pressing down on his shoulder. He saw that his face was extremely pale, drenched in sweat. He then looked at his wound, which was rapidly rotting and spreading, oozing a milky white fluid. "This is ruined damage. Don't heal it, you brat." Jin Quan had discussed his attribute with him. Ruined damage severely suppresses healing, and the more you heal, the faster the wound rots. Jin Quan tightly wrapped a cloth strip around his shoulder. Then a flash of orange light appeared in his hand, and the shadow blade manifested. With a swift slice, he severed Xia Yinjia's left arm at the root. The momentary pain nearly caused him to faint, but after the sharp pain passed, he slowly recovered. The continuous burning and rotting pain was finally gone. Jin Quan stood up, flicked his thumb, and a badge spun down from the air and landed in his arms. "Well done. I reward you." Xia Yinjia picked up the badge with some confusion. "What is this badge?" He looked at the badge shimmering with orange light and swallowed hard. Without identification skills, he had never seen an equipment badge of this color. Even with Zhu Jinxiong, he had only seen purple badges. "Don't ask, trust your brother. Get rid of the junk in your hand." Jin Quan casually tossed this remark and walked toward the corpse of the vengeful spider matriarch. Xia Yinjia glanced at his right hand, and the next moment, the second-tier purple staff in his hand slowly peeled away. Looking at this staff, his gaze trembled slightly. This was their championship reward from the professional league, and it was the only piece of purple equipment he had. A flood of memories rushed through his mind. Laughter, tears, hugs, and shouts. Even though these were dreams made in a cage, they were still beautiful experiences. I will start anew, brothers. In the next moment, the purple staff shattered into a myriad of starlight, like fireflies from his childhood drifting away. Exhaling, he tightly gripped the orange badge given by Jean Quan. In an instant, a surge of light elements erupted from his body, quickly gathering around him in a circle before slowly dissipating. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Wow, such high attributes. At that moment, he felt his intelligence and spirit soaring nearly to double, making his elemental perception much more agreeable. Equipment badge, title staff, orange, equipment level, tier 3 equipment type. Staff, priest exclusive, intelligence, 40 stars spirit, 35 stars title mark, marks a target with a water pattern, increasing subsequent healing and shield effects by 40. Poison Swamp Splash, when releasing healing skills, triggers Poison Swamp Splash effect, dealing toxin damage to nearby enemies. Mana Tide. After a period of time, the priest will gain a mental tide effect, restoring a large amount of spirit. Epic. Healing, when the priest suffers heavy damage. The healing effect of healing skills is increased by 30. The orange light in his hand flickered, and an ancient staff covered in spiral water pattern carvings appeared. The deep sea blue magic stone shimmered with brilliant light. His previous equipment had 15 stars in intelligence and 13 stars in spirit, while this epic equipment had attributes exceeding more than double. Epic equipment, so this is what epic equipment is. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of blue surged in his mind, and his previously depleted spirit suddenly restored nearly 2/3. This is the Mana Tide. Looking at this equipment, he couldn't help but murmur. This equipment fits him perfectly. The flaw of his talent was that if he wanted to stack 2 skills for simultaneous release, the spirit consumption was extremely high, surpassing that of 2 individual skills. But now, with the Mana Tide on the equipment, he seemed to not need to worry too much about spirit anymore. Combined with the Poison Swamp Splash, even a priest could unleash a barrage of attacks. Eagerly, he uttered a syllable, and splendid fireworks erupted around him. The wounds on his arm visibly healed at a rapid pace. His intelligence was also incredibly high. In the past, such wounds could only be stopped from bleeding with dual casting, but now, under high intelligence, the wounds even began to scab and heal. He looked at Jean Quan's back and shouted joyfully, "Thanks, boss." Jean Quan turned back to look, saw that he had equipped the staff, and smiled. Is it worth celebrating to change a broken staff with one hand? Xiaoyinjia scratched his head. Don't say just one hand. Even a whole city could make the change. Jean Quan raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and spread his wings to soar up to the cave ceiling. Looking at the vengeful spider matriarch embedded at the cave entrance by the Judgment Greatsword, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. The reason he could kill the vengeful spider matriarch so quickly was actually due in part to luck. He had originally thought that since his stamina was limited, if he fought in waves and rested in between, he could gradually wear it down. But he didn't expect that the vengeful spider matriarch was so focused on the hole he had opened. She devoted all her effort to patching the hole, which gave him the opportunity to unleash a furious attack and easily take down so many lords. If she had spent a bit more effort controlling the territorial water flow and created a water prison to separate the geographical space, he might not have needed to fight much at all. Jean Quan could have burned himself to death. With a tug on the silk thread, the entire corpse suddenly fell from above. Jean Quan landed and glanced at it. The monster killed without using his nuclear energy talent was quite intact and elegant. Looking at the badges starting to coalesce on her body, Jean Quan's eyelids twitched wildly. No wonder it was a 300-year-old native species. A golden badge slowly emerged. Vengeful Spider's Soul, Gold, Legendary, Equipment Level, Tier 4 Equipment Type, Necklace Strength, 180 stars Constitution, 170 stars Agility, 150 stars Silk Binding. Has a certain chance to trigger Silk Binding when attacking. Restricting leg movement. Vengeful Poison Water, when suffering a fatal attack, transforms into a water element and teleports a short distance. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Vengeful Spider Hunt, active skill. After activation, can lock on a target and unleash a devastating strike with all attributes, causing extremely high damage while weakening armor. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Subordinate of the main. Randomly summons a subordinate of the vengeful spider matriarch, a domain lord, to fight for you. Cooldown, 7 natural days. Legendary. Venomous, continual loss of life, and randomly triggers armor break. Debuff, silence. Domain, web realm. Within the domain, enemy movement speed is reduced by 30. When controlled and immobilized, it triggers vengeful spider hunt. Words of warning. Only spiders can be safe and sound within the web. When Jean Quan saw this equipment badge, he immediately felt somewhat disoriented. This equipment seemed completely detached from reality. 3 attributes over 100 stars. To know his lava judgment only had 45 stars in strength. A legendary piece overshadowing all his equipment. Is this the weight of a legend? Chapter 67. Legion Command. It possesses 4 effects, 1 legendary and 1 domain. Jean Quan focused on the domain, web domain, which should be similar to an aura skill, triggering a slow effect upon entering its range. Even more powerful is that the entire equipment effect seems to synergize with web domain. If a target is controlled or immobilized within the domain, it will trigger the 3rd effect, Vengeful Spider Predation, while the 1st effect causes attacks to inflict binding. This means that a normal attack that results in a binding effect while within the domain will immediately trigger Vengeful Spider Predation, dealing extremely high damage. The Poisonous Water serves as an additional life-saving skill. The subordinates summoned below are likely the 6 old rivals of Jean Quan. It's uncertain whether they will also summon that giant humanoid spider. Jean Quan glanced at his stats. Defeating this vengeful spider matriarch instantly leveled him up 4 times, reaching level 39, which is the level needed for a class breakthrough. Jean Quan then looked at the other emblems that appeared on him. When the 2 items emerged, he was immediately puzzled. What materialized was actually a cube. Jean Quan focused his gaze, and in an instant, the attributes of the cube appeared. Legion Command, legendary. Upon seeing this information, Jean Quan quickly stepped forward and picked up the cube, his expression one of disbelief. Is this the Legion Command? Holding the cube in his hands, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Do you acknowledge yourself as the leader? Jean Quan tightly gripped the Legion Command, almost without hesitation. He immediately affirmed. With this item, he could completely avoid being dependent on others. With a thought, his intention to acknowledge it as his own was sent out. In an instant, the Legion Command cube fused into his body. Legion Command, legendary. Infusing blood into the Legion Command allows for the addition of members. Current members, 1-6. Legion Command grants all attributes 30 and energy acquisition 30. Legion Warehouse. Legion members can store items in the warehouse with a space of 50-50-50 m. Legion Store. Legion members can trade in the store regardless of spatial distance. Legion Channel. Legion members can communicate in a special soul space. Legion Territory. Placing the Legion Command forms a territory, allowing all members to teleport quickly to the Legion territory. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Altar. Place the altar to provide advancement conditions for members. Skill Borrowing. Consume Legion contributions to borrow skills from Legion members. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Legion Contribution. Tier 1, 0, 10,000. As expected, this Legion Command functions similarly to a guild command. The 30 to all attributes and 30 energy acquisition alone is enough to attract countless professionals. However, the number of members seems to be limited and possibly related to tiers. Jean Quan felt the Legion Command within him, as if he could subconsciously place it outside. He quickly derived the altar. While Jean Quan was pondering, the vengeful spider matriarch emitted a blinding red light. This red light seemed to suppress everything around it, narrowing Jean Quan's vision to focus solely on it. Jean Quan was greatly surprised. From what he learned from Jiran, red represents the pinnacle of the world, known as myth. He stopped studying the Legion Command and quickly grabbed the light representing myth. This was not an emblem, but a scroll. Book of the Divine Envoy. Your devout faith has shaken the deity, granting you divine power. Using the Book of the Divine Envoy, you will transcend all obstacles, experience rebirth, and change class to Divine Envoy. Do not interrupt during rebirth, as it will result in failure to change class to Divine Envoy. The moment Jean Quan saw this item, He suddenly understood why the vengeful spider matriarch was so concerned about that eggshell. He also realized why the vengeful spider matriarch transformed from the monster description given by G. Rand into a half-human, half-spider form. Transcending all obstacles to change class to divine envoy implies that the vengeful spider matriarch could cross the dimensional limits and directly break through level 41, possibly even escaping the dimension to become a terrorizing dominant creature in the wild. Unfortunately, all of this was interrupted by Jean Quan. His unparalleled nuclear talent shattered her rebirth eggshell. Jean Quan held the Book of the Divine Envoy tightly in his hand, pondering for a moment but ultimately chose not to use it, instead quickly storing it away. How did this spider obtain the Book of the Divine Envoy? And what exactly is a Divine Envoy? He knew nothing about these matters. Jean Quan rubbed his brow. If Ji Ran were here, he would likely know something. Regarding myth, all of this is too distant for ordinary professionals. Only top nobles like Ji Ran, who have encountered myth, might understand a bit. In the final moments, the vengeful spider matriarch's corpse slowly began to dissipate, and a brilliant crystal detached from its body. This crystal was a 16-faced polyhedron, shimmering with the expensive brilliance of a diamond. What is this? A hint of confusion flashed through Jean Quan. He recognized only one equipment emblem among the items dropped by the vengeful spider matriarch, while everything else was beyond his comprehension. Another dark insight appeared, and information instantly surfaced. Dimensional crystal. You will become the master of this dimension. This was Jean Quan's first time seeing such a brief description. Yet this description instantly propelled him forward as he grasped the dimensional crystal. Do you acknowledge yourself as the master of pit number 1? There was no need for further words. The dimensional crystal instantly transformed into a stream of light and drilled into his chest. At the moment the light entered his body, he seemed to grasp all permissions of pit number 1, which is a thought everyone could be expelled by him. Jean Quan took a deep breath. The moment he obtained this dimensional crystal, he understood that the journey of pit number 1 had come to an end. He took one last look at the vengeful spider matriarch's corpse. Her eyes were tightly closed, and everything appeared so peaceful. Now he needed to wait. If Wang Meng was correct, the cleansing vengeance flower should appear shortly. He ignored everything else and walked back towards Xia Yinjia. Even though he had lost an arm, he still wore a broad smile after obtaining the title staff, as if he had found the best toy in the world, eagerly showcasing various skills. Jean Quan kicked with his right foot, sending a pebble flying towards Xia Yinjia's backside. Xia Yinjia suddenly felt pain, covering his rear and turning around to see Jean Quan's teasing smile. Embarrassed, he hid the staff behind him but couldn't help laughing. Boss, this equipment is too strong. Jean Quan approached and glanced at his left arm. Xia Yinjia had unknowingly healed himself repeatedly with the staff's healing spells. At this point, new skin had already grown, and he adapted quickly, like a disabled person who had been amputated for many years. Give me some blood. Xia Yinjia shrank his neck, somewhat anxious. Boss, how much? The newly acknowledged big brother was great in every way, but too ruthless. Jean Quan raised his eyebrows, a bit impatient, and directly slashed with his knife. Blood immediately flowed from where his arm had been severed. With a swipe of his finger, radiant light suddenly surged from his left hand, and a cube materialized. He smeared the blood on the cube and smiled. From now on, you are my person. Chapter 68. Phantom Brigade. Just as Jean Quan fused Xia Yinjia's blood with the Legion Order, one face of the six-faced cube suddenly began to sketch, etching a print that looked exactly like Xia Yinjia. At the same time, Jean Quan instantly gained a new authority, seemingly able to separate this print at any time. Xia Yinjia, who had just healed himself, suddenly looked up quickly. His eyes revealed disbelief as he stammered, Boss, this is the Legion Order? I become a member of the Legion. His eyes were dazed, tears streaming down his face again as he took 2 steps back, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before him. Jean Quan looked at him and patted his head, saying, crying, I've seen you cry several times already. It's bad luck to cry too much. Xia Yinjia suddenly stopped crying, wiped his tears, and with a somewhat dazed expression said, Boss, we once formed a brigade. They were all good people, but now they're all dead. He straightened his chest, appearing somewhat proud. You can ask anyone on Upper City Road. No one doesn't know us. We are the inspirational legend for the children of the upper city, the model of the weak changing their fate, the idols of sunshine, the examples of upward mobility. But as he finished speaking, the pride in his chest seemed to fade, and he drooped his head. But when they chose to die one by one to save me, I realized we weren't like that. We are all children picked up from the lower city, our levels arranged, our equipment arranged, our skills arranged, our food, clothing, housing, transportation, behavior, everything arranged. Just like a straight pine tree forced to grow bent because it has to welcome guests. He said with a hint of melancholy, we might just be tools for maintaining order for the people of the upper city. You know, their biggest dream is to turn the Red Demon Brigade into a real legion. I didn't understand why they were so obsessed before, but now I know they really wanted freedom. They were unwilling to accept a fate dictated by others, even if it meant death. Xiaoyinja raised his palm, and a cube resembling the Legion order appeared in his hand, but this cube seemed like a spatial projection. I did it. I am free, he murmured softly, as if telling the souls who died for him. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He could no longer ascend at the altars of those corporations. He could grow according to his own will. Jin Quan patted his shoulder as a form of comfort. All right, it's all in the past. It doesn't matter where you go. However, Xiaoyinja looked up at Jin Quan, hesitated, and finally spoke the truth. Boss, many people know me. If I escape, the company will definitely catch me and bring me back. It might implicate you. Upon hearing this, Jin Quan frowned slightly, but said nothing. Instead, he asked, what do the upper city and lower city mean? What does the boss want to understand? Xiaoyinja asked, somewhat confused. Geography or the historical formation? Xiaoyinja scratched his head. What I know is that our area is called the Hengsha territory. Outside the city is the endless civilization's wasteland, full of yellow earth and sandstorms, with a very harsh environment. He picked up a large stone that Jin Quan had previously split, which was small at the bottom and large at the top, resembling a trapezoid. In this sandy territory, there are 3 major plateaus. The climate on the plateaus is pleasant, with plenty of moisture, snow-capped mountains, grasslands, forests, and lakes. During the pioneering period, 3 forces occupied these 3 plateaus, built city-states, and restored civilization. Over generations, the powerful gathered, and we refer to the city-states on the plateaus as the upper city. After saying this, he drew a lot of winding lines next to the trapezoidal stone and continued. The upper city has snow-capped mountains, ample rainfall, and many rivers flowing down the mountains. Then he scattered a handful of small stones next to those winding lines. The small and micro forces that pioneered and ordinary people built cities along the rivers left by the upper city. These cities are collectively referred to as the lower city. He pointed to the end of the lines. Our lower city is called Redstone City, the city at the tail end of the river, where the water flow has dwindled, representing a lack of resources. The strength here does not exceed level 4 and is closest to the dangerous area of the Wasteland, often representing the most violent and disorderly place, where the Empire usually imprisons criminals and refugees. Jin Quan looked at the terrain map Xiaoyinja laid out on the ground. Images of the beautiful plateaus and opulence flooded his mind, flowing down the rivers, with countless cities built around the plateau. The closer these cities were to the upper city, the more prosperous they became, while Redstone City was filled with decay and slums. Looking at the rubble on the ground and recalling the scenes in the Sand-Eater's nest, which resembled the Lion-Camel Ridge, Jin Quan smiled and said, "You're still trapped in that illusory glory. Don't think too highly of yourself. In the eyes of the powerful in the upper city, you might not even be as important as an ant." Xiaoyinja was taken aback, then silently nodded. Jin Quan stood up, brushed off the wrinkles on his clothes, and introduced himself to Xiaoyinja. "My name is Jin Quan. From today onwards, I will be your team leader." Xiaoyinja quickly stood up, touched his chest with his right hand, and sincerely saluted, saying, "I have seen the team leader." Seeing this strange way of saluting, Jin Quan guessed it was something like a military salute and waved his hand. "No need for that. I've died once. I don't want to deal with any legions or corporations. I have no attachments and just want to wander in this different world." As he said this, a smile appeared on his lips. "Let's call this kind of team a brigade for now. Eating, drinking, and being free." He continued, "The rules of the brigade: try to maintain order and neutrality. He patted Xia Ying's shoulder again. From now on, I will be the number 0 of this team. You, on the other hand, will be number 2. Hearing the brigade rules he described, Xia Ying felt a moment of confusion, but then joy surged within him. Wasn't this the freedom he was searching for? No constraints, doing what he wanted to do. He was excited but then had a question. Boss, why am I number 2? What about number 1? He looked around, confirming that the boss hadn't brought any teammates with him. Jin Quan clicked his tongue. The initiator of this travel brigade is not me. So, number 1 goes to him. Xia Ying tilted his head and asked, shouldn't we have a name? This thought suddenly reminded him. Jin Quan lowered his head and paced, considering names that were cool and fantastical, but he shook his head. He glanced at Xia Ying, remembered something, and compared it to himself. The experience of 3 people falling from glory to the mundane suddenly reminded him of a verse. And he spoke to himself. All forms are illusions. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning. Thus, one should observe them in this way. Everything that has form and shadow is void. All things that arise dependent on causes and conditions are like dreams, like shadows and bubbles, elusive like mist, impermanent and ever-changing. We should constantly observe everything in this world in this way, not to cling to it and be bound by it, thus losing our inherent nature of liberation and freedom. After finishing, he looked up and said, let's call it the Phantom Brigade. Chapter 69. Altar Breakthrough. Phantom Troop. After Jin Quan finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the corpse of the vengeful Spider Mother. It was even faster than Wang Meng had said. In less than half an hour, the entire corpse emitted a fluorescent glow, and a beautiful flower grew from it. The petals were a deep purple, as if condensed from the purest essence of the night, radiating a mysterious light. Each petal was delicate and thin as a cicada's wing, with slightly curled edges, gathering droplets of clear water. Jin Quan gently plucked it. The next moment, he was instantly stunned. Spirit item. Spirit vengeful flower. He blinked, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Wasn't it the clear vengeful flower? How did it become the spirit vengeful flower? Jin Quan quickly crouched down to turn over the body of the vengeful Spider Mother. Wanted to see if there were any other flowers. But just as he touched the corpse, he saw that the originally pale young face was aging at a visible speed. Age spots rapidly crawled across the face, deep wrinkles formed like ravines, and the skin lost all its luster. As the corpse aged quickly, the tightly closed mouth gradually opened due to the slack jaw. A pearl as white as jade rolled out from its mouth. Vengeful Spirit Pearl. Jin Quan picked up the Spirit Pearl belonging to the vengeful Spider Mother. As the Spirit Pearl left the body, the vengeful Spider Mother began to slowly turn to ashes. Gone? Looking at the Spirit Vengeful flower in his hand, Jin Quan frowned. Was it due to the Book of Divine Envoys? The Book of Divine Envoys caused the vengeful Spider Mother to undergo a strange evolution, and it also changed her accompanying entity. According to the rules, it should be something better than the clear vengeful flower. After putting both items away, Jin Quan turned around, thought for a moment, and took out the Spirit Pearl of the gluttonous spider, saying, "Little priest, this is for you. Try it for your career breakthrough." Now he was at level 39, and Xia Ying was also at level 39. To accurately understand what a career breakthrough was, there was nothing more intuitive than seeing it with his own eyes. Then he saw Xia Ying looking at the pearl in Jin Quan's hand, and then pointing at his own nose. "Me? Yes, it's you." Jin Quan directly tossed the gluttonous pearl to him. Xia Ying caught the pearl, took a look, and then said with a face of constipation, "Merging with a monster's body will produce monster remnants, and you need to defeat the remnants to merge. The more parts you merge, the stronger the remnant's power, and the Spirit Pearl has at least half of the monster's strength." He glanced sideways. "Boss, do you think I can do it?" Jin Quan's eyes widened. "That way, wouldn't you, this priest, be doomed? How can you even advance?" The priest didn't have a single attack skill, let alone half the strength. He couldn't even defeat a single spider leg. Xia Ying said somewhat shyly, "Well, it's not that. The emblem of the support class has a special ability that can bind teammates. As long as I borrow a drop of blood from a teammate of the same level and enter the altar, I can assist teammates in combat. A skilled priest can borrow a lot of blood." Jin Quan was somewhat puzzled. How do you distinguish whether you are skilled or not? Xiaoyinja scratched his head. That doesn't seem to be a skill. I'm not too sure. I heard from my previous teammates that a powerful priest can multitask, binding multiple teammates, perceiving the status of all teammates, and even if the vision is obscured, it doesn't affect their ability to use skills on teammates. Such a person should be able to bring in 5 or 6 drops of blood from different professions. He said a bit shyly, I still rely on my eyes when playing matches. When Xiaoyinja said this, it reminded him of the scene earlier when he was shot dead by the Shadow Spider's charged black gun. At that time, he hadn't used any skills, yet he was fully transparent, and a normal slash had split that black gun. He clenched his fist and said, just say you're bad at it. Just use my blood, let alone half. Even if it revives, it won't be able to jump around. Xiaoyinja scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Thanks, boss. After saying this, a white light flashed across his forehead, and this white light flew out like a grain of rice, slowly landing on Jin Quan's neck, then instantly merged, turning into a sun-like pattern. Will binding have any effect? Jin Quan sensed it but found nothing unusual. It will increase the effectiveness of the skills I release for you. Probably by 30. Why didn't you bind during the previous battle? Xiaoyinja felt a bit embarrassed because it was too slow. Jin Quan looked at him speechlessly. Even if he was an outsider, he knew that this special ability of the priest was definitely a must-have for a powerful priest. He pressed the cube in his hand against the ground. Instantly, the cube melted into the ground like liquid, and after a moment, the ground shook, and a building slowly rose up, enveloping the two of them. This was a small villa, and they appeared directly in the living room, where a huge round conference table was set in the center, surrounded by 6 chairs. Jin Quan stepped forward to take a look. There was a plaque on the main seat with copper edges and filigree, inscribed with the words Team Leader. The others had no titles. He looked up. The building was tall, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging down, emitting a warm yellow light. There were rooms on both sides. One was labeled Warehouse. When he opened the door, the space seemed to expand in an instant, and he was suddenly in a massive space of 50-50-50 m. However, it was completely empty and white inside. Jin Quan thought for a moment and flashed back to the living room from the warehouse. The other room was labeled Shop, which also had a vast space with many empty shelves. After coming out, Jin Quan took Xiaoyinja directly upstairs. The second floor was extremely simple, with only a huge round altar. This altar was made entirely of massive black stones that emitted a mysterious sheen, and each stone was engraved with ancient and complex runes that flickered like dancing flames, occasionally flashing with strange light. This should be it. Let us give it a try, Jin Quan said as he flicked a drop of blood onto Xiaoyinja's palm. Xiaoyinja nodded, took a deep breath, and nervously stepped onto the altar. He placed the pearl in the center of the altar and then sat cross-legged. The runes around the altar instantly lit up, converging on the spirit pearl that Xiaoyinja had placed down. Blue light patterns spread above, and then the entire altar suddenly trembled. A strange large mouth emerged in front, and a peculiar monster appeared, lying on the altar like a big frog. A series of numbers appeared above the frog's head. 500. Xiaoyinja's hand, which was about to dig into his pocket, suddenly trembled. So many. He looked at Jin Quan, taking out 2 crystals with a bit of embarrassment. Boss, I don't have enough spirit crystals. Chapter 70 Conflict. Jin Quan tilted his head and asked, what is this spirit crystal? It's the currency of the upper city. I heard them say that a professional breakthrough only requires 2, but I don't understand why this one needs 500. After thinking for a moment, Jin Quan picked up the bead on the altar, and with a flash of his storage ring, took out a spider leg. He threw it onto the altar, and in the next moment, the number above the frog's head suddenly changed to 40. The strength of the fusion monster should require different amounts of spirit crystals. He shrugged and said, I don't have any money. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't even seen the copper coins of the undead city. Suddenly, he thought of the wealthy heir that G had recommended to him. That guy should still be in the cave. With that thought, the two of them directly appeared in the center of the cave. After taking out the dimensional crystal and sensing it slightly, his expression quickly changed. He quickly led Xiaoyinja to walk outside. After taking the 2 accompanying flowers of the domain lord from Xiaoyinja, he knew there should still be 4 kinds of accompanying creatures left to collect in the ice, wood, fire, and poison monsters also likely had spirit pearls on them. The sensing from the dimensional crystal indicated that besides him and Xia Yinjia, there were actually 4 other people in this nest of the vengeful spider mother. When Zhao Lubai entered the wooden vine spider's nest, another person arrived almost simultaneously with him. It was Li Hongbin, who had previously escaped into the cave to avoid a disaster. The few of them looked at the broken scene inside the cave and were all taken aback. Yet no one spoke, and the entire space began to quiet down as they exchanged glances. Until Zhao Lubai nodded. Zhou Shirlu beside him manifested his large bow and slowly drew it back. Li Hongbin then spoke up, saying, "These corpses bear fierce sword wounds, proving that there is a terrifying figure here. Although I'm just one person, I still have some confidence in dealing with these 2 fallen beings who are significantly weaker than me, especially with you, the hindrance of a priest." He aimed to intimidate Zhao Lubai, hoping to make him retreat, while also pointing out that even if they won, they would ultimately be at the mercy of others. Zhao Lubai sneered. "Your Li family follows the principle of sacrificing pawns to become kings. All resources from those who fail the test will be given to the winners. What means to you a discarded pawn have?" Li Hongbin's expression changed slightly. Among all the families, his family was known for its cruelty, with no brotherly or sisterly affection. Only the final victor controlled everything. At this point, Zhao Lubai crossed his arms and stroked his chin, looking thoughtful as he said, "Right? According to your Li family's rules, the losers should all go to the border. How did you get back to the lower city? And even enter pit number 1? And alone?" Li Hongbin sneered. "You, a Zhao family waste, seem to know quite a bit." However, Zhao Lubai paid no attention to his mockery and continued. "Old 3 and Old 2 have both reached the 4th tier. Logically, there should be a decisive battle assessment. What situation would cause you, the failed Old 4, to return?" After thinking for a moment, he suddenly snapped his fingers, producing a sharp sound. "In your family's history, there has been a case where during the decisive battle assessment, one side made a serious mistake and was punished by the family, disqualified from the assessment, allowing a younger sibling who did not participate to substitute. Did your appearance here mean that Li Hongyu or Li Hongfei messed up? Haha, your Li family indeed has many talented individuals, but they're all a bit ridiculous. First, you flirted with Ji Linger and were excluded from the assessment. Now what have Li Hongyu and Li Hongfei done to let you come out as substitute?" Li Hongbin snorted coldly, drawing his long sword and slowly walking toward a fallen wooden post. On this post grew a particularly bright red mushroom. "I'm just here to collect some good stuff. Yue should just continue being your second-generation heir. Thinking is not suitable for you." After saying that, he slashed down, and the mushroom along with a small piece of bark fell off. He didn't touch the mushroom directly, but instead took the connecting bark and slowly wrapped it with a piece of cloth. "Hee, your Li family is really stingy. Don't you even have a storage emblem? You have to carry it by hand. Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? Stop avoiding my question. Come on, tell me. Why did you suddenly come here? Maybe I can help you." Li Hongbin completely ignored him, as if he were disregarding the 3 of them, and walked toward the wooden vine spider, stabbing his sword into the corpse and slicing it open. Before long, a green pearl appeared. Seeing this pearl, his face immediately lit up with joy. With this thing, he could immediately reach the 4th tier, and anything was possible for a comeback. He quickly reached for it. But just then, an arrow flashed past, heading straight for his face. His expression changed slightly as he quickly rolled to dodge the arrow. He then glared at Zhao Lubai with a frosty face, saying, "Do you really think these 2 failed professionals can deal with me?" Zhao Lubai smiled and said, "How we know without trying?" In the adjacent passage, Xia Yinjia, draped in a silk skin, lay quietly on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on everything happening in the cave. He quickly said to the side, "Boss, they're taking your stuff. Boss, that person is so arrogant and wants to take your spirit pearl. If a fight breaks out, hurry and look." Just then, an impatient voice came from the empty space beside him. "I'm watching. Stop making noise." His shadow blade had the effect of shadow concealment. As long as he remained still for over 3 seconds, he would become invisible. It was a perfect skill for spying in such moments. Among the 3 on one side, Ji had said they could trade, so they were recognized by him. The other side was unfamiliar, but from the conversation, it seemed to be another young master from a big family. Then, Li Hongbin swiped his long sword to the ground, and instantly a purple, circular formation appeared around him. The moment this formation emerged, a figure quickly materialized, and a plume of green smoke began to rise from beneath his feet, indicating the erosion of toxins. Poison formation? Zhu Shiliu's expression changed. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, and the formation on the ground instantly stacked another layer, causing Zhu Shiliu, who had stealthily approached, to fully reveal himself, with the ground beneath him turning into a swamp, drastically reducing his speed. Ultimately, the fallen beings were still fallen beings. They couldn't even break through the remnants, yet they still fantasized about using spirit pearls for a professional breakthrough. He suddenly raised his sword, the white light flashing, and a white sword energy shot straight up to the sky, transforming into a small sword. In the next moment, his momentum surged, his speed suddenly increased, and a protective shield wrapped around him. He instantly charged toward Zhu Shiliu, and both of their attack speeds were incredibly fast, igniting a flurry of sparks from the clashes of metal. However, in terms of equipment attributes, Li Hongbin was significantly stronger than Zhu Shiliu. Moreover, the poisonous swamp beneath him severely slowed Zhu Shiliu's movement speed. Within a few rounds, Zhu Shiliu was already covered in sword wounds and bloodstains. But in the next moment, 3 arrows swiftly aimed at Li Hongbin and shot towards him. These 3 arrows came in quick succession, leaving almost no direction to dodge, and instantly hit him, causing the white light sword shield around him to burst apart. As the shield vanished, the previously increased attack speed immediately slowed down. Arrow rain. In the distance, Zhou Shiliu drew his bow to full moon and shot into the sky, creating a delicate arc, rapidly splitting in midair like a heavy rain falling on Li Hongbin. Li Hongbin swung his sword again, and his sword shield reappeared, directly bracing against this wave of arrows. However, as the arrow rain landed, the ground also became muddy, and he was instantly afflicted with a slowdown. He looked towards Zhou Shiliu in the distance, furrowing his brow. In this situation, he couldn't quickly deal with the assassin in front of him, and instead, he might be kited to death by the archer far away. In an instant, he covered his long sword with dense inscriptions and struck towards the distance. A cloud of smoke exploded in the air, instantly sealing off all visibility. He stepped forward and rapidly charged towards Zhou Shiliu, suddenly leaping forward and thrusting his sword into the ground. Sword binding formation, in an instant, erupted from the ground, moving at lightning speed and quickly binding Zhou Shiliu within. You are dead. In the smoke, Li Hongbin's voice echoed softly. Chapter 71 waiting for you below. In the next moment, the blade of his sword was covered in a flowing brilliance like ink. This move had been used in the icy spider cave. Combined with his talent, it could kill a Lord Guardian in seconds. Although Li Hongbin did not use his talent at this moment, Zhou Shiliu similarly did not have the defenses of a Lord Guardian. Hunters were inherently fragile, belonging to the leather armor class. Just as Li Hongbin was about to swing his sword, a black sun tattoo suddenly appeared on the necks of Zhou Shiliu and Zhu 15. In the next instant, both Zhu 15, who was stuck in the swamp, and Zhou Shiliu, bound by vines, erupted with several beams of black light. Then, the two of them, like ghosts, swiftly broke free from their restraints, ignoring all obstacles. Even the wounds on Zhu 15's body vanished quickly. Li Hongbin's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned his head to look at Zhao Lu Bai, incredulously saying, "Heartline? No. Heartnet. You useless piece of trash are actually a priest who masters the Heartnet?" He had never imagined that this useless young master, only level 21 in the upper city, could master the highest level skills of the priest profession. At the same time, Jin Quan, who was lying in the cave, was also surprised, saying, "Is this the one you mentioned? I think this person is more fierce than you. You bind people like a moth flitting around. But this guy binds instantly, and he even bound 2 from a distance without line of sight. You waste your talent, and you still utter a syllable." This guy didn't even move his mouth. Now it was Jin Quan who became somewhat talkative. As a combat profession, seeing such a priest was indeed somewhat tempting. He glanced at Xia Inja beside him, who looked like a fool with his mouth agape, and shook his head helplessly. How fast? After a while, Xia Inja finally spoke, somewhat numbly. "How did you do it?" As a fellow priest, The operations of the person in front of him were like an unreadable book to him. Why don't you go and become his apprentice? Let him teach you a few moves. Xia Yinjia turned around in confusion, looking at the empty air and asking, is that even possible? Jin Quan sighed, just wait and see. I'll sell him my items for a lower price and see if I can get you to learn a couple of moves. Recruiting a team member also required training. Just as Li Hongbin realized that Zhao Lu Bai was a priest who mastered the heart net, a vortex appeared on his forehead, and the ink on his sword surged rapidly. He had to eliminate this priest instantly. Otherwise, the assassin and hunter would become like perpetual motion machines, never stopping. But in the next moment, a black chain suddenly wrapped around his waist. Immediately after, a massive burst of blood exploded from his chest. A bowl-sized hollow appeared in his chest, and his internal organs were completely hollowed out. He looked along the chain in disbelief and saw that Zhao Lu Bai also frowned slightly, as if enduring pain. In the same position as Li Hongbin, an arrow was lodged in his chest. But clearly, Zhao Liu Bai's wound was much smaller. It was merely a penetration, while Li Hongbin had a hollow blown through, already on the brink of death. You, what profession are you? He knelt on one leg, spitting blood, and asked in confusion, because as a priest, it was impossible to have such explosive damage skills. The arrow in Zhao Liu Bai's chest slowly dissipated, and he cast a dark healing spell on himself. The black light swept across, and the wound healed rapidly. I might be able to save you, but you have to tell me why you came here, he asked with a smile. Li Hongbin gasped and looked up, his eyes filled with bloodshot. The entire upper city has been deceived, or you're just too good at playing the pig to eat the tiger. Zhao Lu Bai did not respond, just quietly looked at him. Finally, he also smiled and nonchalantly said, this assessment is the Abyss Blade God Tomb. Zhao Liu Bai's expression changed. What a big move. Even your Li family would have to pay a hefty price to open the Abyss Blade God Tomb. And, are you sure you're using a level 9 dimension to assess a level 4 profession? Li Hongbin shook his head. You guys are stuck in a dead end, thinking that a higher level dimension requires more powerful strength. In fact, that's not the case. At least the Blade God Tomb isn't. The higher the level, the faster you die. On the contrary, the creatures there are too arrogant. They wouldn't even glance at ants below level 5. It was this discovery that made this assessment used in the Blade God Tomb. Zhao Lu Bai looked puzzled. That's impossible. The Abyss Corpse insects inside are endless. Even if those overlords ignore you, these little things are enough to tear apart beings below level 5. Hee. The task is merely to collect the Death God Flower. It's not about raiding the tomb. Hearing the term Death God Flower, Zhao Liu Bai's expression suddenly turned cold. That last Death God Flower was done by you? His voice was suppressing anger. Don't ask me about this. I'm just a small character. Even if my Li family collected it, it might not necessarily be used by the Li family. Li Hongbin shook his head and continued, my third brother, Li Hongyu, has a unique ability. His nose is very keen enough that he can smell scents even in closed spaces. With this trivial ability, he bypassed countless corpse insects and sneaked into the tomb. He stole an unknown profession's emblem from inside the tomb. Once again hearing about the unknown profession's emblem, both Jin Quan, who was lying down, and Zhao Lu Bai were slightly startled. Previously, they had heard that Zhou Jun's task was to find the unknown profession's emblem. Jin Quan immediately thought of the one Lin Ying used on him. The family rules of the Li family are such that the young members live very hard lives. I was set up, and he was too haha. Liungin lauga ludli. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The emblem is lost. You have to know that after he stole the item, the entire family was cleaning up after him in the Blade God Tomb, sealing the dimension with all their might to block the rampaging overlords. And he came out and lost it like this. The family investigated and determined that the emblem might be in pit number 1, so my second uncle sent me here. The more Zhao Lu Bai listened, the more something fell off. This should be a very big secret, and seeing that Li Hongbin was telling him without reservation, he felt uneasy. You won't survive either. Just then, Li Hongbin suddenly spoke, grinning at Zhao Lu Bai, revealing teeth stained with blood. I know Li Hongyu. He is definitely someone who would rather kill 1,000 than let one go. Go out. He is waiting for you outside. I will wait for you below. Chapter 72. The priceless clear grievance flower. Almost as soon as Li Hongbin finished speaking, he instantly collapsed, lifeless. Zhu Shiwu quickly stepped forward and glanced at his wound. Severed heart vein. He's dead. Zhao Lubai sighed. He knew the Li family was always strict, but he didn't expect it to be this cruel. This guy is also quite the thinker. From his perspective, my revealing strength seems like I'm laying my cards on the table. Just like that Zhou Jun. He has already concluded that I am the owner of that unknown emblem, feeling that the mission was hopeless. After saying that, he quickly turned his gaze towards the passage, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a black sun appeared at Xia Yinja's neck, and then Zhao Lubai waved his hand. A beam of black light suddenly shot up from Xia Yinja. The light seemed to carry wind, making the silkworm skin he wore rustle loudly. Who? Zhu Shiwu immediately became alert, transforming into a shadow and swiftly rushing into the cave. The next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, moving faster than before, tracing an arc through the entire wooden vine spider nest. With a loud crash, he embedded himself into the opposite cave wall. Zhou Shilu looked shocked and quickly drew his bow, but was immediately blocked by Zhao Lubai. Wait. The two looked into the cave and saw a young man in a baseball uniform standing there, slowly retracting his raised right leg, striking from a concealed state. Strength and agility increased by 50. Jin Quan's kick exceeded 200 stars in strength, 150 stars in agility. Kicking like this, a little assassin with less than 50 stars might just be like a Tibetan mastiff attacking a poodle. Zhao Lubai glanced back at Zhu Shiwu, only to see his entire chest caved in, almost all ribs broken, compressing his lungs. He gasped for breath, but his lungs couldn't expand, turning red as if suffocating. Quickly dropping 2 healing spells, Zhu Shiwu's chest slowly inflated, and breathing became smooth again. Then, a flash of light in his hand, a yellow pearl flew towards Jin Quan. Jin Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he drew out the broken knife at his waist, lightly tapped the pearl to release its force, and then paused the side of the knife, causing the pearl to quietly rest on the tip of the blade. He was very familiar with this item. It was indeed a spirit pearl. Your item. Returning it to you, Zhao Lubai said to him. Jin Quan then flicked the knife, and the pearl landed in his hand. Sand Eater Pearl immediately made his eyebrows raise, looking at Zhao Lubai with a somewhat strange expression. Zhao Lubai then glanced behind him, only to see a delicate young boy with a mushroom haircut emerging from the silkworm skin. He frowned slightly, still looking at Jin Quan and smiling, saying, I've been looking for you all along. Looking for me? Do we know each other? Jin Quan asked, puzzled. Zhao Lubai shook his head. Is Ji Ran here? Hearing him mention Ji Ran, Jin Quan looked him up and down, and although there was a trace of blood on his chest, it still didn't affect his ethereal wealthy aura. Kina Consortium? He asked for confirmation. Zhao Lubai nodded. He left. Where did he go? Zhao Lubai stepped forward 2 steps. Jin Quan shrugged. I want to tell you. Zhao Yobai's expression froze for a moment. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I am friends with him. He is also somewhat of a teacher to me. I have no other intentions. Just want to see him again and clear up some doubts. Do you have money? Jin Quan asked directly. How much do you need? How much do you have? Zhao Lubai was somewhat speechless. I don't spend money on food, drink, or accommodation. Then he turned to Zhou Shilu and asked, Do you have any? Zhou Shilu rummaged through his pocket, pulling out a pile of gold coins and about 10 spirit crystals. Seeing this little bit, Zhao Lubai frowned, then turned to Jin Quan and promised, Sorry, after going out, I can give you 100,000 spirit crystals directly. Jin Quan looked at Xia Yinja, wanting to confirm if this amount was significant, but he kept hearing Xia Yinja gasp for air, so he immediately understood. He left pit number 1, but he should come back to find me. I can contact you then. After thinking for a while, Zhao Lubai suddenly looked up. He saw me, right? Because this person in front of him was so straightforward in asking about money. He probably knew he was wealthy, and since it was their first meeting, someone must have informed him. Yes. Did he say anything? Jin Quan thought for a moment and finally said, It seems he didn't say much, just introduced you as a mythic profession pretending to be a priest. Hearing this, Zhao Yobai's pupils contracted, as this was a secret of his entire family. Only Ji Ran would know if it were outsiders. This only indicates that Ji Ran also trusted the person in front of him very much. He also said that if you do business, you can find him. At this point, his ring flickered, revealing a large pile of equipment, skill emblems, materials, companion creatures, and spirit pearls stacked in front. I want to take your money for nothing. Look at this. How much are these things worth? Zhao Lubai glanced at Jin Quan, who looked somewhat surprised. He saw many purple emblems and a pile of companion spirit creatures, especially when he saw the sandheart flower. His eyelids immediately jumped. Zhao Lubai slowly approached, picking up the sandheart flower from the ground. If handled well, this single flower could be worth 100,000 spirit crystals. So valuable? Jin Quan quickly picked up the companion flowers of the shadow spider and the gluttonous spider from the ground. However, Zhao Lubai shook his head. These companions mainly have two uses. One is for potion materials, talisman materials, etc. The value is highly dependent on the recipe and talisman. The second is that these are advanced items for life professions, like spirit pearls. For some classes of people, they are still relatively easier to obtain, at least better than rare equipment. These items are physical, although rare, as long as a 7th or 8th tier powerhouse goes out into the wild wasteland. They can always find nests with spirit pearls or companion creatures. But equipment, skills, and blueprints are consumed, and the higher the level, the less likely it is to drop from low-tier monsters. Often, a seemingly insignificant herb can soar in value by millions due to the emergence of a recipe. Zhao Lubai looked up and gazed into the depths of the cave. Is there nothing from that dominant creature inside? Whether it's a companion creature or a spirit pearl from a boss, they are extremely rare. If you're willing to sell, the Tiana Consortium will definitely give you a very satisfactory price. Jin Quan, understanding the battle intensity, asked, is there any difference between the items? Only in limited dimensional spaces will low-tier dominants appear. Dominants outside the wasteland are all ferocious beasts, even if high-tier professional troops kill them. Using their spirit pearls for professional breakthroughs is a suicidal act. Speaking of this, Zhao Lubai chuckled. You might as well keep it for yourself. Jin Quan's presence in pit number 1 proves he is also at the lower 3rd tier, just about a breakthrough, so he didn't T-push it. Instead, he sincerely said, if that clear grievance flower is willing to take action, I will also offer a high price. For you, it doesn't hold much use compared to the dominant spirit pearl. Jin Quan did not take out the flower, as it was the main purpose of his trip, naturally unwilling to sell it, but instead joked, how high is the high price? A fief in the upper city, plus 10 lower city estates. Chapter 73, The Unforeseen Disaster. Involuntarily, a fief in the upper city, plus 10 lower city territories. After hearing this price, Jin Quan suddenly raised his head, puzzled. What is the use of this flower? Actually, after asking, Jin Quan felt he had asked too much. This should be a commercial secret. He just didn't expect this item to be so valuable. A fief is equivalent to directly becoming a noble in the upper city, and 10 lower city territories connect various resources. One could say it guarantees wealth for 3 generations. Zhao Lubai paced a circle with his head down and then naturally said, the elemental holy city has very few people, mostly magic-oriented professions. Unlike the flying eagle and the apocalypse, which pursue survival of the fittest and extract gold from sand, they spend a lot of time seeking truth and inscriptions, resulting in very few offspring. There's an old mage, a legendary figure. He has a granddaughter, exceptionally talented, hailed as the heir to the elemental holy city. However, an unexpected event occurred in a dimension. That lower-tier overlord was not a native species. It had long been exterminated by the intricate magical arrays of the elemental holy city. Originally, with her mage legion and a group of guards, along with her ancestors' pioneering experience, this overlord would have posed no challenge for her. But Zhao Lubai shook his head. The world is unpredictable. Anything can happen in the wasteland. That overlord underwent an extremely bizarre advancement, becoming powerful to an almost incomprehensible degree. Not only did it annihilate the entire younger generation of the Mage Legion, but it also inflicted upon her a very difficult curse. If not for the 72 guards who swore to protect her, she would have already perished. At this point, he looked at the 2 flowers in Jin Quan's hand. The curse is called the Curse of Grievance. As soon as one speaks, vengeful spirits will assault the mind. Those spirits are from the entire Mage Legion, including her classmates, close friends, and even her relatives. He sighed and continued. So, you can no longer see the once proud daughter of the elemental holy city. All you see now is a madwoman talking to herself in despair. The Book of Truth provides the answer. It is the mother spider of grievances from pit number 1. However, the elite mage legion of the elemental holy city is gone. The Flying Eagle Empire has been pioneering for 300 years with countless casualties, and the Apocalypse Empire has just undergone a power transition. No one will take on this task. Therefore, I say this grievance cleansing flower is very valuable. Whether for the old mage's favor or his assets, it is a stroke of fortune, even capable of affecting the fate of a large family. After Zhao Lubai finished speaking, a shadow of Wang Ming flashed rapidly in Jin Quan's mind. With his mechanical prosthetic and the way he always had smoke in hand, he thought of Lin Yin in a raincoat, curled up in a corner crying. He also recalled the scene of Lin Ho's head exploding in front of him. Then he slowly shook his head. This item, I've already promised to trade with someone. Zhao Lubai was somewhat surprised. Holding onto a treasure can be a crime. Anyone who knows this story would generally not dare to trade with you. And if word gets out that the grievance cleansing flower is in your possession, you wouldn't be able to reach the elemental holy city. So, did someone from the elemental holy city approach you directly? A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. If you haven't set a price, I can have the Tianhe Consortium offer you a price that is definitely higher than your quote. Jin Quan pinched the tip of his nose, recalling the various irrationalities surrounding Wang Ming, which really did not seem like the behavior of a mere governor. He frowned and said, "Let's wait until we get out. If Wang Ming is still just a small governor, then everything can be discussed." He pointed to the flowers still in Zhao Liubai's hand. "This sandheart flower is for you. Give me 100,000. After saying that, he gathered the items on the ground and walked towards the fallen corpses, chopping them for a while, and finally collected all 4 spirit pearls. He also searched through the fallen Li Hongbin's body and retrieved the mushrooms and accompanying creatures he had picked up earlier. Then he waved to Xiaoyinja. "Let's go." The two planned to leave quickly, and Zhao Lubai also glanced at the exit. The originally hazy red light began to slowly dissipate. This indicated that the entire cave had completed its pioneering and could exit the dimension. Jin Quan did not go to other caves to search for accompanying creatures. He just wanted to exit quickly to test the dimensional crystal and see if he could store the entire pit number 1 inside the dimensional crystal. If he could, he would carry the entire pit number 1 with him. Wait. Seeing that Jin Quan and Xiaoyinja were about to leave, Zhao Lubai called out. Jin Quan turned back, somewhat puzzled. He raised the sand heart flower in his hand and asked, "How do I contact you? The payment hasn't been made yet." Jin Quan also frowned, recalling that he was unemployed and had no phone. He said, "You must have a way to pay me if you can trade with me." Zhao Lubai then pointed at the body of Li Hongbin on the ground. He has a brother named Li Hongyu, who should be guarding outside now. This person is at least level 45, and he is a magic swordsman, a very comprehensive legendary profession, possessing the high damage and formations of a mage, along with the speed and strength of a swordsman. In this remote redstone city, he is basically invincible. Moreover, the Li family's temperament is extremely gloomy and violent. Jin Quan glanced at the corpse on the ground. "Like this?" Zhao Lubai said gravely. "4th tier. What changes occur at the 4th tier?" He is also considered a core member of the new generation of the Li family, so he basically advanced by merging spirit pearls. The chosen monster spirit pearls should also lean towards intelligence and spirit, so his profession's 2 attributes should each increase by at least 50 stars, possessing 200 star patterns. 2. A strange expression flashed across Jin Quan's face. Star patterns have exclusive application techniques that can greatly enhance skill casting and combat techniques. 200 star patterns exceed the capabilities of lower-tier professionals by far. "So, what are you trying to say?" Jin Quan asked. "I want to hire you to ensure the 3 of us can exit this dimension." Jin Quan stroked his chin, glancing between Xiaoyinja and Zhao Lubai. "I won't ask for money." He then patted Xiaoyinja's shoulder, pulling him forward to introduce. "This is my little brother, a priest. You teach him a couple of moves." That heart network. Xiaoyinja suddenly felt a bit shy, rubbing his pants and saying, "Young Master Zhao, hello, I am Xiaoyinja." Zhao Lubai glanced at him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've heard of you, a big celebrity and expert." As soon as this title of expert was mentioned, Xiaoyinja felt even more embarrassed. Ever since he came to pit number 1, Both Jin Quan and this Zhao family young master had already surpassed his understanding of what an expert was. Then Zhao Lu Bai put away the sand heart flower and continued. Then I am at a loss. I didn't plan to trade with you for money. Jin Quan was somewhat puzzled. Besides gathering enough spirit crystals, he didn't seem to urgently need anything else. Zhao Lu Bai pointed at the cave wall beside them and said, in this pit number 1, a direct heir of the Flying Eagle Legion died. The Flying Eagle Legion has a total of 12 battalions, all of which are from the Zhu family. The person who died was the son of the previous 10th Battalion commander, who grew up on the border. This commander died in battle during a beast tide on the border, and his younger brother took over the 10th Battalion. He knew his son's character, so he left a final wish. Zhao Liubai's voice lowered slightly. I have already made contributions to this empire, so I hope my son can live a prosperous and carefree life, whether it be bullying on the streets or teasing women, treating him like a fool, turning a blind eye to it all. He furrowed his brow and looked at Jin Quan. If this news spreads the Zhu family, who takes the warrior's glory as their family banner, will not let ordinary people who have been to pit number 1 live. He turned around and cast a healing spell on Zhu Shiwu again, continuing, but I can protect you. You get me out of this dimension, and I'll ensure the Zhu family won't touch you. Jin Quan's brows furrowed even tighter. He originally thought that following the miners out, as Ru Jian said, would be enough. But now, things were happening that were beyond his control, one after another. Moreover, the heart network isn't something that can be established overnight. There simply isn't enough time to teach him. Currently, I only have 4 skills, and my level is too low. Mythical professions have a characteristic. As long as you participate in a kill and your contribution exceeds 50, the skills drop can be fused to generate skills related to your profession. I can only search for them one by one. At this point, he smiled and said, unless you accompany me into the dimension to gather the remaining 2 skills. Chapter 74. The choking Zhao Xiao Jin Quan did not answer directly. He had been reluctantly pushed into pit number 1 by others. His understanding of this world was too limited. He had only seen the outskirts of a lower city on a rainy night, and that barely qualified him to be in this place. The inmates of the Dead City prison did not count as people. Only by going out and adapting, understanding this world, could he make better choices. Let's go. It's on the way. This could be seen as honoring the promise to protect each other. However, once they exited the cave, Xia Yinjia scanned the surroundings and tugged at Jin Xuan's clothing, saying, Boss, someone was trying to kill me here earlier. I wonder if they're still around. Jin Quan also looked around, but did not find anything. Who wanted to kill you? He asked. I don't know. It's an assassin disguised among the bait in the Dead City. Xia Yinjia replied. Do you have some special identity that would warrant someone from the upper city sending an assassin after you? Xia Yinjia shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He also couldn't figure it out. Why would someone be lying in wait among the bait to kill him? He wasn't that significant. But Zhao Lu Bai, who caught up from behind, was wiping dirt off his clothes and casually smiled. If we meet that person, please spare their life. Jin Quan and Xia Yinjia turned their heads simultaneously, with Jin Quan narrowing his eyes. Is that your person? The hand that was wiping suddenly stopped. Zhao Lu Bai tucked his scarf back into his pocket. I'm not interested in that. It's just that this person witnessed the killing of that Zhu family's direct descendant. With him around, the Eagle Legion won't focus on you. Jin Quan nodded towards Xia Yinjia and asked, then why did the assassin want to kill him? Zhao Lu Bai spread his hands. I interrogated him. Like Li Hongbin, he came looking for that unknown profession emblem. Jin Xuan's eyelids twitched. Are there many people looking for this thing? Zhao Lu Bai shook his head. As of now, only 2 families, the Li family of the Vanguard Consortium and the Fong family of the Shengwei Consortium. He sighed. I also want to get involved with the profession emblem that came from the 9th dimensional realm. He then shook his head. The information was too scarce. It was hard to say if it was here. But then he suddenly thought of Ji Ran, who had been affected by the death god flower and transformed into an ordinary person. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. If you obtained it and became a god-level professional again, that would be interesting. He then looked at Jin Quan and said, you don't need to get involved with these whirlpools. Let's go this way and take the train of the Redstone cultural journey. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused, shaking his head. Let's go. They're all a bunch of pitiful people. He suddenly thought that perhaps the entire Redstone cultural journey from top to bottom would become a tool for the young masters and ladies of the upper city to vent their frustrations. The three quickened their pace, and soon they saw a clean train quietly parked on the tracks. Upon entering the carriage, they found everyone looking pale as they served a beautiful woman with a severed arm. When they saw Zhao Lubai enter, a flicker of joy flashed across their faces. But when they looked behind him, their expressions turned pale again. This joy was like a brief flicker of light. A middle-aged man, somewhat unsteady on his feet, walked over, performed a greeting, and forced a professional smile. "Young Master Zhao, welcome to the Redstone Journey train. I hope you have a pleasant journey." Zhao Lubai waved his hand and then found a seat, gesturing for Jin Quan and Xia Yinjia to sit as well. Jin Quan was not polite. Seeing the dining table full of various delicacies, he sat down and casually grabbed a piece of matcha cake to eat. Xia Yinjia also opened a bottle of water and started drinking. Just as Jin Quan was about to take a sip of red wine, a gloved hand quickly snatched the bottle, pulled the cork, gently swirled it, and poured it into the goblet in front of Jin Quan. Looking up at the waiter, he saw the man was sweating profusely, pouring the wine while occasionally glancing at Zhao Lubai. "That's enough." Jin Quan tapped the table. The waiter quickly retracted the wine bottle, looking flustered and hurriedly apologized. However, he still had the audacity to ask Zhao Lubai, "Young Master Zhao, Miss G said that the young masters and ladies who went out, they won't come back, will they?" Zhao Lubai didn't even look at him, but took a banana from the table, peeling it as he said, "Drive the train. There's no one left." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged waiter felt his vision go dark and staggered, almost falling over, but fortunately, Xia Yinjia beside him reached out to steady him. He didn't even have time to thank Xia Yinjia before dejectedly walking towards the front of the train, already knowing the fate of the service staff on this train. "Where did you go earlier?" A weak voice suddenly echoed in the quiet train. Zhao Lubai bit into the banana and smiled, gathering inspiration. He then looked at Ji Linger and said, "Don't you think this oppressive cave space is perfect for creating works that express the dark side of the human heart?" Ji Linger frowned, stood up, and with a hint of sorrow, said, "That vengeful spider mother is not an ordinary lord. It was too powerful and killed everyone. If it weren't for young Master Zhu saving me, I might have died in there too." Zhao Liubai's hand holding the banana trembled slightly, shocked. "Zhu Jinxiong is dead?" Ji Linger touched her shoulder, her face pale. "It was an extremely powerful frost lord. We had no means to fight back, and all the guards died one by one, leaving only me and young Master Zhu. I exhausted all my means and couldn't escape that entrance." At this point, tears streamed down her face as her voice trembled. "If I'd been a bit more careful and not had my arms severed by that spider, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end. Young Master Zhu wouldn't have risked his life to save me." She covered her mouth tightly with one hand, tried her best not to cry out loud. "I don't even know how to face his uncle now. He was really too foolish, clearly having a chance to escape, but still came to save me." Seeing her like this, Zhao Lubai sighed. "Ah, no wonder you were the child of a national hero. A tiger father does not raise a dog son." He then looked at Ji Linger's severed arm with concern and said, "Miss G, wounds from elemental monsters will retain elements. Let me take a look. I'm a priest, and my healing skills come with a dispel effect. It can reduce your elemental damage and help you recover faster." Upon hearing this, the expression of Ji Ling, who was originally crying and covering her mouth, suddenly flashed with panic, and she continued to sob. "No need." She looked at her severed hand with reproach. "If it weren't for the piercing frost urging me to escape here, I would have long since broken down. Compared to young Master Zhu's sacrifice, this pain is nothing." Zhao Lubai stuffed the entire banana into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he said, "Miss G, you are truly a kind-hearted person. If you really feel guilty, then marry Zhu Jianba. Zhu Jinxiong saved you at the cost of his life, and he is Zhu Jianba's cousin. I believe your marriage would be a great story in the upper city. It would not only mend the recent friction between the Zhu and Ji families, but also showcase your virtue of gratitude by dedicating yourself." He forcefully swallowed nearly half of the banana and said seriously, "I believe Captain Zhang Kai will treat you like his own daughter." This statement immediately left Ji Linger choked up, unable to cry any further. Zhu's family was notorious. One was a super genius, and the other was a fool. Zhu Jianba had suffered from intellectual disabilities since birth and was extremely overweight, making him a well-known figure in the upper city. Suggesting Ji Linger marry him was akin to pushing flowers into cow dung. Linger took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and shook her head with a bitter smile. I have now lost a hand, so how can I think about marriage? After this experience, I've come to understand that peace is a blessing. I just want to go home and manage my career well. Zh I poured himself a glass of red wine. It's good to be disabled. It suits you better this way. The Zhu family's business is no worse than the Ji family's, so it doesn't matter where to manage it. Ling's left hand suddenly grabbed the back of the chair, making a dull sound as it hit, and her face flashed with anger. Just as she was about to explode, a sudden sound came from outside, and the carriage shook slightly before slowly starting to move. She instantly turned to look at the driver's cabin, then turned back to Zh and said, "Didn't Yuan want to go out a month later? Why are we going back now?" Zh I smacked his lips, tasting the red wine. "I see that even Zh Nexi is dead. And you, Ling are seriously injured. It's too dangerous to stay in this position. We should wait at the dimensional entrance where the monsters are lower level." Ling watched the scenery outside slowly receding, thinking of the monster that stomped down with overwhelming ice crystals and didn't say much, tacitly agreeing. Chuan, however, turned to glance at the girl's profile, the blurred red light outside cast on his face, giving him a familiar illusion. Chapter 75. The black pot. The dark rainy season in the lower city continues to pour, the gray sky making it hard to distinguish between day and night. At the Champs Lis precinct, the splashes of water from the wheels instantly bloom and disappear on the damp ground as a luxurious black car slowly comes to a stop. The car door opens slowly. A pair of black leather shoes stepping out, and a bodyguard quickly opens a large black umbrella, respectfully holding it over the figure's head. Dressed in a meticulously tailored black long coat, paired with short yellow hair parted to the side, he appears exceptionally elegant and ethereal. He glances up at the precinct sign, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he steps inside. Children from the abandoned city adapt exceptionally well. Lining tries to keep her movements light, slowly wiping the floor with a damp cloth. She cleans with great care, even running her nails along the seams of the old floor tiles. Wang Ming sits beside an old computer, typing away, searching for something, but the deep frown on his forehead makes it impossible to tell if he is calm or troubled. The sound of footsteps in leather shoes approaches quickly. Bang! The half-closed door is suddenly pushed open with force, knocking over the bucket behind Lining and splashing water all over her. Startled, she looks up to see the long coat brushing past her hair, a tall figure completely ignoring her as he strides through the puddles to stand in front of Wang Ming. He removes his coat, revealing a fitted vest underneath, casually draping the garment over the back of a chair. He pulls out a chair and sits down, crossing his legs in front of Wang Ming. "Got a cigarette?" he asks. Wang Ming looks up, his pupils constricting, his body stiffening slightly, but he still reaches for a nearby cigarette box, taking one out and handing it forward. "Do you know if young Master Fong has any business with me?" Wang Ming inquires. Fong Hui accepts the cigarette, casually grabbing a lighter nearby to ignite it. "Wang Ming," he says, tossing the lighter back, making it slide across the table to Wang Ming. He exhales a puff of smoke and mocks. "Those who are dead are dead. Those who are mad are mad. The so-called three heroes are just a fleeting past. Ji Ran is dead. Naturally, Ji Fei will appear. Manling has gone mad, so it should be replaced. What's the point of clinging to past glories, right?" Wang Ming's hand trembles slightly. He releases the mouse, smiling as he responds. "How does young Master Fong know about me? Know you? Not to mention you're hiding here as a small supervisor. Even if you and your 72 guards appeared openly in Redstone City back then, I'd have no interest." He leans forward, tapping the table with his fingers. "But it seems you've gone a bit too far. What does young Master Fong mean?" "Hey, you asked me what I mean? Li Hongyu should still be guarding the entrance to pit number 1. After you played him like this, won't you want to peel off your skin when he comes back?" After saying this, he flips his hand over, beckoning, "Just give me the thing." Wang Ming's brow furrows instantly, his thoughts racing, but he still asks in confusion, "What thing?" Fong Hui stares directly into his eyes. time passing slowly as the entire office is silent except for the swaying cigarette in his hand. He suddenly extends his hand straight out, tapping his index finger, sending scattered ash directly flying in front of Linning. I'm digging a pit looking for something, and I just found a 4th-tier Earth Mage not long ago, digging deeper. He retracts his hand, takes a puff of smoke, and blows it toward Linning, who is sitting on the floor. I dug up a mechanical repair shop. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming suddenly turns his head, looking at Linning, who is pale and seated on the ground. Feng Huai straightens up, addressing Wang Ming. We are all smart people, and no one wants to fall out. Those 2 criminals don't have the right to that thing. Only you do. What? The elemental holy city of neutral truth engages in such petty tricks too? Wang Ming slightly calms himself and replies, I believe I've always been straightforward since I arrived in the Eagle Empire, only wanting more people to venture into the mother spider's lair. And I have never done anything out of line for the Eagle Empire. As for the emblem lost by young Masterly, I truly had no idea. He glances at Linning again. As for taking this little girl in, it was just a small transaction with her brother. However, Feng Huai suddenly laughs. Not even looking at Linning, but directly mocking, I heard the magical guardians of the elemental holy city are all tough nuts. Today, I've seen it for myself. He snaps his fingers. Before long, a man in black enters, carrying a head that looks middle-aged and somewhat disheveled, but the hair is well-groomed and shiny. Clearly, he regularly uses hair wax to maintain a decent appearance. Do you recognize him? As soon as Wang Ming sees the head, his eyes widen, staring intensely at Feng Huai, his fists tightening onto the table. Feng Huai then tosses a photo onto the table. The photo shows a lovely girl eating a lollipop. In the background, there's a middle-aged gentleman in a suit lifting his pant leg, while a young man kneels on the ground, carefully maintaining the mechanical prosthetic onto the gentleman's pant leg. If one looks closely, they would see that the head in front of them looks exactly like the middle-aged gentleman in the photo. Finding that mechanical repair shop led me to 2 people. One is called Lin Ho, the other Linning. Following Lin Ho, I found this photo. He actually maintained the prosthetic for Wang Biao, the head of the Redstone Cultural Tourism. A head of a lower city cultural tourism department actually sought the help of a criminal from the abandoned city for prosthetic maintenance. At this point, he suddenly shakes his head and laughs, picking up the photo from the table and leaning down to Linning. Is your brother's technique really that good? Linning looks at the blurry figure of the young man in the photo and the side profile, her small body trembling slightly, but she tightly purses her lips. Feng Huai, observing Lin Ying's frail figure resembling a mouse, clearly shows little interest. Continuing to speak to Wang Ming, your obsession has caused you a lot of trouble. Or rather, the elemental holy city has a lot of trouble. He pulls out a voice recorder from his pocket, presses a button, and a painful voice comes out. Feng. Young Master Feng, I just wanted to try to let more people go into the mother spider's lair. Who are those people? Zhu Jinxiong, young Master Zhu. He is very ambitious and favored. If he fails, the Eagle Legion will very likely come to rescue him. Tick-tock, the sound stops, and the voice recorder spins in Feng Huai's hand. He laughs. Wang Biao from Redstone Cultural Tourism, Wang Ming. How many of the 72 guards are left from back in the day? You better pray that those people you tricked into the mother spider's lair can come back alive. Otherwise, your action would be an assassination of the Eagle Empire's core troops. Wang Ming holds his breath, his mind racing, finally shaking his head slightly. I did indeed use Lin Ho to help me with some matters. The payment was merely to help him retrieve his sister from pit number 1, nothing more. As for the so-called trap, once the person comes out from pit number 1, there will naturally be an explanation. It will show whether we set a trap or if they willingly went there. Zhu Jinxiong approached Redstone Cultural Tourism first, proposing to explore the mother spider's lair. And Redstone Cultural Tourism merely followed his wishes. Under pressure from power, they had no choice. He does not argue about his relationship with Wang Biao, but instead shifts the blame to Zhu Jinxiong. Understanding that Zhu Jinxiong is very proud and would not waste time justifying his actions. If it were said that he was tricked into the mother spider's lair, it would be very embarrassing for him. Therefore, he would definitely claim that he went there voluntarily. Wang Ming's mind is now in a jumble. The fugitive who stole the emblem, the underground tunnel he dug, why did it lead directly to Lin Ho's shop? Quickly recalling the bits and pieces of the honest Lin Ho. Lord Supervisor, I assure you, after today, I will forever disappear from this world. I hope you can keep your promise." This was Lin Ho's last words. Feng Huai listened to Wang Meng's defense and clapped his hands with a smile. "You do understand Zhu Jinxiong. However, you have also stayed in Hongshe City for quite a few years. This is not elemental holy city, and no one will talk to you about principles and justice. Since you won't give it, then I won't bother with this muddy water." He straightened up, brushed off the ash that had fallen on him, and said coldly, "As an outsider, how can you have seen an overlord with 6 domain lords under him? The mother spider is not that sickly thing from your elemental holy city. Of course, you just happen to be taking the blame for Li Hongyu. To find that emblem, he will kill everyone who comes out at the entrance." He then threw the voice recorder high into the air and snorted coldly. "I will just give this voice recorder to him. A perfect ending." The voice recorder spun as it flew up to the ceiling. Wang Meng looked up at the high-thrown voice recorder. Zhu Jinxiong wasn't dead. The content of the voice recorder wasn't significant, and Zhu Jinxiong would come out to wash away this stain himself. But if he died, then this voice recorder would be fatal. Just as it was about to fall at the highest point, a flash of lightning appeared. A mechanical hand, flickering with intense lightning, swiftly reached out. Chapter 76. Zhao Qie, the lightning in his palm, quickly transformed into a huge ball of light and rushed towards Feng Huai. However, Feng Huai remained nonchalant, casually crossing his legs, as if he hadn't reacted at all. In the next moment, a shadow and a cloak appeared behind him, and a pair of crossed daggers flashed by, causing the lightning ball to explode. The daggers shot forward and crossed over Feng Huai, a swirling gust of wind heading straight for Wang Meng's face. Wang Meng's pupils constricted sharply. Courage, honor, protection, blessing. In an instant, 3 beams of light shot up from Wang Meng, and a pure white shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The computer desk before him exploded into fragments, and a terrifying shockwave cracked the entire wall. Feng Huai swept his gaze over the dust in front of him. Taken aback, he didn't expect even a guard of Manling to be at the 5th tier if she hadn't gone mad. She probably would have awakened at the 6th tier long ago. Wang Meng did not respond to Feng Huai, but instead looked at the cloaked old man beside him, whose wrinkled face and hunched figure seemed a bit too thin. Yet the attack just now had been terrifying in both its power and speed. The cloaked old man opened his palm and handed a recording pen to Feng Huai. In the next moment, shadows spread out like ink under the old man's feet. Instantly, everything around them was rapidly painted black. Doors, windows, walls, ceiling, turning the entire space into a pitch-black ink cartridge. Domain, Awakener. Wang Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brow furrowed tightly. At this moment, the white light surrounding him was quickly suppressed by the shadow, and his field of vision shrank rapidly. "Where is it?" Feng Huai's voice echoed in the darkness again. Wang Meng had no better expression. "I came here with one mission from the start, which is to obtain the clear grievance flower. Even if I know the chances are pitifully small, I will still try. As for you, or that Li Hongyu's so-called bullshit emblem, I have no interest whatsoever. Even if it's a god-level emblem, it's just trash in my eyes." After Wang Meng finished speaking, even Feng Huai frowned, looking at him with confusion. Yet Wang Meng's expression remained unchanged. "I don't know if what you said is true or false." "Huh," Wang Meng sneered. "Are you still going to find someone to use the true spell?" Feng Huai tossed the cigarette, but in his hand, to the ground, which was instantly swallowed by the darkness. "That's a good idea." But Wang Meng looked at him with disdain and coldly laughed. "The true talents I have seen are the real talents. The only one from the Eagle Empire who caught my eye is Jiran. All the later ones are trash, including you." After he said this, the shadow domain of the old man in the black robe trembled suddenly, and the blessings on Wang Meng began to sway rapidly. However, Wang Meng showed no fear. Instead, he pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tore it open, and began to smoke, with arcs of electricity flickering from his fingers. Feng Huai narrowed his eyes, looking at Wang Meng. "I have long heard that every archmage in elemental holy city eventually has a guardian. Just like the 5th Kyun Xen of the Apocalypse Empire and Storm Wrestle back in the day, one defending and one attacking, the two formed a team. Now it seems you are the leader of the 72 guardians. Had it not been for the unexpected back then, you should have been Manling's partner." Wang Meng took a puff of smoke and jokingly said with the cigarette hanging from his mouth, "Li Hongyu lost something, and you're so anxious. What kind of smart person are you?" Doesn't anyone at home tell you that the more urgent the matter, the more calm you should be? If he lost something, you must have been involved, or else no one would believe it. As he spoke, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand, covered with intricate inscriptions and patterns. The strokes delicate and smooth, glimmering faintly like mysterious stars twinkling in the night sky. 6th-tier Spirit Sealing Talisman. Feng Huai and the cloaked old man's expressions changed instantly. Wang Ming suddenly pressed the talisman against his chest. Divine Grace! At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on Wang Ming's back, instantly piercing through the darkness of the shadow. A blurry phantom slowly materialized, reaching out a hand, with golden light shooting from its palm, enveloping Wang Ming. In the next moment, a set of intricately inscribed mithril armor appeared on Wang Ming, shimmering with the light of stars. Wang Ming reached into the air, and with a flicker of purple light, a totem pillar emerged, inserting itself directly into the ground. Waves rippled, and a circle of radiance expanded, driving away the darkness from the ground. The old man struck. The darkness suddenly condensed, and a crescent arc of light flashed through the air, crashing into Wang Ming. With a bang, the shield and mithril armor on him flickered, but made no sound. However, the old man spun rapidly, creating a multitude of dagger lights. Almost as soon as he struck, the old man had merged into the shadows. His speed was too fast, and the dagger lights wrapped around Wang Ming like a cocoon. Countless sparks leaped on him as the mithril armor flickered incessantly, until the attacks connected into one piece. All the dagger lights converged into a short sword, and the old man emerged, holding the gathered dagger light in his hand. With terrifying might and speed, he plunged it directly into Wang Ming's back. Slash! The strike directly broke through his defenses, piercing through his back. Blood spurted out instantly. Wang Ming quickly turned around to grab, but the old man's speed was astonishing. He instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke, disappearing into the darkness. Looking down at the wound on his chest, blood oozed out. He was not surprised at all. Instead, he mocked the darkness, saying, "Keep going." After saying that, he slowly began to utter a sequence of syllables, and immediately a green whirlwind rose around Wang Ming. As the green wind swept past, the wound on his chest rapidly healed. The attack did not stop. The old man's body shook in the air, and shadows quickly gathered, creating another person. 2 old men attacked simultaneously. This wave of attacks was relentless. Wang Ming quickly clenched his fists, casting a shield of holy light upon himself, and 4 shields rapidly rose around him, continuously rotating. Then, bracing against the dense attacks, he suddenly bent down, his fists radiating golden light, like heavy hammers, smashing down onto the ground. Rise! The ground collapsed, shattering into countless fragments, and a large number of golden arcs of electricity spread out from the cracks in the ground, surging upward rapidly. The speed of the arcs emerging from the ground was extremely fast, and in an instant, the 2 black shadows in the air were enveloped by the golden arcs, instantly becoming stiff in mid-air. At that moment of stiffness, Wang Ming stomped on the ground, and the totem pillar that had been inserted into the ground shot up. He embraced it with both hands, swinging it in a wide arc. Old man, you can't even beat my 5th tier, yet you still want to play? Wang Ming roared, and the totem pillar, accompanied by a terrifying howl, crashed down onto the 2 black shadows. One shadow instantly turned into black mist, while the other was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a series of buildings and flying out onto the street. Wang Ming turned to Feng Huai. "Kid, stop pretending. It'll be over for you soon." Just as he was about to swing the totem pillar to take Feng Huai away with him, an eye suddenly appeared on his chest. This eye resembled a simple flat painting, but its iris had concentric circles akin to a shooting range target. Wang Ming's expression changed drastically. Domain, Eagle Eye. In the next moment, a beam of light shot through, piercing through his chest instantly. This time the damage was extremely terrifying, almost hollowing out his chest. The wind of holy healing swept up around him, and without any hesitation, he rapidly fled outward. Almost at the instant Wang Ming began to escape, 3 arrows shot after him like ghosts. They could even turn corners in the dead angles. At this moment, the 3-story building had been completely breached. revealing the dark street where rain was falling heavily. Feng Huai glanced nervously at the direction Wang Ming had fled. A guardian of the three heroes was surprisingly strong. He quickly looked towards a distance down the street and saw a middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat slowly walking over in the rain. In this dark rain, he appeared completely dry, without a trace of being soaked. He scanned the area with a frown and asked Feng Huai what's going on. Feng Huai slightly bowed and replied, "I met Lord Zhao Qi. Thank you for your help." He let out a bitter laugh. He initially thought it was just a petty thief, but it turned out to be a master. Petty thief? Lord Zhao Qi sneered. The ground is full of holy light elements. However, he did not ask further questions, seeming particularly uninterested in the matters of this young man. He patted his mouth and yawned. "I'm leaving. Don't disturb the peace in the middle of the night." Chapter 77. The madly Hongyu Zhao Jiai, the seventh master of the Zhao family, was actually here. Feng Huai took a deep breath. Wang Ming was right. His actions were too irrational. He patted his forehead. A Yan situation had indeed disrupted his thoughts. He was quite willing to accept Wang Ming's criticism. Watching Zhao Qi's departing figure, he quickly recalled what his father had said. The Zhao family may not be populous, but their connections are abundant. His family's elder was a spirit refining alchemist, belonging to an unknown profession, which could be said to have connections everywhere. Those willing to follow him would be granted the Zhao surname. This latest giant, since the main family mostly held support and living professions, adhered to a management philosophy of avoiding violence. In this world, being able to avoid violence indicates that the intelligence they possess is likely greater than that of the other four giants combined. Feng Huai exhaled deeply. If the Zhao family's intelligence was indeed that powerful, they might know about a Yan situation and could easily see through the recent searches for unknown emblems. He pinched his brow. He then turned his head to look at the corner where a frail girl lay unconscious among the bricks. He stepped forward a couple of paces to check her breathing. She was still alive. Looking at the distance, this little girl had crawled quite far during the fight. He grabbed her by the collar and pulled her out from the rubble. The girl's profile had barely left the shop. She was like a blank piece of paper. Moreover, she wasn't even a professional. Just as he was about to throw her back on the ground, he suddenly recalled Wang Ming's determined face. If it wasn't him, then who was it? He slowly carried her back into the vehicle. In the depths of the fallen city, the rocks around the cliff were ancient and rugged, covered with mysterious patterns and strange symbols. A tunnel was embedded there, with a red glowing curtain hanging vertically, completely obscuring the scene inside the tunnel. The iron tracks extended straight toward the cliff, plunging into the glowing curtain. And right in the center of this track, Li Hongyu sat quietly in a meditative position. Occasionally, water dripped down from the cliff, making a crisp sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silent environment. The Redstone Cultural Tourism train came to a stop. They were very close to the exit, surrounded by various stalactites, resembling a cave, radiating colorful lights. If not considering the dimensional aspect, this was an excellent scenic spot. The train stopped, and the three of them had eaten and drunk enough, wiping their mouths. Zhao Lubai stood up first, signaling the staff to open the train door. "Where are you going?" Ji Linger's voice sounded just in time. Reaching the train door, Zhao Lubai turned back and smiled, collecting inspiration. He pointed outside and said, "Look at these stalactites. Don't they resemble the externalization of a psychologically twisted person's soul? The paintings created are definitely full of irony." The others got off the train without looking back. Ji Linger, for a moment, was taken aback and looked at Jean Quan with some confusion. She had seen the other four on the train, but this person seemed to be meeting her for the first time. Moreover, judging by his clothing, the poor materials and stitching, he didn't look like someone from the upper city. But the next moment, the train door slammed shut, completely blocking her view. "Why not just drive out?" Xia Yinzhe muttered along the tracks. Zhao Lubai shook his head. "If that woman dies too, and it's just a few of us left, things will get even more complicated. If she sees us kill Li Hongyu, it will be troublesome. It's better to keep our distance." They continued along the railway, the stalactites gradually closing in, revealing a secluded tunnel. The group did not stop. After walking through the tunnel for a while, a massive red curtain appeared, resembling water waves made of light, constantly swirling and looking extraordinarily enchanting. "Do you have confidence in a fourth-tier magic swordsman with 100 star patterns?" Zhao Lubai asked Jin Quan, who was also looking at the light curtain not far ahead. Jin Quan frowned. What exactly does the 100-star pattern do to enhance strength? This kind of thing is hard to explain. It's a feeling. The human body is weak, but its potential is limitless. When a certain attribute reaches 100 stars, a surge of potential will emerge. Intelligence is not just limited to spell power. Spirit is not merely for releasing more skills. The higher the intelligence, the deeper the understanding of elemental meanings. The higher the spirit, the more profound the perception of the world. In short, utilizing this potential will make your skills more precise and efficient. Jin Quan pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he thrust his right hand outward, and in the next moment, four different colored star patterns emerged from his arm, resembling the Hong family's iron wire fist. I feel there's not much difference. Looking at the 4-star rings on Jin Quan's arm, Zhao Liubai's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiwushi and Zhou Shirlu, who had been hiding at the back like transparent people, gasped sharply. Everyone's footsteps halted in an instant. 400 or even 500 stars. Looking at the green star rings resembling 2 elephant heads, he sighed. Lower 3rd tier. 200 stars of physique. He smiled wryly and shook his head. I thought I was someone who has seen the world, but I never expected to still be a frog at the bottom of the well. He then boldly stepped out of the light curtain. The light suddenly brightened, and the sound of dripping water instantly surrounded his ears. Li Hongyu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, followed by a puzzled look at the crowd. The dimension opens. It must take a month to come out. How'd you get out early? He was waiting here in advance to avoid his family members searching for him, so he could wait for the emblem to be lost in pit number 1. Glancing at his mechanical watch, only 5 days had passed. Why is Li Sanshao here? Zhao Lubai asked with a similarly puzzled expression. Upon seeing Zhao Lubai, Li Hongyu's expression suddenly froze. It's you? No wonder you have such boldness. He stood up from the center of the tracks, slightly puffing out his chest, his body making a series of cracking sounds from his bones. A purple light flickered in his hand, and a silver-white long sword appeared. Release your storage equipment. Zhao Lubai narrowed his eyes. Once the storage equipment was released, the emblem would dissipate, and everything inside would scatter like popcorn. Any private items would be spilled onto the ground, which was a tremendous insult to professionals. Is Li Sanshao living too long? Li Hongyu, however, smiled indifferently. It's not that I've lived long. It's that I have nothing to live for. So I need to either find something or find someone to accompany me to the grave. You, the only heir of this consortium, are a perfect candidate to accompany me. This time, many people had died in his family to seal the sword tomb. If he returned without an explanation, according to the Li family rules, he would undoubtedly die. Zhao Lubai looked at his shameless expression, knowing there was no room for further discussion. He took a slight step back, signaling Jin Quan. Jin Quan touched his nose, tilting his head to look at Li Hongyu. Do we have to kill everyone? Li Hongyu looked at Zhao Lubai, who had retreated to the back, then curiously sized up Jin Quan. A slave? Jin Quan did not answer, but repeated the previous question. Do we have to kill everyone? Liung Yu snadat coldly, gesturing at Jin Quan with a grimace. Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to kill all the beasts in the Fallen City prison. I will kill them all and turn them into minced meat. His neck veins bulged, his eyes wide open with red bloodshot whites. Seeing this expression, Jin Quan furrowed his brow slightly. The mad agitation had begun to resemble a mindless beast. These people often exist in the black zones, among the frenzied drug dealers of the tropical jungles. They play Russian roulette with their own heads, become human bombs, and massacre villages to vent their violence. They have already embraced death without any scruples. Jin Quan chuckled and shook his head, a brilliant orange light radiating from his hand as the lava judgment appeared. He stared at Li Hongyu's face and said, Then I must act in self-defense. Chapter 78. Plain and unadorned cutting Li Hongyu, who originally looked down on everything, was slightly taken aback when he saw the orange glow in Jin Quan's hand. A third-tier orange weapon? Zhao Lubai was equally surprised. Indeed, to pile up so many 100-star patterns, the purple emblem would be unattainable. Li Hongyu's sword energy swept across, and a scarlet great formation suddenly appeared on the ground, from which crawled out a huge mouse phantom. In an instant, his internal power surged. I want to see just how much fortune a slave can have to wield an orange weapon at the 3rd tier. He suddenly stomped the ground, and the mouse phantom in the formation instantly transformed into a stream of light that drilled into his legs. With a whoosh, he moved at incredible speed, instantly covering a large distance. Just as Jin Quan thought he was going to engage in close combat, he saw Li Hongyu leap into the air, 200 star patterns shooting from his wrist. The long sword suddenly plunged into the ground, and 3 sword formation light circles suddenly sprang up beneath Jin Quan's feet. Dark Swamp, Scorching, Evil Spirit. The 3 sword formations almost simultaneously struck the ground. Zhao Lubai frowned slightly. Such a fast formation deployment. Li Hongyu's use of star patterns was already very mature, instantly deploying skills of the same type. In an instant, Jin Quan felt his feet sink, as countless hands resembling zombies stretched out from the swamp, densely grabbing his legs. A large amount of red mist spread around, and the mist suddenly ignited, engulfing him in flames. Then, he focused his eyes, and a pattern of an evil spirit suddenly appeared on his forehead. S-Class Talent, Devouring Evil Spirit. It allows attacks to carry the effect of Devouring Evil Spirit, continuously weakening the target's defense. Once the defense is broken, it will cause a flesh-tearing effect on living beings, and the evil spirit devouring flesh will increase its own power. Li Hongyu gripped his sword. Countless black evil spirits gathered and crawled onto his sword blade, eventually transforming into a nearly 5-meter-long great sword. A slave is still a slave. Ghost Slash. The great sword crashed down, accompanied by the howls of countless evil spirits, landing on Jin Quan's head. Boom! The sound shattered like ice crystals, and the evil spirits instantly dispersed. Jin Quan still stood there with the lava judgment, completely unharmed. Li Hongyu looked at Jin Quan's feet in disbelief. Just now, he saw a fleeting orange glow beneath Jin Quan's feet. Another piece of orange gear. Jin Quan looked at the ground. The slowing effect of the dark swamp formation triggered the frost shield of the frosty boots, directly blocking attacks, not exceeding double his own strength. Li Hongyu's previous powerful Ghost Slash had cut through nothing. The still-burning formation and the high fire-resistant lava set did not make Jin Quan feel any discomfort. Standing in the fire formation, he looked up and asked Li Hongyu, "Is this at the 4th tier?" After saying that, he suddenly kicked off the ground, and the ground exploded as Jin Quan leaped up like an eagle, golden light wrapping around him, both hands raised with a great sword. Berserker. Li Hongyu's expression changed drastically. This was the property of an epic skill. He tapped his chest. Earth Element. In an instant, the mouse phantom on his body leaped up his back. Then his body seemed to drop, directly burrowing underground. The troll ground splitter fell like a meteor. Boom! The terrifying impact directly tore apart the iron tracks, splitting the earth, sending countless fragments flying. But Jin Quan frowned. He held a great sword, looking around but found no trace of Li Hongyu. Burrowing underground? The dispersed shockwave made the clothes of Zhao Lubai and the others far away flutter violently. Zhao Yobai's brow suddenly tightened. In his field of vision, all the clutter of the world instantly vanished, as if he had entered a world of blue water, rippling waves quickly spreading in the distance. He quickly looked in one direction, waved his staff, and a beam of black dispelling light soared from the ground. Here, his dispelling not only cleared the negative effects on his teammates, but also dispelled the buffs on the opposite side. In the next moment, the mouse that had been on Li Hongyu's body instantly disappeared, and he burst out from the ground. Then, his pupils suddenly constricted. A purple stream of light that locked onto him appeared before him in an instant. He fiercely slapped his chest, and in that moment, golden light radiated from his entire body, making him look as if he were coated in gold leaf. Jin Quan's greatsword struck down with a loud clang. The blade of Annihilation's powerful sword energy passed through the golden body, carving a trench behind him. Jin Quan was quite surprised. The golden light all over Li Hongyu completely blocked his attack, causing no damage whatsoever. Instead, the powerful recoil made his hands feel a bit numb. Interesting. Then, gray nuclear particles instantly wrapped around the sword body, and the lava judgment turned gray. Upward slash. Plain and unadorned. A head resembling gold suddenly fell from his shoulder. At the moment it fell, it restored its flesh form, and Li Hongyu's eyes seemed to want to burst out of their sockets, filled with disbelief. Jin Quan stabbed him with a knife, the tip piercing the flesh. That was a spirit-sealing talisman. A talisman master seals other skills within a talisman, which is quite troublesome to make and serves as a life-saving item. Zhao Lubai stepped forward, glanced at Li Hongyu's unblinking eyes, and then looked at the knife in Jin Quan's hand. He couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. It had directly cut through the indestructible golden body. What kind of monstrous ability is this? He flicked his wrist, and Li Hongyu's corpse was directly collected, then turned back to instruct. Take care of this. Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 quickly stepped forward, pulling out packets of powder and evenly sprinkling them across the entire area. Then they set it ablaze, and the powder immediately ignited, turning into a large amount of green smoke, covering the entire battlefield. Let the destruction of the battle be. Just eliminate all elements. Let's go. He called out to Jin Quan. But Jin Quan had his hands in his pockets, looking back at the dimension entrance flashing with red light. The dimensional crystal was rolling back and forth in his pocket. Now, with just a thought, he could expel all outsiders from within the dimension and then collect the dimension into the dimensional crystal. But after glancing at Zhao Lubai, he thought of that woman with the surname Ji inside. He suddenly asked, how long until this dimension closes? Zhao Lubai also turned back to look at the dimensional entrance. This pit belongs to the Time's secret realm. It requires no material sacrifice and opens every 20 years. Generally, for 1 month before opening, entry is only allowed, and in the following 2 months, both entry and exit are permitted. But now it has been completely developed. One can enter and exit at any time, and it will close in 3 months. At this point, he sighed and smiled at Jin Quan. Although Zhu Jinxiong is dead, you have developed the vengeful spider motherbug. In 20 years, the vengeful spider motherbug will be in its initial state, meaning the lord returns to the nest, with 4 domain lords and the vengeful spider motherbug all in one nest. As long as you don't attack the nest, it won't come out. Thus, the vengeful spirit sand around the mother nest is a significant wealth, and the Eagle Legion has also turned misfortune into fortune. Jin Quan's question seemed to remind him of something, and he glanced at his watch. There are still 10 days until the miners enter. Once they do, the news of this dimension being developed will soon spread. Chapter 79. Out of the pit and into the city, he squatted down, and the bracelet on his wrist flickered with a purple light as he took out a special machine. The machine resembled an old-fashioned radio, with a metal square box and 2 long antennas exposed, alongside a telephone receiver. He pressed a switch. Instantly, a blue light emitted from the wires, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds, as if dialing a phone. Hello? A serious voice came from the receiver. Uncle Chi, it's me. There was silence on the other end, followed by a faint response. Not even a hint of the 8 characters. Zhao Lubai smiled awkwardly. Being single means fewer troubles and a carefree life. The voice on the other end sounded surprised again. Xiao Bai, didn't you enter pit number 1? Can you still make calls in the dimension? Uncle Chi, I'm out now, at the dimensional entrance. I need to leave without raising suspicion. The voice in the receiver noticeably rose a few pitches. Did you kill the vengeful spider mother? Zhao Lubai didn't elaborate. He would explain more when he got out. He then pressed the switch to hang up. He found a stone to sit on and said to Jin Quan, be cautious. Let the people outside come to pick us up. The outside arrangements were quick. Jin Quan hadn't even sat for long when there was a loud roar of engines and the sound of violent bumps. 2 car headlights turned the corner, illuminating the entire space in an instant. Jin Quan squinted to see a large truck, its military green paint particularly mottled, covered in patches of rust and corrosion, bouncing along the rocky road as it drove in. As the air brakes sounded, a middle-aged man with a safety helmet and dark skin jumped down from the truck. Which one is Master Zhao? Zhao Lubai stood up, and the driver respectfully nodded to him before quickly climbing into the back of the truck to uncover the tarpaulin covering the cargo. When the tarpaulin was lifted, it revealed a large amount of blue ore, but the ore only filled the back half of the truck bed. The front third was separated by 2 large metal plates, creating an empty space. The driver awkwardly said, I apologize for the inconvenience, Master Zhao. Zhao Lubai wasn't picky. He grabbed the edge of the truck bed and jumped in, followed by Jin Quan. The interior had been tidied up quickly. There were still broom marks on the truck bed walls, and two shiny leather sofas with peeling upholstery had even been placed inside. Once everyone was in the truck, the driver quickly covered the tarpaulin. He knocked on the side of the truck and said, Master Zhao, there will be a check soon, so please keep quiet. Zhao Lubai lay back on the sofa, knocking on the side of the truck in response to indicate he understood. The engine roared again, and the truck began to bounce. Jin Quan glanced under the sofa and noticed the sofa legs were welded to the truck bed in several spots. Although it shook, there was no worry about being thrown out. You have quite the ability. A phone call can bring people here in this place, Zhao Lubai chuckled. Beat no. One is a dimension, and there are several other pits around that were once the layers of dimension guardians, producing various ores. He pointed to the separating plates behind him and said, This ore is called blue wood essence. Although it's in ore, it has medicinal properties and can be processed into potion materials. This truck should go directly to my family's industry, a project in cooperation with the Flying Eagle Corps. Jin Quan crouched down and picked a small piece of ore that hadn't been cleaned properly, but found no immediate effect. When we get to the factory, you can sell me those materials. I'll give you a good price. Once the truck wasn't bouncing as much, the group fell silent. Soon, they heard someone shouting, Why is it taking so long? The convoy has already left? Zhang team, the goods from the pit today, damn it. We didn't take the right route and got stuck again. Give me a big red joy. I only took one. Then they heard the sound of someone lifting the tarpaulin. Be gentle. The tarpaulin is very expensive during the rainy season. With the sound of a lighter igniting, Zhang team's voice came again. Let us go. Is the tarpaulin covered? Get lost. All right. The truck shook again, and not long after, the sound of raindrops hitting the tarpaulin above became dense. Clearly, they could see the sky now. After coming out, the road surface was noticeably much better, the tarpaulin rustling in the wind as the truck sped up. About half an hour later, the sound of raindrops suddenly stopped, and there were two knocks on the truck bed. We've arrived, Master Zhao. In an instant, the tarpaulin was suddenly lifted and light flooded in. This was a huge workshop warehouse, supported by stout, I-beam steel frames, and the walls were made of sturdy, gray metal plates. As the truck entered, the massive roll-up door was already tightly closed. Jin Quan looked around and saw many processing machines, but there wasn't a single worker at the moment. Zhao Lubai let out a breath and patted his clothes. Let us go to the second floor. The so-called second floor was merely a two-story structure built in one corner of this enormous warehouse with a steel frame. It was likely the office and reception area of the factory. As Jin Quan stepped onto the steel staircase, a sudden unease surged in his heart. It felt like being targeted by a deadly sniper. He suddenly looked up at the second-floor modular room and saw a middle-aged man leaning against the railing, making eye contact with him. Jin Quan didn't pay much attention to his appearance. His whole vision was drawn in by the man's eyes, which were as dark as gems, sparkling and sharp like a hawk. When the man saw Jin Quan's appearance, he first contemplated, then looked somewhat puzzled. Uncle Chi, the middle-aged man nodded. You're okay, right? He looked Zhao Lubai up and down before leading the group into a modular room. With a beep, a warm breeze rushed out from the air conditioning. He sat down first and offered Jin Quan a cigar. Jin Quan was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to take it. The man had given him an extremely deadly feeling, creating an illusion that his head could be pierced at any moment. How is your grandmother? Have you visited her? As soon as he said this, Jin Quan, who was about to check if the cigar was drug-laced, suddenly raised his head. Even Zhao Lubai, who was pouring water at the water cooler, turned around in astonishment. Uncle Chi, do you know him? Uncle Chi shook his head. I don't know him, but I know his father. Jin Quan was a bit confused. To be honest, he didn't even know his own father. Zhao Lubai held 2 cups of water, handing one to Jin Quan and the other to Xia Yinjia, then carefully examined Jin Quan. But he had no information in his mind. Zhao Qi laughed, took out a blowtorch lighter to light the cigar in his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and said with a smile, The cake is this big. Wherever the order is chaotic, the production capacity of goods will be lacking. Goods from peaceful places can enter more easily. So everyone hopes for chaos on the other side to profit. The people from the Apocalypse Empire suddenly revealed their fangs, wanting to change the dynasty. Zhao Lubai pushed the ashtray in front of him. When chaos arises, there are business opportunities. Upholding the principle of helping the weak and trying to maintain a balance of power, we hope it can remain chaotic for a while longer. That's why we contacted his father. Chapter 80, another transaction, so he got in touch with his father. However, the fifth family had fallen into decline for too long, and those newly emerging forces rose too quickly, almost sweeping everything away in an instant. With the genius Luo Ming nailed to the Wasteland, the Luo family completely lost hope for resurgence. The Apocalypse Empire had essentially undergone a complete dynastic change. He took a puff of his cigar, and a rich smoke spread out, swirling in the air with a strong aroma. Then came the Great Purge. The Eagle Empire wanted to leave some seeds, support an exile government, and create some trouble for the current Apocalypse Empire. The Zhao family helped send a group of women to the elemental holy city. The Shunwei Consortium's Fong family took a bunch of boys intending to bring them to the Eagle Empire. Speaking of this, he flicked his cigar and chuckled. We send women, and it's smooth sailing. But the Fong family that sent boys faced endless pursuit. Although all the boys were untransformed, ordinary people, they still fought to the death. Not only did all the boys die, but even a blood sacrifice from the Fong family was killed. Not long ago, the Fong family was cursing, saying this was their most failed investment. At this point, old Master Zhao looked at Jin Quan. I thought the fifth family had been wiped out completely. He tapped his forehead with the cigar in his hand, as if recalling something, then looked up. So you're the eldest son of the fifth family, Jin Quan, right? Jin Quan listened with some fascination, but he had no sense of his own situation. When old Master Zhao asked, he nodded. I am indeed Jin Quan. However, old Master Zhao seemed a bit puzzled. In all the intelligence I investigated, the fifth Jin Quan had a rejected profession emblem and was a waste. The Fong family could bring you back. Likely the biggest reason was that you were the last person taken away, and the pursuers were too lazy to incur additional casualties. But now you are a professional. Jin Quan smileth. I don't know if the elder has heard the saying, surviving great calamity brings later fortune. I think I must have good luck. Old Master Zhao was taken aback at first because very few people played dumb in front of him. But then he laughed heartily, appreciating it. Good. It would be best if you could return and restore the country. Just a few days ago, the Apocalypse Empire officially changed its name to the Tianwei Empire. You are the only male descendant of the entire fifth family. Jin Quan did not respond, merely lifted the water cup on the coffee table and took a sip, standing from the perspective of a businessman. Everything was business. Old Master Zhao then turned to Zhao Lubai, asking, what happened? Zhao Lubai loosened his collar. Everyone in our group, except me and Ji Linger, is dead. He glanced at Jin Quan. The mother worm should have been dealt with by him, and Ji ran. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhao, who had been leaning on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. Ji ran. He was very shocked to hear Ji Ran's name. Zhao Lubai nodded. I went in and found Jin Quan and Ji Ran, but they had no interaction, and he left. Xia Yinjia turned his head to look at Jin Quan, puzzled. Wasn't it me who helped the boss fight that monster? Why is it Ji Ran? Jin Quan glanced at him and cleared his throat. After we killed the mother worm, he left. Where'd he go? Old Master Zhao frowned and asked. Jin Quan shook his head. I don't know either. I was just assisting him. He suddenly realized how significant Ji Ran was in the eyes of these people. The middle-aged man in front of him was very strong and a businessman. Being able to extract himself from the number one pit was undoubtedly the best outcome. Is your successful profession transfer related to him? Old Master Zhao inquired. Yes. Jin Quan nodded firmly. Profession emblems look at talent, while unknown emblems look at luck. Old Master Zhao took a puff of his cigar. It seems your words have been validated. Luck has come. He tapped his index finger on the armrest of the sofa. The three heroes who represented the continuation of the empire almost fell at the same time. It would be hard to believe if there was a great hand involved. It's better not to make this public. If he wants to come back, he will naturally return. He cast a focused glance at the nearby Xia Yinjia, his cold gaze seeming to penetrate the soul. This made Xia Yinjia tremble, and he almost spilled the water in his cup. He hurriedly wiped. Elder I. Didn't he hear anything? Old Master Zhao leaned down, tore off 2 napkins, and tossed them to him, looking at Zhao Lubai. Zhu Jinxiong is dead too? Zhao Lubai took off his coat and hung it on a rack, leaning on the table. I don't know what got into him. Zhu Jinxiong suddenly said he wanted to take everyone to clear out the vengeful spider motherworm. Not to mention the motherworm. Even the ice-cold spider took everyone away. Saying this, he took a sip of hot water and continued. Actually, given Zhu Jinxiong's favored status, even if he couldn't win, he should have been able to escape from the hatred. But he was betrayed by Ji Ling. Putting down the cup, he looked at old Master Zhao and said, "Now the question is, how should we explain Ji Linger killing Zhu Jinxiong? If this gets out, the Eagle Empire will probably be in chaos. Just like the He Dong and He Shi, they probably also hope we get into disorder." Old Master Zhao frowned, took several puffs of his cigar, and fell silent. Then he took out a cigar cutter from his pocket, snipping off the end of the cigar with a snap. Putting it back in his pocket, he opened his palm, and a phantom cube appeared. Looking at this cube, Jin Quan's eyelids twitched slightly. The Legion Order. But this Legion Order was not a six-faced cube, but a three-tiered magic cube, with 54 small faces faintly etched with the portraits of characters. Old Master Zhao slightly closed his eyes, and after a while, opened them and said, "You don't need to worry about this. The boss wants you to learn all 6 skills as soon as possible." Zhao Lubai smiled wryly. He needed to level up, exceed 50 effectiveness to kill the Lord, and drop the priest skill. After being suppressed for so long, this time in the dimension felt like a wasted trip. The only single entity Lord had been killed by the two of them. Then he thought of something and said, "Uncle 7, can you get 200,000 spirit crystals from the Legion? I will pay you back soon." Old Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Lubai, and the next moment, 2 large wooden boxes appeared in the small boardroom, making the space feel even more cramped. He straightened up from his knees. "You arrange for them to rest." After saying that, he walked out. Zhao Lubai nodded and casually asked, "Does Brother Jin Quan have anything urgent?" Jin Quan raised his head and listened to the sound of rain on the iron roof outside. "Could you take me to the police station on Champs? Lissy, yes? No matter who Wang Meng is, whether through coercion or trade, he should be able to safely take Lin Yin away under Zhao Liubai's influence. Then follow the miners to infiltrate the dimensional exit, collect the dimension into dimensional crystals, and completely leave this city." Just as Old Master Zhao was about to pull the door open and leave, he suddenly paused, turned back, and glanced at Jin Quan. "The police station on Champs, Lissy, yes, is gone." "Gone?" Jin Quan's face flashed with astonishment. "Yesterday, that kid from the Fong family said they caught thieves and they fought with the commander at the police station." He suddenly laughed, almost got beaten to death. Hearing the commander, Jin Quan instantly thought of Wang Meng and quickly asked, "Did you see a small, thin girl, an ordinary person?" Jin Quan stood up, gesturing his hand at waist height. Old Master Zhao recalled, and indeed saw a slave girl under the eagle's eye. He nodded. It seemed she was taken away by Fong Huai. After finishing, he unlocked the door and walked directly down the stairs. "So what is this girl to you?" Zhao Lubai stood up and closed the door. Jin Quan frowned slightly. "She saved my life. Do you want me to bring her back? Is that possible?" Jin Quan tilted his head. Zhao Lubai took out his phone. Just a phone call. Jin Quan was slightly taken aback, then saw Zhao Liubai's face filled with a warm smile as he kicked a box on the floor and said, "I want to exchange it for sandheart flowers, but I've already given you 100,000 spirit crystals." Looking at the box on the floor, according to the logic of a businessman, it seemed unlikely to ask for a refund now. "What else do you want?" A career breakthrough requires mastering 6 skills and reaching level 39. Level is easy to say, but the skills are a bit too difficult for me. You help me. Chapter 81. Promise to help you? Zhao Lubai had mentioned it before. My profession can only transform the pre-skills dropped at 50 effectiveness into dark pre-skills. Otherwise, I can only learn the ordinary pre-skills. Jin Quan looked up at him. His demon swordsman profession can also transform ordinary sword skills into demon swordsman skills, and it even starts at tier 1. However, he didn't know about the 50 effectiveness kill transformation rule. For him, he had yet to experience what a 50 effectiveness kill felt like. Where's Fong Huai? Is he strong? Jin Quan casually asked. Zhao Lubai lifted his eyelids, looking at Jin Quan's calm expression. Whether he is strong or not is secondary. If you openly kill him here, it would be very difficult for you to find a place to stay in the entire Flying Eagle Empire. Moreover, There's at least one awakened person around him, someone above level 60 protecting him. If we say that stacking attributes in Tier 3 can counter Tier 4, then facing an awakened person's domain is basically hopeless. After some consideration, he spoke. That is another dimension. Only domains can counter domains. Jin Quan sat down again, took a sip from his cup, and the hopeful look on Lin Yin's face when Wang Ming took her away flashed in his mind. How long will it take? Hearing Jin Quan ask about the time, Zhao Lubai also sat down opposite him and picked up the lighter on the table. Do you smoke? Jin Quan glanced at the cigar in his hand and shook his head. Within 10 days, there are our family's latest Wasteland war vehicles outside the city, which can handle most situations. It takes 6 days for a round trip and 4 days to pass through the dimension. Is that okay? Zhao Lubai put down the lighter and said, How does it compare to pit number 1? Jin Quan asked. The final overlord can be killed if possible, but no pressure. Jin Quan frowned slightly. Stronger than the overlord in pit number 1? If that vengeful spider motherbug hadn't been so obsessed with replenishing the eggshell, plus the blood bag that is Xia Inja, Jin Quan might not have been able to kill her. Zhao Lubai reached over and picked up his cup from the nearby table. I seem to have mentioned it to you. That secret realm is called Cursed Bone Cave, considered a dark secret realm where most of the creatures are undead. Due to my profession, my healing skills are already strong enough. As a supportive profession, priests mainly provide teammates with buff effects. He blew a breath into the cup and smiled. Actually, adding debuff effects to opponents achieves similar results to some extent. If the opponent is weakened, it means the teammates are strengthened. The priest's attack skills are pitifully few. Only the curse spells are both offensive and defensive. He took a sip of the now slightly cooled hot water and solemnly put down the cup. Originally, this dimension had long been developed, but later the overlord inside underwent a very special mutation. This caused that overlord to become extraordinarily powerful. The woman who is on par with Jiran is trapped in this cave. Then he casually smiled and said, We don't need to be so ambitious. Just like pit number 1, after dealing with the surrounding overlords, we'll withdraw. You just need to help me suppress it, keeping the kill effectiveness above 50. Jin Quan nodded, probably having an idea in his heart. If it is the strength of the overlords around pit number 1, he should be capable of being a qualified substitute given his current strength. Is there swordsmanship in the Cursed Bone Cave? Swordsmanship? Haven't you fully learned your skills? Zhao Lubai asked in confusion. After thinking about the information, he added, There's a skeletal domain overlord inside. He has a sword skill called sword armor, but it's just a defensive sword skill. Hearing the name, Jin Quan's eyes lit up. He has learned 5 out of his 6 skills, with ambush, agility, and strong control all acquired, and he was just looking for a life-saving defensive skill. He then looked up at Zhao Lubai. When can I see that girl? Zhao Lubai smiled. You promised? Jin Quan then turned to Xia Inja and asked, What about you? Will you stay here or come in with me? Once inside, you have to wait for me to break through my profession before leaving. Xia Inja put down the cup and looked at Jin Quan firmly. Wherever the boss goes, I go. He is now a member of the Phantom Brigade. He should follow the boss wherever he goes, as is the quality of a former brigade member. Jin Quan smiled and nodded at Zhao Lubai. But I want to see that girl today. Thunder rumbled, and tree-like lightning poured from the sky, momentarily illuminating the dim, redstone city. On the top floor of a tall building, the floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded by the city's dazzling night scene were filled with a faint lavender fragrance. Feng Huai lay in a steaming bathtub, eyes closed, enjoying a moment of mental and physical emptiness. Knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door made Feng Huai frown slightly. Come in. As the door opened, a beautiful young girl in a black silk professional outfit walked over slowly, bowing with her hands on her abdomen. Young master, the girl you brought yesterday has woken up. Originally resting, Feng Huai immediately opened his eyes and turned his head to the girl. Go bring her over. Yes. Feng Huai stood up from the bathtub, quickly draped a bathrobe over himself, and walked into the dressing room. Lin Yin was curled up in the slightly oversized long shirt, her expression somewhat dazed. The beautiful girl in front of her led her step by step. She had been living quite well with Wang Ming, doing light work. Most importantly, she knew someone would come to pick her up, but now Wang Ming was gone, and she had fallen into the hands of someone even higher above. The commander is the sky of the ruined city, and this person is far higher than the sky. It seemed she had no chance of being taken away by that person. As the door opened, the sudden rush of warm air from the air conditioning made her stiff body feel somewhat more comfortable. After you, following the service girl's guidance, she stepped into this high-end room she had never seen before in her life. The soft carpet felt like freshly steamed black bread underfoot. Everything was so exquisite and tidy. The night view outside was vast and brilliant, as if all living beings were beneath her gaze, making it hard to imagine what kind of person deserved to live in such a place. As she was lost in thought looking out the window, the door to the dressing room popped open. Lin quickly lowered her head to look at the ground. Feng Huai had changed into a clean, deep blue suit and casually lit a cigarette as he sat on the sofa. "Your name is Lin?" he asked with the cigarette in his mouth. Lin did not dare to look directly at Feng Huai and just nodded gently. "Where's your brother?" She shook her head. "Before your brother died, did he give you anything like this?" He produced a purple circular professional emblem from his hand and slowly pushed it across the coffee table. Lin Yin's viewpoint from looking down allowed her to see it, but she still shook her head. "Where did you see him for the last time?" She twisted her fingers in front of her, biting her lip tightly. Feng Huai looked at Lin Yin in this state and immediately became irritated. He slapped the coffee table, making a loud bang. "Can't you speak?" Chapter 82, I still keep my promises, right? Can you talk? The imposing aura from Feng Huai suddenly pressed down. The sudden shout scared Lin Yin so much that she trembled all over and sat down on the ground. She looked at Feng Huai with fear in her eyes, tears uncontrollably sliding down her cheeks. "Speak!" Feng Huai shouted again. Lin Yin opened her mouth, but the pressure from the person in front of her was too strong. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't say a word. Only tears kept flowing. Feng Huai glanced over and immediately knew that the girl was scared out of her wits. "Damn it!" He immediately flicked his hand, smashing the cigarette he was holding onto the coffee table, causing sparks to fly. Someone. The sound of hurried high heels approached from outside. Feng Huai pinched his brow and waved his hand outward. "Throw her out." Looking up at the ceiling, he thought that his father couldn't find that unknown emblem, and he couldn't either. It seemed that Yan's fate was thus sealed. Not even giving a chance to gamble on a little luck. Just then, ding. The phone screen on the coffee table lit up. A series of vibrations made the phone spin slightly on the smooth table. He exhaled a breath of foul air and grabbed the phone. It was a series of messages. With a contact labeled Wastrel Zhao. Swiping the screen, what came into view was a photo of a flower. A slender stem of pale gold, with a blood-red, trumpet-shaped flower, flickering with a faint glow. Seeing this flower, Feng Huai's pupils constricted. He suddenly stood up straight and quickly zoomed in to check, then glanced at the subsequent message. "Stop messing around. If you keep doing this, the whole upper city will know you're targeting the Leaf family. My people are downstairs. That girl is mine. The Sandheart flower is yours." Feng Huai stared at the message, first stunned, then his expression changed drastically. He turned into a gust of wind and kicked the door open, rushing out. The huge noise startled the beautiful service staff outside. "Where's she?" Feng Huai shouted at her. The waitress was immediately taken aback, looking confused and at a loss. "That girl." Only then did she react. Tremblingly pointing to the end of the corridor, Brother Qiong and the skinny monkey took her away. "Damn!" Hearing those two names, Feng Huai exploded with curses. His body turned into a fleeting shadow as he rushed down the corridor. As he got closer, he could hear Lin Yin's desperate cries for mercy. "Brother Qiong, there's no me here. If you mess around too much, she'll fall apart. It's really rare that Boss Fong likes this kind of woman." Ding! The elevator door opened. A gust of wind rushed in, and Feng Huai delivered a flying kick that sent the skinny monkey, who was groping Lin Yin, straight into the elevator. With a loud bang, the tremendous force caused the elevator to dent and deform, and it immediately set off a beeping alarm. The bald-headed Brother Qiong, wearing a gold chain, turned his head to look back and then knelt down. "Boss, spare me. Spare me, boss." He was drenched in cold sweat, lying on the ground, not daring to move. Feng Huai loosened the collar of his shirt. Without saying a word, he pulled Lin Yin up from the ground and pressed the elevator button next to him. As another elevator door opened, a somewhat reluctant Lin Yin was dragged inside by him. The elevator door closed. Brother Cheong swallowed hard and glanced into the elevator, which was flashing with a red alarm. The skinny monkey was crumpled up, with his head and heels stuck together, wedged into the metal panel, his eyes wide open, showing no signs of life. You really have a long life. He sat down heavily, breathing heavily. The elevator floor numbers were rapidly decreasing until it finally dinged again. Fong Huai pulled Lin Yin into the lobby. At this moment, two people in black suits were waiting in the lobby. They were Zhu 15 and Zhou 16. Both of them first glanced at the girl behind Fong Huai before greeting him. "Where is Zhao Lu Bai?" Fong Huai looked at the stretched limousine parked outside the lobby, but did not see Zhao Lu Bai. "Young Master Zhao is not here. We brought the things." After saying this, Zhu 15 presented a long box. The moment Fong Huai saw the box, he lunged forward and snatched it. His hands trembled as he opened it. This was the flower he had researched countless times, memorizing every vein. Today it finally appeared before his eyes in physical form. The sandheart flower. It really is the sandheart flower. His voice trembled slightly, and the knuckles gripping the box began to turn white. "Yin, you don't have to die." Zhu 15 and Zhou 16 exchanged glances and said to Fong Huai, "Young Master Fong, the transaction is complete, so we will take our people away." However, Fong Huai seemed not to hear and continued to stare intently at the sandheart flower inside the box, as if trying to see through every vein to determine its authenticity. Zhu 15 walked around Fong Huai and bent down, saying, "Miss Lin, hello? Your friend asked me to come pick you up." Lin Yin just lowered her head, silent. She had started to lose faith. In just a few days, it had changed hands so many times, and she didn't know how many more times it would change hands in the future. But just then, Zhu 15 reached for his waist and handed something to Lin Yin. Seeing what was in Zhu 15's hand, Lin Yin's lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with life. It was a silver revolver. "Your friend asked us to come pick you up," Zhu 15 repeated. Lin Yin raised her hand, took the revolver from Zhu 15's hand, and asked with a glimmer in her eyes, "Where is he?" This was Lin Yin's first time speaking since entering the undead city to the lower city. Her vocal cords felt like they were glued together, a bit hoarse. "Come with us." Zhou 16 led the way ahead. Lin Yin tightly gripped the revolver and followed Zhou 16 into the long black limousine. Through the car window, she could see that the once fierce nobleman was now howling at the sky, laughing maniacally. The car sped away from the building, and the corrosive acid rain had no effect on the vehicle. Lin Yin gently stroked the revolver in her hand, watching the scenery outside the window whiz by. After about 10 minutes, the car drove directly into the front hall of a luxurious hotel. Zhou 16 led her down, and the hotel manager quickly approached. "Miss Lin, this way." The elevator ascended. It was a private elevator, very quiet. Lin Yin looked up at the changing numbers, and when the numbers suddenly stopped, her heart tightened. A large suite with one elevator per household was already wide open, with warm yellow lights making it feel homey for travelers. Jean Quan stood at the door, arms open, smiling at her. "I still keep my promises, right?" The light from behind him outlined his strong physique, like a divine being redeeming suffering. Lin Yin stared blankly, and the next moment, tears burst forth like a dam breaking, rushing down the corridor into Jean Quan's embrace, feeling the small body sobbing in her arms. Jean Quan patted her head. "Let's go eat something." "Are we going back?" she said, choked and hoarse. "Not going back. The undead city is too small. The outside world is vast." Chapter 83. Heavy Artillery Controller Xia Yinjia was tinkering with his newly fitted mechanical prosthetic, which had moved away from conventional battery power and adopted the latest psychic technology. Perhaps due to an endless supply of test subjects, the biological technology in this world was hardly inferior to mechanical technology. Advanced neuron connections allowed individuals to transition into semi-mechanical life forms, greatly enhancing the capabilities of ordinary people. As long as you could afford it, machinery could grant you abilities on par with professionals. Jean Quan was propping himself up on the dining table, quietly watching Lin Yin devour the food laid out before her. After draining a glass of orange juice, her petite frame let out a satisfied burp. She cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Jean Quan. "Are you full?" Lin Yin nodded. "I will be leaving tomorrow." In an instant, Lin Yin stood up, her eyes wide open, looking somewhat flustered. "Two options. I can arrange for you to stay here. No need to worry about food or accommodation. The second option is to come with me, but it's dangerous. I'll follow you. Lin Yin interrupted Jean Quan before he could finish. It could be deadly. Lin Yin remained silent, just staring at Jean Quan, repeating, I will follow you. It will be the same here. Someone will ensure your safety. I will follow you. Lin Yin repeated for the third time, a tear sliding down from the corner of one eye. Jean Quan looked at her and smiled bitterly, then took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to her. This is what I owe you, returned. When the badge appeared, the entire room seemed to brighten a few degrees. The golden light intertwined with complex and ancient patterns. Two large guns crossed on top, showcasing the nobility of the badge. Even Xia Yinjia, who was playing with his mechanical arm, turned his head to look. Legend. Legend? He said incredulously. In his memory, legends were meant to exist only in stories. Do you want to settle this with me? Lin Yin gazed at the somewhat dazzling badge, tears shimmering in her eyes. If you follow me, you may encounter countless dangers along the way. Neither your brother nor I can guarantee we will always be by your side. Protecting yourself is the main theme of this world. Use it. I will take you along. Almost as soon as Jean Quan finished speaking, Lin Yin snatched the badge from his hand and pressed it to her forehead. The moment the badge touched her forehead, a surge of golden light erupted, and the entire badge seemed to melt like liquid gold, forming a vortex that drilled into her mind. Lin Yin's eyes glowed with golden light, and soon the golden light emanated from every pore of her body, which had originally been thin and wrinkled, slowly becoming plump. At the same time, a red-blue mask suddenly flickered on her forehead. As the red-blue mask appeared, Lin Yin's originally brown, dry hair instantly looked as if it had been splashed with blue ink, transforming into a sky blue. Her skin also became significantly fairer. Is this an S-class talent? Xia Yinjia's eyes widened in surprise. He had thought that only the 5 members of their Red Demon Corps could emerge from the lower city as S-class talents. He never expected there to be another expert. What do you think? Jean Quan asked as he watched the golden light completely fade from Lin Yin. Lin Yin opened her eyes. Her pupils resembled sparkling sapphires. I have become a professional. She looked at her palms, where the calluses and cracks had completely vanished. She had felt a bit apprehensive before, as she had already failed once before, but this time she had succeeded. Looking up at Jean Quan, she declared, my profession is heavy artillery controller. With 2 exclusive skills, ultimate firepower enhancement and heavy artillery mastery, along with a special skill, gun factory. Ultimate firepower enhancement. All heavy weapon skills have a 100 attack range, and the further the attack range, the higher the damage. Heavy machine gun type. Your heavy machine gun's attack speed is 50. Armor type. Your armor defense is 50. Rocket type. Your rocket armor piercing is 50. Artillery type. Your artillery explosion range is 50. Sniper rifle type. Your sniper rifle's weak point attack is 50. Heavy artillery control. When switching heavy weapons, the main weapon's badge becomes ineffective and the heavy weapon's attributes take effect. After switching heavy weapons, the damage of the next heavy weapon is increased by 50 for 5 seconds. Limited to 5 types. Gun factory. Based on equipment blueprints and materials, heavy weapon equipment can be manufactured. You can summon heavy weapons from the gun factory with a storage space for heavy weapons of 100 M. As Lin Yin finished listing her professional skills, Xia Yinjia gasped. Is this the legendary gunner? He looked incredulous. He had seen gunners before and had even fought against them in competitions. Generally, they only had one main weapon and used skills to change ammunition properties to create different effects for range attacks. Jean Quan also looked pensive, judging by the effects. This profession seemed to be even more formidable than his demon swordsman profession. However, he had 3 exclusive skills. Yet his 3 exclusive skills were pitifully weak at their initial state, only becoming slightly stronger at the first tier. The core skill should be this, heavy artillery control. While the ultimate firepower was powerful, it was merely an attribute enhancement. This heavy artillery control seemed to completely overturn the gunner profession. Xia Yinjia leaned in and said, generally speaking, equipment crafted from blueprints needs to be sealed into a badge before it can be used. Otherwise, the equipment's attributes and effects cannot be utilized. but this profession can use them directly without sealing. Jean Quan immediately understood. This means she can switch between 5 main weapons. Xia Yinja nodded. 5 main weapons. Jean Quan was somewhat dazed. Not only would there be a change in attack methods, but the weapons also had special effects and skills. Lava Judgment had Lava Roar and Lava Power, while Shadow Blade had Shadow Concealment and Shadow Clone. If each switch of the main weapon could utilize these special effect skills, that would be quite extraordinary. Xia Yinja chuckled, but boss, the factory is generally a mechanic's ability. I didn't expect the gunner to have it too. Typically, having a factory skill meant that this profession was not one for the financially constrained. The blueprints, materials, and success rates were all incalculable. The gunner's ammunition was linked to physical strength, making them primarily reliant on strength and constitution. In contrast, the factory's success rate was higher with primary intelligence. Generally, it was paired with the mechanic's primary intelligence. Thus, this profession had a flaw. It might be difficult for her to create other equipment in the gun factory. Unless, could she be an intelligence-based gunner? He tilted his head, finding it hard to imagine. If she fired a cannon on the battlefield and ended up injuring herself, that would be quite embarrassing. Jean Quan shot him a glance, summoned the Shadow Blade in his hand, and said to Lin Yin, "Give me your hand." Lin Yin looked at the short sword in his hand, but without any hesitation, extended her hand. The short sword brushed past her fingertips, drawing a drop of blood. Jean Quan dipped his hand in it, and a square object resembling a military emblem appeared in his hand. He smeared Lin Yin's blood onto the blank side. In an instant, a girl-esque portrait was quickly sketched onto the military emblem. At the same time, a projection-like square object also appeared in Lin Yin's hand. Jean Quan patted Xia Yinja's shoulder. "The journey is long. You might just run into a mechanic. You don't have to rely solely on your own crafting." Xia Yinja was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing that besides crafting, they could also buy equipment. Jean Quan smiled at Lin Yin. "From today onward, you're the Phantom Brigade No. 3. From now on, you'll be my stronghold." Just a glance at her frail body, about 1.4 meters tall, makes it hard to imagine her wielding a Gatling machine gun in the future. Chapter 84. War Chariot. The sky during the dark rainy season seemed to have lost its day and night, but at least there was a clock. Lin Yin had rested well. Perhaps it was the most comfortable sleep she had experienced in her life, as the soft mattress and warm silk quilt almost made her sink into oblivion. Jean Quan was the same. Since arriving in this world, he had been using a 15-minute interval rest method in pit number 1, and now he finally considered he had gotten a full sleep. The doorbell rang continuously, and Xia Yinja, with messy hair, opened the door. 2 waiters pushing a food cart entered first, followed by Zhao Lubai, who came in chewing a bun. "How was your rest?" Jean Quan had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table, watching a large array of food being laid out, holding a bowl of porridge. "Very good. I haven't slept this well in a long time." He gestured for Zhao Lubai to sit down and continued, "I didn't call you last night because it was too late." He pointed to Lin Yin, who had just walked out of the washroom, saying, "This is Lin Yin. You can consider her my sister. I want to take her with me." Zhao Lubai frowned at first because Lin Yin was just an ordinary person, but then he turned to look at her and his expression changed. Twin flower? Overnight, her originally yellow hair had suddenly turned bright blue, indicating she had awakened her talent. "She has become a professional? Jinqua Nudda Gunsmith. You want to take her into a dungeon? How? Is that not allowed?" Zhao Lubai shook his head. "There's nothing wrong with that, but this kind of talent appearance is very rare and also quite recognizable. Do you know?" Jean Quan took a sip of porridge. "I asked her yesterday, but she stammered and couldn't explain. Talent is just a name on the panel, often manifesting through insights. Just like how Jean Quan saw the Dark Flame God statue slay the dragon." He picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a small bite of pickled vegetables, saying, "It's surprising that such a talent could come from a small ruined city prison." He seemed at a loss for words, shaking his head, swallowing the pickled vegetables, and looking at Lin Yin. "It's a powerful SS-level passive talent. In blue form, it's called the Unceasing Flower, which has extremely strong physical recovery. In red form, it's the Chaotic Flower, which will ramp up its strength in all aspects while falling into a frenzied state. It just needs to control emotions. The way to activate it is when a certain emotion exceeds a limit, it will enter the red form. which is extremely chaotic and indistinguishable between friend and foe. Jean Quan looked at Lin Yin, who was quietly drinking her porridge. She needs some equipment, as well as some unsealed blueprints to craft the gear. Do you have any? I can buy them. He had sold all the materials and some blue emblems to Zhao Lu by yesterday, with the addition of the 100,000 spirit crystals. He now had over 100,000 in funds. Zhao Lu Bai seemed puzzled. Unsealed firearms cannot be used. Without matching ammunition, they are just lumps of iron. Jean Quan shook his head. Just sell them to me. A complete set of Tier 1 will do. The higher the quality, the better. He hoped to have equipment that would allow Lin Yin to showcase her professional characteristics, making it safer to enter the dimension. Zhao Lubai nodded and finished a cup of soy milk. I'll wait for you downstairs. We leave the city at 9 o'clock, so we will depart on time. You don't have to worry about your matters in pit number 1. My 7th uncle will take care of it, including your identities. You are the pioneering warriors cultivated by the Zhao family for a long time. After saying that, he left his seat and walked out, but suddenly turned back at the door, pointing at another cart that the waiters had pushed in. By the way, change into some clothes. He then slapped his forehead, saying, I didn't know she had become a professional, so I prepared a dress. Jean Quan glanced in the direction he pointed. The cart had 3 layers, each displaying a set of exquisite clothing. Checking the time, it was 10 past 8. His physique and toughness attributes were relatively balanced, so his stature had not increased uncontrollably, but he still stood close to 9 meters tall. Jean Quan brushed his hair. The wine-red shirt, unbuttoned to the top 3 buttons, appeared somewhat unruly and casual. As he put on a wide trench coat, the lines of his shoulders and the cut of his waist perfectly outlined his figure, making him look even more tall and strong. He shook his clothes and turned back, saying, let's go. However, upon turning back to look at Lin Yin, he couldn't help but feel it was odd. This outfit seemed to be something Zhao Lu Bai had prepared to make her look like an upper city lady, designed for her to be left at the hotel. She wore a classic British-style black felt hat, slightly tilted with a small black feather adorning it. On top, she had a fitted white shirt with delicate lace decoration at the collar, tied with a black bow tie. Over the shirt, she wore a deep gray English-style short jacket that fit her perfectly. A classic British plaid skirt paired with black knee-high stockings, the top of which had a delicate lace trim that complemented the shirt collar, creating a harmonious overall look. Combined with her sky-blue short hair, Jean Quan felt as if he was facing a character from an anime. She appeared a bit shy, having studied for a long time before reluctantly putting on the outfit. Jean Quan noticed there were still many accessories on the cart. He waved his hand. Haven't you pierced your ears? Lin Yin shook her head. Jean Quan hung a thin silver necklace around her neck. That's perfect. He snapped his fingers. Let's go. The black extended limousine sped through the wind and rain. Jean Quan thought that the surroundings of Redstone City were like the hotel he stayed in, but as the vehicle passed through the high-rise walls, what came into view was an endless gray shanty town with a continuous stretch of asbestos and color steel roofs. The chaotic streets were littered with flying plastic bags. It was hard to imagine that just a wall away there was such a scene. Jean Quan could see many people wrapped in raincoats, rummaging through various piles of garbage. Their expressions were invisible, but they all moved cautiously, afraid of the rain touching their skin. How can they reproduce like this? Jean Quan couldn't help but ask. The extended limousine had its passengers facing each other, with a long dining table in the middle. Zhao Lubai glanced out the window and shook his head. Actually, the wasteland just lacks plants. There is no shortage of food. This acid rain may be deadly to ordinary creatures, but not to insects. The acidic soil is their breeding ground. These larvae are a good source of protein. He pointed to those rummaging through the trash, saying, these are people with no abilities. They might as well go outside and take a look. The upper city people dislike the dark, rainy season, but for the lower city people, it's a festival. Those with a bit more courage have already left the city. While they might encounter powerful insects and lose their lives, they will also find quite a bit of food. They can exchange it for money, buy clean clothes, and work for companies until they earn a regular professional emblem. This is their most common pathway to advancement. The wheels churned through large amounts of rainwater, speeding past a crowd that hurriedly dodged. Jean Quan saw the massive city wall, which was nearly 30 meters high, entirely yellow-gray, with signs appealing. It didn't look like normal concrete and river sand, but rather like a mixture of cement and yellow earth. Just a glance, and Jean Quan arrived at a camp. Many strange-looking vehicles were parked there, all sharing a common feel of being fierce and heavy. Thick steel plates and menacing external weapon barrels adorned them. Zhao Lubai led a few people quickly through a huge rolling iron door. When walking on the Wasteland, it's best to have your own war chariot. Otherwise, you can't even sleep soundly. The gears of the iron door clanked as the rolling door was raised. Both Xiaoyinja and Lin Yin widened their eyes. What greeted their eyes was a terrifying giant beast. The height is nearly 8 meters. The width is close to 10 meters, and the length reaches 20 meters. In his previous life, Jean Quan saw such a vehicle, which was the giant mining truck DE-400 from Shugong. However, this vehicle's capabilities far exceed that of a mining truck, as it is covered in weapons and artillery. The Zhao family's latest spiritual energy technology, the Woha-07, can easily handle monsters below the 6th rank, though is quite costly. Chapter 85. Gun Training Upgrade. He quickly climbed into the vehicle, which had an exceptionally spacious interior and luxurious decorations, resembling a mobile fortress villa. Once the engine started, it continuously burned spirit crystals. As they entered, 5 men in black also swiftly boarded the vehicle, entering different compartments. The entire vehicle shook violently and began to move slowly. Stepping outside and looking through the super thick glass windows, Jean Quan finally understood what Wasteland meant. It was an endless expanse of desolation, filled with yellow sand, which was now soaked by a large amount of rainwater. In this barren land, many scattered temporary tents could be seen, each with 5 or 6 people around them, all wrapped up tightly, digging the soil with stone pickaxes. They resembled fishermen in a high-latitude winter. Only the frozen ice surface was replaced with sand. It was truly a unique survival civilization. Jean Quan couldn't help but sigh. The war vehicle moved smoothly, traveling for 2 consecutive days. Zhao Lubai took out his phone and smiled. We're lucky, it's sunny ahead. We can speed up. Not long after he finished speaking, glaring sunlight poured down from the sky, directly shining through the car windows. Let us go to the roof, he called out. The roof was a huge platform with several heavy artillery pieces. Zhao Lubai handed a pile of emblems to Lin Yin and took out a walkie-talkie, saying, check with their monster nests. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of rotor wings echoed from both sides of the vehicle, and several small surveillance drones took off, spiraling out in different directions. 1 kilometer southeast, there is a suspected sand mistworm nest, approximately 20 in number. As the walkie-talkie crackled again, intelligence was transmitted. Zhao Lubai replied directly, crush it. Received. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, and Jean Quan held onto the railing, asking, what level are the monsters? The leader should be level 10, barely able to break defense without leveling up, Zhao Lubai replied. You can stop. I'll take her. Zhao Lubai nodded and commanded, find some cover to park. Don't go any further. As the war vehicle came to a stop, Jean Quan looked into the distance, where there were earth slopes resembling Danxiao landforms. He pinched the back of Xia Yinja's neck, saying, you come too, assist your teammate to level up to 10. Xia Yinja looked excited. After being stuck in pit number 1 for so long, it was finally his turn to showcase his skills again. The 3 of them quickly jumped out of the vehicle. Zhao Lubai didn't follow but found a beach chair to lie down, enjoying the rare sunshine of the dark rainy season. Yinjia, don't be afraid. I'm a powerful priest in Upper City. I'll definitely protect you well. Lin glanced at him. I think I'm younger than you. Xia Yinja scratched his head. In our circle, we call everyone brother or sister. It's fine. Hee. Once you get strong, you have to look out for me. He had seen Lin Yin change her job to a legendary gunner yesterday. The Danxiao landform was composed of thick layers of red sandstone, and walking in felt like being in steep peak forests. From a distance, it looked small, but up close, it was massive. Where do we find this? Xia Yinja shaded his eyes and looked around. But Jean Quan ignored him and looked at Lin Yin, asking, are you scared? This girl, who had been trembling while holding a revolver to his head earlier, was about to kill monsters for the first time. Lin Yin tightened her grip on the rifle and shook her head. The rifle she held was an ordinary one, needing a magazine change, without any attribute bonuses. According to Zhao Lubai, monsters below level 1 could be completely defenseless. Not to mention, she also had passive firepower enhancement, increasing range and damage, and weak point attacks. Jin Quan kicked Xia Yinja. Are you going to be the healer? What? Xia Yinja looked confused. Just stand inside, according to the monster's habits. You don't need to find it. It will find you. Xia Yinja touched his nose. Didn't Tiwi agree ID protect from the back? Jin Quan shot him a glance. Listen to the captain. Yes. Xia Yinja immediately dashed into the yellow earth peak forest. These peaks were not connected, formed by rainwater long, eroding the sandy ground, winding and twisting. Once Xia Yinja entered, he disappeared. Jin Quan just found a dirt slope to sit down when a series of monster cries came from inside. Monsters are coming! Monsters are coming! Xia Yinja suddenly rushed out, followed by 5 large centipede-like worms, quickly crawling on the sandy ground, leaving trails like those made by wheels. Fire! Lin took a deep breath, crouched to aim, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Her shoulder jolted, and her body leaned back as the gun barrel kicked up in an arc. Fortunately, her successful job change had already strengthened her physique. Otherwise, with her original strength, she might not have been able to control the recoil of this rifle. The bullet whizzed past, kicking up a spray of sand. Don't be nervous. Take your time. Jin Quan comforted from his side. Lin exhaled, nodded, and fired again. This shot instantly exploded with a burst of white light. She hit it, but then they heard Xia Yinja's painful shout, "Yinjia, don't aim at me." Seeing this, Lin felt a rush of guilt and panic, unsure of what to do. She saw Xia Yinja clutching his shoulder. Although it didn't break defense, he instinctively cast a healing spell on himself. A dazzling white light shone on him, and then that burst of white light exploded. The explosion instantly pierced through the 5 surrounding sand mistworms. The wounds made a crackling corrosion sound. In no time, the 5 sand mistworms collapsed. Xia Yinja glanced at the staff in his hand. Poison Marsh Splash triggers a poison splash effect when releasing a healing skill, causing toxin damage to the surroundings. He raised his head when he heard Jin Quan's voice coming over. There are only 20 monsters in total. If you cast another healing spell, I'll strip you of your gear. I promise I won T. The voice quickly faded into the pathways of the dirt peaks. Before long, Xia Yinja came out again, bringing 5 more sand mistworms. This time he learned his lesson, not running away, but immediately casting a light shield on himself as he sat down on the sand. Instantly, the 5 sandworms began to gnaw at him furiously. Stationary target. Feel free to shoot. You're still far from killing that guy. Although Xia Yinja was inexperienced, he was a solid level 39. With the shield on, the level 7 or 8 worms and the level 0 gunner couldn't break his defense at all. As the gunfire continued, green slime finally erupted from the sand mistworms. Nice job, Yinjia. Xia Yinja, sitting in the sand, clapped continuously. Lin smiled shyly. Don't be afraid. Keep shooting. Chapter 86 Fishbone Sand Bandits. Jin Quan took out several magazines from a ring and placed them beside her. Perhaps it was the encouragement from Jin Quan and Xia Yinja, or perhaps it was her talent, but after firing a few shots in succession, Lin Yin's breathing gradually steadied. Her hands began to unconsciously adjust the position of the gun, and the frequency of her shots increased. She was completely focused, continuously receiving magazines from Jin Quan and quickly swapping them out. After hitting the same eye of a sand fogworm 3 times in a row, the worm suddenly stiffened. Its body, which had been upright like a cobra, twitched and then suddenly collapsed, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Impressive. Level 0, killing level 9. An unparalleled genius. Xia Yinja seemed to have returned to the scene of the professional competition in the upper city, passionately commentating. I leveled up. I'm now 2 levels higher. Lin smiled as she looked at her palm and clenched her fist. She felt a surge of power within her. All the equipment you have is first tier and cannot be worn yet. Jin Quan handed her another magazine and said, find that feeling, keep going. After leveling up twice, Lin held the gun more steadily. When she fired again, her shoulder only swayed slightly, and the bullet once again hit a sand fogworm in the eye. Maximize the use of your exclusive skill. Try backing up. Listening to Jin Quan's guidance, Lin shot while retreating. As the distance increased, when she retreated to about 200 meters, she fired again, and the bullet actually shimmered with red light. Bang! It pierced through the sand fogworm's tough carapace. Lin stood in place, quickly firing in succession. Each shot penetrated, and before long, the sand fogworm fell to the ground. This exclusive skill is so strong. At just 200 meters, it has such a high damage bonus. This passive seems very suitable for using a sniper rifle. Jean Quan watched as Lin Yin took down 5 sand fogworms one by one. Xia Yinzhou was also very perceptive. Almost as soon as Lin Yin finished killing, he rushed back into the dusty alley. When he emerged again, Jean Quan shouted loudly at him, "Stop sitting around, run!" As Xia Yinzhou began to run on the sandy ground, the following sand fogworms immediately began to circle around. "Now shoot at the moving target." Lin Yin began to hold her breath and focus, but this time she hesitated a bit before firing. The gunshot created a small crater in the sand. "Try to keep up with your bullets," predicting the worm's movement. After saying this, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a gun appeared as well. He raised it and fired. The bullet arched through the air, accurately hitting the worm in the eye. Jean Quan, a former Special Forces soldier, was also top-notch in gun usage. With a bit of coordinated guidance, Lin Yin's shooting became increasingly proficient. At the hidden Tiger battle vehicle 1 kilometer away, the radio crackled with static. "Young master, there's sand dust in the distance." Zhao Lubai lifted the eye mask covering his eyes and asked, "What is it?" "A convoy. It should be the sand bandits." "How many people?" Zhao Lubai stood up from the recliner and squinted into the distance, but saw nothing. 3 heavy trucks, more than 10 pickup trucks, and several motorcycles. There should be over 100 people. Look at the flag. The fishbone skull flag. It should be the fishbone sand bandits, led by a level 42 shield warrior with a scarred face, with a bounty of 4,000 spirit crystals from the Empire. "Should we notify Mr. Jean Quan?" Zhao Lubai looked uninterested and put the eye mask back on. "Let them come. We'll send them to the grave. No need to worry about anything else." On the distant horizon, dust was swirling, as if a sandstorm was approaching, mixed with the roar of agitated diesel engines. 3 massive heavy trucks, their heads facing forward, had rusty and wide bodies, haphazardly welded with various thick steel plates, covered in bullet holes and graffiti. Under the iron mesh, various weapons hung, including heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. More than 10 pickup trucks followed closely, their beds filled with oddly dressed sand bandits, wearing metal masks and iron dental braces. Every piece of decoration showcasing their ferocity. Riders, clad in tattered leather jackets, whizzed around the front and back of the convoy. "Heads up, gunfire!" A head suddenly popped up from the top of a truck to look at the passenger seat. "What?" A middle-aged man with a face full of scars, sitting in the passenger seat, shouted while straining to hear. The booming heavy metal rock almost filled the entire cab. "Gunfire!" The man hanging upside down on the top of the truck shouted again. The scar-faced man immediately leaned forward and turned off the sound system in front. "What's happening?" Old Gio heard the gunfire up ahead. The scar-faced man glanced ahead where there was a pile of low yellow dirt hills. "Have you figured it out?" "They've already gone, and they'll be back soon." The man hanging upside down quickly replied. Sure enough, not long after, a motorcycle sped towards them from the front, with 2 people on it, both wearing tattered leather jackets and steel helmets. They executed a beautiful drift in the sand, splashing a wave of loose sand. Then they gradually slowed down until they were driving parallel to the heavy truck. The person in the back raised binoculars and said, 3 people are killing sand fogworms." "What level are they?" the scar-faced man asked. "That priest is pretty strong. A shield worm can't break through their defense. And the other 2 are using regular rifles. They probably haven't leveled up yet." The scar-faced man looked up at the man hanging upside down on the truck and asked, "What do you think?" "It seems like the priest is out here training with newcomers." He turned to the person on the motorcycle's back and asked, "Any other intel?" "Their clothes are very clean, and one of them is a woman, with very fair and tender skin." At this point, he licked his dry lips. "A woman?" The scar-faced man's eyes lit up as well. But the man hanging upside down frowned and asked, "What kind of clothes is she wearing?" The vehicle didn't stop. The motorcycle and heavy truck continued to move forward side by side, the wind howling. A dress, long socks, a small suit. The voice was loud, and immediately the nearby motorcycle gang gathered around. Hearing the information being discussed, the convoy erupted with sharp, whistling sounds. "Let's do it, boss. This is amazing." He waved the binoculars in front of him. But the man on top had some worries. a woman in a dress out in the Wasteland. Which Empire's upper city person is this? We can't afford any trouble. We still have goods to transport. What are you afraid of? One priest, even at level 5. With so many of us, we can wear him down. Old Joe on the motorcycle fired a burst of bullets into the sky. The entire motorcycle convoy raised their weapons and shouted, "Let's do it! Let's do it! Let's do it!" The scar-faced man frowned in thought for a moment. Sitting in the passenger seat, he stretched his back and tugged at his pants, cursing, "Damn, how far is it to the Apocalypse Empire? I'm about to burst." Spit. He spat a thick phlegm out the window. Inform everyone. Surround them. Chapter 87. The Lord of the Sand Mist Worm, the serpentine body of the creature stretches nearly 10 meters long, its arthropod-like structure resembling ancient chainmail, with each segment covered in rough, hard sand shells. As it writhes, these shells rub against each other, producing a grating sound that makes one's teeth ache. It rolls forward in the desert, a row of insect legs undulating like surging waves, kicking up clouds of sand. The sand obscures your vision, and you need to run to find the best shooting spot. A good sniper does not stick to one place. Jin Quan watched as the sand mistworm king rolled in the sand below, quickly chasing after Zayin's. Lin Ying quickly understood and took off in the opposite direction of the wind. Upon reaching the upwind area, she could see the sand mist worm king's body much clearer and quickly raised her gun for a series of 3 shots. However, all she saw were a few sparks flying from the thick, rock-like sand shell. She quickly retreated to increase the distance, shooting again. This time, the bullets emitted a red glow, and out of 3 shots, only 2 hit. Yet, the sounds of clanging and sparks flying showed that she still hadn't broken through the sand mist worm king's defenses. She tried to step back further to increase the distance and improve her damage. "Are you sure you can hit from that far back?" Jin Quan said flatly from behind her. Lin Ying froze for a moment, her hand holding the gun. The Worm King continued its relentless pursuit of Zayin's, the mist dispersing, only to be blown away by the wind. She used the wind to clear her line of sight, but the bullets fired from a distance also lost much of their accuracy due to the wind. A sniper's eyes are meant to discern weaknesses. If your gun lacks the power to penetrate walls and kill enemies behind them, perhaps you should look for windows. As Jin Quan spoke, Lin Ying advanced quickly, firing several shots at the sand mist worm king's eyes. With the distance reduced, the kinetic energy of the bullets was significantly diminished, making them more accurate. Yet again, sparks flew. The sand mist worm king's entire head resembled a rock helmet, fiercely protecting its eyes. "Don't worry about its life or death. Just observe closely," Jin Quan instructed. Zayin's continued to lead the sand mist worm king in circles in the sandpit below. He was like a rogue, whether spraying venom or biting with sharp teeth. He couldn't break through the double-layered shield released by nearly 100 stars of intelligence. Lin Ying calmed down, her eyes intently observing every part of the sand mist worm. But no matter how she looked, the creature was covered in sand armor, providing all-around defense. There were no attack points on its head, chest, abdomen, back, or legs. Time passed slowly as Lin Ying stood quietly, with Jin Quan waiting silently beside her. Just as Zayin's turned to run, the sand mist worm king's body quickly twisted to bite him. At that moment, Lin Ying's eyes lit up. She quickly raised her hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle. A burst of green slime erupted from the sand mist worm king. She was overjoyed. She had hit it. She quickly moved, not firing rapidly, but continuously changing her position to take careful shots. The slime kept exploding on the sand mist worm king. The worm king occasionally issued angry roars. Jin Quan also smiled slightly. When an arthropod's body twists significantly, the joints spread apart, revealing the thin muscle membranes beneath the shell. Therefore, as long as they waited for the sand mist worm king to twist its body, they could shoot through the gaps in its shell. With each magazine emptied, the sand mist worm king collapsed. Lin Ying instantly leveled up to level 7. Jin Quan glanced at the connected stone forest, somewhat doubtful, and shouted down, "Is there nothing else in there?" Zayin's breathed slightly heavier and said, "There should still be some in those tunnels, but they seem to be higher level. I'm not sure if Inin's current level can break through the defenses." Jin Quan called to Lin Ying, and the two quickly descended the sand slope towards Zayin's. "Lead the way. In one of the caves, it could be a second-tier creature," Ziyin speculated. The group entered the yellow Earth Peak forest and soon reached a crack between two large yellow stones. Jinquan looked up. This spot almost blocked the view of the sky. Ziyin's pointed to a footprint on the ground that was almost the size of his body, saying probably second tier, maybe even first tier. He scratched his head. Jinquan nodded. You all wait here. After saying that, he entered the crevice cave alone. The cave was low but quite wide, enough for a small car to fit through, with smooth patterns from long-term friction all around. Just as he was reaching the end, a huge figure charged out. In the dark, a massive maw suddenly lunged at him, and a strong stench assaulted his senses. Jing Chuan's eyes flashed. Lord of the Sand Mist Crocodile, level 15, first tier. It was actually a lord. The previous Sand Mistworm King was merely a chief. Jinquan quickly sidestepped, twisting his waist to deliver a powerful kick to the crocodile's jaw. The immense force distorted the crocodile's mouth, slamming its head against the cave wall, creating a loud crash that echoed in the cave. The kick left the crocodile momentarily dazed. Jinquan stepped forward, the shadow blade materializing in his hand, and with a swift motion, he severed all four legs. Grabbing the crocodile's tail, he dragged it towards the cave entrance. As he pulled, the crocodile gradually regained its senses. The pain from its severed limbs drove it into a furious frenzy. Its body twisted violently like a long snake turning back, quickly snapping at Jinquan again. But he merely yanked on its tail and delivered another powerful kick to its lower jaw, so forceful that it drove its entire head into the yellow earth of the cave ceiling. With a strong tug, dirt clumps fell away, and the sand mist crocodile was dragged out like a lazy snake. Outside the cave, Lin Yin and Ziyin's only heard two muffled thuds before seeing Jinquan pull out a gigantic crocodile, roughly the size of a small car. They both quickly stepped back, fearing the crocodile would retaliate. Jinquan pulled the entire crocodile out of the cave, twisting its tail forcefully, flipping the previously prostrate creature over. Its yellow-white belly was exposed to the sky. He stepped forward, placing a foot on the crocodile's neck. The shadow blade appeared again, and he gently sliced across its exposed belly, causing blood to seep out in fine streams. Grabbing the cut, he pulled hard. In an instant, the crocodile's entire insides were exposed. The sand mist crocodile quickly awakened and began to thrash, but Jinquan held it down firmly by the neck. Looking at the exposed innards, Jinquan pointed to a heart that was still beating strongly and said, Lin Yin, come, shoot this heart. It's unprotected now. Lin Yin trembled slightly. It was her first time witnessing such a bloody scene. The crocodile was still alive, but its belly was ripped open, and its insides were still